The gift. Shanghai City. At 7:30 in the morning, in a dimly lit room, on a plush bed, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly awoke, clutching his head and curling up like a shrimp. His head throbbed as though it might burst, resembling a steel needle embedded within, causing his scalp to twitch in agony. The cacophony of meaningless noise filled his ears, while chaotic images flickered through his mind. Zhang Yuanqing realized that his old ailment had resurfaced. Shakily, he rose from the bed and opened the drawer of the bedside table, trembling as he fumbled for the medicine bottle. He eagerly twisted open the cap and poured out 5 or 6 small blue pills, swallowing them whole. Within mere seconds, the soul-crushing headache began to subside, gradually calming down. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Fortunately, this state could not endure for too long, as his body would soon succumb to the burden. It was precisely due to this peculiar ability that he had whimsically gained admission to the prestigious Shanghai University, ranked among the top in the nation. Zhang Yuanqing referred to this phenomenon as brain overload, convinced that he might be on the verge of evolving into something extraordinary. Yet the limitations of his physical form continually interrupted this transformation. When he confided this theory to his doctor, the physician expressed bewilderment but was greatly astonished, suggesting he consult the psychiatric department downstairs. It must be that I didn't rest well last night and was simply too exhausted. It's all Zhang Yuer's fault for insisting on coming to my room to play games in the middle of the night. Though he spoke lightly, a weight settled heavily in his heart. For Zhang Yuanqing understood that the effects of the medication were waning, and his condition was steadily deteriorating. In the future, I shall need to increase the dosage. Zhang Yuanqing donned his cotton slippers and approached the window, swiftly drawing back the curtains. Sunlight flooded into the room, filling it with warmth and brilliance. April in Shanghai City was splendid, with the gentle morning breeze offering a refreshing comfort. Knock, knock. At that moment, a voice called from outside the door, "Yuanzi, it's time to rise." With the sun shining brightly and the weekend upon him, was it not a sheer waste of life to forego a leisurely slumber? "I give you 3 minutes. If you do not awaken, I shall douse you with water." His grandmother's threat was unyielding. All right. Zhang Yuanqing promptly conceded. He was well aware that his grandmother, with her fierce temper, was capable of such actions. Meanwhile, he had immersed himself in his career, earning accolades from relatives as a formidable woman of strength. Eventually, his mother purchased her own home, yet Zhang Yuanqing found no fondness for the vast, empty flat and continued to reside with his grandparents. After all, his mother was often away, departing early and returning late, frequently on business trips, wholly devoted to her career. Even on weekends, should she not be working late, she would merely order takeout at mealtime. The words he heard most frequently from her were, "Is there enough money? If not, let me know." Having a mother who could endlessly provide for him financially sounded appealing. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing would always smile and assure her that the pocket money from his grandmother and aunt was sufficient. And not to forget his little aunt. The woman who insisted on playing video games in his room last night was indeed his aunt. With a yawn, Zhang Yuanqing twisted the doorknob of his bedroom and strolled into the living room. The residence at my grandmother's home spans 150 square meters, including the shared area. When selling the old house to acquire this new abode, Zhang Yuanqing recalls that the price per square meter exceeded 40,000. 6 or 7 years have elapsed, and now, the property prices in this neighborhood have soared to an astonishing 11,000 per square meter, nearly doubling. Fortunately, my grandfather possessed the foresight to make this transition had they retained the old house. Zhang Yuanqing would have had no choice but to sleep in the living room, as he has outgrown the days of sharing a bed with his aunt. At the elongated dining table adjacent to the living room, the source of his annoyance, a girl, is noisily indulging in her porridge, her pink slippers playfully peeking from beneath. The table. She possesses exquisite features, her rounded face reminiscent of a delicate egg, exuding sweetness, with a beauty mark gracing the corner of her right eye. Having just risen, her tousled, voluminous waves cascade about her, adding a touch of languid allure. His aunt, Zhang Yuer, is 4 years his senior. Upon noticing Zhang Yuanqing's emergence, she licked the porridge from her lips and exclaimed with surprise, "Oh, you're up so early. This is unlike you. It's your mother's doing. Why must you resort to insults? I merely speak the truth." Zhang Yuanqing scrutinizes his aunt's floral beauty, her spirit vibrant and captivating. It is often said that the night does not spare those who burn the midnight oil, it rewards them with dark circles. Yet this adage seems to hold no sway over the woman before him. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, his grandmother peeks her head out, and moments later, she presents a bowl of porridge. With strands of silver intermingled with her dark hair and a keen gaze, she unmistakably embodies the temperament of a formidable matriarch. Although the sagging skin and faint wrinkles have somewhat diminished her former allure, traces of her youthful beauty remain discernible. Zhang Yuanqing accepted the bowl of porridge handed to her by her grandmother and took a hearty sip, inquiring, "Where is Grandpa?" "He has gone out for a stroll," replied her grandmother. Grandpa, a retired police officer, maintains a remarkably structured lifestyle even in old age, retiring to bed precisely at 10 o'clock each night and rising at 6 in the morning. Her charming aunt, savoring her porridge, cheerfully remarked, "After breakfast, I shall take you to the mall to buy some clothes." "Are you truly so benevolent?" Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to acquiesce, her grandmother shot her a fierce glance, brimming with disapproval. "There you go, and I shall break your legs." "Mother, how can you be so harsh?" Her aunt replied, feigning indignation. "I merely wish to purchase a few spring outfits for Yuanzi. Is that too much to ask?" Though he bears the title of nephew, he is still family. Her grandmother was resolute, asserting, "Do you wish to have your legs broken too?" Her aunt pouted and lowered her gaze to her porridge. Upon hearing the spirited exchange between the two women, Zhang Yuanqing deduced that her grandmother had likely arranged yet another matchmaking endeavor for her aunt, while the warehouse whimsical aunt sought to embroil her nephew in the chaos. This has been their customary approach, bringing her nephew along to these blind dates, where, after just a few minutes, the socially adept nephew would effortlessly engage with the suitor, discussing everything from vital societal matters to global affairs, leaving her with little to contribute. All she needs to do is enjoy her drink and peruse her phone, while the suitor feels gratified to showcase his social acumen and worldly experience in the presence of beauty, basking in self-satisfaction. Zhang Yuanqing, from a young age, was the epitome of grace and charm, earning the admiration of neighbors and acquaintances alike. With her striking beauty and sweet disposition, she garnered the affection of elders effortlessly. Such a lovely granddaughter prompted her grandmother to be ever vigilant, instilling strict admonitions against early romantic entanglements and forbidding outings with male plasma. During her middle school years, Zhang Yuanqing, true to her grandmother's hopes, remained single throughout her university years. However, upon entering the workforce, and particularly after celebrating her 25th birthday earlier this year, her grandmother began to grow increasingly restless. She thought to herself, "I merely wish to shield you from premature relationships, not to condemn you to spinsterhood. How many youthful years does a woman possess?" Thus, she gathered her old friends and scoured the globe for suitable young suitors, orchestrating matchmaking efforts for her grandmother. She clearly has no desire to pursue a relationship. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet, Zhang Yuanqing remarked, munching on a bun while volunteering. "Why not, Aaron? Gee, a match for me instead? My fruit is quite sweet." Furious, her grandmother retorted, "You are still young, what is the rush? With a university filled with female classmates, can't you find someone on your own? Be careful, or I shall give you a good thrashing." Although her grandmother hailed from the southern regions, her temperament was anything but gentle. She was particularly fiery. Even Zhang Yuanqing's mother, a formidable career woman, dared not contradict her. "I have grown up. After all, I've been a skilled artisan for several years now." Zhang Yuanqing mused quietly. Her aunt, adorned with a light touch of makeup, appeared even more radiant and captivating than a fluffy round-neck knit sweater paired with a long coat complemented her slender figure, while lithe, fitted jeans gracefully encased her long legs, accentuating their smooth curves. The narrow cuffs of her jeans were tucked neatly into a pair of black marten boots. The minimalist four-style attire is neither garish nor ostentatious, yet it possesses a remarkable delicacy. His aunt cast a knowing glance in his direction, clutching her handbag and swaying her hips as she departed. "Mother, I'm going out for a blind date." A few minutes later, she opened the bedroom door. His grandmother was tidying up in the living room upon seeing him. She paused her task and regarded him silently. Zhang Yuanqing mimicked his aunt's tone. "Mother, I too shall venture out for a blind date." Seated at his desk, He picked up his phone and sent a message to his aunt. Before the expedition begins, the hero meets his demise, often leaving tears to stain his attire. Speak plainly. I have been detained at home by grandmother. You should proceed with the blind date alone. His aunt responded with a voice message. Zhang Yuanqing pressed play, and the speaker blared with Zhang Yuan's irate voice. What use are you? My dear nephew, do come quickly. Your aunt cherishes you the most, Mua. Ah, women. With a mere pout and a playful act, she seeks to provoke my grandmother's ire? At the very least, a red envelope would suffice. At that moment, an abrupt and jarring ringtone echoed through the air. Zhang Yuanqing made his way to the living room, and under his grandmother's watchful gaze, he pressed the INT or Comstock button, inquiring, "Who is it?" Delivery. A voice emanated from a speaker. Zhang Yuanqing pressed the door release button. After a brief wait of 2 to 3 minutes, a delivery man clad in uniform arrived via the elevator, cradling a parcel. Is this Zhang Yuanqing? Yes, it is. I did not make any online purchases. He thought, perplexed as he signed for the package. Glancing at the parcel information, he noted that the sender was not listed, yet the address was from the neighboring Jiangnan province, Shencheng. Inside, there lay a shock-absorbing casing enveloping a sleek black card and a yellowed letter. Zhang Yuanqing picked up the black card, which was the size of an identification card. It appeared to be crafted from metal, yet it felt remarkably smooth to the touch. The card was exquisitely designed, with delicate silver cloud patterns adorning its edges and a striking black full moon at its center. The intricately embossed moon showcased irregular patches that were distinctly visible. What could this be? With a sense of curiosity, he carefully opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. Yuanzi, I have acquired something quite fascinating. I once believed it could alter the course of my life, but my abilities are insufficient to harness its power. I believe, however, that would pose no challenge for you. As a gesture of our brotherhood, I present this gift to you. Lei Yibing. Chapter 2. Disappearance. Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow after reading the contents of the letter. What does it mean to change one's life? What does it signify to be unable to control it? Truly, the message lacks clarity. His gaze shifted back to the black card, scrutinizing it repeatedly, confirming that it was merely an unremarkable card, albeit with a pleasantly unique texture, suggesting it was crafted from a rare material. Could it possibly be a supreme card from a prestigious club? Only a remarkable man like myself could truly appreciate a 3060 companion. Lei Yibing, his childhood friend, affectionately nicknamed A Bing, was 2 years his senior. When their grandparents had yet to acquire a new residence, their families lived in the same alley. Lei Yibing was a force to be reckoned with, possessing exceptional athletic prowess and average intelligence. He had always shielded Zhang Yuanqing, charging into fights and taking the brunt of the blows. Whenever someone dared to mock Zhang Yuanqing for being fatherless, Lei Yibing would stand up for him. Thus, Zhang Yuanqing had always referred to him as Brother Bing. During high school, A Bing's academic performance was less than stellar, prompting him to attend university in the neighboring Jiangnan province. Since then, their communication had dwindled due to the distance. As Zhang Yuanqing slipped the black card into the pocket of his windbreaker, he picked up his phone to tease Brother Bing with a message. Which club is this supreme card from? At least provide me with an address or contact information. Deciding to call, Zhang Yuanqing dialed Brother Bing's number. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a deep voice resonated from the speaker. Hello, this is Lei Yibing's father. Uncle Lei? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, but soon his surprise turned into joy. The line fell silent for a moment before a sorrowful voice emerged. Yuanzi. I am in Jiangnan province. A Bing has gone missing. Bing Gu is missing. Zhang Yuanqing stood in shock, and after a few seconds, with a mixture of confusion and urgency, he asked, how could Bing Gu go missing? He had just sent me something. He had disappeared the day before yesterday. Upon receiving the school's notification yesterday, in Zhou, and I rushed over immediately. Uncle Lei's demeanor was somber. Have the police been notified? What did the authorities say? Zhang Yuanqing inquired gravely. Uncle Lei remained silent for a long moment, hesitating before he replied, this situation is rather peculiar. A Bing's disappearance is quite strange. Strange? What do you mean? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Uncle Lei explained. A Bing vanished from his dormitory the night before last. The police reviewed the surveillance footage from the dormitory corridor and found that he had not left his room all night. Yet, by the next morning, he was gone. The students who shared the room said they had seen him before sleeping, but upon waking, he was nowhere to be found. They assumed he had merely stepped out. Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, how is that possible? Can a person simply vanish into thin air? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a tale. Suppressing his anxiety, he lowered his voice and asked, "Uncle Lei, did Binggu offend anyone at school?" His first thought was that Binggu might have crossed paths with someone influential, which would explain the lack of clarity in the surveillance footage, as it often indicates a cover-up by the school. In this age of information overload, anyone who has browsed the internet has likely heard of similar occurrences. Uncle Lei's tone was laced with despair and concern. Additionally, it is imperative that you inquire with your classmates about any potential grievances that Binggu may have caused, as there is likely someone among them who possesses knowledge of the matter. Uncle Lei felt a slight alleviation in his heart and remarked, "Understood, Yuanzi. Do not fret. I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity should I receive any news." It is inconceivable for someone to vanish without cause. If the surveillance footage does not capture anything, it is evident that it has been tampered with. The question remains, who could Binggu have offended? After all, what kind of enmity could a third-year student possibly instigate? Wait a moment. He went missing the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Zhang Yuanqing was suddenly taken aback. A parcel from Jiangnan province to Shanghai requires 2 to 3 days for delivery. Based on the timeline, Binggu disappeared on the very night he sent me the package. Is this mere coincidence, or is there a deeper connection? At this thought, he instinctively reached for the black card in his pocket, only to be struck with surprise when his hand found it missing. Had it fallen to the ground? Zhang Yuanqing quickly glanced down, scanning the floor of the room with urgency. Nothing. He crouched down to peer beneath the bed, where a layer of dust lay along with various coins, pens, buttons, and other trinkets, yet the black card was nowhere to be found. The card had vanished, and he distinctly recalled placing it in his pocket. How could it have disappeared into thin air? Considering Bing Ji's mysterious disappearance, the peculiar letters, and the inexplicably vanished black card, an unsettling sense of fear and confusion gripped Zhang Yuanqing. Could the black card be related to Bing Ji's disappearance? Or might it hold vital clues? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to delve into his past memories, reigniting old afflictions. He first poured cool water into a glass, retrieved a bottle of medicine from the nightstand, opened it, then removed his shoes and reclined on the bed. After completing these actions, he closed his eyes, remaining motionless, conjuring the visage of his father in his mind. The latent condition for his chronic ailment was triggered by quieting his thoughts to envision an image, ideally one he had previously encountered yet could not quite recall. This would invigorate his brain, gradually warming it up until his mental faculties simmered to a boil. After many years, his father's face had become a mere blur, making it the quintessential subject. As seconds ticked by, his father's countenance gradually transitioned from indistinct to vivid, ultimately revealing every detail, while Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced intensely, akin to an overburdened engine. At that moment, time seemed to reverse, and the scenes from an hour prior flashed by like frames in a cinematic reel. He saw himself unwrapping a parcel, reading a letter, and placing a black card into the pocket of his tactical jacket, followed by sending a message to Binggu. From this juncture, for the next half hour, he remained seated at the table, motionless, scrolling through short videos for several minutes, exchanging a few risque images with his peers in a gaming group, and saving a handful of quality pictures. He then perused a novel for a few minutes, his thoughts preoccupied with the card, prompting him to call Binggu. After the call, the critical moment arrived, in a flurry of anxiety. He began to pace around the room, realizing this was the most opportune moment for the card to slip away. In the recesses of his memory, he saw himself frowning, wandering in the room, then reaching out to touch the black card, only to discover it was missing. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly opened his eyes, his face a portrait of terror. Gone. The black card had simply vanished, disappearing into thin air. What on earth did Binggu send me? In an instant, a shiver ran down his spine. Without time to ponder further, chaotic noises filled his ears, resembling a cacophony of countless voices overlapping, while fragmented images erupted in his mind like a volcanic explosion. Warm liquid trickled from Zhang Yuanqing's nose, and it felt as though a steel nail had been driven into his head. With a contorted expression, he crawled towards the bedside, trembling as he poured 5 small blue pills into his mouth, and shakily grasped a cup of water, tilting his head back to swallow the pills along with the water. Moments later, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the edge of his bed, pale and gasping for breath. At this point, he could almost ascertain that Bing Ji's disappearance was intricately linked to the black card. Binggu vanished after sending me the black card, which was undoubtedly strange and clearly not an ordinary item. This inevitably led one to contemplate that he might have faced some sort of threat, compelling him to relocate the item. But why did he not hand it over to the local authorities and instead send it to me? Was it possible that a college student who had never harmed a chicken nor engaged in any wrongdoing was deemed more trustworthy than the officers at the police station? Moreover, to reach such a conclusion, one must possess considerable influence. Binggu's decision not to surrender the black card to the local authorities suggests that the authorities themselves are untrustworthy? Or perhaps, the individual or force responsible for his disappearance wielded influence over the local police. He sent the black card to me because he knew that my grandfather was a retired sheriff and my cousin was the captain of the security team, possessing extensive connections in Shanghai City, making it unlikely for individuals from Jiangnan province to pose a threat to me. I must inform my cousin about this matter. Ding dong. At that moment, he heard the sound of the doorbell resonating from the entrance. The footsteps of his grandmother soon followed, traversing through the living room to the foyer, where she turned the doorknob. Who are you looking for? Hello, we are investigators from the Kangnong District Security Bureau. May I inquire if Zhang Yuanqing is at home? Chapter 3, Character Cards. Investigators from the Kangnong District Security Bureau? The organization where my cousin works is seeking me? A shiver instinctively ran through Zhang Yuanqing as he approached the bedroom door to eavesdrop. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He swiftly opened his phone and deleted the chat history and call logs he had sent to Binggu. He then carefully folded the letter from Binggu and concealed it beneath a potted plant on the windowsill. Only then did he feel assured enough to crack the door open slightly, observing discreetly. From the foyer, his grandmother's voice echoed back with a question. What do you need him for? She did not invite the investigators inside, but instead blocked the entrance. We need to ask him a few questions. Here are our credentials. The speaker was a young woman whose voice was alluring. His grandmother's gaze lingered on the identification for a moment before she furrowed her brow and stepped aside. Zhang Yuanqing timely opened the door, scrutinizing the investigators as they entered the living room. The leading investigator was clad in a black suit, complemented by a white shirt and black vest, leaning on a dark wooden cane. His slender visage was adorned with a pair of small mustaches, and his hair was meticulously styled in a slick back. This unmistakable British flair, along with the small mustaches, evoked images of the Ritterny gentleman from the Republican era. To the left of the distinguished gentleman stood a strikingly beautiful young female investigator, her features well-defined, suggesting a hint of mixed heritage. With a playful smile and sparkling, expressive eyes, she exuded an undeniable charm. She stands at approximately 175 centimeters, possessing legs comparable to those of a supermodel. Dressed in formal attire, the hem of her blouse tucked neatly into her trousers, she accentuates her slender waist and ample bosom, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. The final investigator, with a blank expression, wears black-framed glasses, his hair slightly disheveled, embodying the essence of a typical engineer. I am Zhang Yuanqing. What brings you here? As Zhang Yuanqing scrutinizes them, the investigator also takes stock of the young man. The mixed-race female investigator smiles brightly, stating, We are investigators from the Public Security Bureau of Kangnong District, and we have a few questions to ask you. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Very well. Zhang Yuanqing gestures for them to take a seat on the living room sofa. His grandmother pours a glass of water for the three investigators, her face a mask of confusion as she gazes intently at her grandson. She cannot fathom why this cheerful and sociable child she raised would require inquiries from police investigators. The disheveled young investigator retrieves a small notebook and pen, uncapping the latter. The man with slicked back hair sits on the sofa, leaning on his cane, and solemnly inquires, Do you know Labyrinth? We have been friends since childhood. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? A question flashes through his mind. His cousin is the captain of the 2nd Squad at the Public Security Bureau of Kangnong District. Given that these investigators have come to his home, they must have looked into his family background. Logically, knowing they are visiting the family of the 2nd Squad captain, shouldn't there be a brief exchange or acknowledgement? Are they so oblivious to basic human courtesy within the system? However, there was no sign of activity from my cousin's side, clearly indicating ignorance of the situation. Otherwise, even if he did not come over, he would have at least called to inform me. Oh, my dear friend. The man lightly tapped his polished leather shoe and spoke unhurriedly. It is as such. Lei Yibing has gone missing. The Public Security Bureau in Hangqing, Jiangnan Province, contacted us, stating that they discovered a parcel sent on the morning prior to his disappearance, addressed to you. His gaze, profound as a dark pool, bore into Zhang Yuanqing, as if he could penetrate the depths of one's soul. Is this true? Zhang Yuanqing exhibited a look of shock and bewilderment. Gone missing? How can this be? The diligent investigator interjected, Indeed, just moments ago, I received a parcel, but it bore no sender's name, which left me puzzled as to who might have sent it. Zhang Yuanqing nodded gravely. Denial would prove futile. Since the police were able to trace the delivery, examining the community surveillance would be a mere formality. The man with the slicked-back hair nodded, inquiring further. Meanwhile, the elderly woman beside him sighed in relief, yet could not suppress her concern for Lei Yibing. That child had essentially been raised under her watch, despite having moved away many years ago. The parcel was empty, she revealed. Empty. The man narrowed his eyes, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing Zhang Yuanqing. Though I may have lied, the disappearance of the black card renders it indistinguishable from being empty, so I fear not your inquiry. Zhang Yuanqing did not flinch, but met his gaze earnestly, stating, when I opened the parcel, I found it to be devoid of contents, save for protective cushioning. Indeed, the package remains in my room. You may verify this if you wish. Matters that may pose risks are best discussed with one's own family. The man with slicked back hair signaled to his female subordinate with a glance. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, if it is convenient, we would like to inspect your room and your computer. Additionally, please allow me to examine your mobile phone. It is acceptable to check the computer, but I kindly ask that you refrain from accessing the browser history or any study materials stored on the hard drive. Zhang Yuanqing, unperturbed and composed, unlocked his phone's screen and handed it over. The man with slicked back hair received the phone, while the female investigator re-entered the room. He held the phone with one hand, casually swiping the screen a few times before returning it to Zhang Yuanqing, then patiently awaited further developments. After a quarter of an hour, the female investigator emerged, striding confidently, and shook her head in response. The man with slicked back hair nodded slightly and said kindly, thank you for your cooperation. We shall not impose any further. Zhang Yuanqing promptly inquired, may I ask about Lei Yibing's situation? His question stemmed from genuine concern as well as the need to maintain a faade. Hearing about his childhood friend's disappearance without probing for details would indeed seem suspicious. Lei Yibing had vanished from his dormitory, and the corridor surveillance cameras failed to capture any footage of his departure. According to a roommate's account, he had seen Lei Yibing asleep in his bed when he got up to use the restroom that night. Yet, upon waking in the morning, he found him missing. After 24 hours of making no contact, their counselor notified the school, which immediately reported the incident to the police. For more detailed information, you will need to contact the local public security bureau. This is akin to what Uncle Lei mentioned. It appears that the local security bureau has made no progress whatsoever. Perhaps this individual is reluctant to divulge information to me. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The man with the slick back hair, accompanied by two subordinates, approached the security door but paused midway to turn and say, should you uncover any leads, it is imperative that you inform us promptly. Do not conceal anything from us. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to nod in agreement, he heard the man's smile carry a profound implication as he added, otherwise, you may very well be the next to vanish. The next to disappear. What does he mean by that? Is he threatening me? Will I be rendered to oblivion like Brother Bing if I do not surrender the black card? Thank you for the warning. Brother Bing undoubtedly would not want the card to fall into the hands of the security bureau. Otherwise, he would not have sent it to him. Moreover, as a close friend and childhood companion, he trusts that Brother Bing would not betray him. Beside him, his grandmother's expression darkened as she coldly declared, I want to see you off. The slick-haired man chuckled softly, retrieving a business card from the left pocket of his suit and extending it toward Zhang Yuan, saying, feel free to contact me should anything arise. After Zhang Yuan accepted the card, the man led his two subordinates away. How did Ah Bing go missing? Sigh. I shall take the time to visit Ah Bing's mother, he pondered. Once they had departed, his grandmother expressed her concerns. The two families were once neighbors. Having seen each other for over a decade, there is still some bond. Zhang Yuan, appearing fatigued, replied, I stayed up playing with my aunt until 2 or 3 in the morning, and this morning, an old ailment resurfaced, waking me. I was already sleep-deprived. And in my quest to locate Brother Bing and the black card, I have overexerted my mind. Right now, I am utterly exhausted, and my head is spinning. Closing the door, I stepped on my heels, removed my shoes, and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. In the back of a black luxury vehicle, Li Dongzi reclined in a plush leather chair, a gold-handled cane resting against the side. His palm cradled a goblet, gently swirling the crimson liquid within. Guanya, what did you uncover in the room earlier? He turned to gaze at the mixed-race beauty seated beside him. Guanya languidly leaned against the chair, her long legs perfectly aligned, her delicate features etched with seriousness. I made a significant discovery. Do tell, Li Dongzi responded earnestly. The tech-savvy man in the back seat diverted his attention from his phone, intrigued. Guanya continued with gravity. That young man has an affinity for mature women, as his study materials are replete with images of sophisticated ladies. Yet, his trash bin is impeccably clean. This is simply illogical. His social circles are extensive, engaging in various groups, but he is only active in gaming and LSP groups, while other groups have their notifications muted. His room contains nothing but a gaming console, devoid of any other entertainment devices. This lad possesses a rather reclusive disposition. By the way, Chong, you do know what LSP stands for, don't you? The mixed-race beauty playfully mimicked a popular gaming gesture. Her companions were momentarily taken aback, and Li Dongza quickly raised his hand to interrupt, exclaiming in irritation. The long-legged woman, undeterred by her furious superior, replied with a smile, "Let us not be so dull. A bit of levity can enliven the atmosphere." Gradually, she subdued her smile and added, "I did not find anything suspicious on his computer. But beneath the potted plant on the windowsill, I discovered a letter sent to him by Labyrinth. Labyrinth indeed sent something to him, most likely a character card. Though the specific profession remains a mystery." Li Dongza paused in silence for a few moments, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Come back tomorrow, if he hasn't gone missing. Chapter 4. The eerie arrival in a state of drowsiness. Zhang Yuanqing felt something soft and substantial pressing down on him, rendering him somewhat breathless. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a round, exquisite face adorned with a mischievous smile. His aunt, in a playful tone, chided, "You little rascal, daring to stand me up. I shall sit on you until you can't breathe." She perched herself on her nephew, leaning forward, and with a playful gesture, she sat down heavily. Zhang Yuanqing let out a muffled grunt, nearly gasping for air, and in a fit of annoyance, he arched his back, sending her tumbling over. Amidst her startled exclamations, he noticed that night had fallen outside, realizing he had inadvertently slept from morning until evening. Time to eat. His aunt lay sideways on the bed, delivering playful kicks to her nephew's rear. "Please, no retaliation. I uphold respect for the elderly and cherish the young. I won't stoop to your level." Zhang Yuanqing slipped to the edge of the bed, donned his shoes, and exited the room. The rich aroma of food wafted through the living room, where his grandparents were seated at the dining table. His grandfather, tall and slender with silver hair, wore a serious expression, rarely smiling. "So, how do you find the match we arranged for you this time?" his grandmother asked expectantly at the table. "Not bad. A 6-figure salary, a corporate executive, quite satisfactory," Zhang Yuanqing replied, and his aunt nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "You say that every time, yet you always end up blocking them." Grandmother extended her finger and sharply poked her daughter's forehead, admonishing, "Be more mindful. Consider your age." "Indeed." Zhang Yuanqing, relishing the moment, was soon met with a fierce kick from Jiang Yue. The two began to kick each other beneath the table, causing it to rattle incessantly. With a thunderous shout from grandmother, Zhang Yuanqing and her aunt immediately bowed their heads to continue eating. Working overtime, Zhang Yuanqing could not suppress her disappointment and let out a soft sigh. Upon returning to her room, she locked the door and picked up her phone to dial her cousin. Since face-to-face communication was not an option, a phone call would suffice. Yet, conversing over the phone was never as clear-cut as speaking in person. The call connected swiftly, but the speaker emitted the distressing sound of a low battery alert. In a meeting, Zhang Yuanqing helplessly hung up. Her cousin, as a security captain, was often busy, with irregular eating and sleeping patterns. Such instances of being unreachable were common, and she had grown accustomed to it. Lying on her bed, she stared at the ceiling, allowing her thoughts to drift. If Brother Bing's disappearance was indeed orchestrated by someone, and their objective was the black card, then caution was paramount. The most prudent course of action would be to entrust the black card to her cousin, who could then relay it to his superiors. Given the administrative standing of the Public Security Bureau in Songhai City, the influence from Jiangnan Province was relatively limited. Yet the dilemma remained: the black card was missing. Which was the most vexing issue? Zhang Yuanqing scratched her head in frustration. All she could do was be forthright with her cousin, allowing him to report to higher authorities and then follow the arrangements. After all, she was merely an ordinary university student, powerless to effect change. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing felt a throbbing pain on his forehead, a sensation of heat radiating from it. He instinctively reached up to scratch, only to find the pain intensifying. Bewildered, he rose from his bed and approached the dressing mirror that stood by the window, examining his reflection. In the mirror, he beheld the visage of a young man. With delicate features and fair skin, untouched by the harshness of society or the ravages of time. Instead, he radiated an exuberant vitality typical of youth. However, upon his forehead lay a striking black crescent mark, vivid and lifelike, with irregular patches clearly visible on its surface. At the base of this crescent, there was a bar resembling a progress indicator, currently displaying 90. Zhang Yuanqing staggered back in shock, rubbing his forehead vigorously, but the mark seemed as indelible as a tattoo, refusing to fade. How could such a thing exist on my forehead? When did it appear? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, mingled with confusion and anxiety. Wait, this pattern, is it not the black moon from the card? He paused, realization dawning upon him. The black card had not been lost. Instead, it had entered his body, transforming into this enigmatic mark on his forehead in a manner beyond his comprehension. Lost in contemplation, he noticed the progress indicator beneath the black moon had changed to 92, accompanied by a pulsating sensation as his forehead grew increasingly warm. What is this? A supernatural phenomenon? Advanced technology? An illusion? In this moment, the contents of the letter resurfaced in my mind. It was a gift capable of transforming lives. The black card truly was a treasure, thus. My previous surmise proved accurate. Someone coveted this card, and in an effort to thwart their intentions, Brother Bing sent it to me, which consequently led to his disappearance. Zhang Yuanqing, torn between concern for Brother Bing and an unspoken anticipation, fixated on the progress bar. What would transpire when it reached 100? Having witnessed the extraordinary before him, he felt an insatiable curiosity about the forthcoming changes. After enduring several bouts of searing pain, the progress bar at the bottom of the black card finally completed its journey, reaching 100. In the next instant, a dispassionate voice devoid of emotion resonated in his ears. Character card restart complete. Name, to be named, please name immediately. Race, human. Class, night wanderer. Level, 0. Skills, none. Experience, 0. Moral value, 60. Initial value, beneath the moral value. An additional note appeared. Never allow your moral value to fall below 60. In the past, you may have had no choice, but now, please strive to be a good person. Gazing at the ethereal blue character attribute panel that materialized before him, Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily bewildered. Pondering the nature of this phenomenon, tentatively, he inquired, System? As a proficient internet navigator, possessing a broad range of experiences was an essential quality. Please name the character immediately. The attribute panel, suspended in midair, projected a glowing blue handwritten box. It is not merely a system, otherwise, the level of intelligence would be exceedingly low, rendering communication impossible. Embracing a step-by-step approach, Zhang Yuanqing extended his finger and inscribed his name, Zhang Yuanqing. Warning. Please refrain from using this name. Unable to comprehend the restriction, Zhang Yuanqing paused momentarily before penning a second name, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Naming successful. The spirit realm will activate in 10 seconds. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Good luck. Before he could regain his composure, the countdown of 10 seconds concluded. Ding! The spirit realm map is now open. Welcome to the Night Wanderers Xiling Tunnel. Number 0079. Difficulty level S. Type Solo. Death type. Main Quest 1. Survive for 3 hours. Main Quest 2. Explore Spirit Realm number 0079. Current exploration progress 0. Note. Non-spirit realm items cannot be brought in. Introduction to Spirit Realm No. 0079. Are you familiar with one of the 10 bizarre tales of Songhai, the Xiling Tunnel? Constructed at the end of the last century, during the tunnel's construction, a work crew entered the tunnel on a rainy night and subsequently vanished without a trace. The Public Security Bureau organized search teams for several days, ultimately finding one worker who had participated in the excavation that night. However, the others were never seen again. Although the survivor managed to stay alive, he was profoundly affected by some inexplicable trauma, leading to a deterioration of his mental state, rendering him quite unhinged. Regardless of how the officers inquired, he incessantly repeated a singular phrase. He said, "Do not enter the temple, do not enter the temple." The voice in my ears grew fainter, gradually becoming inaudible, while the scenery before my eyes rippled like a disturbed lake surface, distorting and blurring. In an instant, the image stabilized. The dim light illuminated the uneven walls, and beneath my feet lay a path paved with fine gravel. Where am I? Zhang Yuanqing looked around in astonishment, realizing he was in an ancient tunnel, with vintage xenon lamps casting a feeble orange glow upon the arched ceiling. Chapter 5. The Ancient Temple and Abandoned Tunnel. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of panic as he surveyed his surroundings, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment that would bewilder anyone. A tunnel? Is this the Shencheng tunnel from the tales of the supernatural? Being a native of Songhai City, he was well aware of the Shencheng tunnel, one of the top 10 ghost stories. As a child, when he misbehaved and stayed awake at night, his grandmother would frighten him with these tales. The real Shencheng tunnel could not possibly resemble this. It was far too antiquated. But this is a spirit realm, not the actual Shencheng tunnel. The cramped surroundings instilled a sense of unease, compelling Zhang Yuanqing to cautiously advance, with only the sound of his solitary footsteps echoing in his ears. As he walked, he pondered his predicament and the information imparted by the voice in his mind. Without a doubt, he had encountered a supernatural phenomenon, drawn into a ghost story to fulfill a task bestowed by a mysterious force. That voice had assigned me 2 missions, to survive for 3 hours and to explore the spirit realm. The difficulty level was rated S, classified as a solo death type. This death type fills me with dread. Surviving for 3 hours signifies the presence of immense danger. To explore the spiritual realm, it must be the investigation of this tunnel, which implies peril lurks within. He quietly tensed his nerves, a question flickering through his mind. What rewards await upon the completion of this task? Since it is indeed a task, there must be some form of reward. According to the previous attributes panel, my profession is that of a night wanderer, albeit at level 0 instead of 1. Becoming a night wanderer should be one of the rewards, but what does it entail? Zhang Yuanqing silently analyzed the information at hand. At that moment, the vintage xenon lamp beside him flickered erratically, as if the circuitry was unstable. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, he faintly discerned the silhouette of a figure donning a miner's hat beneath the lamp. Turning to look, the xenon lamp resumed its steady glow, no longer flickering. The shadow of the figure in the miner's hat seemed to be a mere figment of his imagination. After this unsettling experience, Zhang Yuanqing felt an urge to flee from this haunted place and hastily made his way towards the tunnel's exit. No one followed. The orange xenon lamp elongated his shadow, and alongside it trailed a dozen other shadows. They have been following me? A chill surged from his feet to his head, raising goosebumps all over his body. His face turned pale with fright, and he sprinted away in a panic. At last, the tunnel's mouth appeared ahead, the outside illuminated by the cold, frosty moonlight. Zhang Yuanqing burst forth from the tunnel, leaning on his knees as he bent down to catch his breath. Once he had regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The full moon, like a disk, hung solitary in the night sky, its radiance rendering the stars dim in comparison. The lush forest was bathed in moonlight, casting deep, dense shadows across the ground. He found himself amidst desolate mountains and wild hills. The xenon lights within the tunnel flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. The vast mouth of the tunnel lay in profound darkness, resembling the gaping maw of a predator poised to devour. Urgently, he took his leave. Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine as he ascended the rugged mountain path. They stood in the shadows, untouched by moonlight, silent as if bidding him farewell. Startled, Zhang Yuanqing stumbled backward and turned to flee up the mountain. The path was flanked by lush foliage, dappled with fragments of moonlight, sufficient for Zhang Yuanqing to discern his way. Yet, the eerie silence of the mountains was unsettling. The absence of chirping insects and singing birds rendered his footsteps resoundingly loud. He surveyed his surroundings, the full moon hanging like a disk, the shadows of the trees swaying. And he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him from the darkness. After an indeterminate period of time, until a sheen of sweat formed on his body, he finally emerged from the dense woods, his vision suddenly unconfined. Moonlight poured down like water, surrounding him in a hushed stillness. And at the end of the rugged trail stood an abandoned ancient temple, silently poised in the dark. This temple had languished in neglect for countless years. The entrance door was weathered and blackened, riddled with holes, and a lantern had fallen to the ground, leaving only its bamboo skeleton. The plaque still hung, thick with cobwebs, askew beneath the eaves, but the dim light rendered the inscription indecipherable. The steps before the temple were cracked and overrun with weeds. In this remote wilderness, devoid of villages or shops, how could a temple possibly exist? Wait, a temple? Zhang Yuanqing abruptly realized, as if the voice from the ethereal realm's informational guide echoed in his ears. Do not enter the temple. Do not enter the temple. According to that peculiar voice's admonition, I should refrain from entering the temple. No, I have already emerged from the tunnel, which signifies that what I truly seek to explore is this dilapidated ancient temple. Hesitating at the temple's entrance for an extended period, Zhang Yuanqing cautiously advanced toward the ancient edifice shrouded in darkness, stepping over the crumbling threshold. Before him lay an expansive courtyard, overgrown with wild grass that reached his waist. A decayed incense burner, half his height, lay toppled amidst the verdant chaos, bearing witness to countless years of wind and rain. Beneath his feet stretched a pathway paved with blue stone slabs, with tufts of wild grass sprouting between the cracks. Following the undulating expanse of withered grass, he gazed toward the path's end, where stood a weathered main hall, its foundation elevated, with 6 imposing steps leading up to it. Through the lattice door of the main hall, a dim, yellowish light emanated. Is there illumination? The surroundings were eerily silent, desolate, and dilapidated, as the silvery moonlight cascaded down. In such an environment, that faint glow offered no warmth to Zhang Yuanqing. Rather, it heightened his sense of dread. Rustling, treading upon the clusters of withered grass. He remained vigilant as he approached the main hall, the sound of his footsteps echoing distinctly in the vast emptiness. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's ears perked up. He perceived an additional footstep behind him. Something was following him. Whirling around, he found the night thick as water, the overgrown grass flourishing, yet nothing lay behind him. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? Zhang Yuanqing stood frozen for a moment, his heart pounding with trepidation, before he resumed his hurried steps. The sound of shuffling feet echoed again, and this time he could discern it clearly. Something was indeed following him. The footsteps behind him quickened in pursuit. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhang Yuanqing could no longer contain himself. Goosebumps erupted on his skin as he broke into a frantic run towards the main hall. The footsteps trailed closely behind, relentless as shadows. In the midst of the chase, he swiftly emerged from the overgrown grass and approached the main hall, leaping up the 6 stone steps in 2 bounds. Finally, with a resounding crash, he pushed open the 2 lattice doors of the hall. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased. He exhaled deeply, relieved that he was not being followed. After catching his breath, he gently closed the door to the hall, as if to seal his fear outside. He then surveyed the interior of the hall. On a high stone pedestal stood a regal figure adorned in a fur cloak and exquisite garments, a goddess, her round face framed by long, delicate eyes radiating benevolence. One hand clasped a whisk, while the other was poised in a grasping gesture, as if once holding something that was now conspicuously absent. Flanking her were 2 youths wielding swords and maidens holding books. Before the pedestal lay a sacrificial table, thick with dust, upon which a candle holder stood. A single candle, 20 centimeters long and as thick as an infant's arm, burned quietly. The flickering light dispelled the darkness, seemingly alleviating the fear that had gripped Zhang Yuanqing, bringing a sense of calm to his tumultuous emotions. On the left wall hung 2 weathered, cracked wooden boards, etched with faded characters in a formal script. Zhang Yuanqing strolled leisurely to the wall, captivated by the flickering candlelight of dusk, examining the calligraphic style reminiscent of classical Chinese prose. His proficiency in the language was commendable. Through a blend of conjecture and observation, he gained a lucid understanding of his surroundings. This mountain was known as Sandow Mountain, and the deity worshipped within the temple was revered as the Lady of Sandow Mountain. This divine figure, originating from Songfu during the early Ming dynasty, practiced asceticism on Sandow Mountain, mastering the arts of talismans and alchemy. She was believed to summon rain, dispel malevolent spirits, and ensure a bountiful climate for the local populace, thus earning their veneration. Following her ascension, the local authorities erected this temple in her honor, naming it the Sandow Mountain Temple, managed by her disciples who served as custodians of the incense offerings. This temple, dating back to the early Ming era, had stood for 5 or 6 centuries. Zhang Yuanqing mumbled to himself. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept beneath the offering table, and a chill coursed through him. A dark silhouette lay nestled in the shadows beneath the table. In his earlier state of trepidation and with the dim candlelight, he had failed to notice it at first. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yuanqing approached cautiously, peering closely to discover that it was a skeleton, the remnants of a long-deceased body. In his mix of fear and relief, he found the skeletal remains less terrifying than the eerie temple itself. Drawing nearer, illuminated by the faint glow of the candle, he discerned the attire draped over the skeleton, a dust-laden work uniform. A worker? Could this belong to a construction team from years past? Thus, I have indeed entered the realm of urban legends. As Zhang Yuanqing pondered this possibility, a more chilling thought struck him. Perhaps the construction team, much like himself, had inadvertently stumbled into this place, leaving behind the seeds of a modern myth. If that were the case, This so-called spiritual realm was merely a manifestation conjured by the tales of the uncanny. If the latter is true, it suggests that the ancient temple has always existed. And both the construction team and he himself are victims of circumstance. According to the historical background of the mountain god temple, Zhang Yuanqing leans towards this interpretation. A whole construction team perished within the temple, with only one survivor. Indeed, it is a place where death can occur. Now, as I step into this temple, I find myself in imminent danger of the unknown. He gasped, tension mounting within him once more, instinctively surveying his surroundings. This ancient temple hails from the Ming dynasty, steeped in history. How could the candles still be burning? Who could be replacing the candles in the main hall? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became, as even the benevolent-looking statue seemed to emanate an eerie chill in the flickering candlelight. They stood upon their pedestal, casting their watchful gaze upon Zhang Yuanqing beneath the dimming glow of dusk. Chapter 6. The Tale of the Mountain God Temple. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming desire to leave the main hall. A sense of despair enveloped him, as if he were calling out to the heavens in vain, and the earth offered no solace. This place was fraught with peril, yet he had no means to seek help from the outside world. He could rely solely on himself. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and resolutely bent down to pull the skeletal figure clad in work attire from its resting place. As he tugged, the protective clothing was easily torn apart, having decayed over the years. Dragging the corpse into the candlelight, he suppressed his discomfort and began his examination. Though the person was deceased, the body could still convey its story. Discerning the cause of death could help him avoid numerous dangers. The sternum and several ribs were fractured, and the right shoulder bore fine cracks, yet the injuries were not deemed severe. The deceased had endured significant trauma in life, but the specific cause of death remained elusive due to the passage of time. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanqing discovered a few yellowed and brittle papers within the pocket of a senior worker, indicating their considerable age. The text was inscribed in meticulous regular script, revealing tiny characters. A surge of joy filled Zhang Yuanqing's heart, for the paper was evidently found by the senior worker in the temple, which would aid him in understanding the circumstances surrounding the ancient shrine. By the flickering candlelight, he focused intently on the contents of the papers. It was noted that another junior disciple had gone missing last night, marking the third inexplicable disappearance within the temple. The brothers speculated that the three-path mountain was haunted, or perhaps a powerful spirit had arrived, abducting individuals for sustenance each night. However, many disciples possessed formidable skills, and the master was a renowned figure in the region, making it unlikely that any spirit would dare to intrude upon this sacred ground for nourishment. As for ghosts, my corpse-restraining talismans and spirit-calling charms were sufficient to address any disturbances without burdening the master. A sense of foreboding gnawed at me, compelling me to confer with my senior brother. Today, yet another individual has vanished, the fifth in total. The master instructed us to conceal this from the worshippers, lest it disrupt the temple's incense offerings. He must be aware of something. My senior brother and I plan to patrol the grounds tonight. 3 days have elapsed, during which 3 more individuals have disappeared, yet my senior brother and I have uncovered no clues. The nights remain eerily tranquil. A foreboding sense of unease deepened within me. My senior brother was acting strangely today, as if he had uncovered something significant, radiating an intense anger. When I inquired, he remained tight-lipped. His mood was quite dismal. Perhaps I shall wait until tomorrow to ask him again. The individual who has gone missing today is my senior brother. I searched the entirety of Sandow Mountain, but to no avail. I can no longer endure this. I must seek out the master for clarity. The brothers in the temple stand with me, sharing in the same trepidation. Zhang Yuanqing continued reading. After persistent questioning, the master finally consented to reveal the truth to me. My premonition was indeed correct. He was aware of the bizarre disappearances of the junior disciples. However, he cautioned that amidst the bustling daylight, he would come to my room after sunset to disclose an immense secret, one that pertains to the rise and fall spanning thousands of years. After dinner, I awaited his arrival in my chamber, counting down the moments until dusk. Since the night when someone vanished, I had never anticipated the darkness with such fervor. The written account concluded here. He reflected upon the information contained within the pages. During a certain year, the disciples of this mountain temple had inexplicably vanished one after another. The disciples found themselves helpless as panic began to spread. It appeared that the temple's abbot, their master, harbored knowledge of the underlying cause. This cause was tied to a monumental secret concerning the temple's decline over millennia. Zhang Yuanqing speculated whether uncovering this origin might lead to the completion of a second primary quest. There is little information about the main hall, and since the exploration of the ancient temple is imperative, one must venture outside, thereby confronting the inherent dangers within. According to the eerie tales surrounding the Xiling tunnel, there was a worker who managed to survive, and perhaps tracing his path may unveil a means of enduring. After careful contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing approached the entrance of the main hall and opened the two well-preserved lattice doors. The wooden hinges emitted a sound that could set one's teeth on edge. Bracing himself against the door frame, he peered outside, scanning left and right. Silence enveloped the surroundings, which, though somewhat desolate and eerie, did not reveal any immediate threats. After observing for a while, he stepped over the threshold and, following the cobbled path along the left side of the main hall, made his way toward the backyard of the mountain god temple. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a silvery glow over the undulating weeds. After walking for a minute or two, he came upon a cluster of buildings. These were interconnected single-story houses, forming a vast courtyard, characterized by black tiles and white walls, with a linear roof ridge. Beneath the eaves were lattice windows and doors, their surfaces dulled and worn, some ajar, others askew or tightly shut. The paper used for window coverings tattered by the passage of time. The moonlight shone brilliantly, resembling frost settling upon the earth. And he cast a glance at the layout of the mountain god temple's backyard. Besides the courtyard before him, there was an arched doorway on the eastern side, reminiscent of the back courtyards found in grand estates depicted in films. Adjacent to this courtyard stood a towering tree, its branches lush and gnarled. To his surprise, amid the undulating grass in the courtyard, he discovered several skeletons wrapped in work attire. Cautiously inching closer, he meticulously examined each skeleton, noting the severe damage inflicted upon them. Beneath their work uniforms lay shattered bones. Yet, apart from the one in the main hall, the shoulder bones of the skeletons here were remarkably intact, devoid of fractures. These individuals had evidently endured horrific trauma before their demise, meeting a tragic fate. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves. And amidst the whispers carried by the breeze, Zhang Yuanqing discerned a haunting murmur. "Help, help," in the desolate silence of that forsaken night. A cold sweat trickled down his back. He stood rigidly in place for what felt like an eternity until the wind ceased, and the lamenting whispers faded with it. The adjacent courtyard seemed to harbor a hint of danger, yet whatever lay within did not approach. He exhaled silently, treading over the overgrown weeds as he stepped under the eaves, intent on exploring the courtyard. This appeared to be a dwelling for the temple's disciples, cluttered with dilapidated, dust-laden furniture, the air thick with a faint, decaying odor. Zhang Yuanqing explored each room methodically, uncovering nothing of particular note, until he pushed open the lattice door at the far eastern end. The creaking of the door, sealed for an indeterminate number of years, echoed as it swung open, dust cascading down. He brushed the dust off his shoulder, his gaze warily sweeping across every corner of the room. In this long-abandoned chamber, positioned by the window, lay a body propped against the wall, slumped at an odd angle. From the attire and the fallen miner's helmet, it could be surmised that this was yet another predecessor. Stepping over the threshold and into the room, Zhang Yuanqing shivered, inexplicably sensing a notable drop in the surrounding temperature. It felt rather cold. He cautiously approached the lifeless body, peeling back the tattered garments to examine the skeletal structure as per his usual practice. This time, however, he was relieved to find no shattered bones. The skeleton was remarkably intact. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the shoulder blade of the corpse, his pupils constricted in alarm. An exaggerated fissure marred the bone. This was akin to the crack observed on the shoulder of the body in the main hall, but here, the damage appeared far more severe. Was it mere coincidence that only these two corpses bore such fractures? He muttered to himself, unease creeping in. Then, Zhang Yuanqing noticed that the corpse's pocket bulged oddly, as though concealing something within. Reaching in, he retrieved a weathered ancient tome, a dusty copper mirror, and a piece of yellowed paper talisman. The talisman was adorned with twisted patterns drawn in vermilion, somewhat reminiscent of runes, and these designs coalesced to form a character that resembled the traditional form of the word for corpse. As he scrutinized the talisman, a luminescent blue message materialized before his eyes. Name, corpse subduing talisman. Type, consumable. Function, subdues corpses. Description, a powerful talisman crafted by the Night Wanderer. It is the bane of all corpses and spectral entities. Affixing it to the forehead of a spectral being will complete the sealing process. Note, it can only be used once. This azure message bore a resemblance to his attributes panel, and it was clear that it was a prompt from the spiritual realm. It marked the first time he had encountered such a notification since entering the enigmatic ancient temple. It was undoubtedly an item of significance. Zhang Yuanqing carefully folded the cloth and tucked it into the pocket of his jacket, zipping it up. After a moment's contemplation, he unzipped it again, recalling a narrative from a martial arts novel in which a master swordsman, adept in his craft, would wrap his sword in cloth and carry it on his back. One day, while the swordsman dined, a challenger approached him to issue a duel. The swordsman met his demise, the cause being the inconvenience of the unwrapped cloth. Zhang Yuanqing then picked up an ancient tome and a bronze mirror. Finding no pertinent information within, he set the bronze mirror aside and cautiously unfolded the brittle, yellowed pages of the tome. It bore the inscription, "The rebellion of the Yan King has ignited chaos, and my master, being the most formidable of the Night Wanderer lineage from Songfu, must descend from the mountain to guide the departed. Otherwise, with the war unresolved and calamities looming, the common folk shall find no peace." Feeling a twinge of discomfort in his shoulders, Zhang Yuanqing rubbed them, initially concluding that this was a collection of musings, akin to a diary. The entries chronicled the author's experiences during his meditative practices at a temple. The handwriting suggested that this diary originated from the same source as the papers found on the corpse in the main hall. However, he remained uncertain whether this temple truly existed in historical records, as the writings contained esoteric terms related to the Night Wanderer's cultivation techniques and incantations. After stretching his sore shoulders, Zhang Yuanqing cast a vigilant glance around the room, listening intently to the sounds outside. Confirming that all was well, he resumed his reading of the diary. Soon, he turned to the subsequent content of the main hall, the preceding pages having been torn away. The continuation read, "As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, I heard a knock at the door. Eagerly, I opened it, only to find not my master, but the elder brother who had gone missing the previous night. The elder brother stared intently at me and uttered, 'Do not trust the master.'" As Zhang Yuanqing turned to the next page, he discovered that the note ceased abruptly. The diary's owner had not written again. What does "do not trust the master" mean? A chill gripped Zhang Yuanqing's heart at this unexpected twist. However, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the bronze mirror, his body suddenly stiffened. The moonlight, soft as water, cast upon the mirror's surface, reflecting his visage, while behind him, a figure loomed. The person was pallid, lips a deep purple, with eyes as white as snow, their head tilted resting on Zhang Yuanqing's shoulder, those lifeless white eyes fixated upon him. Chapter 7. Return to Sand Value, which plummeted to zero. A wave of cold surged from his tailbone, racing to the crown of his head. Zhang Yuanqing, like a startled cat, leapt into the air, a curse escaping his lips. Damn it. This was an instinctive reaction to intense shock or fright. He finally understood why his shoulder felt so sore and why the corpse by the window carried a bronze mirror. It was to observe whether a vengeful spirit was perched upon one's shoulder. When had it settled there? Was it upon entering the courtyard or this very room? Who had emboldened him to venture forth? Was it Liang Jingru? His mind was in a tumult, an array of thoughts erupting in an instant, terror crashing upon him like a relentless tide. Although he was aware of the eerie and frightening entities that resided within this temple, and had mentally prepared himself for such an encounter, the moment he confronted the supernatural, an indescribable panic surged within him. Ah, yes, I possess a talisman. Zhang Yuanqing trembled as he retrieved the yellow paper talisman from the left pocket of his windbreaker, desperately affixing it to his shoulder, as if a dead horse could serve as a living one. With a resounding slap, the corpse-restraining talisman adhered to his shoulder. He cautiously lifted the brass mirror, peering into it, and beheld a man with a pallid complexion, lips as dark as coal, and a pair of lifeless white eyes, still lurking upon his shoulder. It was futile. This entity did not qualify as a corpse or a malevolent spirit. The last vestige of hope evaporated, and Zhang Yuanqing felt his shoulder growing increasingly sore, his limbs growing cold. This was no mere illusion. It was the tangible loss of his vital energy. In that moment, he recalled the corpse beneath the main hall's table, as well as the tragic fate of the predecessor who had perished beneath the window. He realized that he might very well share the same grim fate as those two. A chilling dread coursed through him. Suddenly, in this life-threatening moment, faint footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The footsteps were light, yet in the stillness of the night, they resonated clearly. Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced, and he swiftly crouched down beside the corpse at the window. The footsteps sounded eerily familiar, reminiscent of the sounds he had heard upon entering the temple. The footsteps drew nearer, approaching his position, and he dared not draw a breath, his body taut with tension, faintly hearing the frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat. As footsteps passed by outside the window, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but glance at the floor of the room. The moonlight streamed in, casting a lattice shadow upon the ground. The window was not high, reaching only to his waist, thus at an average height. Anyone passing outside would surely be illuminated on the floor. Yet, he beheld nothing. This indicated that whatever traversed outside possessed no corporeal form. Fortunately, the footsteps continued past the window without pausing or entering the room, gradually fading into the distance. Zhang Yuanqing let out a silent sigh of relief, intently capturing the sound of the receding steps, which crunched upon the overgrown grass in the courtyard. Then they halted, and moments later, the footsteps resumed. What could they be doing in the yard? With a chill coursing through his body, he struggled to rise, peering through the tattered window paper to gaze outside. Beneath the moonlight, amidst the wild grass, a pair of brand-new, Western-style red dancing shoes performed a tap dance in the night. The moonlit night, the desolate temple. The red dancing shoes, and the solitary dance, this scene appeared both absurdly eerie and imbued with an indescribable sense of loneliness. How could a pair of Western-style dancing shoes exist within a Ming Dynasty mountain god temple? Time ticked away, and the vengeful spirit perched upon his shoulder continued to siphon his vital energy, intensifying the rigidity of his body and transforming the ache in his shoulder into a piercing agony. He sensed that if this continued, he would either drain his life force and perish or shatter his shoulder bone and succumb to his injuries. Amidst this torment, the dance in the courtyard vanished. Zhang Yuanqing still dared not reveal himself, waiting a moment longer before cautiously peering out through the window towards the yard. The yard was filled with moonlight, and the wild grass stood silently as the eerie dancing shoes departed. He exhaled deeply, releasing a heavy sigh of relief, but as he attempted to rise, his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Once the taut nerves relaxed and the adrenaline ebbed away, he finally realized that his condition was far worse than he had imagined. Trembling, he grasped a copper mirror. In its dusty surface, Zhang Yuanqing beheld his pallid visage, a countenance marked by despair, with dimmed pupils. This was no ordinary person. He resembled a withered ghost, drained of life. On his shoulder, the vengeful spirit with lips as dark as night watched him silently, its gaze haunting. If this continued, death was inevitable. Yet what could he do? He could not even reach the spirit that clung to his shoulder. The excruciating pain in his shoulder forced him to lean against the wall for support. Glancing sideways at the corpse of the worker, he noted that their positions mirrored each other perfectly. So it was. Zhang Yuanqing managed a bitter smile, as if he could glimpse his own fate, hearing the sigh of death itself. Yet, he did not relinquish his desire to survive. His mind remained active, functioning like an overburdened CPU, seeking hope amidst despair. In a fleeting moment, the body beneath the main hall table flickered through the chaotic stream of information. The degree of shoulder injury differed between the two corpses. The one in the hall bore a non-fatal wound. Had the spirit relinquished its grasp on him? No, the vengeful spirit would never show mercy. Why did he choose to hide beneath the table? The red ballet shoes had stealthily trailed behind me when I entered the temple. Yet upon my arrival in the main hall, they vanished. At this thought, a glimmer of hope ignited within Zhang Yuanqing's dim and murky pupils. He immediately rose, his steps unsteady as he departed the room, each stride laden with the weight of a great mountain. Thud! He collapsed in the yard, falling amidst the overgrown weeds. Unable to rise again, Zhang Yuanqing's teeth trembled, clashing together with a clattering sound, as he felt as though he were ensnared in the grip of a bitter winter. The frigid air stripped away his warmth, eroding his will. Inch by inch, he crawled toward the main hall, summoning every ounce of strength to hold his head high, ensuring that the silhouette of the structure remained reflected in his eyes, lest the hope within them extinguish. The distance to the main hall, which should have taken merely a minute to traverse, felt as remote as the ends of the earth. At last, as he crawled into the eaves of the main hall, a haunting scream echoed in his ears, and the burdens of cold, dizziness, and rigidity instantaneously dissipated. Zhang Yuanqing scrambled onto the pedestal, unsteadily making his way to the front of the hall, pushing open the lattice door and tumbling over the threshold. The candlelight flickered like tiny beans, dispelling the gloom and bestowing a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. He lay sprawled on the ground in a starfish position, his chest rising and falling as he gasped for breath, remaining in that position for 2 or 3 minutes before finally feeling as though he had truly come back to life. It is utterly terrifying. My conjecture proves correct. The main hall serves as a sanctuary. By observing the differing injuries on the shoulders of the two skeletons, he deduces that some force must have intervened to prevent the vengeful spirit from pursuing the individual within the hall. Meanwhile, The worker curled up and perished beneath the table, reflecting the instinctive desire to hide that manifests in moments of extreme fear. In the mind of this esteemed worker, the main hall was a bastion of safety. The cessation of the red dancing shoes pursuit subtly corroborated this hypothesis. During the ensuing hours, Zhang Yuanqing remained in the main hall until the pain in his shoulder subsided and his body temperature normalized. Indeed, he encountered no further peril. Moreover, the most bizarre and dreadful source of this temple could not merely be attributed to the vengeful spirit. He did not allow himself to feel triumphant for having narrowly escaped death. This ancient temple was far more complex. One must remember that a whole construction team had perished here prior to his arrival. After resting for a considerable time, he gradually relinquished his fear, pondering whether to venture outside for further exploration. Once again, the voice echoed in his mind. Main Quest 1. Survive for 3 hours. Completed. Main Quest 2. Explore Spirit Realm 0079. Progress. 20. Yuan Shi Tianzun. Congratulations on completing a main quest. Rewards are being calculated. Items props acquired. Corpse restraining talismans viewable in inventory. Experience points gained. 15. Inventory unlocked. You will receive 36 hours of rest. The next opening of Spirit Realm 0079 will be in 35, 59, 40. The scenery within the main hall contorted, resembling the rippling surface of water stirred by the wind. Taking a deep breath, he found the air to be remarkably sweet. How wonderful it is to be alive. How splendid is the world. After a brief pause, Zhang Yuanqing sat up and unzipped his tactical jacket, realizing that the corpse-restraining talisman was indeed missing. Naturally, the thought of retrieving the item surfaced in his mind, and in the next moment, a cerulean grid materialized before him. It comprised 5 squares, with the first square containing the yellow paper talisman. It was a curious experience. Upon unlocking the inventory, this function seemed to be instinctual, as if he inherently knew how to access it without any prior learning. Aside from the corpse-restraining talisman, he also gained 15 experience points, yet his level remained at 0, indicating that he had not yet ascended to the status of a night wanderer and remained an ordinary person. Surviving 3 hours had nearly cost him his life. How would he tackle the second task? Was this truly the S-class difficulty? The more Zhang Yuanqing pondered, the more despair enveloped him, feeling as though he had been led astray by his comrade. This tattered card could indeed alter one's fate, yet it was undeniably challenging to wield. He possessed a keen awareness of his limitations, recognizing himself as merely a university student who had never even harmed a chicken. It would be exceedingly difficult to survive the forthcoming second task alone. As a staunchly loyal youth of socialism, he understood that he must rely on the state and the government in this dire moment. Thus, he reached for his phone, intending to call his cousin. But his finger hesitated upon touching the screen. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps he had a better option. Immediately, he rolled out of bed and rummaged through the drawer of his desk, locating the business card left by the man with the pompadour. The business card bore his name and contact information. The encounter of the evening evoked thoughts of the mysterious disappearance of Soldier Brother. If he had not managed to escape alive, he too would have vanished without a trace. It is certain that Soldier Brother had long been entangled with the so-called spiritual realms. Thus, his disappearance could perhaps be attributed to his entrance into one of these realms. Following this line of reasoning, the investigator from the Public Security Bureau seemed credible. He had another reason for reaching out to the man with the pompadour. The latter had insinuated that he too might go missing, subtly suggesting he would enter these spiritual domains. Coupled with the fact that his cousin was unaware of this situation, Zhang Yuanqing had ample grounds to deduce that the 3 individuals were specialized personnel tasked with handling such peculiar incidents. After contemplating this, Zhang Yuanqing dialed the number on the business card. After a few seconds of beeping, the call connected, and a mature male voice on the other end inquired, "Who is this?" Chapter 8. Contact. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to steady his voice. "Officer Li, this is Zhang Yuanqing." "Ah, it's you. What brings you to contact me at this late hour? Why didn't you mention this before?" There was no hint of surprise in Li Dong's tone. Zhang Yuanqing hesitated momentarily before divulging his speculations regarding Soldier Brother's disappearance in detail. After a brief silence, the other end chuckled softly. "You certainly have a flair for the dramatic." Guanyu was right. Zhang Yuanqing's personality was indeed rather reclusive. A normal, cheerful, optimistic college student would not exhibit such a high degree of suspicion. "Apologies." Zhang Yuanqing felt a hint of embarrassment and promptly shifted the conversation. Delving into the crux of the matter, "I encountered some rather peculiar and perplexing occurrences tonight." Do you grasp my meaning? It appears you have successfully emerged from the spiritual realm, Li Dongzi remarked, a note of relief evident in his tone. The other party was indeed familiar with the spiritual realm. Li Dongzi continued, as a university student, congratulations on becoming a seeker of the spiritual realm. This is the designation for individuals like us. I too am a seeker, albeit officially recognized, while you are an independent one. Seeker of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing pondered this phrase and inquired, what exactly is the spiritual realm? He had an abundance of questions yearning for answers, but could only begin with the most fundamental. I cannot disclose that information at present. If you wish to learn about the spiritual realm, you must make a choice, Li Dongzi replied solemnly. The official stance on the spiritual realm is twofold. One approach is to absorb and cultivate, while the other is to supervise and control. The former entails joining us and becoming an official seeker of the spiritual realm, whereas the latter allows you to remain an independent practitioner. You simply need to register with us and pledge not to misuse your abilities in violation of regulations, and we shall not interfere. However, you will not receive any support from the official channels. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanqing declared, I am willing to join the organization. To dedicate my life and blood for the nation and its people. Li Dongzi chuckled. You truly embody the spirit of someone from a family of law enforcement officers. Your awareness is commendable. Zhang Yuanqing found it difficult to discern whether the other was being sarcastic or sincere. Then you should rest early. I will come to fetch you at 8 in the morning, Li Dongzi stated. Isn't it now? Zhang Yuanqing hesitated. Tomorrow? What else could it be? What time is it? If you wish to devote yourself to the organization, you must wait until they commence their duties. You prefer not to discuss it over the phone, fearing I might retract my commitment, seeking to obtain information for free. Hence, you wish to meet in person tomorrow. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Yuanqing replied. All right. After ending the call, he glanced at his phone. The display read 11 p.m., signifying that the passage of time within the realm was akin to that of the outside world. Having successfully contacted the official organization, a wave of relief washed over him. Yet the exhaustion from the struggles for survival in the realm surged forth. He reclined on his bed, set his alarm, and as his eyelids grew heavier, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, at 7:15 a.m., Zhang Yuanqing was jolted awake by the alarm's blaring sound, nearly suffering a cardiac arrest at that moment. While silencing the alarm, he yawned profusely and dragged himself out of bed. His sleep quality from the previous night had been far from ideal, plagued by several nightmares, each one steeped in the supernatural, causing him to awaken multiple times. In the living room, his grandfather sat on the sofa, engrossed in the news. His hair was sparse and silver, his tall stature imposing, and his wrinkled face bore an expression of sternness. In the kitchen, his grandmother busied herself with breakfast, the sounds of clattering pans echoing through the air. At the dining table, his aunt squatted on a chair, absorbed in her phone, puffing her cheeks out like an adorable hamster. Up so early? His aunt scrutinized her lethargic nephew, teasingly remarking, You look like someone who has indulged too much. Did you do something naughty last night? I must check your trash can. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yuanqing would have retorted, looking for food? However, his mind was preoccupied with the ethereal realm and the impending meeting with the official organization, leaving him disinterested in engaging in banter with his aunt. He listlessly settled beside the woman, his gaze vacant as he awaited the meal. Soon, his grandmother emerged bearing a steaming bowl of rice porridge, accompanied by fried dough sticks, boiled eggs, and a steamer of meat buns. Zhang Yuanqing took a sip of the hot porridge to soothe his throat and cautiously addressed his grandfather. Grandfather, I recall that after the construction team at the Xiling tunnel vanished, the Public Security Bureau organized a search party. You were part of that, weren't you? His grandfather responded with a non-committal a hint of perplexity in his tone. That was a long-ago affair. Why inquire about it now? I saw that story online again yesterday. Do you know what became of the worker who was found? His grandfather furrowed his brow, replying, I've forgotten. It was so long ago, I can't recall. Wasn't it said that he went missing again? His grandmother interjected. Her interest piqued as she joined the conversation. Noting that it was indeed a bizarre disappearance, such an incident had once caused widespread anxiety within the police force, prompting even the higher-ups at the police headquarters to personally intervene and calm the situation. Is that so? His grandfather was skeptical. Old Shin, perhaps you're getting on in years and are suffering from dementia. You recounted this tale to me yourself. His grandmother insisted vehemently. While his grandfather lowered his gaze to his porridge, we must trust in science and not indulge in superstitions. You're becoming increasingly gossipy as you age. After being found, He vanished again. Zhang Yuanqing sipped his porridge, his mood noticeably dampened. It was clear that the survivor had re-entered the ethereal realm after 36 hours. And this time, he had not returned alive. He was not mistaken in his anticipation. The mortality rate at the mountain god temple was exceedingly high, and the second main quest was extraordinarily perilous. To survive, relying on the authorities was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After finishing breakfast and a brief wash, Zhang Yuanqing descended via the elevator and waited for approximately 10 minutes at the entrance of the community. A sleek black business vehicle gradually approached, its electric door sliding open automatically. Li Dongzi was seated on a white leather sofa, leaning on his cane with his legs crossed. Clad in a black suit, a black vest, and a white shirt, his meticulously styled hair and well-groomed mustache complemented his appearance just as it had the previous day. "Get in, university student," Li Dongzi said with a smile. Once Zhang entered the vehicle, it merged into the traffic, cruising at a leisurely pace down the morning streets. As Li Dongzi opened the car's refrigerator, he inquired, "What would you like to drink?" "Coke," Zhang replied. "In that case, you will have to procure it yourself from the supermarket later," Li Dongzi said, pouring himself a glass of whiskey and tossing in an ice ball. Leaning back in his seat, he continued calmly, "I will now take you to complete your employment formalities and simultaneously provide you with some foundational training. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Dongzi, a level 3 spirit realm walker, the squad leader of the second team in the Songhai division of the Five Elements Alliance, and my profession is that of a scout." "A scout? Are there other professions apart from the Night Wanderer?" Zhang Yuanqing asked, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Despite his internal curiosity, he refrained from interjecting. Being adept at social interactions, Zhang understood that interrupting others is an impolite act, and he would not allow himself to lose points over such trivial matters. Li Dongzi took a sip of his drink and began, "Let me first explain to you what the spirit realm is." Zhang Yuanqing immediately perked up. Chapter 9, The Spirit Realm. Li Dongzi pondered briefly and remarked, "The spirit realm embodies supernatural forces which remain beyond scientific explanation. Despite our continuous efforts to dissect and comprehend it, a complete understanding eludes us. The spirit realm exists within reality while simultaneously transcending it. Only those chosen may enter its domain." The method of selection. He took a sip of wine and smiled, saying, "You should have experienced it." Li Dongzi nodded slightly. "It is called a character card. Those who receive a character card will embark on trial tasks, and through these trials, they can acquire corresponding professions, along with the skills and traits that accompany them. The mechanism by which the spirit realm selects its travelers has yet to be unraveled, and the distribution of character cards is not fixed. At times, they may manifest directly within your body. At other times, you might stumble upon one by the roadside, or inadvertently click on a link online. Completing the trial tasks is merely the beginning. To advance and grow stronger within the spirit realm, one must continuously undertake tasks. However, there is no need for concern. The frequency of task appearances is relatively low, and not all spirit realm scenes pose a life-threatening risk. On the contrary, some realms can be quite intriguing. For instance, I, a level 3 scout, have entered the spirit realm 6 times over the past 2 years, 3 of which were solo experiences, during which I nearly perished. The other 3 involved group confrontations and team-based realms, which were relatively safer and more entertaining. Acquiring superpowers invariably comes at a cost. Li Dongzi paused for a moment, allowing Zhang Yuanqing time to ponder the question. "Is it akin to a gaming dungeon?" Zhang Yuanqing offered his interpretation. Li Dongzi smiled, remarking, "I relish conversing with you young individuals, for your comprehension is profound, and you eagerly embrace novel experiences." After expressing his approval, he nodded. "Indeed, it resembles playing a game, with the spiritual realm serving as the dungeon. Some dungeons are designed for solo play, while others accommodate teams, pitting multiple players against one another. The solo dungeons, however, are the most perilous, with the highest mortality rate. The team dungeons are relatively safer, featuring death penalties and punitive measures that merely deduct a certain amount of experience points." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "Why is the mortality rate highest in solo dungeons?" Li Dongzi contemplated for a moment, explaining, "In the team-based spiritual realms, one encounters practitioners from various professions, but in solo dungeons, you face the essence of your own vocation. Take the scout profession, for example. Its extraordinary abilities include perception, tracking, and analysis. Could Lei Yibing's disappearance be attributed to his entry into the spiritual realm?" Zhang Yuanqing spoke gravely, urgently seeking confirmation from an official source to validate his suspicion. If Brother Bing had indeed ventured into the spiritual realm, the situation might not be as dire. Li Dongzhe reflected briefly before responding. Following Lei Yibing's mysterious disappearance, the official personnel from the Hangzhou Police Department took over the case, and their conclusion was that Lei Yibing had perished within the spiritual realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing felt his heart momentarily cease, an uncontrollable surge of anxiety and panic welling up within him. Why? Li Dongzhe elucidated. Given the extended duration, a typical spiritual realm instance, particularly at the extraordinary level, may last anywhere from several hours to a couple of days. However, Lei Yibing has been missing for 4 days. The extraordinary realm signifies levels 1 to 3. As for those above the extraordinary realm, it remains uncertain, yet it is plausible that the instances would last significantly longer. Perhaps Brother Bing is a formidable spiritual realm practitioner. Zhang Yuanqing could only find solace in this thought. In comparison, joining the official organization and focusing on self-rescue is presently of paramount importance. Before I introduce you to the official organization, there is one crucial matter, Li Dongzhe remarked, taking a sip of wine to clear his throat. What is your moral value? Li Dongzhe nodded. For a novice like you, moral value constitutes the greatest pitfall. And this must be firmly remembered. Why do you say that? Zhang Yuanqing did not disguise his confusion. Do you recall the note beneath the moral value? Indeed. It advises me to be a good person. Zhang Yuanqing nearly displayed a perplexed expression. Li Dongzhe spoke earnestly. The initial value of moral standing is set at 60. Should it fall below this threshold, the punishment mechanism of the spiritual realm will be activated, broadcasting your location to all spiritual realm practitioners in the city and issuing a mission to eliminate you. Zhang Yuanqing was left speechless, exclaiming, "Does that mean I can never commit a wrongdoing for the rest of my life?" I am not suggesting you engage in malevolence, but being overly virtuous can be quite exhausting. Moreover, what are the criteria for measuring moral value? If engaging in craftsmanship or sharing explicit images is deemed a moral decline, then his life is irrevocably doomed. Li Dongzhe chuckled, seemingly amused by the expression on the newcomer's face, and gradually remarked, "As for the erosion of personal ethics, it does not affect one's moral value. Furthermore, moral values can be deducted, yet they can also be accumulated. This is precisely why one is encouraged to be virtuous. This mechanism appears to be deliberately designed to constrain the practitioners of the spiritual realm, yet why should the spiritual realm impose restrictions on its practitioners? Morality and law are constructs created by humanity to uphold order. Outside of humankind, other beings in the natural world do not require such constraints. In other words, unless the spiritual realm aligns itself with humanity, the existence of moral values seems somewhat illogical. However, the spiritual realm is a phenomenon beyond the natural." Zhang Yuanqing instinctively felt that this limitation was unreasonable, but since Li Dongzhe had not provided an explanation, it suggested that he too was uncertain of the rationale behind it. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the official understanding of the spiritual realm was quite limited. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized, no wonder it presents a significant pitfall for newcomers. But how does one accumulate moral value? Newcomers, upon acquiring supernatural abilities, often exploit these powers to accomplish things they previously desired but could not achieve, such as amassing wealth. Yet, the methods for quick monetary gain are outlined in criminal law. And what about aiding impoverished young women? Would such support diminish moral value? In the context of the spiritual realm, does this constitute a breach of personal ethics or an infringement of the law? This question Zhang Yuanqing dared not pose, as they were still unfamiliar with one another, and he did not wish to leave a negative impression on his future leader. Accumulating moral values is as simple as diminishing them. One merely needs to perform good deeds. In fact, many malevolent organizations' practitioners are fervently engaged in charitable acts and donations, for this is the swiftest means of amassing moral values. As long as the funds are ample, they can murder with impunity. Li Dongzhe let out a scoff. Isn't it ironic? You can never ascertain the true nature of those who engage in philanthropy. Even more ironically, human life can be quantified by wealth. This is the reality, and it holds true in the realm of practitioners as well. Furthermore, conflicts among practitioners do not incur a deduction of moral values. Once Zhang Yuanqing had begun to digest this information, Li Dongzhe continued. Next, let us discuss the official organizations. The official organization to which we belong is called the Five Elements Alliance, composed of 5 major factions: the 100 Flowers Society, the White Tiger Legion, the Crimson Fire Gang, the Water God Palace, and the Central Court. Each of the 5 factions represents a distinct profession, with spirits, scouts, fire masters, water ghosts, and earth monsters. Zhang Yuanqing could not help but internally scoff. Why is the official organization merely a collection of demons and monsters? The alliance of these 5 major factions within the 5 Elements Alliance was established in the last 2 decades. Prior to that, they operated independently and maintained a rather discordant relationship. This involves the interplay of the 5 elements and the inherent differences among the various professions. Li Dongzhe took a sip of wine, shrugged his shoulders, and cited the group of wood spirits from the 100 Flowers Society as an example. They are a faction of extreme environmentalists and members of the Animal Protection Association. Goodness. They even attempted to advocate for the 5 Elements Alliance headquarters to enact a regulation prohibiting members from consuming dog meat. Their absurdity surpasses even divine folly. Each time I witness their pathological zeal for animal welfare, I cannot help but feel an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp kick to their posteriors with my leather shoe. Following this, Li Dongzhe vehemently criticized the other 4 major professions outside of the White Tiger Brigade. This provided Zhang Yuanqing with a more intuitive understanding of the other factions within the 5 Elements Alliance, such as the Crimson Fire Gang, who believe in action over idle chatter. The Water God Palace, known for its gloomy temperament and affinity for cultivating viruses and bacteria, and the local tycoons of the Central Courtyard, who engage in real estate and mining development. Only our scouts from the White Tiger Brigade exhibit wisdom, calmness, and courage, making them the epitome of professionalism, Li Dongzhe concluded. Zhang Yuanqing mused to himself, I wonder if the other 4 factions would concur with your assessment? The discussion increasingly resembles a game, does it not? Within the 5 Elements Alliance, some even refer to the Spirit Realm as a game server. The Spirit Realm travelers possess character panels, items to wield, and tasks to complete, with each unique Spirit Realm resembling a distinct dungeon. Furthermore, there are various professions. The members of the Crimson Fire Gang are reckless and impulsive, akin to berserkers. Those from the Water God Palace wield water manipulation abilities, resembling water mages. The 100 Flowers Society nurtures pets and heals the wounded, embodying the roles of priests and summoners, while the Central Courtyard's individuals are tough and resilient. Typical tanks. Zhang Yuanqing could not resist a playful quip. So, are your scouts akin to the eyes that cost 75 gold coins each in the game? Li Dongzhe was momentarily taken aback, tightening his grip on the handle of his cane, and replied expressionlessly, if I were a fire master of the Crimson Flame Gang, I would have already smashed your head with my staff. My apologies. Zhang Yuanqing promptly offered an apology. After the jest, the atmosphere between the two grew more harmonious. Li Dongzhe chuckled. Of course, within the realm of orthodox professions, the Night Wanderer is widely regarded as the most formidable. I am referring to orthodox professions, excluding the nefarious ones. Even as scouts, we must concede that the Night Wanderer is somewhat more perfect. Is the Night Wanderer truly that powerful? Can they defeat 10 opponents? Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement within him. Could you enlighten me about the Night Wanderer profession? Li Dongzhe chuckled softly, yet understood the young man's admiration for strength, and explained, in the early stages of the Transcendent Realm, Night Wanderers exhibit remarkable assassination capabilities and impressive explosive power. Additionally, they possess the ability to communicate with souls and control the dead, showcasing a diverse array of skills coupled with formidable combat prowess. However, Night Wanderers are exceedingly rare, currently. The Songhai City branch does not have any. This scarcity is due to the limited number of Night Wanderer trials in Songhai, compounded by the fact that the Tai sect in the capital continuously attracts Night Wanderers from across the nation. At this juncture, he naturally inquired about the new employee's profession, stating, "What is your profession? I hope you are not a fire master, as I have a particular aversion to impetuous and boisterous youth." Chapter 10, S-Class Trial Realm. Night Wanderer. Zhang Yuanqing replied calmly. I was inquiring about your profession, Night Wanderer. Li Dongzhe was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his back abruptly, leaning forward with a piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Yuanqing. You are the Night Wanderer? Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing affirmed with a nod. Li Dongzhe raised his eyebrows, momentarily speechless as he processed this revelation. After a brief silence, he raised his voice, inquiring once more, You are truly the Night Wanderer? Have I just stumbled upon a Night Wanderer? This was a revelation he had never anticipated, akin to wistfully wishing for a lottery win of 5 million, only to find himself the fortunate winner. He had struck gold. Li Dongzhe set his cup down, scrutinizing Zhang Yuanqing repeatedly, his expression brimming with excitement. Each night wanderer is a coveted figure, fiercely sought after by various teams of spirit realm practitioners and even rival factions. Li Dongzi recalled an instance when a young woman from the 100 Flowers Society resorted to seduction to lure a night wanderer informant from the Crimson Fire gang, ultimately persuading him to switch allegiances and become a loyal servant to the 100 Flowers Society. This incident nearly ignited a conflict between the Crimson Fire gang and the 100 Flowers Society, with the Five Elements Alliance having to intervene to mediate, albeit unsuccessfully. It was only after the Night Wanderer met his demise during a spirit realm mission that the matter eventually settled down. By the way, I still do not know your spirit realm ID. Li Dongzi concealed his excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor in front of his future subordinate. Zhang Yuanqing puffed out his chest, raising his chin as he proclaimed, "Primordial Celestial Venerable." Li Dongzi remained silent for a few moments before clapping his hands together. A splendid name. As long as you like it, that's what matters. At this moment, a black business vehicle entered the Public Security Bureau of Qinyang District and parked in a space beside the landscaped area. I will arrange for you to complete your onboarding procedures now. The salary is 20,000 a month, with additional allowances for tasks completed and performance bonuses for commendable achievements. Is that acceptable? Li Dongzi appeared eager to finalize matters, revealing a sense of urgency. A monthly salary of 20,000? Zhang Yuanqing's eyes brightened at the prospect. No problem. A salary of 20,000, even in a bustling metropolis like Shanghai, constitutes a high income. Zhang Yuanqing recalled that his mother's company offered management positions with monthly salaries ranging from 50 to 100,000, though that was merely the base pay, excluding bonuses, commissions, and shares. He followed Li Dongzi as they exited the vehicle, making their way around to the rear of the bureau building, where they paused in front of a two-story structure. This quaint building, composed of large glass panels, exuded an air of sophistication and elitism. Upon entering the front door, a steel staircase directly in front led to the second floor. To the left on the first floor was the office area, where 7 or 8 women were seated at desks, some youthful and attractive, others mature and graceful, and a few composed and steady. To the right lay the living area, furnished with sofas, a round table, a refrigerator, an induction stove, and a water dispenser. They were either engrossed in their tasks, donning headphones while watching dramas, or gathered in small groups engaging in gossip. Upon noticing Li Dongzi's entrance, they merely glanced up before returning to their activities, exhibiting none of the typical trepidation employees often display towards their superiors. I quite like this office atmosphere, Zhang Yuanqing murmured to himself. Li Dongzi did not linger, leading Zhang Yuanqing towards the steel staircase. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "These are ordinary staff members, solely dedicated to serving us, the practitioners of the spirit realm. Should you require anything in your daily life or work, feel free to instruct them." Zhang Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the second floor, the cacophony of chatter diminished significantly. The layout here was much simpler. The entire left side belonged to Li Dongzi's personal office, while the right side housed 9 desks, most of which were unoccupied, save for 2 where individuals were seated. They were the investigators who had visited his home yesterday, the tall, elegant woman and the disheveled, dazed engineering student. "Guanya, please assist him with the onboarding procedures," Li Dongzi called from a distance, smiling warmly. "I have recruited a new colleague for you." The engineering student looked up, glanced at Zhang Yuanqing, and nodded slightly before returning to his tasks. The mixed-race beauty, however, smiled and remarked as she stood up, "It appears you have successfully completed your trial task. Little boy with a preference for mature women." Little boy with a preference for mature women. Zhang Yuanqing's expression momentarily froze, until he heard Li Dongzi beside him say, "Guanya has a penchant for humor. You will get used to it." He then admonished his female subordinate, "Refrain from making peculiar comments in front of our young college student. He is still just a child." The boy discreetly glanced at the approaching mixed-race beauty, clad in an elegant office attire, her blouse tucked into her skirt, accentuating her slender waist. Her long, shapely legs were enveloped in black stockings, and her gently wavy long hair swayed gracefully with her movements. Her face was delicately sculpted, bearing the refined features characteristic of Western aesthetics, yet her complexion was fair and exquisite. "Li Shi, I wish to inquire about matters pertaining to the trial spirit realm." Zhang Yuanqing recalled his purpose for the day. "You may pose your questions to Guanya. I have other matters to attend to," Li Dongzi remarked warmly, his tone akin to that of a homeroom teacher addressing a top student. "Has Shi Zhang taken a peculiar turn today?" Even his gait seems ethereal, Guanya murmured. Then turned her attention to Zhang Yuanqing, smiling as she said, "Come with me to fill out a form, and please provide your identification card." "I haven't brought my ID," he replied. "Just give me your ID number." She led Zhang Yuanqing to an unoccupied desk, handed him a form, and after jotting down his ID number, she departed downstairs. Zhang Yuanqing picked up a pen from the holder, twisting off the cap while scrutinizing the form. This document differed from a standard employment application. It pertained to the attributes of a spirit realm traveler. In addition to the basic information such as profession and level, there was a section for the trial task spirit realm. Perfect. He would inquire about how to navigate the Shi Ling tunnel instance later. Zhang Yuanqing filled out the form truthfully. "Sure, Zhang must have provided you with some foundational training," she remarked lazily, reclining against the back of her chair, a posture that accentuated her impressive physique. Zhang Yuanqing caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance, discreetly glancing her way. In an era where the average level barely reached C grade, an E-grade powerhouse was truly a marvel. "Your employment procedures are complete. Here is your contract, along with a confidentiality agreement." Once Zhang Yuanqing affixed his signature, Guanya reined in her smile and spoke with a serious demeanor. "I must clarify a few matters with you. From this day forth, your original identification card will be rendered invalid. The organization will issue you a new one, which will be ready within 3 days. You will be able to purchase high-speed train tickets and plane tickets normally, utilizing the expedited green channel. As for your new mobile SIM card, you will receive it by tomorrow." "Why?" Zhang Yuanqing struggled to comprehend this procedure. "When you chose your name, the spirit realm should have informed you that you cannot use your real name." Zhang Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Guanya continued solemnly, "There is a reason for this. We categorize the professions within the spirit realm into 2 types. The first being the lawful professions, which are the orthodox ones, and the second being the malevolent professions. Those who belong to the malevolent professions often exhibit either brutal, bloodthirsty tendencies or sadistic cruelty, with a common obsession, the hunting of those who hold orthodox professions, namely us." "Is this akin to factional conflicts in a game?" Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned grave. He recalled being advised against using his real name when he chose his identity last night, which had struck him as peculiar. "So, Li Dongza and Guanya are not their real names either?" "Rest assured, we are an official organization. Typically, we are the hunters, and they are the prey," Guanya reassured, noticing the smile fade from the young man's face. "Sister Guanya must be an exceptional hunter," Zhang Yuanqing remarked, feeling a sense of relief, and he offered her a sweet compliment in return. "Quite the eloquent speaker, aren't you?" Guanya remarked, her smile deepening as she said, "Your words are quite melodious. How many girlfriends have you had?" "Single," Zhang Yuanqing replied, taken aback. "Your trash bin is so immaculate. I assumed you had a girlfriend." "Again with the trash bin? Do women have some peculiar fascination with it?" He silently mused. Guanya chuckled. "Would you like me to help you purchase a girlfriend online?" "That's enough, you woman." "No, you old matchmaker," Zhang Yuanqing retorted with a hint of irritation. "No thanks, I prefer a more lifelike girlfriend." Guanya laughed heartily. "I find you quite endearing. All right, no more jesting. Let us return to business. In the entire Kanyang region, there are 10 teams of spirit realm practitioners, and we are Team 2, consisting of 5 members. With you included, that makes 6. Among the 5 practitioners, only the squad leader and I belong to the White Tiger Legion. You were recruited by the squad leader, and once you are officially inducted, you too will be part of the White Tiger Legion. I hope you keep this in mind." This statement revealed that the prejudices among the factions of the 5 Elements Alliance ran deeper than Zhang Yuanqing had anticipated. He promptly declared, "From now on, I will stick with Sister Guanya." He refrained from mentioning Li Dongza, believing it would endear him further to her. Indeed, Guanya's smile became even more radiant as she said, "Aside from me and Wang Tai, other spirit realm practitioners typically do not clock in for work. As a student, you need not come every day. Do not be overly formal. Shi Chang is quite an admirable individual, though his speech may become peculiar when he is emotionally charged. He possesses a profound dedication to elegance. As for Wang Tai, his profession is that of a scholar, excelling in learning and research, serving as a civil servant. Feel free to consult him with any inquiries. Upon graduating from university, you may seek his assistance in writing your thesis. However, he is not adept at socializing and harbors a disdain for it. You may regard him as a mere tool in your interactions. As for me," she said with a cheerful smile, "I truly enjoy engaging with spirited young men." Zhang Yuanqing found himself momentarily unsure whether she was being sincere or teasing. He swiftly assigned labels to the individuals in their group based on his understanding. One who values elegance and occasionally delivers a line in a translated tone. A socially anxious engineering enthusiast and an experienced guide. By the way, what is your zodiac sign? Guanya inquired. Her gaze scrutinized him curiously. Do you truly have no girlfriend? What does that have to do with zodiac signs? Zhang Yuanqing appeared perplexed. Guanya, with a look of disbelief, did not dwell on the topic further and casually picked up the form Zhang Yuanqing had completed. Yuan Shi Tian Zun, 21 years old, huh? Does your ID still carry any weight? Aren't you afraid of being confronted when you step outside? Night Wanderer Guanya's charming face momentarily froze as she blurted out. You are the Night Wanderer. Zhang Yuanqing relished her expression. No wonder she walks as if floating. Guanya murmured, her face lighting up with joy. Now our team has a Night Wanderer. You mustn't run off with those wild women from other organizations. Zhang Yuanqing noticed that Wang Tai, not far away, had also lifted his head to gaze in their direction. Primordial Lord. I shall henceforth call you Primordial. Guanya joyfully looked down, only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing her level as 0. Just as she was about to inquire, her eyes caught the next line, inscribed with the words, Trial Task, Xiling Tunnel. Guanya's mind buzzed, her lips parted slightly, her expression frozen in bewilderment. After a long pause, she regarded him with an incredibly complex gaze. Your trial spirit realm is the Xiling Tunnel? Witnessing her expression, Zhang Yuanqing's heart jolted. He intended to consult about the trial task. Since it was a dungeon, there must be a strategy guide, right? Just then, he noticed that the so-called indifferent engineering dog had raised its head to glance over, and this time, its eyes brimmed with sympathy and pity. You, please wait. Guanya, her countenance darkening, departed the office area, heading towards Li Dong's office. At that moment, Wang Tai, from the adjacent desk, remarked casually, having a strategy guide is indeed correct. Submitting details of one's experiences in the spirit realm is the duty of every official traveler, and the organization will bestow corresponding rewards. However, the Xiling Tunnel is somewhat different. See for yourself. He handed over a laptop. Zhang Yuanqing, half curious and half perplexed, took the computer, and on the screen was an open document. Summary of the Night Wanderer Trial Spirit Realms, Wang Village Ruins, Grade C, Task Requirement. Survive until dawn. The perils of the village stem from the vengeful spirits known as the hanged ghosts and the desolate graves beyond its borders. In the face of the hanged ghosts' demands for life, the spirit realm practitioners must invert their bodies to evade danger. However, those of frail constitution can only rely on their own fortunate fate. The vengeful spirits from the graves emerge collectively at the stroke of midnight, necessitating that the practitioners hasten to the local shop to procure incense and candles, as lighting them can ward off the ravenous spirits. As for the Lingang Reservoir, classified as a B-level task, the requirement is to traverse its waters. During the crossing, one may encounter water ghosts attempting to drag you beneath the surface. It is imperative not to resist. If you hold your breath for 2 minutes, the water ghosts will depart of their own volition. The Ghost Bride, an A-level task, demands that one spend the night with her until dawn. The Ghost Bride is a breathtaking enchantress who treats every groom with wild abandon. She poses no threat to her husbands, provided they can meet her desires. Nonetheless, theoretically, no man has ever endured until morning. This realm is nearly a certain demise, with only one brave soul having emerged alive, subsequently developing a profound aversion to women. Zhang Yuanqing grew increasingly uneasy and perplexed as he perused the list of tasks. Were they not overly simplistic? These trials appeared far too easy, with all but the Ghost Bride requiring a remarkable fortitude, while the likelihood of survival for the other challenges remained high. Furthermore, upon reviewing the entire text, the most formidable task was categorized as A-level. Yet his trial was designated as S-level, the Xiling Tunnel. As he continued to read, he finally encountered details regarding the Xiling Tunnel. Xiling Tunnel, difficulty unknown. Task requirements unknown. The initial incident occurred during the construction of the tunnel when a construction team inadvertently entered the spiritual realm. A total of 12 individuals ventured into this realm, yet only one survived, profoundly traumatized and exhibiting abnormal mental states. 36 hours later, they re-entered the spiritual realm, only to meet their demise within it. Note: this spiritual realm is exceedingly perilous, and as of now, no successful passage through Xiling Tunnel has been recorded. The final sentence was highlighted in vivid red. Zhang Yuanqing appeared utterly dazed. Chapter 11. Bug-level spiritual realm in a spacious and opulent office. Li Dongzhe lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs nonchalantly, a wine glass in his left hand and a cigar delicately held in his right, exuding an air of relaxation. Just moments ago, he had reported the acquisition of the Night Wanderer to his direct superior. Li Dongzhe was acutely aware that the young centurion, newly appointed, was eager to achieve results and cultivate loyal subordinates. A Night Wanderer with a clean background was like a boon from the heavens for the illustrious centurion, arriving at the most opportune moment. Indeed, the young superior expressed profound admiration for him and promised to credit him with a significant achievement. Within the ranks of the White Tiger Legion, military merit was valued above all else. Suddenly, the glass door of the office was forcefully swung open, and Guanya stormed in, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. Li Dongzhe furrowed his brow, leisurely sipping his drink, and remarked, "Guanya, your demeanor is rather ungraceful. What a surprise. This fellow has entered the trial spiritual realm of Xiling Tunnel." Guanya cut to the chase. Li Dongzhe suddenly transformed into a jet fighter, disregarding the spilled drinks as he rose from the table, his voice piercing as he exclaimed, "Xiling Tunnel? Oh, my God, you wretched fool, behold the calamity you have wrought." Grasping his cane, he hurried out, rushing towards the office area, where he found the newly appointed Night Wanderer, staring blankly at the computer screen. Upon noticing Li Dongzhe's arrival, Zhang Yuanqing wore a pained expression and lamented, "Chief, do I still have any hope of redemption?" He feared that the response might be a blunt, "There is no saving you. Prepare for termination." Li Dongzhe regarded him in silence, his demeanor reminiscent of a man who, after finally winning the affections of his beloved, discovers she is, in fact, his long-lost sister. Confronted by the earnest gaze of the new employee, Li Dongzhe took a deep breath and spoke in a somber tone. The Trial Spirit Realm is the initial solo dungeon for every Spirit Realm practitioner, and therein lies its most vexing challenge. In a solo dungeon, no one can assist you. It is a trial set forth by the Spirit Realm, a price you must pay to obtain supernatural powers. Zhang Yuanqing nodded gravely. Li Dongzhe continued, "Though not a Night Wanderer, as an experienced Spirit Realm practitioner, I have heard of the notorious reputation of the Xiling Tunnel. To date, according to the official records, no one has ever successfully cleared the Xiling Tunnel. The first kill in this dungeon remains unachieved." "Well, this is quite the predicament, Chief," Zhang Yuanqing replied, his expression stiff. Li Dongzhe added, "Document your experiences within the Xiling Tunnel in detail." The items strewn across the desk, including the computer, notebook, surface, and water cup, were adorned with a myriad of constellations, revealing the presence of a seasoned astrology enthusiast. Guanyu inscribed on a piece of sticky note, "Primordial Celestial Sovereign, Scorpio male. Astrological traits, cunning, vengeful, strong sexual drive. Note, high probability of being seduced by women from other organizations." Upon completion, the mixed-race beauty sighed lightly. Tearing off the note and affixing it to the personnel record of Team 2, she had annotated the attributes of each team leader, including those who had departed or perished within the spiritual realm. "Hey, Wang Tai, does that lad stand a chance of clearing the level?" Guanya called out to the adjacent room. Disheveled Wang Tai raised his head, replying, "The Tai sect may possess detailed information about the Xiling Tunnel, but it is likely of little use. Otherwise, they would have already arranged for the Night Wanderer to conquer that spiritual realm." He continued, "An S-class trial task should yield decent rewards." Guanya furrowed her brow. Wang Tai elaborated, "If we could procure a few useful items for him, perhaps there would be a chance for success. But as you know, the functions of items vary widely, and our understanding of the Xiling Tunnel is limited, preventing us from providing targeted solutions. The final outcome would likely result in a loss of both resources and personnel." "Nonsense." Guanya rolled her eyes. "As for unclaimed items, they could only be acquired through two means, either entering the spiritual realm to search or killing spiritual realm travelers in the real world to seize their treasures. Moreover, only items that had been removed from the inventory could be taken. Clearly, both options were unrealistic. Most importantly, in the absence of a clear understanding of the specific circumstances surrounding the Xiling Tunnel, who could possibly know which type of artifact might assist him in successfully navigating it?" Wang Tai furiously tapped away at the keyboard, unraveling a series of data, staring intently for a long while, murmuring to himself. In the office, Li Dongzhe opened a chat application and typed a message. The Xiling Tunnel first emerged during the tunnel construction period in the last century, when a construction team inadvertently wandered into it, perishing within the spirit realm. Subsequently, officials located a survivor who, after 36 hours, was once again transported back into the spirit realm. My subordinates are aware that the Tai sect possesses the most extensive and comprehensive information regarding the Night Wanderer's spirit realm. That sect's leader is the most formidable Night Wanderer of our time. Perhaps the Tai sect holds pertinent information about the Shelling Tunnel. If it were you, Captain Fu, to make a request, I am certain the Tai sect would extend some assistance. The principle of not abandoning comrades is upheld by the White Tiger Brigade. Since he has already joined, my subordinates cannot easily forsake him. I hope for your support, Captain Fu. After meticulously editing the information and reviewing it several times to ensure its accuracy, Li Dongzhe clicked send. He held his wine glass, gazing at the screen, and sighed deeply. In the living room, his grandmother was polishing the gleaming floor, while at the dining table sat a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket, possessing striking features and raven black hair. The deep lines of worry etched between his brows and the fine crow's feet at the corners of his eyes spoke of the vicissitudes of time. Judging by his appearance, there was no doubt that he was an exceedingly charming gentleman, likely to be well received by mature women and perhaps even adored by young girls with a penchant for older men. However, this middle-aged man is not Zhang Yuanqing's uncle, but rather his cousin. The cousin swallowed the freshly heated congee and turned his gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing, inquiring, as his grandmother had mentioned, "Did you look for me last night?" His expression was grave and devoid of mirth, reminiscent of a younger version of their grandfather. Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth, then shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. The issue from yesterday has been resolved, and the new challenge is beyond your assistance, so it is better left unspoken." Furthermore, he had signed a confidentiality agreement. The cousin glanced at him, and, while leisurely sipping his congee, remarked, "It concerns Lei Yibing, doesn't he? I heard that Li Dongzhe personally visited yesterday, which indicates that his case is rather unusual. Not only can you not help, but even I am unable to offer any assistance." It turned out that the cousin had already gathered information beforehand. Zhang Yuanqing merely responded with an mm. Noticing his low spirits, Qin Yuanjun refrained from further comment, presuming that his younger cousin was merely worried about Lei Yibing. At that moment, Jiang Yue, clad in adorable bear pajamas, emerged from her room, holding a stack of facial masks. "Here, anti-wrinkle and anti-aging ones. Use them morning and night. They should work wonders. Your grandmother insisted I help buy them." The cousin's face darkened, and he frowned deeply. "Aunt, I don't need these." The aunt shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself." Nearby, their grandmother, wielding a mop, shot an irritated glare at her grandson, saying, "If you don't need facial masks, does that mean you want your grandmother to iron out all the wrinkles on your face?" Due to her son's unreliability, the grandmother had long since given up on him and turned her attention to nurturing the next generation. "At present, my grandson has been accepted into Shencheng University, and my younger grandson is employed at the Public Security Bureau, both of whom possess promising futures. However, my grandmother harbors a lingering concern. Her grandson appears excessively mature for his age, bearing the visage of a man in his 40s despite being merely 30. 2 years ago, an old friend of my grandfather, who had long been estranged, visited Shanghai. Upon meeting Qin Yuanjun, he expressed his astonishment to my grandfather, exclaiming, "I had no idea you had another son." After a moment of hesitation, my grandfather managed to reply, "This is my grandson." The old friend, a candid man, blurted out in surprise, "Your grandson certainly looks rather headstrong." Decades of friendship nearly crumbled in that instant. Qin Yuanjun, feeling exasperated, accepted the facial mask, shoved it into his pocket, and said, "All right, Grandma, please refrain from nagging. I must head to work. I am currently occupied with a missing persons case." "A missing persons case?" Zhang Yuanqing became immediately alert, inquiring, "What are the details?" Qin Yuanjun replied, while nibbling on some pickled vegetables. 2 individuals have gone missing in the Shelling Tunnel, and thus far, no trace has been found. We reviewed the surveillance footage and did not see them enter the tunnel at all. Suddenly, his cousin interjected, cautioning, "Keep this under wraps." He has signed a confidentiality agreement. Upon hearing this, my grandmother's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired with a hint of mystery, "Is it haunted again? How is it that this place remains open?" Every year, a few individuals go missing in that tunnel. My aunt also perked up, wearing a similarly inquisitive expression akin to that of her mother. "Grandma, please refrain from asking further. Could it be that I, like them, inadvertently stumbled into the mountain god temple? Alas, these 2 unfortunate souls, I wonder if they can survive for 3 hours." Zhang Yuanqing felt a blend of sympathy and a peculiar solace in knowing he was not the only one facing misfortune. His understanding of the spiritual realm deepened. Li Dongzhe had once mentioned that the spiritual realm had always existed. Perhaps a portion of the missing persons each year had vanished into that enigmatic domain. In the capital city, within a traditional courtyard, the sprawling branches of the old locust tree formed a lush, emerald canopy, resembling a vast green parasol. Beneath its shade, an elderly man with graying hair reclined in a rocking chair, clad in a white undershirt and loose shorts, leisurely fanning himself with a palm fan. The old man's face was gaunt, marked by a solitary mole on his brow, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to shimmer and scatter dappled sunlight across the ground. From the locust tree, the faint sound of children's laughter echoed playfully. "Elder son, a young man from the Fu family has sent you an email," announced a middle-aged man in black as he crossed the threshold into the courtyard. Regardless of whether it was the Five Elements Alliance or the Tai sect, those who attained the status of elder were renowned practitioners of the spiritual realm. "Fu Qingyang?" The old man chuckled softly, keeping his eyes closed as he waved his fan a few times. "What is it?" "He has recruited a night wanderer in Songhai City for the trial in the Shelling Tunnel and seeks your guidance on related materials." The middle-aged man relayed the email's contents. The elder paused momentarily, his hand halting the motion of the fan. After a few seconds, he seemed to come to a realization, saying, "The materials can be provided to him. After all, the sect has already abandoned the endeavor to conquer the Shelling Tunnel, and the confidentiality level of the relevant information has diminished. By the way, please convey to Master Fu that the location in question is an S-rank trial spirit realm, which has become increasingly treacherous due to unforeseen complications, thus transcending the realm of mere trials. My suggestion is to abandon the Night Wanderer. There is no merit in investing in a person destined for demise." The middle-aged man nodded gently. As a steward within the Tai sect, he was acutely aware of the peculiarities and ominous nature of the Shelling Tunnel. The S-rank trial spirit realm is inherently the most challenging realm for novices, and the Shelling Tunnel is even more enigmatic than ordinary S-rank realms. Each S-rank trial spirit realm invariably harbors extraordinary elements, be they rare artifacts or vital information of immense value. In an effort to decipher the Shelling Tunnel's spirit realm, the Tai sect deliberately stationed 2 Level 1 Night Wanderers in Songhai, as the S-rank novice trial realms occasionally open to Level 1 spirit practitioners of this profession. After enduring months of anxious waiting, the 2 Level 1 Night Wanderers successfully received the mission pertaining to the Shelling Tunnel. However, the outcome was grim. One Night Wanderer vanished without a trace after entering the spirit realm, while the other completed the initial task only to perish during the subsequent one, despite both possessing artifacts. Since that incident, the Elder Council of the Tai sect has re-evaluated the Shelling Tunnel, ultimately deciding to abandon any attempts to conquer the spirit realm. If someone were to successfully traverse the Shelling Tunnel and acquire the information within, it would indeed resolve a long-standing concern for our sect," the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. The elder offered no commentary, slowly replying, and then waved his fan dismissively, signaling the man to depart. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully and withdrew. Chapter 12. Detailed information on the Shiling Tunnel. Upon awakening, he was enveloped by the pulsating sound effects. As he opened his eyes, the room was illuminated by the flickering glow of the television screen, while the ceiling light remained off. He sat up and turned his gaze towards the window, where his aunt was seated cross-legged in front of the TV, engrossed in her PS5. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate, fair arms, her graceful figure swaying in rhythm with the controller. Zhang Yuanqing stifled a yawn, rose to switch on the light, and approached his aunt to observe her gaming. She was playing a horror game, its visuals sinister and the music eerie. The protagonist was an unattractive little figure wielding a bloodied axe, navigating through levels with relentless violence. The television's glow reflected in her bright, autumn-like eyes, her rounded face radiating a hint of excitement. His aunt harbored 3 major passions: shopping, watching horror films, and playing horror games. It was rather melancholic, this peculiar obsession of hers. Zhang Yuanqing half-heartedly concurred, "It is quite intriguing." She turned to him, casting a sidelong glance. "Why are you being so disingenuous with me?" In truth, this was a self-healing game, where the monsters depicted were mere figments of the boy's imagination. He was a mental health patient, battling the demons within him. Through his struggles, he carved a bloody path to eventual enlightenment, leading to a profoundly moving conclusion. His aunt responded with a couple of affirmations before continuing. "Each boss embodies a specific pattern. With careful observation, even a young boy can triumph over terrifying demons. Yet, The horrifying visuals and music often instill a sense of dread, clouding one's judgment. You should give it a try. Zhang Yuanqing found himself devoid of the inclination to engage in gaming with his aunt. It had been nearly 20 hours since he departed from the realm of Lingjing. And in just a few more hours, that realm would reopen, potentially heralding his demise. Perhaps it was wiser to contemplate how to spend the fleeting hours that remained, lest he be left with lingering regrets. Should he berate his mother over the phone, weep in his aunt's embrace, or perhaps accompany his uncle in a final rap performance? To his surprise, he realized he bore no significant regrets, nor did he possess any cherished aspirations. As a college student hailing from a relatively affluent family, his life had been largely devoid of troubles. Only those who have weathered life's storms carry with them an array of unshakable regrets. Come play with me. His aunt playfully twirled her waist, adopting a charming demeanor, gazing at her graceful figure. Zhang Yuanqing's expression softened as he settled beside her and took the controller from her hands. If life were to dwindle to mere hours, spending a game with her seemed a delightful choice. Under her enthusiastic guidance, as she munched on potato chips and chattered away, Zhang Yuanqing successfully completed the game. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11 at night. Not bad, not bad. You have quite the talent. His aunt praised him, playfully smearing her saliva on him after sucking on her delicate fingers. How disgusting. That's revolting. Zhang Yuanqing grimaced in distaste. Pa, this is nectar of the gods. Do not fail to appreciate your fortune, Jiang Yubai retorted shamelessly. Nectar of the gods? How much does that cost per pound? Zhang Yuanqing scoffed. It isn't for sale at any price, but I can certainly offer you a taste, Jiang Yubai pouted, poised to drench him in her saliva. Zhang Yuanqing leaned back to evade her. Snap. As the doorknob turned, grandmother appeared at the entrance, her brow furrowed as she regarded the two. Zhang Yuanqing and Jiang Yuer sat up straight, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. Are you still going to eat? Grandmother scolded, sleeping during the day and playing games all night. Dreaming of becoming immortal while living on this earth? Zhang Yuanqing set down the controller, acknowledging her words, and promptly moved to eat. He then took a moment to examine his attributes panel, praying for favorable news from Li Dongzi while reflecting on the myriad details within the mountain god temple. During the gaming session with his aunt earlier, he had experienced a new epiphany. If the spirit realm resembled a game, could there be underlying patterns? If he could uncover these patterns, perhaps this frail boy, seemingly powerless, could navigate through it successfully. While lost in thought, a jarring ringtone pierced the air, causing Zhang Yuanqing's heart to skip a beat. He snatched his phone from the bedside, noticing an unfamiliar number calling. He chose to answer. Hello, is this Zhang Yuanqing? A sultry voice resonated from the speaker, and surprise washed over him as he eagerly inquired, Have you received the information regarding the Xiling tunnel? Guanyu replied affirmatively. I managed to obtain more detailed information for you. I had them send it to your email. Knowing that young people seldom check their emails, I thought it prudent to call and inform you. Indeed, the official choice was the right one. Zhang Yuanqing's mood instantly brightened. Suppressing the urge to rush to the computer and check his emails, he sincerely expressed, Please convey my gratitude to Captain Li and Sister Guanya. Once I successfully complete the trial, I shall treat you to a meal. The thought of successfully finishing the trial made Guanya sigh internally. After a moment of hesitation, her voice softened unusually. All right, I shall wait for you. She had already reviewed the materials sent from Taiman, and after reading them, she felt only coldness and despair. It was no wonder that Captain Li had been gloomy all day. In Li Dongzi's eyes, this newly recruited night wanderer was likely to falter during the trial. Upon concluding the mission, Zhang Yuanqing pulled open his ergonomic chair and eagerly powered on his laptop, logging into his email. Amidst the chaotic, unread messages, he found the email sent by Guanya and downloaded the attached document. Xiling Tunnel, Spirit Realm number 0079, difficulty level, S. Type, Solo, Death Type. Main Task 1, Survive for 3 hours. Main Task 2, Explore Spirit Realm number 0079. Much like my trial task, Zhang Yuanqing felt invigorated. This was a promising sign, as the content description aligned closely with his own mission. The scene of Spirit Realm No. 0079 is not the Xiling Tunnel, but rather an ancient temple from the Ming Dynasty, known as the Sandao Shanyang Temple. Based on my conjecture, this goddess must be a figure of great stature among night wanderers. No, perhaps she should no longer be referred to as a night wanderer. It remains uncertain whether such an extraordinary empress truly existed during the Ming Dynasty, or if this is merely a fabrication of the spirit realm. Continuing onward, the task of surviving for 3 hours is relatively straightforward. Initially, after reviewing the notes, I found myself ensnared by a vengeful spirit, characterized by its relentless extraction of the life force from the living, until its target meets demise. The Night Wanderer possesses an innate ability to suppress spiritual entities, allowing me to expel it with minimal effort. However, when I attempted to consume it, I encountered formidable obstacles. Perhaps a protective measure employed by the spirit realm against vengeful spirits. Anyone who has perused the notes is doomed to be cursed, subjected to the ceaseless torment of the vengeful spirit. Any method of banishment offers only a fleeting respite, with each expulsion granting approximately 15 minutes of safety. Notably, the layout of the mountain god temple consists of a main hall and 2 adjacent courtyards. The candles within the main hall serve as an exceptionally potent artifact, possessing the ability to ward off evil and purify. Merely taking refuge in the main hall signifies safety. The cost, however, is that the candles dispel the fear within one's heart. Prolonged exposure to their light renders one fearless, a perilous state in such a treacherous spirit realm. Furthermore, these candles cannot be moved or taken beyond the confines of the spirit realm. After spending half an hour in the main hall, I suddenly heard cries for help emanating from the courtyard, interspersed with bone-chilling howls, unlike any sounds produced by the living. After a moment of hesitation, I resolved to venture into the courtyard to investigate. The main hall indeed serves as a sanctuary, a fact I have personally verified. However, I did not anticipate that the source of the disturbance was a mere candle. I had presumed it to be that enchanting mountain deity. The cries for help emanated from the ancient banyan tree, and though I did not hear the roar, the eastern courtyard was undeniably terrifying. A chill ran down Zhang Yuanqing's spine as he drew in a deep breath and focused his attention on the subsequent information, which was of utmost importance. If he could ascertain the circumstances surrounding the other courtyard in advance, he would be able to navigate the dangers during his exploration. This banyan tree seemed to possess a consciousness, yet why did it plead for aid? As for the terrifying roar, I could not identify its origin, as its sudden occurrence interrupted my exploration. It was a pair of red dancing shoes. Rather than attacking me immediately, it extended an invitation to dance. Out of a sense of curiosity, I acquiesced to its request. I found myself unable to retain the steps. They were too chaotic and disordered. For someone lacking any experience in dance, such a task was impossible. Indeed, even those seasoned in dance would struggle to memorize those steps. I faltered, and the red shoes turned against me in pursuit. Incredible. It is astonishing that a trial spirit realm could contain such rule-based artifacts. I finally understood why Shencheng, despite possessing an item, still perished in the mountain deity's temple. It became clear why no one had ever succeeded in this spirit realm. What a jest! Those who could enter the Xiling tunnel were either novice night wanderers or ordinary individuals. How could anyone possibly succeed? The information concludes here, with no further details. Zhang Yuanqing recognized that this night wanderer had most likely succumbed to the second mainline task. Chapter 13. Re-entering the mountain god temple, the ominous mountain god temple. Zhang Yuanqing leaned back, relinquishing the weight of his body to the chair's backrest. He closed his eyes, amalgamating the information from his research with his personal experiences, drawing inspiration from the games he had played to analyze the temple and uncover its patterns. The vengeful spirit that lurked on one's shoulder could be dispelled by candlelight, granting a fleeting 15 minutes of safety with each removal, and one would not suffer immediate harm after the spirit was banished. It was still uncertain whether the roar and the locust tree were connected. If not, the peril would only multiply. The true nature of the red dancing shoes was that of a prop, a rule-based prop, which sounded quite sophisticated. It now appeared that the construction crew predecessors were most likely crushed to death by the red shoes, their bones shattered beyond recognition. Although I have acquired some dancing skills under my uncle's tutelage, even a level 1 night wanderer would be beyond my grasp. I, as a mere child, would certainly be incapable. If only my uncle encountered those red shoes, he would undoubtedly dance until the end of time. Such matters should be entrusted to my unreliable uncle, as he has spent his life indulging in singing, dancing, and rapping without a care for serious endeavors. Wait. A sudden glimmer sparked in Zhang Yuanqing's eyes. According to the records, the fundamental reason for that night wanderer's failure, aside from the lack of dance experience, was the inability to memorize the intricate and chaotic dance steps. This was likely beyond the limits of ordinary memory retention. Yet, he harbored no such concerns. If he pushed himself hard enough to induce a relapse of his old affliction, his brain would enter an overloaded state, and all that he had seen and heard would vividly resurface in his mind. Moreover, in a state of overload, the brain's control over the body far surpasses that of an average person, making high-energy actions effortlessly achievable. The concern lies in the prohibition of non-ethereal items. My medication may not be permitted, and if my old ailment resurfaces without the necessary pharmaceutical suppression, I am uncertain of the consequences. It is unnecessary to ponder this matter alone. A direct inquiry is far more prudent. After all, what is the purpose of joining the official organization otherwise? After a few rings, the call connected. Have you finished reviewing the materials? Guan Yu was preparing to rest. She was a woman who valued her well-being, loathing late nights and detesting disturbances during her slumber. Yet, her tolerance for Zhang Yuanqing was remarkably high. Who could bear to speak harshly to a boy with a limited time left to live? Moreover, he was strikingly handsome and possessed a captivating manner of speaking. I have reviewed it, but some aspects remain unclear, Zhang Yuanqing inquired. What constitutes rule-type items? Guan Yu elucidated. The realm of ethereal items is vast and varied, each serving distinct functions. Our official organization categorizes these items into 3 primary classifications based on their characteristics: cost type, rule type, and another category that remains ambiguous to me, as my rank does not afford me access to it. With a gentle smile, she added, typically, rule type and cost type items are viewed as equals, for their functions differ greatly, precluding a singular standard for assessment. However, it is universally acknowledged that rule type items are more complex to handle and considerably rarer. Each item of this nature is worth its weight in gold. She paused momentarily before continuing. The methodology for addressing rule-type items is not a secret within the official organization. It lies in discerning their patterns and unraveling their rules. The mention of the invitation to dance by the red shoes subtly aligns with its underlying rules. Should one successfully accept this invitation, there exists a certain probability of subjugating this class of rule-based artifact. However, this probability is contingent upon numerous factors, such as its willingness and whether it remains unclaimed. Nevertheless, the notion of subjugating rule-based artifacts is best left as mere contemplation, she mused. Zhang Yuanqing listened patiently before inquiring further. Is it permissible to bring medications into the spiritual realm? Apart from ordinary clothing, most items from the real world cannot be transported into the spiritual realm. However, medications are allowed, provided they have been ingested. What about keeping them in one's mouth? Guan Yu found herself at a loss for words. It seemed the only option was to attempt it personally. Zhang Yuanqing remarked, I have no further questions, thank you. Guan Yu responded with a soft smiling as she said, take care, young man. By the way, today is a fortunate day for Scorpios. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but the call had already ended. He set his phone down and glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. Tomorrow morning, he would once again enter the spiritual realm. The following day, Li Dongzi, leaning on his cane and clad in polished leather shoes, entered the glass building of the police station. As a leader exempt from clocking in, he had grown accustomed to arriving an hour late to work. At times, he simply chose not to come in at all, indulging in the privileges of his position while leisurely passing the time. He similarly neglected the management of the spiritual practitioners under his command, allowing them to operate with considerable autonomy. This was partly due to the fact that, aside from Guan Yu, none of the others belonged to the White Tiger Brigade, rendering them indifferent to directives. Moreover, the mortality rate in the realms of spiritual travelers is exceedingly high. One may find themselves ensnared in the ethereal domain, never to return. Life is fleeting. Thus, one must seize the moment. Li Dongzi ascended to the second floor, instinctively surveying the office area. The desolate desks were occupied solely by the diligent Guan Yu and Wang Tai, who was engrossed in research and writing his thesis. Guan Yu, have you provided him with the materials? Yes, came her reply. Li Dongzi nodded, said nothing further, and turned to enter the opulent office. Guan Yu chose not to pursue the topic, lowering her gaze. As Li Dongzi stepped into the office, he approached the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of vodka, squeezing in some lime juice before downing it heartily. Just then, his phone chimed, prompting him to set the glass aside and recline on the plush chair. He unlocked his phone to find a message in a chat group that tagged him. The group was titled Kongyang District Spiritual Traveler Management Group. In Shanghai City, a bustling metropolis, there are a total of 16 districts, each comprising 10 teams of spiritual travelers, led by captains. Li Dongzi serves as the captain of the second team, akin to a company commander in the White Tiger Legion's hierarchy. The captains report to the stewards, of whom there are 3 in Kanyang district. Above the stewards are the elders, who typically remain aloof from mundane affairs. These high-ranking spiritual travelers are seldom seen. Above the Council of Elders reigns the Five Elements Alliance, presided over by 5 illustrious leaders. These leaders are figures of legendary stature, whom Li Dongzi has never encountered. He is aware only that the commander of his White Tiger Legion and the sovereign of the Water God Palace are both women. And within the clandestine circles of the Five Elements Alliance, they are revered as the unparalleled duo. In the realm of the Kanyang district, there exists a management group for the Spirit Walkers, comprising a total of 14 individuals, 10 captains, 3 stewards, and a captain of the Night Wanderers from the Tai sect. Big Muscle, Li Dongzi, I heard you have recruited a Night Wanderer? What business is it of yours? In the 5 elements, fire overcomes metal. Thus, the scouts of the White Tiger Legion generally harbor disdain for the fire mages of the Red Fire Gang, deeming them rude and impulsive, prone to speak without thought. What? Li Dongzi has actually recruited a Night Wanderer. The captains in the group reacted like sharks sensing blood, invigorated by this news. Qing Tong, a Night Wanderer? Where has Li Shicheng been lately, burning incense and making offerings? I envy his fortune. By long, in the entire Songhai city, excluding rogue cultivators, there seem to be no more than 10 official Night Wanderers, all from the Tai sect. Shui Shangpiao, Li Dongzi, what stroke of luck have you stumbled upon? It's infuriating. Suddenly, 3 captains made their presence known. Tang Guqiang sent a red envelope. The envelope was snatched up in an instant. Li Dongzi instinctively grabbed it, only to find that others received over 100, while his was just over 1. Tang Guqiang, Li Shicheng is quite fortunate. A chorus of thank you, boss. Emojis flooded the chat. Tang Guqiang, also a captain, happens to be the owner of a construction company, wealthy and assertive, typically reserved but quick to disperse red envelopes at the slightest provocation. This big boss had surfaced due to the topic of the Night Wanderers. King of Fists, what is wrong with your memories? Have you forgotten the agreement between the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect? Any recruited Night Wanderers must be prioritized for absorption by the Tai sect. By long, Brother Fist, it is you who has a poor memory. Have you forgotten about our Captain Fu Beificheng? Given his connection with the Tai sect, having a Night Wanderer in attendance poses no issue. The champion remained silent. Several envious captains felt a pang of jealousy. The rarity of a Night Wanderer, along with their immense professional potential, far surpasses that of other professions. With proper cultivation, they could become invaluable assets in the future. Qing Teng remarked, by the way, our Lingjing Wanderer team in Kanyang district hasn't had a team-building event in quite some time. Why not set a date for everyone to gather? Bai Long interjected, oh, is the flirtatious flower from the Baohua Association preparing to entice someone again? I have no objections. Shui Shangpiao added, as it happens, I'm not running boats lately. A gathering sounds delightful. Brotherly, I've been eager to share a drink with you. Let us also invite that Night Wanderer. Tang Guqiang expressed, the idea of a team-building event is splendid. Let us come together. Since Li Dongzi snatched my red envelope, consider this your agreement. Li Dongzi's lips twitched in irritation. His mood was already sour as he messaged angrily. From your words, I discerned shamelessness, greed, and insidious intentions to undermine. Surely, I must have been cursed by the Spirit Energy Association, for misfortune seems to cling to me. De Jiba inquired. A hint of Versailles? Shui Shangpiao replied, I would gladly welcome such misfortune. At that moment, the Night Wanderer from the Tai sect chimed in, with Yuanqing stating, that Night Wanderer is not wanted by our Tai sect. Have you forgotten? The Qiming festival was just recently. Qingting questioned, what do you mean? Yuanqing clarified. The Night Wanderer recruited by Li Dongzi has the trial task of the Shiling Tunnel. The group fell into an instant silence, although they were not Night Wanderers themselves. As official Lingjing Wanderers from Songhai City, they possess some knowledge of the renowned Shiling Tunnel. By long, surely it cannot be this unfortunate. Yuanqing. In an effort to rescue that pitiable fellow, Captain Fu specifically sought out Elder Sun yesterday for detailed information regarding the Shiling Tunnel. Daji Ba, is there even a need for salvation? Since the last century, no novice has successfully navigated the Shiling Tunnel. Li Dongzi, you poor lad. I can only imagine the expression on your face upon discovering that the trial realm for recruiting candidates is the Shiling Tunnel. The Fire Master is always forthright. Do you wish to fight? Li Dongzi, seated at his desk, nearly seized his cane to charge out of the office for a duel with this fellow. He quickly inhaled deeply, repeatedly reminding himself, "Grace, maintain grace. Shui Shang Piao, a sudden order has come in. I must run the boat this month. So the team-building event will have to be set aside." Tang Wuqiang, what a pity. Qing Teng, understood, the poor newcomer. The outspoken fire master Dajiba once again tagged Li Dongzi. "You've caused Captain Fu to waste a favor. Have you faced any reprimand?" Li Dongzi, silence. "If you utter another word, I'll head to the gym right now and smash your head." What a tactless remark. After all, Tai sect and the Five Elements Alliance are two distinct organizations, and information is not shared between them. Captain Fu, the steward, must expend a favor to obtain information from Tai sect. "Dajiba, you cannot defeat me." At that moment, one of the three stewards, Fu Qingyang, sent a message. Li Dongzi and Dajiba instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, Fu Qingyang sent another message. "Since you have already taken up your position, you are now my subordinate. The White Tiger Legion will not abandon any comrade. This is our conviction, regardless of value." Li Dongzi sighed. He had indeed mismanaged this matter. Although Captain Fu would not voice it, who could tell if points were deducted in his heart? At 10:30 in the morning, Zhang Yuanqing locked the door to his room, secured his shoelaces, and consumed 2 large glasses of water. He then unscrewed the cap of a medicine bottle and placed 5 small blue pills in his mouth. Subsequently, he reclined on the bed, silently awaiting the activation of the spiritual realm. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing heard a cold voice echoing in his mind. "Initiating spiritual realm." Ding. The spiritual realm map has been fully activated. Welcome to the Night Wanderers Xiling Tunnel, number 0079. Difficulty level, S. Type, Solo, Death type. Main task 1, survive for 3 hours, completed. Main task 2, explore spiritual realm number 0079. Current exploration level, 20. Note, non-spiritual realm items are not permitted. Good luck, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Chapter 14. Exploring the Eastern Courtyard. Candles, sculptures, corpses, and antiquated lattice doors adorn the space. Beyond the entrance lay a courtyard overrun with wild grass, a toppled bronze incense burner, a flagstone path, and the shimmering moonlight. An eerie desolation permeated the stillness, as if this place were eternally shrouded in night. Zhang Yuanqing raised his palm to his mouth and expelled the blue pills he had held within. The method succeeded. I am truly clever. He joyfully tucked the pill into his pocket, feeling a flicker of confidence regarding his future. With these in hand, he had a glimmer of hope for survival when facing the red shoes. He then strode purposefully to the offering table, contemplated for a moment, and grasped the candlestick. Suddenly, a message materialized before his eyes. Name, Eternal Flame Candle. Type, Fuel. Function, Exorcism, Purification. Description, an artifact left by the mountain goddess. Said to be derived from the essence of the everlasting beast, possessing the abilities of exorcism and purification. Note, sometimes, the purification of fear may not be beneficial. Additionally, it cannot be moved. Indeed, one can only obtain information about an artifact by physically touching it. He had refrained from touching the candle before, thus remained unaware of its nature until he reviewed the documentation. The purification of fear may not necessarily be advantageous. According to Guanya's classification, the candle falls under the category of sacrifice, with the cost of using it being the loss of fear. However, I am currently quite frightened, devoid of any suicidal thoughts. I shall first seek refuge in the main hall. He sat cross-legged before the offering table, contemplating his next course of action. The objective ahead was to explore the eastern courtyard, to uncover the dangers and patterns lurking there, and subsequently to seek methods of restraint and overcoming them. The exploration time must not exceed 15 minutes, lest the vengeful spirit perch upon his shoulder, leading to certain demise. The blue pill serves as my trump card against the red shoes, yet its efficacy remains uncertain. Confronting the red shoes could lead to either life or death. First, I shall explore the eastern courtyard to gain an initial understanding of the surroundings before devising a strategy. As the moment approaches, a flicker of trepidation lingers within him, causing him to hesitate and reluctance to venture outside. Surviving the last encounter was sheer luck. Whether he can live through this one remains an enigma. The circumstances in the eastern courtyard are unclear, making it difficult to assess the level of danger. A mere attempt could swiftly lead to demise. However, in this world, matters do not simply cease because one wishes them to. Although the task of exploring the ancient temple lacks a time constraint, theoretically allowing him to linger in the main hall indefinitely, the absence of a deadline implies that failure to complete the mission could trap him there forever. Prolonged delay would lead to deterioration due to hunger, fatigue, and thirst. If he were to explore then, it would undoubtedly be a path to death. Whether one extends or withdraws their head, the outcome remains the same. He can only gamble everything. Zhang Yuanqing gritted his teeth and stepped resolutely outside. The flickering candlelight was warm, dispelling shadows, purifying the taint, and instilling unparalleled courage and confidence within him. The situation seems manageable. Zhang Yuanqing exited with unwavering confidence. The moonlight glimmered like frost as he walked along the left side of the main hall, treading upon the cobblestone path, returning to the desolate and dilapidated courtyard. The night, devoid of the chirping of insects and the songs of birds, was eerily silent. Yet, this silence also brought solace. He feared the sound of footsteps echoing as he stepped outside. 15 minutes. I have only 15 minutes to explore the eastern courtyard before the vengeful spirit ensnares me. He entered the room at the far eastern end of the courtyard, retrieving a bronze mirror from the corpse slumped against the window, concealing it within his pocket. Then, he cautiously traversed the arched doorway into the eastern courtyard. The eastern courtyard was significantly larger than the courtyard he had just left, revealing a desolate garden adorned with a rockery, a pavilion, a small pond, and a towering banyan tree, its sturdy trunk twisted with gnarled branches. Tender green, leaves shimmering in the luminous moonlight. Beneath the banyan tree lay an ancient well. As his gaze swept past the rockery and pavilion, he discerned a linear roof peeking out from the depths of the garden. Rather than rushing towards the structure at the heart of the garden, Zhang Yuanqing prudently circumnavigated the grand banyan tree. The records indicated that this tree was perilous, yet after completing a circuit, he encountered no misfortune. Examining the banyan tree, he pondered whether this might advance his exploration. Zhang Yuanqing contemplated, casting a furtive glance at the dark, foreboding well. After much hesitation, he lacked the courage to approach and peer inside. He bore a profound psychological aversion to wells featured in terrifying tales. He circumvented the well, stealthily traversing the overgrown grass towards the building nestled deeper within the garden. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath his foot, startling him into a leap. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a corpse buried under the weeds, wrapped in corroded work attire. Zhang Yuanqing bent down to examine it. The skeleton was remarkably well preserved. The corpse lay face down, yet the head was twisted backward, indicating that something had violently rotated at 180 degrees before death. What could have done this? Zhang Yuanqing quietly became alert, rising to continue his exploration. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the wild grass in the garden to undulate and rustle, while the large banyan tree behind him seemed to come alive, swaying its twisted branches and leaves. Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing. A sharp, thin voice echoed from behind. The sound floated over with the wind, whispering in his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, Zhang Yuanqing turned to be vigilant, his mind flashing with information. Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing. Noticing his lack of response, the voice grew more urgent, as if imploring him to turn around quickly. However, Zhang Yuanqing resolutely remained still, stealthily unzipping the pocket of his jacket to retrieve a brass mirror, slowly raising it to a position above his shoulder. The mirror reflected a vague image of what lay behind him. From the ancient well emerged a disheveled woman in white, her face void of features, fixating her ghastly countenance upon Zhang Yuanqing. Damn it! His face turned pale, and he instinctively dashed forward. Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing. The voice called out repeatedly, frantically, yet could only watch helplessly as he ran further away. Soon, Zhang Yuanqing navigated around the artificial hill and reached the depths of the garden, where stood a large house with a linear roof, its foundation built of stone and walls made of yellow earth. This building appeared even more dilapidated than the courtyard, with its tiles sparse and riddled with numerous holes. He took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous waves of fear and horror, directing his attention to the present moment. First, he would explore the house. This grand abode boasted 3 doors, leading to 3 separate rooms. Cautiously, he approached the leftmost door and pushed open the dilapidated wooden entrance with force. As the door creaked open, Zhang Yuanqing instinctively stepped back, adopting a defensive stance. After a moment of silence, nothing transpired. Summoning his courage, he entered the room, where moonlight streamed through the decaying roof. He strained his eyes, attempting to absorb as much light as possible. This was a kitchen combined with a dining area, featuring 2 earthen stoves made of blue bricks, along with pots, bowls, a water tank, and cabinets, all of which had long succumbed to decay and dust. There was no immediate danger, and at last, he had found a container. Zhang Yuanqing seized a dusty gourd ladle, and his mind began to wander. It was said that the urine of a young boy could dispel evil. He contemplated whether to collect a ladleful of such urine, but ultimately abandoned the idea after a moment of reflection. Although he had never courted a girl, Zhang Yuanqing felt he could not be considered a true virgin. I have indulged you too much, granting you repeated opportunities to show off, he thought, gazing down at his hands with a twinge of regret. After thoroughly exploring and confirming that this spacious house served merely as a kitchen and dining area, devoid of any peculiarities or threats, Zhang Yuanqing emerged from the room, wielding a rusted kitchen knife and a wooden stick. His gaze shifted towards the final rectangular building. Unlike the kitchen that also functioned as a dining hall, this structure had 4 doors, dividing it into 4 distinct rooms. Unable to resist, Zhang Yuanqing tightened his grip on the stick and knife. Though they may prove useless, they provided a semblance of comfort to his troubled mind. He meticulously examined the first and second rooms, which served as storage areas, cluttered with antiquated agricultural tools, furniture, and donation boxes. Of little value, Zhang Yuanqing then proceeded to the third room. This was an armory, with weapons such as swords, bows, daggers, and short knives adorning the walls. Many of the weapons had fallen to the ground due to the decay of their hanging cords. Alongside the windows stood 2 rows of weapon racks. One of these had toppled, scattering clubs and long spears across the floor. Beside the overturned rack lay 2 corpses. Upon seeing these weapons, Zhang Yuanqing felt no surprise. The disciples in the temple, inheriting the teachings of the 3 Tao mountain-esque goddess, were evidently skilled enough to craft corpse-restraining talismans. Thus, it was not surprising that they could dance and wield staffs as well. He routinely approached the bodies to glean information from the remains of his predecessors. As he drew near, he couldn't help but exclaim. The 2 lifeless forms on the ground were not mere skeletons, but desiccated corpses. Their skin was darkened, wrinkled, and tightly adhered to their bones, with sunken abdomens. How could there be mummies? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow. As a student of Shencheng University, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. There are 2 primary causes for the formation of mummies. One is artificial preservation, and the other is natural desiccation. The former could be dismissed outright, while the latter typically occurs in arid regions such as deserts. The conditions in the temple evidently did not align with this. He scrutinized the 2 desiccated corpses closely, noting the absence of fatal wounds, and their bones were not broken by the red dancing shoes. Yet there were 2 distinct puncture wounds on their necks, resembling those made by the sharp fangs of a ferocious beast. What could have drained them to such a state? Zhang Yuanqing inhaled sharply, his body tensing instinctively. At that moment, he heard a thud from the adjacent room, akin to the sound of a knuckle rapping on wood. Instantly, a jolt ran through him, and he stood alert like a wary deer, straining to listen. Chapter 15. The red dance shoes. Another thud echoed, reminiscent of a knock at the door. What could be lurking next door? Zhang Yuanqing hastily exchanged his rusted kitchen knife for a corroded short blade, and replaced his wooden stick with a makeshift spear. Armed with his weapons, he stepped lightly out of the room, the moonlight casting a frosty glow, enveloping the surroundings in silence. He crouched low, stealthily approaching the window. The paper covering the window was tattered, and he squatted beneath it, cautiously peering through a broken section of the lattice. The cold, silvery moonlight filtered through the roof's gaping holes, transforming into beams that illuminated the narrow space within. Upon witnessing the scene inside, a chill gripped Zhang Yuanqing's heart. In the dim, silent room lay 3 ancient coffins, their black paint peeling away, the lids dust-laden. Flanking the coffins were 2 desiccated corpses clad in work uniforms, one of which had a brass cone rolling from its hand. The cone caught Zhang Yuanqing's attention. Measuring half an arm's length, it was crafted from brass, intricately engraved with incantations and ornate designs, its craftsmanship exquisite. Remarkably, while all other weapons had succumbed to rust, this one gleamed with a golden hue, free from tarnish. An inexplicable image surfaced in his mind, the hand of the mountain goddess, fingers curled as if grasping something. Yet the palm remained empty. A dull thud echoed once more, compelling Zhang Yuanqing to direct his gaze towards the coffin at the center. A disconcerting creak resonated. As the coffin lid gradually slid open, a pallid, greenish hand emerged, grasping the edge of the coffin. Subsequently, A terrifying figure rose from within. Illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the roof, Zhang Yuanqing discerned the creature's visage. It was clad in tattered rags, with a bloated face, highly decayed flesh, and lifeless, protruding eyeballs. Its hair resembled withered grass, untamed and chaotic atop its head. With a rasping breath, it tilted its head back towards the moonlight, exhaling a noxious, cadaverous miasma, revealing two menacing fangs. A zombie? Indeed, a zombie. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of PTSD akin to his uncle's. It was indeed a zombie. Otherwise, what purpose would the corpse-restraining talisman serve? A sense of retreat began to blossom within him. Having ventured this far, the information gleaned was already sufficient. However, at that moment, an unexpected weight settled upon his shoulder, a familiar chill enveloping him, infiltrating his body and eliciting goosebumps. At this critical juncture, the shoulder ghost had arrived. 15 minutes had elapsed. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Yuanqing. In this perilous ancient temple, his mind was taut with tension, making it challenging to count the passage of time. He could only rely on his instincts, which could lead to inaccuracies. The emergence of the vengeful spirit only compounded his misfortunes, and what transpired next was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. As if sensing the presence of the living, the zombie, seated in the coffin, ceased its upward gaze. Its bulging eyes shifted towards the window, peering at the eyes of the observer beyond. In a spine-chilling moment, Zhang Yuanqing leapt into action, turning on his heel to flee. Just as he pivoted, he heard the resounding crash of a coffin lid hitting the ground. Another thunderous noise followed as the door was violently flung open. As Zhang Yuanqing dashed forward, he glanced back to behold a ghastly figure, clad in tattered rags, charging out of the house with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. Was this a zombie? Or had it been? His face paled in horror, and with a swift twist of his foot, he propelled himself around, aiming his gun at the creature's chest. He thrust the butt of the rifle into the ground, fashioning a makeshift barricade. Simultaneously, he noticed a grotesque void where the zombie's heart should have been. His master brother? The zombie was his master brother from the journal. In the next heartbeat, the undead lunged at him, the barrel of his gun snapping like a full moon. With a sharp crack, it broke apart. Without a moment to ponder, Zhang Yuanqing seized the opportunity the broken weapon provided, rolling past the zombie's feet, the stench of decay filling his nostrils, while the sound of a blade cleaving through the air echoed behind him. He rolled behind the zombie, springing to his knees and leaping up to strike with his dagger. The blade struck the back of the zombie's skull with a clang, akin to hitting steel, barely severing a few strands of dried hair without inflicting any damage. Was it made of bronze and iron? Fear gripped Zhang Yuanqing's heart as he watched the zombie swiftly pivot, its dark, sharp claws gripping his shoulder. A surge of pain coursed through him as the obsidian talons pierced his skin, crimson blood staining his coat. The scent of blood provoked it. A crimson glow surged from the depths of its bulging eyes. The zombie bared its fangs and emitted a foul gas, viciously lunging for Zhang Yuanqing's neck. The purifying effect of the candlelight still lingered, and he did not succumb to fear-induced madness. With a mere thought, a cerulean item bar materialized before him, and he found himself clutching a talisman. Thud, thud, thud. The once ferocious zombie recoiled at the sight of the talisman, retreating as if it were a venomous serpent. Effective, it fears me. It possesses a modicum of intelligence. Zhang Yuanqing gritted his teeth against the pain in his wounded arms, tensing his muscles as he fixed his gaze on the zombie, shouldering the vengeful spirit, and slowly retreated step by step. As he backed away, he silently prayed that the female ghost in the well would not make an appearance to complicate matters. Throughout this ordeal, the zombie's decaying throat emitted a chilling growl, its scarlet gaze locked onto Zhang Yuanqing. Fortunately, perhaps due to the zombie's nature or Zhang Yuanqing's backward retreat, the female ghost in the well did not show herself. He exited the east courtyard and re-entered the courtyard, daring not to pause for a moment, stumbling towards the main hall. As he approached the overhanging eaves of the main hall, a haunting wail echoed in his ears. With a sudden lightness in his shoulder, all negative effects dissipated. Gasping for breath, Zhang Yuanqing leaned against the lattice door in the main hall, his legs uncontrollably spasming. This reaction was fueled by both fear and the physiological aftermath of adrenaline's retreat. After resting for a few minutes as the adrenaline waned, the pain in his arm wounds intensified. He grimaced as he shed his jacket and shirt, revealing two arms mangled and bloodied, the crimson liquid flowing darkly. It is evident that the nails of the zombie are laced with potent toxins. The situation has suddenly deteriorated. There is no disinfectant, No tetanus shot. How rapidly will the effects of the corpse poison manifest? Will I succumb to its venom? A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhang Yuanqing's mind, and to his astonishment, he realized he felt little fear. He then recognized that this courage was bestowed upon him by the flickering candlelight. Bathed in its glow, his emotions began to settle. Now that I am afflicted by the corpse poison, I can no longer delay. I shall proceed with the second plan. Before entering the spirit realm, Zhang Yuanqing had devised two strategies. The first was a cautious exploration of the mountain god temple, gathering information and seeking a method of resolution, a steady approach. Inspired by playing games with his aunt, he conceived a second, relatively audacious plan, to attempt to subjugate the red dancing shoes. Since both are tools, and he could utilize the yellow paper talismans, who is to say that the red dancing shoes cannot be tamed? Guanyu had mentioned that deciphering the rules governing such artifacts carries a certain probability of success. Given my abilities, it seems implausible that I could affix a yellow talisman to the forehead of a zombie by mere will. To place a talisman on the brow of a fearsome, intelligent specter is akin to a child wielding a knife in a duel against an adult. While the adult may regard the blade with caution, it does not imply that the child can truly inflict harm. Zhang Yuanqing hesitated no longer. He steadied himself against the lattice door, rose, and crossed the threshold into the courtyard before the main hall. This was the very spot where he first encountered the red dancing shoes. The full moon hung like a disk in the sky, illuminating the ancient residence, overgrown grass, and the dancing shadows of the trees. He stood amidst the wild grass for an extended period, vigilantly observing the changes around him, yet he could not await the arrival of the red dancing shoes. These shoes seemed to lack a fixed territory. Initially, they followed him into the temple, later appeared in the courtyard, and now their whereabouts were unknown. Just as he completed his turn, his body suddenly froze. Tap, tap. Between him and the main hall, a pair of red dancing shoes, glowing with a dim crimson light, rose and fell as if an unseen entity was stepping in place. Could they not make a more graceful entrance? This constant eeriness was quite unsettling. Zhang Yuanqing felt his soul nearly escape in fright, slowly regaining composure as he discreetly swallowed, despite his anticipation for their appearance. Facing these bizarre shoes caused his sanity to plummet uncontrollably. Suddenly, a message in luminous azure appeared in his vision. Would you care to dance with me? If so, please step in place. This message materialized beside the red shoes, as though it were conversing with him. Indeed, it demanded a dance, refused to dance, and it would claim a life, such a wicked pair of shoes. Zhang Yuanqing had no choice but to gamble everything, for he realized that the red shoes had severed his escape route. Their position lay between him and the main hall. Should he fail to dance, his demise would be inevitable. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it a deliberate act? Did these shoes possess intelligence? Zhang Yuanqing quelled his thoughts, calmed his emotions, envisioning his father's visage within his mind. Simultaneously, he lifted his foot to step in place. Under the moonlit night, amidst the overgrown grass, a solitary pair of red dancing shoes twirled gracefully along a pathway paved with cobblestones, exuding an indescribable allure. Zhang Yuanqing widened his eyes, allowing the moonlight to envelop his pupils, fixating intently on the red shoes. There was no need for deliberate memorization. He merely needed to imprint the dancer's movements into his mind. Simultaneously, his heart raced like an overloaded engine, pulsating rapidly, while the cacophony of noise filled his ears and fragmented images flashed through his mind. His brain began to automatically absorb external stimuli, the whispers of the wind, the gentle bending of the wild grass, the distant swaying of the mulberry tree's leaves, the rhythmic tapping of the red shoes. The mind, having received this information, swiftly analyzed and recorded it. Moments later, the red shoes came to a satisfying halt, the left foot stepping back and rising onto its toes. This pose appeared peculiar, yet if someone adorned it, it would be a standard gesture of courtesy. With blood trickling from his nostrils, Zhang Yuanqing muttered to himself, and then noticed a phrase materializing above the red shoes. It's your turn. Regaining his composure, Zhang Yuanqing retrieved a small pill from his pocket and placed it upon his tongue. The sound of rhythmic tapping echoed around him. Observing no abnormalities, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and devoted himself to the dance. He kicked, spun, and leaped with small bounds, crossing his feet in a clumsy manner. His movements were slow and awkward, a stark contrast to the fluidity of the red shoes, appearing almost grotesque in comparison. After 7 or 8 minutes, Zhang Yuanqing had replicated all the steps of the red shoes and came to an out-of-breath halt. His nasal cavity brimmed with warm liquid, cascading down his lips and chin. Yet he paid no heed to wipe it away, his gaze fixed intently on the crimson ballet shoes. Whether he could emerge alive from this ethereal realm and successfully complete the trial hinged on this very moment. Your dancing skills remain as dismal as ever. A message from the red ballet shoes materialized, swiftly morphing into a dark crimson glow that dissipated into the night. Immediately thereafter, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding. You have accompanied the red ballet shoes in a dance. Congratulations on earning their favor. However, due to your abysmal dancing proficiency, the red ballet shoes will only acknowledge you for half an hour. Best of luck. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed weakly onto the ground, his complexion paling, and his mind racked with pain. After half a minute, the symptoms eased, and he sat up, his face still ashen, eagerly opening his inventory. In the second slot lay a pair of red, pristine ballet shoes. Gazing at the shoes for a few moments, the item information automatically materialized. Name: red ballet shoes. Type: footwear. Function: tracking, pursuing. Description: the former owner was a princess from a Western kingdom, renowned for her beauty and mastery of dance, captivating the hearts of the kingdom's men. However, a malevolent stepmother, envious of her talent and beauty, imprisoned her in a high tower. The lonely princess danced in the desolate moonlight, ultimately meeting her demise. These red ballet shoes inherited her will, embarking on a journey of eternal solo dance. Note 1. Motive: use 1. Throw the red ballet shoes towards a designated target, can also lock onto the target through their blood, hair, or other cellular mediums, initiating an unceasing pursuit of the target. In the course of the pursuit, all physical obstacles are disregarded, rendering escape impossible and destruction futile, until the target meets their demise or is compelled to dance until the conclusion of a chosen performance, with no restrictions on the type of dance. Form 2. Donning the red dancing shoes enhances agility and evasion capabilities, allowing one to traverse any terrain without the expenditure of stamina. However, one must be mindful that each wearing is limited to a mere 5 minutes. Exceeding this duration will result in the shoes becoming permanently affixed, compelling the wearer to continue running until life's end or until one's feet are severed. Note 2. Will you not dance with me? All shall perish. This is indeed a divine artifact. Zhang Yuanqing's excitement surged as he perused the item's attributes. Is this truly a rule-based item? Its power is utterly astonishing. In contrast to the previous yellow talismans and candles, whose descriptions were succinct and straightforward, the information regarding these red dancing shoes is extensive and elaborate. From this alone, one can discern their uniqueness. Alas, it only grants me a mere half-hour of appreciation. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze fell upon the countdown beside his inventory, a wave of regret washing over him. If only such a divine tool could belong to him. Its immense potential would prove invaluable, both in the physical realm and in future ventures into other mystical domains. Chapter 16. Uncharted territories based on the passage of time. The vengeful spirit would ensnare him within 1 or 2 minutes, making it ill-advised to enter the eastern courtyard and confront the zombie. After resting for 4 or 5 minutes, his physical condition deteriorated further. A throbbing headache accompanied by a slight dizziness indicated that the corpse poison was gradually eroding his body, manifesting early symptoms. The flickering candlelight within the main hall seemed unable to purify the toxins plaguing his system. No longer can he afford to delay. He must seize the fleeting half-hour granted by the red dancing shoes, striving for a swift resolution to conquer the dungeon in one breath. Zhang Yuanqing departed from the main hall, traversing the cobblestone path, weaving through the overgrown grass until he reached the courtyard. Standing amidst the undulating weeds, he opened his inventory and summoned the red dancing shoes. 2 flickering crimson lights danced playfully in the night, transforming into a brand new pair of dance shoes. Select the second form. Zhang Yuanqing silently intoned. The red dancing shoes dissipated once more into a dark red glow, arching gracefully to envelop his feet. In an instant, the running shoes beneath him morphed into a pair of oversized red dance shoes. Could it be construed as a form of cross-dressing? Fortunately, they were red dance shoes, not high heels. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at his feet, feeling a peculiar discomfort. In the eastern courtyard, the grass swayed gently under the silvery moonlight. As 2 grand houses stood silently, enveloped in tranquility, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of zombies, and prudently crossed the courtyard towards the large house, which had been divided into 4 rooms. The room displaying coffins had its wooden door flung open. He felt no need to enter, merely peering through the threshold into the dim interior. Moonlight streamed through a gap in the tiles, illuminating the bodies, the coffins, the overturned coffin lids, and the brass pestle, all remaining undisturbed in their original positions. No sign of zombies was visible within the room. From his vantage point, the interior of the coffins remained concealed. Just as he hesitated, he abruptly noticed the moonlight dimming. A shadow descended from above, enveloping him. Soon after, the night breeze carried with it a pungent stench of decay, accompanied by a low, hissing growl. It hides in the tree? Zhang Yuanqing was struck with terror, his heart constricting suddenly, instinctively giving rise to a thought of evasion. In the next moment, the crimson dancing shoes upon his feet emitted a dim red glow, causing him to unexpectedly slip. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he executed a sliding maneuver, carving a path through the overgrown grass. Bang! The raggedly clad zombie lunged, but missed entirely. Indeed, the red dancing shoes proved to be extraordinary, their evasion capabilities surpassing his expectations. Given his own reflexes, it would have been impossible to dodge the zombie's assault moments ago. Zhang Yuanqing's confidence surged. Hiss! The zombie, its hair resembling dried grass, emitted a roar that reverberated in his ears, its bulging eyes filled with a fierce hunger. It bent its knees and lunged again at its prey, moving with a swiftness akin to a speeding automobile. As the foul wind rushed towards him, the terrifying specter was now perilously close. Zhang Yuanqing's feet moved uncontrollably, twisting as if in a ballet, smoothly carving a semicircle while evading the sharp claws. Positioning himself behind the zombie, in a natural motion, he executed a split, his body collapsing abruptly. The rush of air whistling above him as his arms swept through the air. Pull until it hurts. Zhang Yuanqing's face contorted in agony, desperately wishing to clutch his groin and scream, yet the red dancing shoes propelled his legs upward in a leap. He soared high, delivering a fierce kick to the zombie's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the zombie's tattered garments erupted in a cloud of fine dust. It let out an enraged, defiant roar, toppled backward from the force of the blow. An opportunity. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing disregarded the excruciating pain in his hips and sprinted forward, forcefully slapping the corpse-restraining talisman against the grotesquely decayed, foul-smelling visage before him. With a resounding thud, the talisman struck its forehead. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty zombie froze as if ensnared by a binding spell. All commotion ceased, surrendering to an eerie silence. The zombie lay rigidly amidst the overgrown grass, its once vibrant crimson eyes gradually dimming, signaling its loss of vitality. Observing the now immobile figure, rendered powerless, Zhang Yuanqing gasped heavily, a wave of weariness and elation washing over him. He had survived. Without the aid of the red dancing shoes, confronting the zombie alone had proven arduous. After all, the zombie was merely one of the many enigmas that plagued this S-rank spiritual realm. Yet, with a construction team at his disposal, one would expect the resolution of such a creature to be trivial. How could a group of burly men falter so? Zhang Yuanqing sighed deeply, the reason dawning upon him. The corpse-restraining talisman had been discovered in the pocket of the cadaver beneath the window. That esteemed predecessor had acquired this artifact, but chose not to share it with his companions, opting instead to hoard it for himself. The complexities of human nature often surpass those of the supernatural, rendering it far more fearsome. With the zombie dealt with, his next course of action was to seek out that shameless female ghost in the well. However, prior to that, there was another matter that occupied Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts. He abandoned the zombie and made his way to the chamber where the coffins were displayed, steadying himself against the doorframe. He stepped across the threshold into the dimly lit room, where moonlight poured in like a beam. He halted before the dried corpse, bending down to retrieve the copper cone. Although it was crafted from copper, it felt warm and smooth as jade in his hand, rather than cold. Almost immediately, a line of information materialized before his eyes. Name, demon-slaying staff, type, weapon, function, purification, spirit suppression, demon-breaking, description, a weapon imbued with the power of the sun god. It serves as the nemesis to all malevolent entities. By offering one's blood as a sacrifice to this staff, one shall obtain the might of the sun god. Note, is it powerful? One's life is the price. Indeed, it is an artifact, and judging by its functions, it appears to surpass the candles of the main hall. The construction team's predecessor likely intended to use it to vanquish the zombies, yet they were unsuccessful. Alas, they had already suffered considerable losses before confronting the undead. Zhang Yuanqing felt fortunate to have made the right judgment. He cleverly utilized the red dancing shoes to navigate the challenge. Of course, the predecessors of the construction team had no choice. They could not subdue this rule-based artifact. and most of them perished due to the trampling of the red dancing shoes. With this tool specifically designed to combat malevolent beings, combined with the red dancing shoes, the probability of successfully completing the trial task has significantly increased. This time, he headed directly to the ancient well for a final inspection. The well's mouth was deep and dark, emanating a damp, decayed scent of vegetation. He decided to descend. Zhang Yuanqing clenched the demon-slaying staff and assumed a defensive stance, lifting one foot to step onto the well's edge. Then, he ventured down, moving along the well wall as if it were solid ground. Previously, he would have never dared to explore such depths, aside from the potential dangers lurking at the bottom. Descending without a rope or companions would have been tantamount to seeking his own demise. Soon, he reached the shallow bottom of the well, where the moonlight was already faint. The water in the well had long since run dry, the bottom encrusted with black sludge, while tufts of weeds sprouted along its edges, and the walls were festooned with deep green moss. There were no apparitions in the well. Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow, pondering that something was amiss. He had distinctly seen a faceless female specter emerging from its depths. Only then did he feel reassured enough to remove the red dancing shoes he had donned. In the main hall, illuminated by the flickering glow of candlelight, Zhang Yuanqing leaned wearily against the altar of offerings. The poison from the corpse was ravaging his body, the dizziness deepening into breathlessness and sharp pains in his chest. Time was of the essence. He had thoroughly explored 2 courtyards and successfully subdued the zombies. The mission was not yet complete, indicating that there must still be unexamined territories. Every room in the courtyards had been scoured. Even the depths of the well had been plumbed, leaving no room for oversight. So what remained? When every possibility had been ruled out, only one truth, no matter how implausible, could persist. He murmured to himself, slowly mustering the strength to rise. The unexplored domain was here, within the very confines of this main hall. The right hand of the clay figure was empty, yet fashioned in a gripping posture, suggesting it had once clutched something. Previously oblivious to what it might have held, he now understood. It was the demon subduing pestle. With a mindset of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward, inserting the golden pestle into the palm of the clay effigy, then leaped down from the pedestal and retreated a few paces. Almost instantaneously upon his retreat, the surface of the pedestal cracked, sending up a cloud of fine dust, and then the entire base collapsed, revealing a dark, gaping abyss below. Chapter 17. The source of enigma. Having correctly guessed the situation, Zhang Yuanqing felt a slight sense of relief. In truth, once he explored the mountain god temple and dealt with the zombie, the entrance to the cave would open. However, the construction team had already taken the demon-breaking pestle prior to this event. Zhang Yuanqing patiently awaited, quietly tensing his nerves and concentrating his energy, not daring to be the slightest bit careless, for beneath the cave may lie the source of the mountain god temple's decline. After a considerable period, observing that the collapsed entrance exhibited no anomalies, he summoned the red dancing shoes, activating their second form to replace his running shoes, enveloping his feet. He then approached the pitch-black and profound cave, making a gentle leap. With a soft thud, his feet swiftly contacted the ground, the red dancing shoes alleviating the force of his descent. Amidst the scattered stones, Zhang Yuanqing discovered the demon-breaking pestle, bent to retrieve it, and regained control of this formidable tool. Armed with the red dancing shoes and the pestle, he felt confident in confronting the dangers within the cave. Flickering candlelight filtered down from above, illuminating only a limited area, while ahead lay a dark and silent corridor, rife with unknown fears. To venture forth blindly in such an environment would be exceedingly unwise. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuanqing's gaze fell upon the artifact in his hand. The item description stated that it contained the power of the sun god, and through blood sacrifice, one could obtain divine strength. Genuine power from the sun god should be capable of dispelling darkness and ushering in light, should it not? It was worth a try, though the attributes notes were somewhat disconcerting. Zhang Yuanqing silently exhaled, driving the sharp 3-edged spike into his thigh. A piercing sensation surged through him, blood gushing forth, not trailing down his pant leg, but instead forming rivulets that coursed into the brass artifact. Zhang Yuanqing felt a warm, invigorating force emanating from the demon-slaying staff, flowing through his arm and into his body. His pupils shimmered with a faint golden glow, transforming into radiant golden orbs. The staff did not dispel the darkness, but bestowed upon him the ability to pierce through it. Simultaneously, dizziness, breathlessness, and the sharp pain in his chest dissipated, leaving only a lingering sense of weakness from blood loss. The toxins within his body had been eradicated. Indeed, he was trading his very life for power, yet it was a price he could accept. He focused his gaze ahead, where a spacious corridor stretched into the depths of the darkness. The walls of the corridor bore signs of human excavation, not the work of nature. After walking for several seconds, roots began to appear along the corridor's walls, densely covering the surface. Help me. Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness ahead, a chilling cry for help echoed, filled with sorrow and desperation. Following the sound, he soon emerged into a vast stone chamber, where a massive trunk pierced through the ceiling, reaching out into the world beyond. At the base of this stout trunk, roots intertwined and twisted around a stone sarcophagus. The most terrifying sight was the pale arms protruding from the thick trunk, accompanied by ashen faces that emerged, their expressions vacant, yet desperately crying for salvation. Countless arms flailed wildly, as if grasping for a lifeline. My acrophobia has been triggered. The flickering candlelight and the magical staff bestowed upon Zhang Yuanqing a modicum of courage. He merely felt a slight tingling at the nape of his neck, devoid of overwhelming fear. At that moment, a hoarse and weathered voice reverberated. After all these years, a living being has finally arrived here. Who? Zhang Yuanqing startled, scanning his surroundings with trepidation. I am but a tree. The trunk revealed an unsightly human visage, distinct from the faces of the vengeful spirits. Its skin was bark, seemingly embodying the essence of the tree itself. It was the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. Had it attained sentience? Zhang Yuanqing, astonished by the possibility of encountering a communicative entity in such a ghastly place, hesitated to approach and cautiously inquired, "Did you slay the disciples of the temple?" "Not I, but she." The tree's spirit's gaze fell downward, as if fixating upon the stone coffin beneath, despite its inability to see it. "Who is she?" "She is the Lady of Sandow Mountain." Zhang Yuanqing felt as though struck by a sudden blow, his mind reeling. The Lady of Sandow Mountain lay within that stone coffin, the formidable night wanderer who should have ascended during the early Ming dynasty. The sinister source was the Lady of Sandow Mountain. Had she been responsible for the deaths of the temple's disciples? Zhang Yuanqing blurted out. Why would she do such a thing? Because the era of decline has arrived, and practitioners find it increasingly difficult to transcend their limitations. In pursuit of immortality, the Lady of Sandow Mountain succumbed to the path of darkness. She sealed herself within the coffin, using the locust tree to confine the restless souls, nurturing shadows with shadows to preserve her corporeal form and primordial spirit. She is a powerful night wanderer, inherently capable of devouring souls to augment her own strength. The face upon the trunk side, the locust tree has harbored too many souls, absorbing their will, gradually birthing intelligence. This intelligence is I. Over the years, many have stumbled into this place, perished here, ultimately becoming her sustenance. I have borne the grudges and bitterness of the vengeful spirits, waiting for someone to arrive and put an end to her. Is this, then, the initiation of an NPC quest? Zhang Yuanqing's eyes flickered. He contemplated his course of action. Open the stone coffin and pierce her heart with the weapon in your hand to bring this to a close. Oh. Within the demon-slaying pestle lies half of her yang essence. By thrusting it into her heart, you can seal the remaining yang essence within her corporeal form into a vessel. Without the protection of her yang essence, her physical body will perish instantly. The locust tree spirit concluded. Only then will you be able to depart from this place. Zhang Yuanqing remained motionless, enveloped in silence. The locust tree spirit continued. Young man, what are you hesitating for? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly replied. I am pondering a question. He stood at a distance, gazing at the face upon the trunk, articulating each word. You wouldn't happen to be the temple priest, would you? The cave fell into a sudden hush. After a few seconds, the locust tree spirit responded in a somber tone. The temple priest was the first to be ensnared by the Lady of Sandow Mountain, becoming her puppet, and ultimately, nourishment for that woman. If you doubt my words, come forth and open the stone coffin, and you shall see that I do not deceive you. Then assist me in opening it. I cannot open it. I am merely a tree. Is it that you cannot open it, or that you dare not? Zhang Yuanqing appeared to have obtained the answer he sought. A smirk gracing his lips. The one lying in the coffin must be the temple keeper, and you are either his guardian or perhaps his spirit. After articulating this probing inquiry, he adopted a vigilant stance, awaiting the response of the tree spirit. As a technology enthusiast adept in strategy games, having navigated numerous crises, It would be utterly disappointing if he could not unravel the mysteries of the mountain god temple. Firstly, the mountain goddess transcended to the ethereal realm during the early Ming dynasty, and only after her demise did the local authorities erect this temple in her honor. The unexplained disappearance of disciples within the temple occurred during the Yongle period, marking a gap of at least 50 to 60 years, equivalent to 1 or 2 generations. Secondly, the information from the main hall indicated that the mountain goddess was a figure of righteousness. While the tree spirit's claim of having fallen into darkness is merely its own narrative, Zhang Yuanqing was more inclined to trust the former. Lastly, and most crucially, the writings indicated, "Do not trust the master." Yet, Zhang Yuanqing had not yet grasped why the temple keeper would wish to harm his own disciples. Now, clarity emerged. If one were to replace the desire for immortality and descent into darkness with the temple keeper, all doubts would dissipate. The cave fell into silence as the tree spirit sighed. "Your distrust is too profound, from beginning to end. I have harbored no ill intentions towards you and would never inflict harm. But was it a matter of unwillingness to harm, or rather an inability?" Zhang Yuanqing slowly retreated a few steps and remarked, "This time." The tree spirit's expression shifted abruptly. Observing this, Zhang Yuanqing knew his reasoning was entirely accurate. Thus, his explorations within the ancient well yielded no results, for the well harbored no issues. It was the tree that posed the true enigma. Moreover, his ability to discern the illusion with precision stemmed from the fact that the ghost's name invoked was Zhang Yuanqing, rather than the Grand Supreme Being. Lastly, when Zhang Yuanqing discovered the ancient well, his mind conjured images of a renowned horror film from a certain island nation, thus instilling a psychological shadow that deterred him from peering into the abyss. Subsequently, the ghost emerged from the well, garbed in white, with disheveled hair and devoid of facial features, embodying the nebulous terror that haunted Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts. "You feign civility and converse with me sweetly because the illusion can no longer ensnare me. After all, I possess the demon-subduing pestle bestowed by the goddess, rendering me immune to such trickery." With a visage of calm, Zhang Yuanqing dissected the truth. Luring me here was merely a prelude to slaying me by alternative means. If illusions hold no sway over me, it must thus resort to physical assault. He cast a glance at the roots sprawling along the tunnel walls and suddenly thrust down with his pestle. Chapter 18. Completing the S-class trial task. The slender root, akin to a thumb, ignited in brilliant golden flames, swiftly transforming into charred remnants. The roots that adorned the walls were instantaneously roused, springing to life like a writhing mass of serpents slithering upon the surface. The locust tree spirit, taken aback by the unexpected sagacity of this intruding mortal, ceased its pretense upon realizing its deceit had been unveiled. With a menacing tone, it declared, "Since you refuse to approach, then perish." The ground of the cavern responded with a cacophony of cracking sounds as fragments heaved upwards, revealing robust roots that burst forth from the earth like contorted appendages, ensnaring Zhang Yuanqing. At this distance, even without the red dancing shoes, Zhang Yuanqing could undoubtedly evade capture. Indeed, it was a ploy to draw me closer. Zhang Yuanqing, undeterred, advanced further. With a deft slide, he evaded the entangling roots, narrowing the gap between himself and the locust tree. He then propelled himself upwards, soaring several meters high, once again evading a sweeping attack. Increasingly, roots broke through the earth's surface, dancing wildly within the stone cavern. Zhang Yuanqing navigated gracefully amidst the tendrils, evading capture regardless of the roots' relentless efforts. Had he not possessed the enchanted red dancing shoes, relying solely on the demon-slaying staff would have rendered a novice's survival rate alarmingly low. Thud, thud, thud. The red dancing shoes raced along the walls, deftly avoiding the roots' grasp and strikes. With a spring of his knees, Zhang Yuanqing shot forward like an arrow, slicing through the encirclement of roots and crashing into the trunk. Upon seeing the swiftly approaching human, the trunk's face betrayed unmistakable fear. Boom! The stones at the base of the roots shattered, and an eruption of roots surged forth, forming a wooden barrier. Zhang Yuanqing struck fiercely with the demon-slaying staff. Golden flames spread across the surface of the wooden wall, inciting a furious scream from the locust tree spirit. Seizing the moment, he broke through the charred barrier, thrusting the sharp, three-edged point of the staff deep into the trunk. Thud! The pointed tip sank deeply into the trunk, and a brilliant sun erupted from the inky darkness of the cavern. The golden light distorted the trunk, twisted the visage of the human, eliciting a piercing cry that released wisps of smoke. In that fleeting moment, the souls concealed within the trunk dissipated into ethereal vapor, their anguished cries echoing in the air. All specters vanished, obliterated by the radiance. As the golden light faded, the cavern returned to darkness. Yet it felt inexplicably cleansed and clear. Zhang Yuanqing's immediate concern was not to ascertain whether the locust tree spirit had perished, but rather to swiftly remove the enchanted red dancing shoes from his feet and store them in his inventory. Since entering the cave, nearly 5 minutes have elapsed. After securing the red ballet shoes, Zhang Yuanqing finally shifted his attention to the banyan tree, which had withered, its bark cracked, deprived of moisture, and its roots scattered throughout the cave. A chilling voice echoed in Zhang Yuanqing's mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the S-level trial task. The character card is now activated, and rewards are being calculated. Items props obtained. Demon Slaying Pestle. Experience points earned, 100. You have become the Night Wanderer. Experience points earned, 20. Character card rewards activated. Reward item, red ballet shoes. You will exit the spiritual realm in 5 minutes. Finally, it was over. Zhang Yuanqing felt utterly exhausted, as if his very essence had been drained. He had conquered the shelling tunnel, accomplishing what no one had managed to achieve in decades. As the notification sounded, the black moon mark on his forehead became pronounced, and a strange, mysterious force surged from the heated mark, invading his body with an almost brutal intensity. His skin flushed red, resembling a boiled shrimp, as this enigmatic power washed over him, integrating into each cell, melting into his bones, and visibly mending the wounds on his arms. He involuntarily convulsed, his eyes momentarily revealing 2 illusory black moons before they vanished. The agony quickly dissipated, replaced by a soothing warmth akin to a hot spring enveloping him. How delightful! Zhang Yuanqing felt a languorous bliss envelop him, an urge to stretch, instinctively. He looked down and was astonished to see his body standing still. Had his soul departed? After reclaiming his corporeal form, Zhang Yuanqing discovered that this body possessed an extraordinary attribute, something referred to as talent. He embraced this gift with an innate acceptance, as though it were an inherent part of his being. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of boundless energy and strength, even experiencing the illusion that he could shatter a planet with a single punch. Zhang Yuanqing accessed his character attributes panel. Name, Primordial Celestial Master. Race, Human. Class, Night Wanderer. Level, 1. Skills, Night Wandering, Soul Devouring. Spirit of the Dark Moon. Experience, 20. Moral value, 60. Initial value, Night Wandering. Active converges the power of the dark moon to envelop oneself. Entering a state of night wandering during the skill's activation briefly becomes invisible, concealing one's scent, breath, and muffling sounds and heat emitted by the body, lasting 6 seconds. Soul Devouring. Active consumes souls to enhance one's own spiritual essence. Spirit of the Dark Moon. Passive. The Night Wanderer possesses a robust physique, abundant vitality, and formidable self-healing abilities. Under the cover of night, all capabilities of the Night Wanderer receive a significant augmentation. He had officially become a Night Wanderer. Having accrued an additional 20 experience, and coupled with item rewards, the gains from this trial in the spiritual realm were indeed bountiful. Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory, where the red dance shoes lay quietly in the first slot, the half-hour countdown having vanished. He had officially become the master of the red dance shoes. 2 minutes later, having begun to acclimate to his bodily state, the wounds on his arms had healed. He then turned his gaze towards the stone coffin. The conclusion of the task indicated that the exploration degree had reached 100, leaving the coffin seemingly empty. It appears that the locust tree spirit is indeed the temple's keeper. With this realization, all the characters have made their entrance. How did he transform into a tree spirit? Is the body within the stone coffin his corporeal form? Pondering this, Zhang Yuanqing strolled leisurely to the stone coffin, intending to explore its contents. Perhaps there are treasures buried alongside. With just over 2 minutes remaining before exiting the spiritual realm, he had ample time. To be prudent, he summoned the red dancing shoes once more, opting for the wearing mode. The coffin was ensnared and enveloped by withered tree roots. Zhang Yuanqing wielded the demon-slaying staff, severing these desiccated roots one by one, revealing the coffin's full appearance. Measuring approximately 2 meters in length, the coffin's surface was adorned with intricate carvings, while a thin layer of dust rested upon the lid. With a gentle push, he slowly lifted the coffin lid and peered inside. As the god of night wandering, even without the divine power of the demon-slaying staff, he could effortlessly pierce through the darkness. The female corpse was strikingly beautiful. The contours of her cheeks sculpted a flawless visage. Her nose was elegant and finely shaped. Her lips were sensuous with a pallid hue, and her eyes were tightly shut, framed by thick, interlacing lashes, a stunning beauty. This, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, retreating repeatedly, with a singular thought racing through his mind. Could it truly be the goddess of Sandow Mountain? Compared to the statue in the main hall, this female corpse lacked benevolence, exuding instead an aura of cold elegance. Her form was lean and youthful, devoid of roundness. Yet, her features bore a striking resemblance, at least 70 to 80% alike. Could it be that the locust tree spirit was speaking the truth? Was the disappearance of the temple disciples linked to the goddess of Sandow Mountain? In that moment, a sense of inexplicable dread enveloped him, casting doubt upon his own judgments. For erroneous conclusions inevitably herald great peril. No, that cannot be right. My task is indeed complete, which affirms that my conjecture holds validity. Thus, does the empress within the stone sarcophagus pertain to a concealed quest? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly regretted his impulsive decision to open the coffin, since the Three Mountains Empress lay within. It is certain that the mountain god temple harbors an even deeper narrative. This may likely trigger a series of undesirable chain reactions, such as activating hidden quests. Is there something? After a brief moment of hesitation, he delicately pinched his pointed chin, parting his lush, sensual lips to reveal a glimmer of obsidian sheen. It was a jet-black, pristine orb. Name, spirit crystal. Type, consumable. Function, none. Description, a soul crystal purified by the power of the sun god, containing immense spiritual energy. It is the most coveted supplement of the Night Wanderer. Note, the Three Mountains Empress has already purified the crystal of any impurities. Consumption is safe. Zhang Yuanqing extended his fingers to grasp the orb. The orb swiftly disintegrated, transforming into a viscous energy that surged into his forehead. Ding! You have gained 22 experience points. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's body, once again creating the illusion that he could shatter a planet with a single punch. He felt an unmistakable enhancement in his strength. Without the need to consult the attributes panel, he could clearly perceive an elevation in his skills. The delay for Night Wanderer increased by 3 seconds, changing from 6 seconds to 9 seconds. Fortunately, nothing adverse occurred. Zhang Yuanqing observed the timer on the Azure panel commencing its countdown. 5, 4, 3. Suddenly, a prolonged exhalation echoed through the dark, silent cavern. Zhang Yuanqing. The lid of the coffin was pushed open from the inside, and a pale, delicate hand emerged, grasping the edge of the coffin. In an instant, the beauty within the stone coffin sat up. Her eyes, deep as a tranquil pond, swept across the stone chamber, locking onto the rigid expression of Zhang Yuanqing. She stared at him for several seconds before a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. The sight nearly sent Zhang Yuanqing into a state of fright, almost causing him to faint. At that moment, the scenery shattered like reflections on the surface of water disturbed by the wind, and the countdown came to an end. The world around him blurred into obscurity. Gradually, the image stabilized, illuminated by a bright, white light from above, revealing pristine walls, a desk, a computer, a television, and a double bed. The curtains fluttered in the breeze, accompanied by the crisp chirping of birds from outside. Chapter 19. The call, damn it. That almost scared me to death. Zhang Yuanqing plopped down on the edge of his bed, his heart racing. After a considerable effort to calm himself, his gaze fell upon the red dance shoes at his feet, nearly sending his heart into another frenzy. Dispel, dispel. The red dance shoes transformed into crimson light and dissipated. Phew, that was close. Zhang Yuanqing finally relaxed, rising to the window to gaze at the towering buildings outside, admiring the vibrant green leaves reflecting a spectrum of colors, while listening to the conversations of the elderly residents in the neighborhood, along with the faint hum of passing vehicles. It was mealtime, and a delivery man in a blue uniform was riding his small bike swiftly through the community. From the neighboring apartment, the sounds of vegetables colliding with hot oil and the rhythmic clattering of a spatula cooking could be heard. Ah, how splendid the world remains, how enchanting the metropolis. After standing there for a few moments, he finally felt that he had completely liberated himself from that eerie sensation. Once he regained his composure, he eagerly approached the mirror to test his newfound abilities. Calming his emotions, he tranquilized the tumultuous waters of his heart, silently communing with the lunar energy within. Soon, Zhang Yuanqing beheld his reflection, witnessing his form gradually being erased, vanishing into thin air. He could truly become invisible. How delightful. After 9 seconds, his body was redefined, re-emerging in the mirror. It was somewhat exhausting, akin to having run several laps around the playground. Next, he experimented with the strength of his corporeal form, effortlessly denting a battery with his grip and slicing a small wound on the back of his hand with a utility knife. In under 5 minutes, the injury healed completely. Setting aside his supernatural abilities, the mere increase in muscular strength already transcended that of ordinary mortals. As for his other active skill, Soul Devourer, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it, for no spiritual entities were nearby. With my physique so robust, if old ailments were to resurface, could my body endure a prolonged state of overload? No. I should contemplate whether there exists a medical profession within the realm of spiritual wanderers. I must seek someone to examine my peculiar affliction. Zhang Yuanqing then opened his inventory to admire his items, though he refrained from taking anything out. The demon-subduing scepter could remain undisturbed, but what if he took out the red dance shoes? Would it demand his company for an awkward dance? Gazing at the scepter, Zhang Yuanqing fell into deep contemplation. If memory served him correctly, the banyan tree spirit had mentioned that the scepter contained the sealed yang essence of 3 mountain goddesses. Would they come seeking me? The thought alone sent a shiver down his spine. In the realm of the ethereal, NPCs surely cannot manifest in the tangible world, can they? The likelihood of my returning to the mountain god temple is rather slim, as I have thoroughly explored the quaint shrine, which can no longer sustain another quest. Despite my verbal assertions, uncertainty lingers in my heart, with the enchanting visage of the mountain lady flashing repeatedly in my mind. I shall visit my workplace shortly to seek confirmation from the esteemed elder and the peculiar translator. At that moment, the doorknob rattled, yet, as Zhang Yuanqing had securely locked the door beforehand, the individual outside was unable to enter. Zhang Yuanqing, why have you locked the door? Are you secretly up to no good? Came the melodic and crystalline voice of my aunt, teasingly. Dinner is ready. She approached the door and turned the knob. My aunt stood outside, peering in with her charmingly rounded visage, her expression tinged with suspicion. Why did you lock the door? Practicing martial arts. What kind of martial arts? The art of utilizing foreign skills to counter foreign threats. You cheeky brat, are you asking for a beating? My aunt glared fiercely, her eyes sparkling with an alluring charm large, bright, and devoid of any trace of fatigue or murkiness. The ancient saying about autumn waters reflecting bright eyes aptly describes such luminous orbs. At the dining table, Zhang Yuanqing indulged in a hearty meal, his appetite having notably increased, while his grandmother felt both gratified by her culinary progress and troubled by the insufficient quantity of dishes prepared for the day. School resumes tomorrow. You should retire early tonight. Lest I have to wake you up, his grandmother admonished. If my aunt doesn't come into my room to play games tonight, I shall indeed sleep early. Zhang Yuanqing promptly deflected the blame. A swift kick to his calf from beneath the table reminded him that she too had work obligations. Grandmother turned to her daughter and said, if you have to work overtime tomorrow, please call me in advance. Auntie, an intern in obstetrics and gynecology at a prestigious public hospital, experienced moments of utter idleness. Yet when busy, she found herself more exhausted than a corporate drone. You should engage more with your male colleagues. I imagine there are many doctors vying for your attention at the hospital, grandmother inquired slyly. Mother, your perspective is rather narrow. Even the men who accompany their wives for checkups often discreetly ask me for my contact information, Annie replied, hands on her hips, reveling in her own charm. Grandmother raised her hand in mock admonition, prompting Auntie to shrink her head and quietly resume eating. While the two women conversed, Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts drifted to the tasks awaiting him in the afternoon. After finishing his meal, he planned to contact Guanya to inform the authorities that he had successfully completed the dungeon, while also preparing a report on the first clear. He wondered how much value the report would hold and what accolades it might yield. Additionally, he needed to mention the awakening of the mountain goddess, as he felt it was a concealed quest not to be overlooked. Amidst the turmoil and worries surrounding the spiritual realm, he had forgotten to charge his phone. Once it was replenished, he noticed 4 or 5 missed calls, all from Guanya. 2 of them were from an hour ago, when he was still in the spiritual realm, and the remaining 3 were just 2 minutes prior. In a 2-story building, sunlight reflected off the glass walls. In a spacious and luxurious office, Li Dongza had quickly finished his lunch, glanced at his watch, and, leaning on his cane, made his way to the office area. Guanya, have there been any updates from the Yuanshi side? This marked the 3rd time he had posed the same question. Although he harbored little hope, The uncertainty of the situation kept him perpetually preoccupied. Li Dongzi has already composed his apology letter. He is merely awaiting the outcome before confessing his mistakes to the centurion. His recent negligence has revealed a lack of the professional acumen expected of a scout. As for that fellow, Yuan Shitianzun, although he feels a sense of regret, the trials associated with the character card are beyond human capability to confront. His phone is turned off. Guanya shook her head, stating that she has already attempted to reach him 5 or 6 times to no avail. Li Dongzi seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Exhaling silently, let us wait a little longer. All right, Shencheng, Guanya said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, offering a reassuring smile. Until the results are revealed. Anything is possible, much like S.C. Chardinger's cat. Without opening the box, one can never know whether it is alive or dead. Wang Tai, unable to restrain himself, interjected, prompting an immediate darkening of expressions from Guanya and Li Dongzi. Be quiet. Did I say something wrong again? Wang Tai murmured, lowering his head. What a socially inept individual. Li Dongzi and Guanya silently chastised him. Having worked together for so long, they had long abandoned any hope of cultivating Wang Tai's emotional intelligence. Guanya mused that the contrast between interesting and mundane souls was starkly evident. Just look at that handsome Yuan Shi. His charming demeanor and eloquent speech would undoubtedly make the workplace far less tedious. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. If they are still unable to reach him by the end of the day, all hope would be lost. Guanya sighed, languidly reclining in her soft chair, her ample bosom stretching the confines of her white shirt. Notify me immediately if there are any updates. As Li Dongzi was about to turn and leave, the mobile phone resting on the table suddenly rang. At that moment, the device emitted a sound that halted his steps, drawing his gaze towards Guanya's phone. The caller ID displayed, Yuan Shitianzun. Li Dongzi's breath quickened. Guanya abruptly sprang up from her chair, causing the office desk to rattle and the items atop it to scatter. Her eyes widened in astonishment and elation. Grasping the phone, she turned to Li Dongzi. With a tense expression, he commanded, speakerphone. His voice was low and serious, both of them wearing grave expressions, as if they were about to engage with a kidnapper over the phone. When the call connected, Guanya, brimming with anticipation yet suppressing her excitement, spoke, Yuan Shi? I have completed the trial task and emerged from the mountain god temple. The voice of Zhang Yuanqing resonated through the speaker. Both Guanya and Li Dongzi were momentarily stunned. Wang Tai, oblivious to the world outside, suddenly lifted his head, the data-obsessed scholar displaying a look of shock and bewilderment. After a few seconds of daze, the small mustache on Li Dongzi's lips began to twitch visibly, exclaiming, Oh my God, have you heard my prayers? This is unbelievable. Oh heavens, I can hardly believe this is real. Quickly sensing his loss of composure, he reined in his expression, reminding himself to remain graceful, to be elegant. Li Dongzi understood the significance of clearing the Xiling tunnel. An S-class spirit realm deemed insurmountable by Tai Men had been conquered, inevitably attracting intense attention. Although Yuan Shi was a newcomer, it was foreseeable that he would rise to fame through this battle, becoming a notable figure among spirit realm travelers. Moreover, the information and artifacts contained within the S-level spiritual realms are tangible rewards, undoubtedly substantial in nature. Both official and unofficial organizations exhibit a fervent enthusiasm for conquering high-difficulty spiritual realms, particularly for first kills, as this represents the most expedient and effective means of bolstering their ranks. Lastly, and most crucially, there are only a few trial spiritual realms for night wanderers in the Songhai region. The existence of the Xiling Tunnel, a glitch, has resulted in significant losses of prospective night wanderers for official organizations. Should a comprehensive strategy be acquired, the annual emergence of night wanderers would inevitably increase. Although the rewards post-conquest of a spiritual realm cannot rival those of a first kill, the primary focus of the officials lies in the augmentation of night wanderer numbers, which is sufficient to capture the attention of the Elder Council of the Five Elements Alliance. How did you manage to achieve this? Guanya murmured. It was not particularly challenging. I breezed through it. After all, one merely needs legs to get through, replied Yuan Shitianzun, echoing sentiments befitting his ID. Guanya found herself momentarily speechless, unable to discern whether he was jesting or merely exhibiting a scholarly arrogance. In her perception, Zhang Yuanqing was an intelligent university student, adept in social interactions. However, to label him as extraordinary was certainly inconceivable. Her admiration for this new colleague was limited to his pleasant discourse and humorous demeanor. rather than any acknowledgement of his capabilities. Yet now, she felt compelled to reassess the potential of this newly minted night wanderer. Very well, excellent work, Li Dongzhi exclaimed, tapping his staff with excitement. You must come to the office at once, immediately. Understood, replied Zhang Yuanqing. Ending the call, Wang Tai could not help but remark. He possesses extraordinary abilities. I am currently unaware of the specific domain, but it is undoubtedly true. Long, it seems you have stumbled upon quite an oddity. Upon hearing this, a smile spread uncontrollably across Li Dongzhi's face. With a slight cough, he retorted, what oddity? He is a genius. With that, he hurriedly made his way to the office. As if he were pressed for time, Li Dongzhi felt that the title of the apology letter should be crafted with more elegance, perhaps something akin to, my sincere apologies. Captain, I accidentally encountered an extraordinary talent. He was eagerly anticipating this. Chapter 20, Winning Hearts Through Virtue. In the ranks of the White Tiger Brigade, subordinates are not permitted to directly call their superiors unless there is an urgent matter of utmost importance. Communication typically occurs via email or message. The passage through the Xiling Tunnel is significant, yet not urgent. Moments after the message was dispatched, Li Dongzhi's phone, resting on the desk, began to ring. The caller ID displayed Captain Fu. A direct call? Li Dongzhi promptly seized his phone and answered. Li Dongzhi, you must take responsibility for your words. Came the icy voice of a young man through the speaker, enunciating each word with clarity. Captain, this matter indeed took us by surprise. Despite the captain's admonition, Li Dongzhi felt remarkably at ease. I just finished a call with him. Is there a strategy? Fu Qingyang inquired instantly. Please hold for a moment. Captain Fu fell silent for a few seconds, his previously frigid tone softening as he remarked, I held no expectations, yet I find myself pleasantly surprised. This individual's ability to navigate the Xiling Tunnel indicates remarkable prowess. Li Dongzhi, you have successfully recruited talent for the White Tiger Legion. I shall report this to the Council of Elders, and you shall be duly credited for your significant contribution. Oh, how splendid this is. The smile on Li Dongzhi's face widened, only to be promptly replaced by a contemplative expression as he lowered his voice, inquiring, is discretion required? The recruitment of a night wanderer had ceased to be a secret among the commanding figures of the Kangyang district. Even if it were deliberately omitted from conversation, it would inevitably draw attention over time. Such matters cannot remain concealed for long, especially considering the agreement between the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect, which grants the latter the preferential right to select any night wanderers appearing within the nation. This agreement has resulted in the Five Elements Alliance possessing a mere handful of their own night wanderers. Fu Qingyang scoffed, saying, why conceal it? The Tai sect has already made their position clear. They do not desire this night wanderer, and they cannot retract that decision. What you must guard against are the individuals within the Five Elements Alliance. I do not wish to see a recurrence of the incident involving the 100 Flowers Society. We must win him over through virtue and earn his allegiance. This aligns perfectly with Li Dongzhi's thoughts, who humbly sought guidance. I implore you, Captain Fu, to provide your insights. Grant him a formal position and a raise. A raise? Is this how we win people over with virtue? I am not fond of using money to buy loyalty, for alliances forged on profit are destined to dissolve once interest wane. I prefer to cultivate loyalty through virtue. Yet virtue requires time to manifest, while money yields immediate results. Captain Fu spoke with a calm demeanor. Expedite the writing of a strategy guide. I need to ascertain the core information regarding the Mountain God Temple. Additionally, let us repay the favor owed to the Tai sect. Any S-level spiritual realm undoubtedly contains valuable information and intelligence, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary realms. Understood. Li Dongzhi concluded the call. What kind of moral persuasion is this? Yet, it does indeed reflect the style of the Fu family. Li Dongzhi shook his head. This young Master Fu's family ventured abroad during tumultuous times to escape the ravages of war. After a century of enterprise, they have evidently evolved into a colossal financial leviathan. The Fu family is not only a massive capital entity, but also a lineage of spiritual realm practitioners, consistently producing a number of scouts each year. They represent a formidable family force within the ranks of the White Tiger troops. Young Commander Fu, despite his youth, has mastered various monetary abilities, earning him the moniker of the Money Prince among the official organization's 4 prominent heirs. At this moment, Li Dongzhi noticed that someone in the management group for spiritual realm practitioners in the Jiaoyang region had tagged him. Jingting, Li Dongzhi, Captain Li. How is your newly recruited night wanderer faring? Qing Tang, the captain of the 100 Flowers Society, was inquiring. If it were any other with spirit asking, Li Dongza would have suspected ulterior motives. However, this gentle and kind-hearted female captain is not the type to engage in underhanded tactics. Bai Long. Wow, that strikes a chord. Knowing full well that no one can navigate the Xiling Tunnel, why would you provoke Captain Li? Dejiba, surely. They must have perished in the Xiling Tunnel. Just yesterday, someone in my jurisdiction also went missing there. That unfortunate soul has yet to be found and is likely dead within the realm. The blunt nature of the Fire Master remains as frustrating as ever. Aside from these three captains who are quite active, the others remained silent, seemingly losing interest in the matter. My comrades, you shall envy me in just a moment. Li Dongza casually sent a substantial red envelope of 1,000 yuan, seizing the first opportunity to claim a mere 5 yuan. Xingting. Thank you, boss. Bai Long. Such generosity from the boss. Dajiba. The boss is in good health. They instinctively rushed to grab the red envelope, expressing their gratitude, completing this ritual, only to suddenly realize. Bai Long, no way. Dajiba. Li Dongza, what do you mean? Clarify your words. Qingting Li Shizhong. Li Dongza. I appreciate everyone's concern. My newly recruited Night Wanderer has successfully navigated the Xiling Tunnel. The group fell into a profound silence, akin to a collective muting. Yuanqing. Li Dongza, do not jest. The Night Wanderer from the Tai sect, who generally prefers to remain in the shadows of the Five Elements Alliance Management Group, was the first to speak up. Unlike the other captains, he could not afford to overlook Li Dongza's message regarding such a significant matter pertaining to their profession, even if the likelihood of it being a joke was greater. At that moment, Captain Fu Baifu sent a message in the group. From this day forth, the first kill of the Xiling Tunnel belongs to our Five Elements Alliance. Shortly, I will synchronize the strategy for the spiritual realm to the information repository. As an S-level trial realm, it has the potential to produce Night Wanderers of a higher quality than other realms, which I believe will greatly aid our organization's plan for cultivating Night Wanderers. Captain Fu Baifu, a figure of considerable authority, speaks with a weight that differs from Li Dongza's. Thus, given his assertion, the matter must indeed be true. Has the Xiling Tunnel truly been conquered? What sort of extraordinary individual has Li Dongza recruited? In that moment, the captains suddenly recognized the intrinsic value of the newcomer, realizing that he was more than just a rare profession. He might indeed be the most worthy investment of all. Big Muscle, I feel the urge to organize a team-building event again. Are you trying to poach me? Li Dongza's lips twitched. Water Drifter, I won't be running boats this month. Let's schedule a gathering. How about today? Tang Guiqiang sent a red envelope. Bai Long, a gathering sounds delightful, but I believe the 100 Flowers Association should refrain from participating. Qingting, haha. Fist King, I am quite curious about how that newcomer managed to clear the Xiling Tunnel. Anyone capable of such a feat must be extraordinary. Li Dongza is fortunate to have enlisted a talent. As the atmosphere in the group grew restless, Captain Fu sent another message. I will leverage the strategy for the Xiling Tunnel to negotiate with the Tai sect for a Night Wanderer slot, aiming to assign each of your teams a Night Wanderer within 5 years. Qingting. Thank you, Captain Fu. Big Muscle. Wow, such a stroke of luck. The mood in the group instantly became vibrant. Captain Fu's proposal was brilliant. With this enticing prospect, Li Dongza exhaled deeply. Subsequently, several captains enthusiastically engaged in discussions regarding the nurturing and allocation of Night Wanderers, as well as subtly inquiring about the identity of the heroic figure who achieved the first kill. Was it a man or a woman? What was their age? Yet, Li Dongza remained tight-lipped. While the captains enjoyed their lively conversation, the mood at Tai sect's Yuanqing was starkly different. He stared blankly at the words of Captain Fu Baifeng, repeatedly reading them several times until he finally digested this significant matter. The seemingly insurmountable Xiling Tunnel, which even Tai sect struggled to conquer, had actually been breached. How had that novice managed such a feat? As a practitioner of this profession, a Night Wanderer, he yearned more than any other captain to uncover the truth, feeling a deep, gnawing anxiety. However, this was not the time to dwell on the truth. He needed to report this matter to the organization. Such an outstanding Night Wanderer surely deserved a place in the Tai sect. Elder Sun was foolish. How could he make such reckless promises, causing Tai sect to lose a talent in vain? Yuanqing felt a flicker of resentment towards the elder. Zhang Yuanqing arrived at the police station by taxi, skillfully maneuvering to the rear of the building and stepping into the striking glass edifice. Ascending to the second floor, he immediately spotted the mixed-race beauty lounging on a sofa, sipping tea, her long legs reminiscent of a supermodel, dressed in a blouse, pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Her slender waist and ample bosom were striking, complemented by meticulous makeup and a chic hairstyle. If a standard image of a workplace goddess were to be defined, Zhang Yuanqing believed it would be her. Fortunately, his aesthetic sensibilities had been honed to a high degree by his aunt, and he greeted her without a hint of hesitation. Sister Guanya. Guanya set down her teacup and rose to greet him with a smile. Well, I thought our university student was a little puppy, but it seems he is a little wolf instead. Congratulations on becoming a night wanderer. I shall reward you with a hug. She opened her arms wide, exuding warmth. Having already grasped the preliminary understanding of her character, Zhang Yuanqing was not easily ensnared. He retorted with a cold smile. Demoness, how dare you presume to embrace me? If it were another girl, Zhang Yuanqing would undoubtedly refrain from uttering such words. However, with Guanya, who is an experienced individual, accelerating the pace is the appropriate manner to engage with her. Guanya paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, saying, Let us go. Shichang wants to see you. I didn't intend to speak with you, Zhang Yuanqing thought, momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that her implication was to preserve some secrets and not divulge everything. Following Guanya, Zhang Yuanqing re-entered the opulent office, where she observed Li Dongzi reclining comfortably in an armchair, a cigar perched between his fingers. Do you know what I am most concerned about at this moment? Li Dongzi inquired as he rose and sauntered toward the sofa, his gaze appraising Zhang Yuanqing. What is it? Zhang Yuanqing asked, playing along. I am most worried that you might be intercepted on your way here. Li Dongzi opened the liquor cabinet and retrieved 3 glass tumblers. What would you like to drink? Coke. Guanya, please send someone to purchase some, Li Dongzi commanded immediately. Indeed, your status has clearly risen, Zhang Yuanqing remarked as she settled into her seat beside Li Dongzi. After taking a sip of his drink, he delved straight into the matter at hand. You have performed admirably, quite impressively. I will need your assistance in composing a detailed report of the strategy shortly. However, before we proceed, I would like to inquire if you uncovered any unusual information at the Mountain God Temple. Chapter 21. The difference. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to speak, there was a knock at the office door. The three turned to see Wang Tai, clutching a laptop, standing at the entrance. May I come in and listen? Li Dongzi pondered for a moment before nodding. Come in, and also assist Yuan Shi in preparing the report. Wang Taisong exhaled, for he was not one to seek out the limelight. However, the S-level Xiling tunnel, as a bug within the Night Wanderer trial S spiritual realm, presented an intriguing subject that he could not resist eavesdropping on. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing began to recount his experiences at the Mountain God Temple once Wang Tai had taken his seat. He omitted the function of the demon-slaying pestle, merely describing it as an artifact capable of restraining malevolent entities. Regarding the red dance shoes, he similarly glossed over the details, stating that he had been trained by his uncle since childhood in singing, dancing, and rapping, coupled with an astonishing memory, which allowed him to decipher the rules of the shoes with great difficulty. Naturally, he also concealed the matter of the exclusive rewards from the character card, as revealing this would expose his acquisition of the red dance shoes. This strategy of withholding critical information was a hint he had received from Guanya. Rule-based artifacts are exceedingly rare. It is unlikely that the Five Elements Alliance would exchange such items for a mere $500 and a small banner. Yet one must remain cautious. As for the revival of the Three Mountains Goddess, he intended to address that topic separately later for a thorough discussion. Throughout this exchange, Wang Tai listened attentively while typing away furiously. Li Dongzi, after patiently hearing him out and pondering the handle of his staff, remarked, that artifact capable of restraining malevolent entities must surely be a reward for completing the trial, and it is undoubtedly of a considerable caliber. Guanya quickly chimed in. You cheeky fellow, with an S-level trial task, how could it merely reward a fraction of experience points? She was attempting to educate Zhang Yuanqing, advising him that a lie should contain 9 truths to every falsehood and not to go overboard. Zhang Yuanqing maintained his smile. Oh, I forgot to mention the artifact. Indeed, it was a reward for completing the trial. His demeanor remained unfazed, his heart steady. Li Dongzi was undeterred and continued. It appears that the difficulty level of the Xiling tunnel has been reduced. Zhang Yuanqing, perplexed, inquired as to why. Li Dongzi patiently elucidated. We often jest that the spirit realm is akin to a game. However, jesting remains jesting. Within the realm of spirits, items are exceedingly rare, each possessing a uniqueness that renders them irreplaceable. As Li Dongze sipped his drink, Guanya added, "Allow me to share some insights regarding the dungeons of the spirit realm. These dungeons are subject to continual adjustments. For instance, if you successfully navigate the mountain god temple and extract an item, its difficulty will inevitably decrease. Conversely, should you perish within the spirit realm and your items be seized by the enigmatic entities therein, the challenge will escalate, as exemplified by the red dance shoes. Moreover, within the same spirit realm, the tasks assigned may vary depending on one's level. I once ventured into a wilderness survival-type spirit realm, having perused the strategy guide in advance. Within the dungeon, that esteemed predecessor was a hunter tasked with eliminating 9 marauders in the jungle. However, upon entering the spirit realm, I discovered I was merely one of those marauders, with the task of surviving for 36 hours due to my lower level compared to that predecessor. Thus, strategies serve merely as a reference to familiarize us with the dungeon, imparting foundational knowledge and awareness of potential dangers, without diminishing the inherent challenge." Wang Tai interjected, "This is because the red dance shoes still exist." Guanya and Li Dongze exchanged a glance with Zhang Yuanqing, remaining silent. Wang Tai, completely oblivious, continued, "It seems rather strange. Such data, such gains, such information do not align with the difficulty of an S-rank level. Are you perhaps withholding something?" This was rather too direct, and it could lead to an awkward situation for everyone. Zhang Yuanqing cleared his throat and replied, "It is not concealment. I was just about to mention that a tree spirit has emerged from the cave, along with a stone coffin." "A stone coffin? What lies within it?" Li Dongze leaned forward, his tone urgent with inquiry. Wang Tai ceased his typing, while Guanya wore a look of keen curiosity. In S-rank spiritual realms, significant information is usually accompanied, and it could very well be a revelation of monumental proportions. Official organizations, civilian groups, and even nefarious entities glean their understanding of spiritual realms through a combination of observation and the synthesis of patterns, alongside the information they extract from these realms, gradually unlocking their secrets. No spiritual realm traveler can resist such temptation. Li Dongze's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "She has awakened?" He abruptly rose, seemingly unable to remain seated, and began to pace the office with his cane, a frown etched on his face. After a considerable pause, he spoke gravely, "Perhaps we have all miscalculated. Based on the relevant information regarding that lady, she must be a high-level night walker. Now that she has awakened, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the mountain god temple will undergo a profound transformation, no longer serving as a trial for night walkers, but rather as a high-level spiritual realm replica. Second, the mountain god temple may still be downgraded, yet with her caliber, a new high-level spiritual realm replica is bound to emerge. For the higher-ups of the Tai sect, the information pertaining to the transition of the spiritual realms is of paramount importance." Guanya felt a twinge of envy and remarked, "The more significant the information, the greater the rewards bestowed by the organization. Is the monetary compensation substantial?" Zhang Yuanqing asked, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, only to be followed by a wave of anxiety. "That ancient specter, who has been dead for centuries, still smiles at me. I can't shake the feeling that she will come looking for me, and it leaves me unsettled. If the banyan tree spirit spoke the truth, and half of the solar spirit of the goddess is sealed within the demon suppression staff, then it is certain she will undoubtedly seek him out." However, Zhang Yuanqing refrained from mentioning this to his colleagues. Wang Tai sincerely comforted him, saying, "Do not be overly confident at your level. You are unlikely to encounter such an eminent figure. If you have nothing to say, it would be wise to remain silent." Zhang Yuanqing nodded appreciatively, feeling reassured by these words. Guanya, with a playful smile, inquired, "Is the goddess beautiful?" Zhang Yuanqing turned his head to look at her and replied, "More beautiful than you." Wang Tai earnestly added, "Her research value also surpasses yours." The old priestess, infuriated, retorted, "Get lost." In the capital city, within a courtyard, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the large locust tree, whose leaves sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing the branches to sway and emitting the laughter of children. Elder Sun sat beneath the locust tree, fanning himself with a handheld fan, gently rocking in a rocking chair, while a tea set and an old-fashioned radio adorned the table beside him. A middle-aged man clad in black hurriedly crossed the threshold and entered the courtyard, whispering a report. The old man, with his hair grizzled, abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a striking golden light. The children's voices from the locust tree seemed startled, resulting in a collective gasp, followed by an immediate hush. The elder rose from his rocking chair, fixating his gaze on the middle-aged man. Is he the nocturnal wanderer that the Fu family has been courting? The man nodded in affirmation. The elder was momentarily taken aback, striking his thigh with the fan, lamenting. What a blunder, what a blunder. The last time the middle-aged man witnessed such dismay from elder son was during his ventures in the stock market. After a brief silence, the elder spoke. I recall that the overseer in Kangyang district of Songhai City is named Yuanqing. Pass the word down. This matter must not leave our circle. Otherwise, I shall be left with no face. But what? The elder inquired. As the phone rang with a call from the Black Mountain elder. Answer it. As the call connected, the elder barely grasped the phone when a furious voice erupted from the other end. Old son, what are you doing? It would have been one thing to privately send out the Xiling Tunnel's replica, but you actually agreed with Fu Qingyang to forego that nocturnal wanderer. Do you comprehend the gravity of your mistake? Elder son was momentarily stunned. How did you come to know? What does it matter how I know? Do you realize how long it has been since the Tai sect has attracted a gifted nocturnal wanderer? I am heading straight to the sect leader to lodge a complaint. The call ended abruptly, leaving elder son's temples throbbing. At that moment, the phone rang once more, and the middle-aged man glanced at the screen. It was Elder Hongying. Come on, Uncle Son, I have heard that the Xiling Tunnel has been breached. That night wanderer, you specifically mentioned him. Do you not wish to address this directly? Uncle Son, your approach necessitates an apology. Elder son, I have heard that you turned away a prodigious night wanderer. What insolence! Since when has it been your place as a steward to question authority? Ah, elder son, please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious. Elder son, I have heard that you leave in a span of a few minutes. He received 5 or 6 phone calls. The middle-aged man in black silently observed elder son. The last time he lost his composure like this was during a leveraged stock trade. Elder son took a deep breath and returned to the previous topic. Inquiring, what was that you just said? The middle-aged man hesitated. If Yuanqing knew, it would mean everyone else would too. Elder son's blood pressure soared. The phone rang again. Just as he was about to hang up, he saw that the caller was Fu Qingyang. He took a slow breath, calming his emotions, and answered the call. You rascal, are you calling to mock this old man? Mock you? A cool voice resonated from the phone, enunciating clearly. I would not engage in such trivialities. I am here to repay a favor. The report on the conquest of the Mountain God Temple has been completed, and I have sent it to your email. Fu Qingyang replied nonchalantly. I believe this information will be of great significance to your Tai sect. Elder son immediately became intrigued, hastily terminating the call, and turned to the middle-aged man, inquiring, how do I access the email? With narrowed eyes, elder son meticulously read the contents, displaying a tranquil demeanor. His expression remained unperturbed. For an elder-level spirit realm practitioner, a trial-level spirit realm was merely child's play. However, upon encountering the information regarding the revival of the Three Mountains goddess, his countenance shifted abruptly. With a creak, elder son sprang from his rocking chair, his expression now grave. Elder? The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. The ancient day god has awakened. A mixture of seriousness and concern enveloped elder son as he transformed into a streak of golden light, darting into the sky and vanishing from sight. That was the direction of the sect leader's residence. In a 2-story building, Zhang Yuanqing sat at his designated desk, skillfully powering on his computer. Following Guanya's guidance, he accessed the internal forum of the Five Elements Alliance, methodically perusing the pinned posts. These contained the most fundamental information about the spirit realm. He first examined the types of spirit realms, confirming with Li Dongza that they were categorized into single-player and multiplayer types. Single-player realms typically featured unique realms exclusive to that profession. For instance, the single-player realm of the Night God in the Extraordinary Realm is of the supernatural category. The multiplayer types are further divided into 2 categories, Team Combat and Team Adventure. The former involves confrontations among spirit realm practitioners within a special realm, while the latter faces the dangers inherent in the spirit realm, some of which are lethal, while others are non-lethal. The penalty mechanism for non-lethal types involves the deduction of experience points. Additionally, the scenarios in multiplayer spirit realms are diverse, and the gameplay varies significantly. Continuing, he began to read a post regarding the classification of ranks. The content was quite straightforward. Zhang Yuanqing had clicked the link, only to be met with a notification indicating insufficient permissions. How I load these permission barriers, he muttered under his breath, begrudgingly perusing other posts. The comprehensive guide to professions of the Realm Walker revealed the following. orderly professions: night wanderer, scout, wood spirit, water ghost, fire master, earth monster, musician, scholar. Evil professions: enchantress, witch doctor, illusionist. If memory serves, Wang Tai is indeed a scholar, but what exactly is a musician? Only 3 types of evil professions? No wonder Guanyu remarked that official organizations are the true hunters. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze shifted downward, landing upon content that left him astounded. Note: to inquire about foreign professions, please click the link below. Unsurprisingly, his permissions were inadequate. Are there realm walkers abroad with professions distinct from ours? He lifted his head to gaze at Guanyu's nape ahead. Is there really a distinction between domestic and foreign servers? The seasoned player turned to him with a smile and said, "Why would you think our country is the only one that is exceptional?" At a loss for words, Zhang Yuanqing found himself speechless. He was compelled to reassess his understanding of the realm. If the realm encompasses the entire globe, and if there are other realm walkers abroad with diverse professions, then the structure of the realm, both in terms of dungeons and reality, is far more intricate than he had previously imagined. The territorial consciousness among realm walkers is notably strong, with almost no interaction among official organizations across nations, save for the combat against malevolent groups. Therefore, for the time being, you need not concern yourself with foreign realm walkers. This is not a matter for one in the extraordinary realm to ponder, Guanyu remarked, and Zhang Yuanqing responded with a hum. Opening the Night Wanderer interface to peruse the description of his profession. The Night Wanderer, a favorite of the moon, an ethereal spirit of the night, excels in assassination and the manipulation of shadowy entities. The emblem of the profession is a black crescent moon, ranking among the most formidable vocations within the realm of guardians. Note: to view the Night Wanderer's class transition titles, please click the link below. Zhang Yuanqing clicked incessantly, only to be met with a dialog box indicating insufficient permissions. Damn these restrictive permissions! He nearly exclaimed in frustration. Wait, something feels amiss. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly froze, re-examining the description to discern the discrepancy. The emblem is a black crescent moon? Yet, I distinctly recall seeing a black full moon on my forehead that fateful night. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to the back of Guanyu's head, intending to inquire. Chapter 22. The Night Wanderer meeting. He opened his mouth, but could not voice his question. Diverging from the mainstream implies an unusual circumstance. Uncertainty regarding whether this is a boon or a bane necessitates discretion. And the absence of relevant information in the forum suggests that the black full moon is not something of lower echelons. The more elevated the knowledge, the greater the need for secrecy. This is a truth understood by all. Particularly as a novice, he lacked the capacity and experience to navigate unforeseen situations. Why does the character card bestowed by Brother Bing differ from an ordinary night wanderer? This damned fellow offers no information and has seemingly vanished. Subsequently, he exited the thread and clicked on the forum's search bar, intending to investigate the circumstances surrounding the Three-Path Mountain Goddess Temple. Upon typing Sandow Mountain Yang Temple, he retrieved 2 pieces of information. One was a previously encountered guide for the replica Wuxing Alliance version, and the other was an introduction to the Sandow Mountain Yang Temple. This temple, located in the early Ming dynasty within the jurisdiction of Songjiang Prefecture, venerates the deity known as Sandow Mountain Yang, renowned for her abilities in invoking rain, exorcising evil spirits, concocting elixirs, healing ailments, and bestowing blessings upon the region. After her ascension to immortality, local officials and gentry contributed to the construction of a temple in her honor. However, the Sandow Mountain Yang Temple has long since fallen into decline, losing many invaluable research materials excerpted from the Songfu Library. Upon reading these words, Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned blank, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Did the Sandow Mountain Yang Temple truly exist? Did it hold a place in history? If so, did this deity genuinely exist? Or perhaps she was a real person? Could real individuals manifest within the spiritual realm? If she were indeed alive, would she emerge from the spiritual realm to seek me out? Zhang Yuanqing was startled by his own thoughts. Sister Guanya, I have a question. He never troubled himself with matters he could easily inquire about. He conveyed his speculations regarding Sandow Mountain Yang to her. Shencheng should have informed you that the spiritual realm exists in a liminal space between reality and illusion. The elder lady raised her cup, took a sip, and remarked, many scenes within the spiritual realm are based on reality. For instance, the Lingang Reservoir and the Xiangshui Paradise are locations that can be found in the real world. However, such places do not exist in actuality, or else chaos would ensue. Thus, While the three paths mountain goddess indeed existed at one time, the figure I encountered was a fabrication of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing felt a sense of relief. Old fogey, you should just remain in the spiritual realm. In the capital, at the Beishui Min Airport, the slender figure of Yuanqing sat in the spacious seat of business class, clad in a black suit and shirt. His hair meticulously styled, presenting the image of a business elite. Through the narrow airplane window, he gazed down at the myriad lights below, brilliantly illuminating the night. Just today, he had reported to the organization about the conquest of the Xiling Tunnel, and by afternoon, he would be summoned to the capital. However, this return to the capital was unrelated to the Xiling Tunnel. It was summoned by the Master of Tai to gather the night wanderers dispersed across the nation for a meeting. Such large-scale gatherings typically occur only at the end of each year, when the night wanderers from all corners of the country come to report their work. Any exceptions must signal significant matters. Hopefully, it is not bad news. As Yuanqing watched the approaching city lights, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. The plane landed smoothly, and he disembarked, dragging his suitcase directly to the parking garage on the second underground level, where he boarded the designated car. 40 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at a 5-star hotel. Yuanqing stowed his luggage and took the elevator to the spacious conference room on the top floor. A banquet is currently underway, where gentlemen and ladies clad in elegant black attire, black jackets and long black skirts, gracefully navigate through an array of delectable dishes, their laughter and toasts mingling in the air. Oh, Captain Yuan has arrived. As Yuanqing picked up a glass of wine from a server ashtray, he was approached by a man in a black shirt. Sporting a fresh haircut, bright eyes, and a chiseled face, his physique a quintessential inverted triangle. GNG. Yuanqing beamed at his long-lost friend, exclaiming, "It's been ages. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come, let us greet them." GNG placed a hand on Yuanqing's shoulder, guiding him to the table where 6 individuals sat, 3 men and 3 women, all fellow night watchers from Yuanqing's initial training at Tai Men. Now, they had all risen to the ranks of captains, scattered across various locations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuanqing inquired, "What is the purpose of the master summoning us to Beijing?" Yang Qian, her ponytail swaying and dressed in leather, pursed her lips and replied softly, "We were just discussing this topic. All we know is that the confidentiality level is exceedingly high. Even the steward is unaware." "Not even the steward is deemed worthy to know?" Yuanqing nodded slightly, refraining from further questions. GNG raised his glass with a smile, saying, "We'll naturally learn the details once the meeting starts. Pondering over it now serves no purpose. By the way, have there been any amusing anecdotes recently?" With a spirited laugh, Yang Qian remarked, "I do have an amusing tale to share. Not long ago, the eldest son of the Xiahou family along the coast was incapacitated by the master of the Stop Killing Palace. It is said that when the elders of the Xiahou family arrived at the scene, he was on the brink of death. Stop Killing Palace? A male classmate glanced at Yuanqing and remarked, "If I recall correctly, this is the Lingjing Wanderers organization from the Songhai region. What has caused a rift with the Xiahou family?" Yuanqing shook his head and replied, "The individuals from the Stop Killing Palace possess rather extreme personalities, particularly that leader, who is quite mad. It is no surprise that they engage in conflicts with others. However, they maintain a relatively amicable stance towards official organizations and generally behave themselves." Yang Qian sighed and added, "That leader is a high-level Lingjing wanderer. Even the stewards may not be her match. As long as such individuals do not overstep their bounds, it is best to turn a blind eye." After chatting for a while, Jinji looked around and remarked, "Our number of night wanderers is still too few, leaving us to watch other professions stir up trouble and draw attention." He continued, "It has been many years since our sect has produced a remarkably talented night wanderer." The charmingly round-faced Xiao Yang chimed in, her voice sweet yet slightly coy. "Since we are on this topic, I have an intriguing piece of news related to our night wanderers," Yuanqing said, piquing the interest of everyone at the table. "Do you remember the Xiling Tunnel?" Yuanqing inquired. "Ah, the novice-level bug realm where Jiang Lin and Zhao Kai perished years ago," Jinji responded, puzzled. "Has this cursed place claimed yet another victim?" Yuanqing continued, "From now on, the first kill of the Xiling Tunnel no longer exists. It has been conquered by a young lad." His words landed like a thunderclap, leaving the night wanderers at the table speechless. After a few moments, Jinji, still bewildered, asked, "Is that truly the case?" Xia Bing widened her eyes and exclaimed in a sweet voice, "Yuanqing, you must be joking." The others looked on with skepticism. Yuanqing nodded affirmatively, stating, This matter has already been reported to the sect. You may inquire with your respective superiors. However, if you merely ask without consulting the strategy guide, the steward is likely to provide you with the information. Doubt transformed into astonishment as the night wanderers at the table appeared both flabbergasted and exhilarated. This was indeed a significant event. That brother is incredible. How did he manage that? I just want to see the strategy guide now. I have no interest in attending the meeting. Wake up. Your permissions should not grant you access. Yang Qian glanced around and inquired, has this newcomer joined the Tai sect? Is he currently in the capital? Yuanqing seemed to relish the conversation even more, shaking his head with a hint of regret. You were unaware. That fellow has been recruited by the Five Elements Alliance. Fu Qingyang personally called Elder Sun to request the strategy guide. Upon learning that the trial task was in the Xiling Tunnel, Elder Sun immediately refused to accept him. Truly perplexing. Elder Sun, this has made me quite angry. Just as he was about to criticize the exalted elder, Yuanqing suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in black approaching him directly. The man said, Yuanqing, Elder Sun has instructed that after the meeting concludes, you should not leave, but rather visit him. Yuanqing's expression instantly froze. The banquet was swiftly nearing its conclusion, with the waitstaff clearing away the plates and drinks. The soft lighting transformed into bright, glaring conference lights. The hall full of night wanderers sat at their respective round tables, silently awaiting. Over 100 individuals rendered mute. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Amidst the protracted wait, an elderly man clad in a white training outfit entered the conference room with eager anticipation. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he possessed an imposing stature. His face bore no wrinkles, and his gaze was sharp as a blade. A golden sun, akin to a tattoo, adorned his forehead. Were it not for his head of silver hair indicating his age, he appeared more youthful than many. He was the Grand Elder of the Tai sect, known in the spiritual realm as the Crimson Sun Judge. The myriad night wanderers sat upright, their postures reflecting the utmost respect for this most formidable figure beneath their sect leader. The Crimson Sun Judge surveyed the congregation of disciples and slowly proclaimed, the successor bears 2 distinct characteristics. Their vocation emblem is not a crescent moon, but rather a black full moon. Upon traversing the spiritual realm, they possess a character card reward unattainable by ordinary night wanderers. Chapter 23. The Homicide on a Clear Monday. The bustling city of Shanghai presented a perennial challenge during the morning rush hour, with both elevated highways and surface streets congested to the point of inducing hypertension. Ordinary office workers, opting for the subway, were spared the woes of traffic, yet they faced the trials of being wedged amidst the throngs. Bathed in the morning sunlight, Zhang Yuanqing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, pedaled a shared bicycle through the vibrant streets of Shanghai, a pancake roll clasped between his teeth. Effortlessly, he surpassed one private car after another, including commercial vehicles and buses, his youthful exuberance soaring alongside his tousled bangs. With a distance of 5 to 6 kilometers separating Shanghai University from his grandmother's home, the bicycle ride took merely 15 minutes, thus he typically refrained from residing on campus. Due to his ascension to the role of night wanderer, the bicycle he usually found exhausting was now propelled with remarkable ease, allowing him to reach the university gates in a mere 10 minutes. If it were not for the excessive presence of electric bicycles on the bike lane, he could have traversed the path at a swifter pace. Shanghai University, established in the early 20th century, boasts a rich history of 120 years and is recognized as one of the nation's premier institutions of higher learning. Beyond its exceptional faculty resources, Shanghai University is distinguished by 2 notable characteristics: the adept pursuit of noble partners and the valorous spirit of its warriors. In days gone by, grandmother advised her younger sister to be vigilant and protect herself in school. As time has passed, she now imparts the same wisdom to her grandson, urging him to safeguard his own well-being within the academic realm. Grandmother harbors a profound discontent with the current state of the world. Upon entering the campus and passing the main axis adorned with a sculpture of the founder, he slowly pedaled along the pathway lined with sycamore trees toward the lecture hall. The environment within the institution is elegant and serene, with students either capturing short videos, engaging in light-hearted conversations on benches, or hurrying to class with textbooks in hand. The broad and pristine streets, the verdant lawns, and the time-worn dormitory buildings collectively evoke the ambience of a tranquil, upscale neighborhood, rather than that of a bustling school. Zhang Yuanqing secured his bicycle outside the building, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and entered the comprehensive building. Upon reaching the tiered classroom, He glanced around to find students scattered in small clusters, with a considerable number absent from class. He casually selected a seat, and just as he settled in, he overheard two boys conversing behind him. "I just saw Su Yingying at the school gate. She was waiting for her benefactor again." "Nonsense. How could my goddess possibly be kept?" "It's true. Every Monday, a man comes to pick her up, driving a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. I saw it just last Monday." "Are you sure? It could just be a ride-hailing service." "Would you kiss a ride-hailing driver?" It is lamentable that during high school, girls are enamored with the academically gifted, yet upon entering university, their affections shift towards affluent individuals. When shall the ordinary young men rise to prominence? Su Yingying, a classmate, is remarkably beautiful and is regarded as the belle of the class. Two boys seemed taken aback by Zhang Yuanqing's interjection, momentarily stunned. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at them and inquired, "What is the matter?" A male classmate named Li Lixing responded with a chuckle, "Zhang Yuanqing, have you encountered some good fortune today? This is rather uncharacteristic of you." Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily perplexed. "Why do you say that?" Just as Li Lixing was about to elaborate, a bespectacled teacher entered, carrying books, and the previously bustling classroom fell into a hushed silence. In the Kanyang district, at the Miley Hotel, the elevator chimed. On the 16th floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal Li Dongzi, impeccably dressed in a formal suit complemented by a black vest and white shirt, leaning on a cane as he stepped out. His gaunt face bore an expression of gravity, with Guanya following closely behind. The entire floor had been cleared of guests, and a cordon had been set up at the elevator's exit, with two security personnel stationed at the boundary. Guanya, in her high heels, approached and produced her identification, signaling for passage. The security personnel promptly cleared the way. As they traversed the corridor leading to the rooms, several uniformed security officers were busily engaged, either photographing or collecting fingerprints and hair samples. Li Dongzi swept past them, entering the hotel suite, where he was immediately struck by the scent of blood. His gaze swept across the lavish suite, landing on two bodies covered by white sheets on the bed, the pristine linens marred by large, dark crimson stains. Li Dongzi extended his cane and lifted the sheet, revealing a man and a woman lying bare upon the bed. He paused momentarily, his voice deep and somber. "Indeed, it is Zhao Yingjun." Guanya meticulously scrutinized every corner of the room, her pupils shimmering with wisps of white mist. After a while, she remarked, "There are no signs of struggle in the room, nor any evidence of tampering. The trash can contains merely 2 used condoms. Yet 3 are missing from the box." Upon saying this, she cast a sympathetic glance at the female victim. "Guanya, remain here to assist the officers in collecting fingerprints, hair samples, and retrieving surveillance footage. I must contact Chief Fu and the captains. A meeting may be necessary." Zhao Yingjun serves as an advisor to the Xiangshui Road Public Security Bureau, a member of the White Tiger Brigade, and a Level 2 scout. The murder of a member of the Five Elements Alliance is indeed a grave matter. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in a small conference room, the decor was exquisitely luxurious. The floor adorned with plush wool carpets, and a long wooden conference table graced the center. The table was laden with an exquisite fruit platter, translucent slices of ham, expensive imported red wine, boxes of cigars, and delicate pastries. In the video, a man wearing a cap and mask approached from the direction of the elevator, reached the guest room door, retrieved a room key, and entered the room. 40 minutes later, the man emerged, hands in his pockets, head bowed as he departed. As the video concluded, Li Dongzi pressed the pause button and regarded the captains at the table, stating, "This morning, we received a report from the hotel. When the staff attempted to clean the room and could not gain entry, they entered to investigate, only to discover that 2 individuals had already fallen victim. Before his demise, Zhao Yingjun endured severe mistreatment, his body marred by numerous knife wounds and evidences of restraint upon his hands and feet. However, the fatal injury was inflicted by a sharp object that pierced his heart. The female victim, Lu Xiaoyi, also met her end by a weapon that penetrated her heart, yet she bore no signs of abuse. Based on the absence of a condom at the crime scene, we suspect she may have suffered indignities at the hands of her assailant prior to her death. Furthermore, the Public Security Bureau examined both individuals' mobile devices and confirmed that Lu Xiaoyi was the mistress of Zhao Yingjun. Seated around the table were 6 individuals. At the helm was a young man clad in a white suit, radiating an air of aristocratic aloofness and nobility, his stylish short ponytail accentuating his chiseled features. Strikingly handsome to the point of being almost unapproachable. The first position on his left remained vacant, reserved for Li Dongzi. To his right sat a woman cradling an orange tabby cat, adorned in an ink-wash patterned qipao, her mature figure exuding voluptuousness and allure, her well-maintained visage smooth and fair, lightly made up, embodying a serene and elegant demeanor. Beside her was a middle-aged man donned in a miner's helmet and work attire, his sun-kissed skin reflecting the toils of labor. Opposite her was a fitness instructor dressed in a form-fitting ensemble, his robust arms rivaling the slender waist of a woman, his sharp gaze radiating an underlying intensity. Lastly, a woman in her late 20s, clad in a white racing suit and snug leather pants. Her black wavy hair framing a heart-shaped face, exuded both charisma and boldness. These five comprised the leader of the Lingjing Wanderers team from Kanyang District, with several others absent for various reasons. The young man in the white suit surveyed the room, his deep brown eyes reflecting a tranquil depth akin to a still lake, and spoke softly. "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts? Captain Qingting, please begin." The elegant woman in a qipao furrowed her brows slightly. Ordinary spirit realm practitioners would not dare to harm our officials. Could this be the work of malevolent practitioners? If indeed it is the doing of wicked practitioners, the gravity of the situation escalates significantly. The fiery warrior, with his brows raised and anger surging, exclaimed, "Evil practitioners? These filthy rats lurking in the shadows dare to kill my 5 Elements Alliance members. I shall ensure they pay dearly for their actions." The others wore solemn expressions. As Bai Long, clad in racing attire, pondered aloud, "What is Zhao Yingjuan's combat capability?" Li Dongzi turned to Fu Qingyang, who replied, "He possesses a defensive artifact." Upon hearing this, Bai Long's expression grew serious. While a level 2 scout may not excel in combat, the presence of a defensive artifact makes it considerably difficult to eliminate him, especially without alarming the guests in the adjacent room. This allows us to preliminarily assess the strength of the assailant. Tang Guoqiang, the construction company owner donning a miner's hat, spoke in a low voice. "He is formidable." Dehiba snorted, reiterating his earlier words. "Formidable or not, those who dare to kill my 5 Elements Alliance members must die, regardless of their strength." Bai Long silently facepalmed, thinking to himself that during discussions, perhaps the foolish members of the Red Fire Gang should be ejected first. Li Dongzi added, "Our investigation reveals that Zhao Yingjun has many mistresses, particularly favoring university students whom he supports financially. We are currently scrutinizing each of his mistresses." Dehiba furrowed his brow and asked, "Why?" The hotel where Zhao Yingjun met his mistress was not fixed. However, the murderer was able to ascertain the hotel address and pinpoint the room number, indicating a certain familiarity with Zhao Yingjuan's movements. This could either stem from personal acquaintance or prolonged surveillance. Li Dongzi remarked, "The one who knows you best is invariably the woman beside you. We may glean some clues from Zhao Yingjuan's mistress." The faces of the team leaders grew solemn as they nodded in agreement. Li Dongzi continued, "Before his demise, Zhao Yingjun endured interrogation and torment. Consider, what was the murderer inquiring about? What information did they extract? Whether the killer's motives were rooted in vengeance or malicious intent. This is a matter we must approach with utmost seriousness." The expressions of the assembled leaders shifted subtly. The antagonism between malevolent practitioners and lawful ones has always been intense, characterized by mutual hunting and tracking. What could pique the interest of malevolent practitioners is undoubtedly information regarding official spirit realm walkers, even their hiding places. Should the murderer not belong to the malevolent faction, the situation becomes even more intricate. An immensely powerful spirit realm walker daring to offend official organizations by infiltrating a hotel to interrogate and kill. Qingting spoke gravely. "We must swiftly identify the perpetrator." Hearing this, Dehiba glanced around and inquired, "Where is Yuanqing? If he were here to consume Zhao Yingjuan's spiritual essence, we could uncover the identity of the murderer." The significance of a night wanderer capable of commanding spiritual entities was suddenly underscored. Fu Qingyang shook his head and said, "Yesterday, Tai sect summoned all official night wanderers to the capital for discussions. Yuanqing is not in Songhai." His expression remained composed throughout, as if the sky were to fall. He would remain unfazed. Discussing matters in the capital? A sense of foreboding settled over several captains. Without Yuanqing, the other night wanderers from different districts were surely absent as well. Was this mere coincidence? The murderer chose this precise moment to strike. When the night wanderers were collectively summoned to the capital, Li Dongzi lamented, "The causal relationship is inverted. It is the murderer who has timed their actions for this occasion. Never mind, it is of little importance. There is no need for concern, for we have our own night wanderer. Chapter 24. The murderer indeed. I almost forgot about that young man. Li Dongza's words reminded the captains of a night wanderer they had already recruited from the Lingjing team in the Kanyang district, eliminating the need to borrow personnel from Tai's sect. Dahiba's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us contact that young man immediately." This underscores the necessity of nurturing our own night wanderers. In crucial moments, one's own people are the most reliable. The other captains relaxed their brows. Dahiba's statement held merit. Although the night wanderers from Tai's sect were generally cooperative in serious matters, they remained outsiders, and utilizing one's own was undoubtedly more convenient. Li Dongza glanced at Fu Qingyang, who gave a slight nod. He promptly took out his phone and exited the conference room. I will reach out to him. After the morning's specialized class concluded, Zhang Yuanqing slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the classroom. He planned to skip the afternoon lessons to visit the office of the second team of the Lingjing squad in the Kanyang district. His future social interactions would pivot towards the Lingjing team. Zhang Yuanqing was not particularly fond of school and held little interest in his studies. The youth of Songhai possess an inherent languor, lacking the fierceness and tenacity often associated with ambition. In this world, there exist only two types of individuals who strive: those who have been nurtured from a young age to cultivate a positive disposition, and those compelled by the harshness of life. The former is driven by the instinct for survival, while the latter seeks to fulfill the youthful dream of wandering the world with a sword. The realm of spirits is fraught with peril and enigma. However, once one savors the sweetness of power, relinquishing the status of an ordinary person becomes intolerable. As Zhang Yuanqing descended the stairs, poised to unlock a shared bicycle, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Li Dongza. "Where are you?" Li Dongza inquired, his words brisk and direct. "At school. Shencheng University, correct? I'll have Guanya come to fetch you immediately." "Fetch me?" Zhang Yuanqing detected the urgency in Li Dongza's tone and probed, "What is the matter?" "A colleague has been murdered. We need the night wanderer to consume the spirit and obtain the memories. You can handle that, right?" Li Dongza asked, his concern palpable. I should be able to." Zhang Yuanqing replied hesitantly, "I'll give it a try." While consuming spirits was not particularly challenging, being a natural skill of the night wanderer, he had never actually absorbed a spirit before and had no experience with memory extraction. Thus he could not guarantee success. Then it's settled. Li Dongza offered no further words before ending the call. Zhang Yuanqing tucked his phone away and made his way to the school gate. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance, silently awaiting Guanya's arrival. Meanwhile, he noticed a girl clad in a pleated long skirt, holding a designer handbag, standing by the roadside not far away, seemingly waiting for someone. Su Yingying. Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the class beauty for a moment. Her attire was exquisite, adorned with bracelets, necklaces, and earrings that hinted at considerable value, setting her apart from the majority of female students at the school. Typically, girls from average backgrounds could not exude such an aura. Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's gaze, Su Yingying offered a faint smile, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and straightening her posture to present herself in the most enchanting manner, accompanied by a subtle sense of superiority. This young man possessed a commendable appearance, prompting her instinctively to showcase her beauty. However, she was acutely aware that her current self belonged to a realm far removed from that of ordinary university students, filling her with a profound sense of superiority. The embellishment she wore could easily cover a typical student's living expenses for an entire year. At that moment, Su Yingying noticed a blue sports car approaching, slowly coming to a halt at the school gate. The woman behind the wheel, clad in a crisp white shirt and sporting sunglasses that obscured her face, revealed only a fair and sharply defined jawline and exquisitely sculpted lips, suggesting she was a striking beauty. Su Yingying pressed her lips together and adjusted her posture to display the logo of her designer handbag towards the car. Simultaneously, she observed Zhang Yuanqing jogging towards the vehicle, opening the door and slipping inside. The affluent woman stepped on the gas, taking off with her young companion. Su Yingying's mouth fell agape in astonishment, momentarily unable to discern whether this classmate was a discreet scion of wealth or simply a fellow seafood merchant or steel wool trader. In the security bureau of Kanyang district, at the morgue, Zhang Yuanqing stood beside the gurney, lifting the white cloth to reveal a gruesome corpse. The deceased was marred with bruises and knife wounds. The gaping wound on the chest laid bare, a horrifying sight to behold. Had it been 2 days prior, the sight of such a corpse would have evoked a visceral discomfort in Zhang Yuanqing. However, after enduring the harrowing ordeal at the mountain god temple, the lifeless body no longer stirred profound emotions within him. "We may begin," Li Dongzi remarked expectantly, leaning on his cane. Zhang Yuanqing nodded, scrutinizing the remains of Zhao Yingjun, feeling the residual spirit within the frigid corpse gradually awaken and come to life. The aura of the night wanderer holds a fatal allure for spirits, capable of rousing those in slumber. He silently summoned the power of the Tang within him, as his sclera and pupils enveloped in a shroud of pure black. Extending his hand, he reached out toward Zhao Yingjun's body, grasping at a phantasmal figure that emerged. This apparition bore Zhao Yingjun's features, yet wore a vacant expression, its gaze hollow. Upon death, consciousness dissipates by 90%, leaving the spirit in such a dazed state. With the fading of awareness, memories too become fragmented, retaining only the most profound obsessions. Memories from moments before death are often vivid and close to the time of passing, thus preserved. After extracting the spirit, an unexpected craving for sustenance surged within Zhang Yuanqing. Instinctively, he opened his mouth and inhaled softly. Zhao Yingjun's spirit transformed into ethereal smoke, wafting into his mouth. A sharp pain throbbed at his brow, as if his consciousness were expanding, filled with myriad sensations not his own. Zhang Yuanqing heard the faint sound of weeping, a mournful wail echoing around him, accompanied by a harsh, sinister voice. He realized he was accessing the final memories of the spirit. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the surroundings sharpening into focus. He found himself in an opulently decorated suite. He collapsed onto the soft, expansive bed, utterly unadorned, as discarded garments and women's lingerie lay strewn across the floor. Nearby, at the bedside, curled a youthful woman, equally unclad, her porcelain legs elongated, a taut abdomen, and a proud bosom, all showcasing the enviable curves of her youth. The sound of her sobbing filled the air. A woman? Naked? This tableau left Zhang Yuanqing momentarily stunned, pondering why the details of the crime scene were not conveyed with clarity, rendering him a witness to such inappropriate imagery, for he was still but a child. From the perspective of the deceased, he gazed at the figure beside the bed, a man with a menacing visage. A scar measuring half a finger's length marred his left cheek, his sparse brows furrowed, and his eyes radiated a fierce, shadowy intensity. In his hand, he clutched a gleaming blade. The assailant. Zhang Yuanqing fixated on the man's face, etching the appearance into his memory. At this juncture, his task was halfway complete. The man pointed the blade's tip towards Zhang Yuanqing's chest, growling, "Where's the Holy Grail? Where's the roster?" This inquiry seemed to have been posed repeatedly, his expression rife with impatience, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. "I don't know, I truly don't." Zhang Yuanqing heard himself plead. The man crouched beside the bed, having completely lost his patience, rubbing his face in exhaustion while murmuring, "I give you a chance, yet you prove useless. I give you a chance, yet you remain ineffectual." As he spoke, he pressed the blade's tip into Zhang Yuanqing's chest. A searing pain surged through him, and his consciousness momentarily faded. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed weakly onto the ground, witnessing a man unfasten his belt and seize the beautiful woman's ankle, pulling her forcefully toward himself. The scene abruptly ceased amidst the woman's piercing scream. Chapter 25. Powerless as a chicken, Zhang Yuanqing's dazed eyes regained their vitality as he immediately turned his head to glance at his two colleagues nearby. As he spoke, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, the shadow of death lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The sensation of devouring the spirit was both gratifying and agonizing. Li Dongzi and Guanyu felt a wave of relief wash over them, the former hastily inquiring, "What did he look like? Are there any distinguishing features?" Li Dongzi listened attentively, mentally sketching a rough outline of the assailant. The perpetrator's facial characteristics were strikingly pronounced, easily recognizable. Once Zhang Yuanqing finished speaking, Guanyu asked, "Did he violate the female victim?" Guanyu confirmed a suspicion that had taken root in her mind and immediately turned to Li Dongzi, frowning as she said, "I suspect the assailant has serious psychological issues." Zhang Yuanqing did not comprehend, thinking to himself that anyone capable of such cruel acts could not possibly be of sound mind. Li Dongzi nodded in agreement, indignantly exclaiming, "That bastard deserves to rot in hell." Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's bewildered expression, Li Dongzi stroked his beard thoughtfully and explained, "Do you remember the punishment mechanism related to moral values?" Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The assailant's murder of Zhao Yingjuan's mistress was driven by the motive of silencing her, which was considered a rational behavior. However, violating the female victim prior to the murder would result in a further deduction of his moral value. Li Dongzi believed that. Given the intelligence of this student from Shanghai University, it was not difficult to comprehend the underlying implications. Indeed, there was a possibility of mental instability. Zhang Yuanqing grasped the meaning. The moral value of a spirit realm traveler would be deducted upon committing a crime. Hence, anyone with a sound mind would endeavor to avoid triggering the punitive mechanism. Murdering to silence witnesses was a desperate measure. However, to kill after revealing information, incurring an additional deduction of moral value. Such actions could only stem from two scenarios, either an excess of moral value, leading to fearlessness, or a disturbed mental state that renders the perpetrator unable to suppress their primal instincts. Comparatively, the latter scenario appeared more probable. At that moment, the seasoned veteran, Guanya, was exceedingly serious, one hand supporting her chest while the other cradled her chin, stating, "Spirit realm travelers with unstable mental states, regardless of whether they belong to lawful or evil professions, must be eliminated. Such individuals lurking in a metropolis are akin to ticking time bombs. Even if their moral value falls below 60 and their location is exposed by the spirit realm, attracting the hunt of other spirit realm travelers in the same city. Within that interval, a powerful individual possessing supernatural abilities could easily wreak havoc from one end of the street to the other." Guanya turned her gaze to the only novice present, cautioning, "The spirit realm is fraught with peril, particularly in solo realms where the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Many spirit realm travelers, even after successfully completing their missions, carry indelible psychological scars, and over time, mental issues become inevitable, especially for you night wanderers. Should you ever feel that something is amiss with your state of mind, it is imperative to notify us. The organization will provide psychological counseling." Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but recall everything that transpired in the mountain god temple, nodding with a sense of lingering trepidation. "I understand. By the way, was there any DNA of the perpetrator found at the crime scene?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired. Guanya shook her head. "Did the murderer take their descendants away?" Zhang Yuanqing expressed some regret, pondering that if he could control the countless descendants of the perpetrator, the red dancing shoes could assist in locating the individual. At that moment, Li Dongzi concluded his contemplation and asked, "What else did you see in Zhao Yingjuan's memories?" There were some things. Zhang Yuanqing had been waiting for this question, eagerly replying. The murderer was interrogating Zhao Yingjun about the whereabouts of the Holy Grail and the roster. The Holy Grail, the roster. Guanya and Li Dongzi exchanged glances, both sensing bewilderment in each other's eyes. Li Dongzi remarked, "What do the Holy Grail and the roster represent?" Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. "There is no relevant information about them in the memories." Li Dongzi pondered for a moment, furrowing his brows. "This case is more intricate than we anticipated. Zhao Yingjun has concealed quite a bit from us." He patted Zhang Yuanqing's shoulder, praising, "Well done. You have uncovered significant clues for us. Once we apprehend and eliminate the perpetrator, I shall commend you. Now, follow Guanya to assemble the facial puzzle and recreate the appearance of the perpetrator." "Understood, Chief." Zhang Yuanqing promptly followed the long-legged lady out. "By the way," Li Dongzi called out to Guanya, "arrange a tailored suit for him. He should wear formal attire at the office from now on." Zhang Yuanqing was about to protest that he seldom came to the office, but he heard Guanya beside him respond, "Certainly." Leaving the morgue, Guanya chuckled lightly. From now on, one must don formal attire at the workplace. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly. "I understand. Large companies are quite stringent regarding dress codes." Guanya laughed gaily. "No, it has nothing to do with the organization. It is Shizhang's requirement. He believes that casual wear lacks elegance." "What does elegance have to do with it?" Zhang Yuanqing silently scoffed. Yet as his gaze swept over Guanya's long legs clad in black stockings, her short skirt accentuating her curves, and her white shirt hugging her slender waist, he suddenly found merit in Shizhang's perspective. Life should indeed embody elegance. As they walked, he perused his attributes panel. Name, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Race, human. Occupation, night wanderer. Level, 1 skills, night wandering, soul devouring. Spirit of the lunar, experience, 44, moral value, 60, initial value. His experience had risen from 42 to 44. After consuming a soul, he felt a warm surge within his body, a soothing sensation washing over him, and it seemed that his lunar power had grown. "Sister Guanya." I've gained 2 points of experience. Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed joyfully. Experience signifies strength, although both are level 1 night wanderers. A mere 1 versus 99 in experience yields an immeasurable disparity in power. Why? The mixed-blood beauty rolled her eyes in a graceful yet alluring manner. How would I know? I am but a scout, utterly powerless. Zhang Yuanqing expressed disbelief. Really powerless? Guan Yu's gaze shifted mischievously to Zhang Yuanqing's crotch, and with a playful smile, she suggested, "How about we head to the restroom, and you let me practice?" Zhang Yuanqing remarked, "Please don't act this way. I am still but a child." He promptly retrieved his phone and said, "Are you free tonight? I shall book a hotel online right now. If you do not mind, perhaps you could practice some squats." "Ha ha ha, you are truly amusing." Guan Yu laughed, her laughter vibrant and lively. "Yuan, sure, you should visit the office more often with your presence. I shall never feel bored again." The two departed from the glass building and entered the Public Security Bureau. Guan Yu skillfully guided him to the technical department. After meticulously inquiring about the perpetrator's facial features, the personnel spent a full 2 hours and eventually managed to recreate a rough likeness of the assailant. Upon viewing the result, Zhang Yuanqing stroked his chin and commented, "It resembles him somewhat, yet there is an element that feels off." The experienced technician, old Zhang, pondered briefly and inquired, "Is it the facial features or the aura?" "It is the aura." The perpetrator emanated a distinctly menacing presence. "In what manner is it menacing? Could you provide a more detailed description? I understand this is challenging, but having a reference would be ideal." As soon as I entered, I saw Chang Wei playing cards. Finally, after much effort, the new criminal sketch was completed. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction, stating, "This is approximately what he looks like. There is a resemblance of about 70 to 80%. Subsequently, through comparisons with the population information database, they successfully identified the target individual. Oh Xiangrong, a native of Wushi in Jiangnan province, has long settled in Songhai. At the age of 12, he was sentenced to prison for intentional injury, and after his release, he seemingly vanished without a trace." Sitting in her office chair, Guan Yazhan revealed a smile. "With this information, we should be able to unearth him by this morning at the latest." "So soon?" "All right." Zhang Yuanqing responded cheerfully. In the glass-paneled office, Li Dongzi reviewed the materials sent by Guan Yu and opened the management group for Lingjing wanderers in the Kangnong district, synchronizing the information about the perpetrator within the group. "Dehiba, our newly appointed night wanderer is quite efficient. The identity of the murderer has already been confirmed." "Shuishangpio, Li Dongzi, how does it feel to have a night wanderer subordinate at your disposal?" "Li Dongzi, it feels rather splendid." Tang Guiqiang sent a red envelope. "Bailong, all right. Don't bask in your success too much. Let us promptly deploy our strategy. Notify the Songhai Public Security Bureau to arrange for a thorough inspection of vehicles entering and exiting Songhai, and inform the various district Lingjing teams to be ready to assist us in the hunt. Let us hope that O Xiangrong has not yet escaped from Songhai. The crime was committed this morning, and now 5 to 6 hours have elapsed. Not only Lingjing wanderers, but even a well-prepared ordinary person could have already fled Songhai. While ordinary individuals can be tracked via surveillance, pursuing a Lingjing wanderer becomes considerably more challenging. Qingting, compared to an evil profession that seeks to retaliate against the authorities, escaping from Songhai is, in fact, a favorable outcome. The former would imply that official Lingjing wanderers might face assassination. Li Dongzi, he will not leave Songhai. Dehiba, so certain? Li Dongzi, if O Xiangrong merely intended to eliminate Zhao Yingjun, he would have acted long ago. Even with our night wanderer, by the time we ascertain his identity, he would have already fled Songhai. So why choose this moment? Dehiba, stop keeping us in suspense, just say it. Qingting, so it is still for the purpose of avenging the authorities? Li Dongzi, no, the situation is likely more intricate. My night wanderer gleaned certain clues from Zhao Yingjun's memories. O Xiangrong interrogated Zhao Yingjun for the Holy Grail and the roster. The Holy Grail and the roster? While the other captains pondered the significance of these two items, Dehiba interrupted with a question. What are those? Li Dongzi disregarded him, waiting for a moment. When he noticed his colleagues had yet to express any thoughts on the Holy Grail and the roster, he reluctantly decided to move past the matter. Messaging, let us set aside the Holy Grail and the roster for now. Let's discuss our actions first. Chapter 26. Escape at 7 o'clock in the evening. Around the dining table, Grandma surveyed her family with a cheerful demeanor and announced, Yuer is the nickname of my younger sister. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Yuer each gnawed on a chicken leg, while Chen Yuanjun sipped chicken soup, all maintaining a calm expression. Observing this, Grandma slammed her chopsticks on the table and glared. Did you hear what I said? Oh, understood. Grandma. Uncle and Aunt have been abroad for nearly 2 months. Uncle is indulging in frivolous pursuits, while Aunt avoids any household chores. Their presence makes no difference to the household. Zhang Yuanqing bit into the chicken leg and remarked, why don't those family miscreants linger a bit longer? With their absence, the household felt exceptionally serene. Chen Yuanjun cast a glance at his aunt and replied, let us not speak so lightly. After all, that family miscreant is my father. Zhang Yuanqing turned to his cousin and added, indeed, we ought not to trivialize the matter. That family miscreant is my uncle. Observing the grandmother's rising fury as she prepared to confront her ungrateful descendants, Zhang Yuanqing hastily sought to placate her by introducing a topic that would surely pique her interest. Mother, our hospital is said to be haunted. Haunted? Zhang Yuanqing immediately perked up his ears. The grandmother, indeed, shifted her focus from her son and eagerly inquired, oh dear, why on earth would there be ghosts? Pray, tell me more. It was during the night shift, when Sister Zhou from our department heard the laughter of children emanating from the office. Upon investigating, the laughter ceased. Later, while in the restroom, she glanced into the mirror and was startled to see an infant resting on her shoulder, nearly giving her a heart attack. My aunt, with conviction, added, it's not just Sister Zhou. Other colleagues on the night shift have also reported hearing the laughter of children during the wee hours. Everyone believes it must be the spirit of a child lost too soon, lingering in the hospital. Oh, indeed. The grandmother's gossip was not relayed to my mother, but rather inherited by my aunt. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to the mother and daughter chatter animatedly about the rumors, his initial curiosity began to wane. As a night wanderer, he recognized this as mere folklore, devoid of any truth. Spirits, after all, cannot produce sound as they lack a physical form and vocal cords, unless their essence directly influences the human psyche. However, with the will of an infant and the intensity of its spirit, it is impossible for a lingering spiritual entity to remain after death. Ultimately, ordinary individuals, with their mortal eyes, are unable to perceive such entities. Those who are nearing death, enveloped in heavy energy, may, perhaps, interact with these spirits, making such occurrences reasonable. Nonetheless, the widespread reports of individuals hearing the laughter of infants seem rather absurd. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was passionately speaking, her face, resembling that of an egg, suddenly stiffened as she exclaimed, Mom, he scared me again. Their grandmother playfully gave her grandson a light tap on the head. After dinner, Zhang Yuanqing quietly exited his home and took a taxi to the nearest top-tier hospital. He intended to perform a rite for the departed, seeking to enhance his experience points. The soul-devouring skill of the night wanderer is currently the most effective means of leveling up. One cannot predict when the next spiritual realm will unfold. Thus it is prudent to strengthen his abilities before entering. Even at the same level, the disparity between 99 and 1 experience points renders their combat prowess vastly different. Hospitals serve as ideal locations for the night wanderer to accrue experience, given that life and death transpire within their walls. While crematoriums are also suitable, those in Shanghai are located in the outskirts, with few found in the city center. As he sat in the vehicle, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly recalled what Guanya had said earlier that day. Why is it that the night wanderers of the Tai sect are particularly cautious about devouring spiritual entities? Is it a matter of professional ethics, believing it detracts from their virtue? Or is there another underlying reason? With these thoughts in mind, he took out his phone, logged into the official forum of the Spirit Realm Travelers, and searched for relevant information. The search results revealed no related entries found. The suburbs began to be shrouded in darkness. In a dilapidated rental unit within an industrial park, the disheveled living room bore witness to chaos. Xiangrong cradled a large basin of freshly cooked instant noodles as he approached a table cluttered with beer cans. With a casual sweep of his hand, he sent the cans and various debris crashing to the floor, clearing a space for the basin. He then retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator, indulging in hearty mouthfuls of noodles accompanied by generous sips of alcohol. The noodles, steaming hot, posed no threat to his resilient oral cells. Xiangrong, with his sparse eyebrows, oscillated between fierce, indifferent, and disdainful expressions, reminiscent of a person teetering on the brink of madness. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and he paused with his chopsticks, his expression twisting into a grimace. Slowly, he rose, drawing a slender blade from its sheath at his lower back. moving silently toward the door. With a resounding crash, the door was violently kicked open, and a blinding light surged forth, accompanied by a searing fireball hurtling toward him. The scorching wind hit him like a wall, momentarily halting his advance. He swung his right arm, the blade glinting as it sliced through the fireball, resulting in a thunderous explosion that filled the room with a riot of colorful flames. Amidst the sudden blaze, a figure engulfed in flames lunged into the rental unit, propelled by an explosive force akin to a rocket, crashing into Xiangrong. In a display of ferocity, Xiangrong sidestepped and thrust his shoulder forward with great force. The figure was sent flying, colliding violently with the wall of the corridor, which trembled under the impact. Despite the searing pain radiating from his right hand and shoulder, now marred by burns, Xiangrong pressed on, turning towards the window. He dared not traverse the narrow, aged hallway, aware that to be cornered would spell certain doom. With the sound of shattering glass, he leaped from the third floor. Bang! Having just shattered the window, Xiangrong heard 2 gunshots. He deftly deflected the bullet aimed at his head with his willow blade, yet he could not prevent the bullet that was destined for his chest. The powerful kinetic energy of the bullet penetrated his skin, becoming lodged within his resilient muscle. Following the sound of gunfire, he beheld a statuesque mixed-race beauty standing in the shadow of the greenery, clad in an OL suit and white blouse, her hair billowing in the wind, exuding an icy allure. She wielded a silver handgun in each hand, her long legs encased in black stockings, secured with dual holsters. Bang, bang, bang. The mixed-race beauty fired her weapon with calm precision, seemingly anticipating the trajectory of his descent. After being struck by several bullets, Xiangrong finally fell to the ground, abruptly turning his gaze toward the enchanting woman, his pupils reflecting 2 blood-red, distorted runes. In the next moment, her expression became vacant as she rotated the gun's muzzle toward her own brow. Bang! The muzzle belched flames, yet the bullet failed to shatter her flawless forehead, halted by a pair of rough hands. Unbeknownst to her, a worker donned in a miner's helmet had appeared by her side, his dark face etched with gravity, uttering, "A beguiling demon? A level 3 beguiling demon." From the darkness emerged a man leaning on a cane, dressed in a black suit paired with a black waistcoat and white shirt, his slicked-back hair impeccably styled. "Have the others set up defenses outside the community. Do not approach this area." Another voice resonated as a graceful woman in an ink-washed qipao stepped out from the corridor, her demeanor tranquil and elegant, her beauty striking. Xiangrong, knife in hand, surveyed his surroundings with a somber expression. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the distant roar of a motorcycle pierced the silence, a bright beam of light slicing through the darkness. A woman clad in a white racing suit leaned forward on a speeding motorcycle, wielding a 3-foot-long black blade, charging ahead with fierce determination. In the next instant, gunfire erupted once more, blocking off Xiangrong's escape route. A fiery figure leaped down from the window, launching a side attack. Tang, donned in a miner's helmet, pressed his hands firmly against the ground, causing the cement floor to crack beneath him. His hands, caked with dirt, ensnared Xiangrong's feet. Remaining composed, Xiangrong deftly swung his willow blade, deflecting the cunningly angled bullets, sparks flying as the bullet tips collided with the edge of his knife. Almost immediately, the muscles in his legs surged, shattering the grip of the earthen hands, and he rolled forward just in time to evade the fiery assailant descending from the 3rd floor. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, sprinting towards the woman on the motorcycle. In the night, their paths momentarily crossed. The sharp blade sliced through her chest, yet there was no tangible sensation of impact. In that very instant, her body transformed into water, while her long knife swept past Xiangrong's torso. A gaping wound opened on his chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. Ignoring his grievous injury, he continued his desperate flight towards the outside of the complex. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a qipao leaped from the 2nd-floor window, her bare, snow-white feet gliding over the wall as if walking on solid ground. With a graceful leap, she landed before Xiangrong, issuing a sharp command. As she spun around, her qipao billowed, and her powerful legs struck out like whips, landing a fierce blow upon him. The latter shot forth like a cannonball, shattering the walls of the residential building and gradually succumbing to the ground. To dare to slay an official spirit realm practitioner within my domain, you possess quite the audacity. At that moment, Li Dongza, who had been observing the spectacle from beginning to end, approached slowly with the support of his cane. His countenance was grave, exuding an air of calm akin to that of a puppet master, as he remarked, "Next, I shall personally escort you on your journey." His voice, hoarse, echoed ominously. "You all must perish." Li Dongzi silently stepped back 2 paces, addressing his comrades. "What I just said was a jest. I am by no means one to claim all the credit." Then, he noticed a post that had been prominently highlighted. Wanted. Level 3 Enchantress Xiangrong just minutes ago. This post did not exist. Zhang Yuanqing clicked on the post. Xiangrong, a level 3 Enchantress, murdered the scout Zhao Yingjun of the Five Elements Alliance on April 18th. On the evening of April 19th at 1905, she escaped amidst a siege by the Spirit Realm team in the Kanyang district. This individual possesses a terrifyingly malevolent power, surpassing that of an ordinary enchantress, and has been severely injured by the Spirit Realm team in Kanyang district, currently at large. All Spirit Realm teams in various districts should take heed. Xiangrong is on the brink of losing control. Upon sighting her, execute immediately. A reward of 50,000 yuan will be granted for information leading to her capture and 100,000 yuan for her elimination. Less than 3 minutes after the post was published, the comments section had already surpassed 100. All lamenting the incompetence of the Spirit Realm team in Kanyang district for allowing a half-mad enchantress to escape. Is this a joke? Such a dangerous individual could lose control at any moment. Is the Kanyang team merely idle? Once he spiraled out of control and committed murder. Becoming a target of the Spirit Realm's manhunt, by the time we arrived, the scene would likely have been drenched in blood. We would be the laughingstock among Spirit Realm practitioners, mocked for our inadequate prevention measures while drawing high salaries without taking action. A complete disaster. Has Xiangrong fled? How did the officers so swiftly identify the target and initiate the capture? Zhang Yuanqing found himself at a loss. Unsure whether to commend the officers for their efficiency or to criticize them for their incompetence in allowing this ticking time bomb to escape. Since the matter had already escalated, Xiangrong's blood, or even remnants of his flesh, would undoubtedly be left at the scene. Utilizing the red dancing shoes should enable us to locate him. Zhang Yuanqing immediately recalled his own rule-based artifact. Chapter 27. The varied facets of life. Zhang Yuanqing pondered in silence for a considerable time before deciding to temporarily conceal the existence of the red dancing shoes. Firstly, the escape of Xiangrong was just beginning. The Five Elements Alliance had yet to take further action. As an official organization, they might possess alternative methods to track that cunning demon. There was no need for him, as a novice, to intervene. Secondly, as merely a level 1 night wanderer, a newcomer among Spirit Realm practitioners, revealing the existence of a rule-based artifact could potentially attract unwanted attention. It would be prudent to observe the organization's subsequent actions and make decisions based on the unfolding situation. Zhang Yuanqing ceased his musings, gazing out at the night scenery through the car window, awaiting their arrival at the destination. At this moment, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. 5 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Songhai Pulmonary Hospital. After settling the fare, Zhang Yuanqing entered the hospital, resolutely making his way towards the emergency department building. At this hour, the outpatient department had closed, and the hospital's focus had shifted primarily to the emergency room. Within the bustling emergency department, a throng of individuals swarmed. Patients either occupied the public benches or navigated between the payment windows and various departments. Zhang Yuanqing traversed the crowded hall, weaving through the throngs of people, until he located a seat near the restroom. Once seated, he stretched his legs, patiently awaiting his opportunity. For spirits, the essence of a wandering soul is akin to fireflies in the darkness, radiant and vivid. There is no need for deliberate searching, they arrive of their own accord. The existence of ordinary spirits is fleeting, lasting only 7 days, unless there has been a recent death nearby. Otherwise, one cannot expect spirits to present themselves. Hence, the hospital serves as an optimal venue for such encounters. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing observed an elderly man clad in a hospital gown, his gaze vacant and his gait stiff, making his way through the crowd toward him. The old man's form existed in a liminal space between the ethereal and the corporeal. Passing patients traversed through him as if he were merely air. He appeared gaunt, with unsettling white eyes, emanating an aura of pain and regret. This was a vengeful spirit. Typically, upon death, individuals transform into vengeful spirits. There are no spirits that exude tranquility, for none willingly embrace death. Their attachment to life and fear of death ultimately coalesce into a helpless resentment. As the elderly man approached, Zhang Yuanqing inhaled gently. The spirit of the old man transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, swirling delicately into his mouth. A throbbing pain surged in his forehead, and his consciousness expanded abruptly as he accessed the fragmented memories of the old man's life. The final lingering thought was a profound regret over his smoking habit. I shall never smoke again. Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes, a visage of regret escaping his lips. The surrounding onlookers cast bewildered glances in his direction. With a stoic expression, Zhang feigned ignorance of the earlier incident, striving to conceal his inner embarrassment. Only when the passers-by diverted their gaze and the tumultuous emotion subsided did he access his attributes panel, revealing a shimmering azure screen. Experience points for 4, 5. The ethereal essence of Zhao Yingjun granted him 2 experience points, while an ordinary individual garnered merely 0, 5, akin to common creatures and elite monsters. Moreover, as he progressed further, the experience points diminished, possibly to a point where even 0, 5 could be unattainable. It seemed that he could only accumulate incrementally. Zhang Yuanqing pondered. Regardless, this tangible and observable enhancement was indeed gratifying. The crowd disregarded the middle-aged man, passing by him effortlessly. Zhang Yuanqing replicated the act by absorbing the essence of the man. As the spirit transformed into the nourishing power of the night wanderer, fragments of memory surged forth like tidal waves. The middle-aged man had succumbed to exhaustion, his heart failing him in a moment of fatigue, a casualty of the infamous 996 work culture. He departed this world peacefully. After all, sudden death occurs in an instant, devoid of suffering. Yet, upon delving into the man's memories, Zhang Yuanqing learned that his wife had just given birth to their second child, the infant still cradled in swaddling. It was this drive to earn a living that compelled him to toil relentlessly, ensnared by the promise of prosperity. Notably, the man, born in the 1980s, belonged to a generation where siblings were a rarity. Once he departed, there would be no one left for his parents to rely upon, to labor for a livelihood, only to find that in the end, all became devoid of meaning. What significance does such a life hold? He sat in a daze, his expression blank for an extended period. At that moment, the third spirit approached. She was a lady, possessing exquisite features, with Korean-style, semi-permanent eyebrows, and her attire exuded luxury and refinement, a paragon of high-quality femininity. It was a pity that such a young and beautiful soul had met her demise. As Zhang Yuanqing drew closer, he noticed the hollowness of her chest, her sleek black garment drenched in illusory blood. Furthermore, her occiput seemed to bear the scars of unimaginable trauma, the blood tangling her hair into disheveled strands. She was not clad in a hospital gown, indicating that her death was not due to an illness but rather an accident or foul play. Zhang Yuanqing inhaled gently, absorbing the essence of the high-quality female spirit. As a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into his consciousness, he was momentarily engulfed in darkness, only to be met with the sight of long, fair legs. A figure was seated at the bedside, meticulously rolling black stockings up her thighs. Ah, so this was how a woman adorned herself in stockings. Zhang Yuanqing, who had spent 20 years in singlehood, found his horizons broadened. At that moment, a man's smoky voice echoed from behind. Please refrain from messaging me at night. My wife nearly caught me last night. Zhang Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. A man, a bed, stockings. The implications of the preceding events were all too clear. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from hastily consuming female spirits. It was simply inappropriate. He silently rejoiced within himself, relieved that his memories began with the moment he donned silk stockings. Had it been a few minutes later, he might have found himself lying down or kneeling. Fortunately, there was no unpleasant taste in his mouth. As he pondered this, he heard the woman he had possessed murmur, "Isn't it perfect? You can divorce and marry me." The man behind her rustled as he dressed, scoffing, "I have a son and a daughter, and next year I plan to have a third. Why should I divorce for you? Besides, after a divorce, I would have to relinquish half of my assets. Wasn't it agreed that you would be my mistress for a sum of money? Once you have saved enough, you can marry whomever you desire, even a decent man. If you ever wish to sever ties, just let me know. But do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts." The woman seemed to grow angry and fell silent. After the man left, she sped down the street in her small BMW, releasing her pent-up emotions. Ultimately, she met with a tragic accident, and despite efforts to save her, she succumbed. The scene faded, and Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes, pressing his throbbing temples, a wave of indignation washing over him. He mused, "Sister, Why must it be this way? High-end seafood merchants often require only a straightforward auction method. There is a market everywhere. Why engage in a quarrel with a man? How many of them are truly worth it? Moreover, marrying a decent man is unattainable. It will never happen in this lifetime. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he suddenly recognized something amiss. Why did he feel such a profound empathy for women? After all, he was a soldier. Moments later, Zhang Yuanqing realized that he had been unconsciously influenced by high-quality women, developing a mindset that leaned towards femininity, and deep within, he felt an intense yearning for wealth and material possessions. The earlier utterance about abstaining from smoking was also influenced by the spirit of the elder. Once his mental state stabilized, a fourth spirit approached, a slender, handsome young man, easily reminiscent of the term puppy. Not inferior in appearance to myself, he certainly seemed to embody a more secure and safer choice. Should any untoward incident arise, I would be in a position of ascendancy. He opened his mouth and drew the puppy spirit into his abdomen. The jarring noise reverberated against the eardrums, while the vibrant LED lights spun, creating a dazzling display of light pollution. All around, one could see swaying figures and bobbing heads, and the air was infused with a pungent scent of smoke. This was a bar. Zhang Yuanqing felt his body swaying uncontrollably, yet he seized a glass from the booth and indulged in libations with his companions. In this uninhibited emotional release, amidst the intertwining of spirits and dice, the puppy and his friends did not depart until the early hours of the morning. Although Zhang Yuanqing could not govern his body, his consciousness remained clear. He discerned that the possessing spirit was utterly inebriated, with throbbing pain coursing through the brain's vessels. He speculated on the possibility of the individual having succumbed to alcohol poisoning or perhaps a sudden death. As he pondered, the puppy was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed, his friends assisting in removing his shoes and pants, covering him with a blanket, and wiping the sweat from his face with a damp tissue. Such a considerate friend, Zhang Yuanqing thought. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the friend beginning to undress and lift the blanket, swiftly stripping the puppy bare. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, he heard the little puppy mumbling in a daze, "Darling." A friend was pressing down on the small creature's body, raising a jar of Vaseline, reeking of alcohol, and said, "Lift your rear, let me apply some oil." Zhang Yuanqing's mind exploded with a thunderous roar, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. "No, no, no, you cannot do this. You must not." In a state of extreme fear and panic, Zhang Yuanqing forcefully interrupted the retrieval of his memories. In the outpatient building, seated near the restroom, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a nightmare, gasping for air as if suffocating. His face turned pale, eyes wide with terror, and sweat drenched his back. "Young man, are you all right?" A concerned elderly woman from the adjacent seat inquired. "Have you registered? What's wrong?" Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand to indicate he was fine and rushed into the restroom, turning on the faucet, splashing cold water onto his face in handfuls. It was terrifying. Men were terrifying. He had endured an injury that should not befall his gender. Chapter 28. Cousin in a CAF beneath a shaded awning. Zhang Yuanqing cradled a steaming cup of coffee, his gaze vacant as he stared at the street lights, car headlights, and shop lights intertwined to create a splendid and vibrant night scene. After a long while, he took a deep gulp, then exhaled a heavy sigh as if expelling all the mental pollution within him. The notion of consuming spiritual entities to enhance one's power seemed like a treacherous path. He finally understood why the Night Wanderer of the Tai sect was reluctant to consume spiritual bodies. If the world were to be likened to a sea of suffering, then mortals were but tiny boats adrift within it, burdened by their sorrows. Each person bore their own misfortunes and pain. These sufferings will be transferred to the Night Wanderer along with the spiritual entities. Even if it is merely a small fraction, the accumulation of such numbers leads to a profoundly terrifying spiritual pollution. Over time, even schizophrenia would seem mild in comparison. Yet, the immediate benefits are evident. His experience points now stand at 46. The duration of the night wandering skill remains unchanged at 9 seconds, but there is a noticeable enhancement in his physical attributes, with both vitality and healing abilities showing marked improvement. This is a tangible gain. By the way, I remain unaware of the cause of that fellow's demise. No, I have no desire to know. He nervously sipped his coffee. It was early morning in the villa, within a spacious conference room capable of accommodating 30 individuals. Fu Qingyang surveyed the long table, his gaze calm yet profound, reminiscent of storm clouds gathering with anticipation. with striking good looks. He exuded the noble air and pride of a scion from a prestigious family. His expressionless demeanor radiated a formidable presence, imposing considerable psychological pressure on those around him. Despite deploying 5 captains, several team members, and numerous security personnel, they still allowed the beguiling demon to escape. Fu Qingyang's expression remained indifferent. I am profoundly disappointed in you all. Seated along the elongated conference table were the participants of this operation, including the 5 captains and 12 team members, among them Li Dongzi and Guanya. In the face of their superiors' reproach, the captains lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. The muscular captain, on the verge of voicing his thoughts, ultimately succumbed, whispering, "Captain Fu, it appears that Xiangrong has been corrupted by some malevolent force, rendering him exceptionally powerful and dangerously unhinged. This is the reason for our failure. Moreover, the enchantress is, in essence, a premier profession." Fu Qingyang remarked coolly. Failure is simply failure. Any justification serves merely as an excuse for the coward to evade the acknowledgement of their own defeat. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and none of the spirit realm walkers at the table dared to meet his eyes, with the exception of Guanya, who was preoccupied with her nails, seemingly absent-minded. Fu Qingyang continued, "Due to your failures, the situation has escalated. A severely injured enchantress, tainted by malevolent forces, is prone to complete loss of control. Given the cruelty inherent in an enchantress, this will undoubtedly lead to significant casualties." The captains, including Li Dongzi, Qing Tang, and Tang Wuqiang, exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Fu Qingyang scoffed, "Of course, I too have faltered in this matter, for I placed erroneous expectations upon you, overestimating your capabilities. Therefore, in the next 3 days, I shall personally partake in the hunt. Since Xiangrong seeks the roster and the Holy Grail, his attention will surely shift to the family of Zhao Yingjun or to women with whom he shares close ties. We shall pursue this lead." As his subordinates nodded in agreement, he glanced at his expensive wristwatch and declared, "Your time is limited. This meeting is adjourned. Guanya, remain behind." At long last, the protracted meeting came to a close, having extended beyond mealtime. The spirit realm walkers rose, dejected, bowing towards the end of the long table, and exited the conference room in an orderly fashion. The 5 captains led the way, and the imposing figure of the 6'3" muscle-bound leader lowered his voice, fuming. "I do not deny my own failures, but Captain Fu's arrogance is excessive. He was not present at the scene and is unaware of Xiangrong's formidable power." Clad in tight-fitting attire, he touched the blood-soaked wound on his chest and scoffed. While we were battling outside, he lounged on the handcrafted sofa of his villa, savoring fine wine, smoking cigars, and relishing the company of bunny girls. Just then, 3 bunny girls ascended the stairs, bearing delicacies, and entered the conference room. Bai Long gently patted one of the bunny girls on her pert backside and whispered, "I have heard that Captain Fu boasts immense popularity among the White Tiger troops. He is the only one among the 4 young masters capable of rivaling that gentleman from the Red Fire Gang." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziba snorted, "Merely rumors. Our young master is truly the most exceptional of the younger generation within the 5 Elements Alliance." Qing Ting then turned his gaze toward Li Dongzi, seeking his opinion. Li Dongzi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a dismissive huff. "Naturally, it is due to wealth. That is what you think, isn't it? Is it not?" The other captains shot him a glance. "Foolish." Li Dongzi pointed to his own head, producing a lighter to ignite his cigarette, and shrugged. "All right. Let us proceed with our tasks and swiftly extract that scoundrel, Xiangrong." In the conference room, Fu Qingyang fixed his gaze on the woman tending to her nails. Furrowing his brow, Li Dongzi mentioned you were injured? Guanya blew gently on her nails, then retrieved a compact mirror from her handbag, applying powder as she spoke. Guanya snapped the compact shut and remarked, "Your Fu family really lacks excitement. Qingyang, take charge sooner. Let the old-timers retire in peace." Fu Qingyang spoke in a low voice. "If you are averse to an arranged marriage, then you must demonstrate some achievements. Do not squander your talents in idleness. The elders of our family only respect the strong, such as myself and her. Li Dongzi's second team is severely lacking in talent, making it difficult to earn merits." Guanya furrowed her brow and sighed. "The second team truly lacks ambition. It is hard for me to refuse. Let's see. A newcomer has joined our team, and he seems quite interesting. I shall observe him further." She neatly tucked away her makeup mirror and, grasping her handbag, strolled towards the door, smiling. "You should be more concerned about yourself. If Xiangrong wreaks havoc in Songhai, it will leave an indelible stain on your record." and they will go to great lengths to prevent you from entering the Elder Council. Cousin is leaving, goodbye. As dawn broke, Zhang Yuanqing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, made his way towards the comprehensive building. His itinerary for the day included morning classes and in the afternoon. He planned to engage in conversation with the old colleagues, rather, to cultivate friendships and expand his social network. Groups of people flowed towards the comprehensive building. And just as he arrived at the entrance, Zhang Yuanqing heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Li Lushing and a few classmates. Li Lushing, accompanied by several boys, approached with eager expressions, extending an invitation. We are planning a social gathering with some girls this weekend. Would you like to join us? I heard you are from Shanghai. A social gathering? This weekend, meaning the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yuanqing pondered briefly and replied, sure. Li Lushing and several other boys sighed in relief, their faces brightening with smiles. Let us at each other as friends. With you around, I believe the girls will be more inclined to join us for some fun. Let us exchange contact information as well. The other boys eagerly reached for their phones. After Zhang Yuanqing and his classmates completed their friend requests, they all headed towards the comprehensive building together. Li Lushing remarked, I heard from a female compatriot that a security officer came looking for Su Yingying yesterday, and she ended up sobbing uncontrollably in her dormitory. A security officer? What happened? Several boys expressed their astonishment, as security officers seemed like an exceedingly distant group to university students. Li Lushing continued, I've heard that the wealthy individual who was supporting Su Yingying has encountered some trouble, although the specifics remain unclear. The security officer was inquiring about that person. Could it be that he absconded with funds? Given the current economic downturn, there are numerous instances of wealthy individuals facing financial ruin, someone speculated. Zhang Yuanqing listened to his classmates' gossip, his gaze wandering among the ebb and flow of students. Amidst the somewhat crowded scene, he spotted a familiar figure. It was a stunning girl in a white long dress, her long black hair cascading down her back, adorned with delicate makeup, none other than the subject of their earlier conversation. Su Yingying. She was nestled closely against a man who wore a mask, his cropped hair revealing sparse eyebrows, and a small scar peeking above the mask's edge. Zhang Yuanqing's pupils dilated in shock. Oh, Xiangrong. As he looked back at Su Yingying, he scrutinized her closely and began to notice certain clues. Su Yingying's expression was stiff, appearing to nestle in Oh Xiangrong's embrace, yet it seemed more like she was being coerced by his grip on her shoulder. Chapter 29. The Initial Encounter. How did Oh Xiangrong end up at Shanghai University? And why was he with Su Yingying? What audacity allowed him to appear at Shanghai University while being wanted by the authorities? Was he exceptionally bold or simply deranged? Zhang Yuanqing felt tense all over. Halting his steps, he turned to his classmates and said, You all go ahead. I need to make a phone call. He decided to call for help first. He moved to the roadside, retrieved his phone, and dialed Li Dong's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. The automated message confirmed the disconnection. He tried calling Guanya, but that too went unanswered. A meeting? Strategizing an operation? Or perhaps lying in wait near Shanghai University? Various speculations raced through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. If it were the latter, then it was not his concern, but if they were unreachable due to a meeting, Oh Xiangrong, being a fugitive, could not linger long at Shanghai University. It would be a grave mistake to miss this opportunity. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuanqing opened his contacts and dialed Wang Tai's number. Thanks to social habits, he had saved Wang Tai's number in his contacts, despite the fact that this individual was not particularly talkative and preferred solitude. Each time Zhang Yuanqing attempted to engage him in conversation, he would invariably sport a facial expression that seemed to say, Go away, don't bother me. What is it? Wang Tai's lethargic voice emanated from the speaker. I saw Oh Xiangrong. He is the murderer of Zhao Yingjun. You are aware of this case, right? Yes. But why are you contacting me? You should reach out to the chief. Wang Tai maintained his customary calm demeanor. Shouldn't you be expressing something more emphatic, like wow? That's impressive. You seem remarkably composed. Zhang Yuanqing remarked while critiquing the situation. I cannot get in touch with Shencheng and old CG. Who is old CG? That, however, is not the crux of the matter. Zhang Yuanqing succinctly summarized the circumstances, inquiring, Can you reach out to other teams of spirit realm practitioners? Indeed. Wang Tai replied, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. I have retrieved the case files on Zhao Yingjun. He has been financially supporting numerous female university students, one of whom is from your institution, named Su Yingying. Based on the information you provided, I surmise he intends to exploit the women surrounding Zhao Yingjun for a breakthrough. Realization dawned upon Zhang Yuanqing as he grasped that Su Yingying's benefactor was Zhao Yingjun, explaining the visit from the security personnel yesterday. Wang Tai continued, O Xiangrong, a level 3 seductress, possesses malevolent powers. Though severely injured in yesterday's ambush, the threat level has significantly diminished. However, he remains beyond your capacity to confront. I have analyzed the situation for you. The prudent course of action is to keep him under observation while awaiting official support. You may use your nocturnal skills for minor disruptions, but do not engage in prolonged confrontations lest you meet a dire fate. Despite lacking social finesse, he proved to be quite reliable in his endeavors. Zhang Yuanqing feigned interest in the surrounding scenery, discreetly trailing O Xiangrong and Su Yingying amidst the throng of people. Is it possible that Shichang and Sister Guanyu are stationed nearby in Songhai? He inquired with anticipation. No, Su Yingying is merely an ordinary university student. She holds no significant value. The spirit of O Xiangrong appears somewhat unhinged. Wang Tai remarked, your classmate is doomed. Given O Xiangrong's ruthlessness, she will undoubtedly leave no survivors. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing spotted O Xiangrong embracing Su Yingying as they descended into the underground parking garage of the comprehensive building. The two vanished from sight as they traversed the steep slope. They have entered the garage. Let us not linger. You must promptly inform the other team members. This secluded area cannot serve as a shield like before. Following them into the underground parking will surely raise suspicion. Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a few moments before discarding his backpack in the nearby greenery and summoning the power of the Yin within him. An ethereal black mist erupted, causing his form to be forcibly erased. After invoking the night roaming skill, he sprinted into the underground parking garage. Armed with the red dancing shoes and the night roaming ability, even if he could not defeat O Xiangrong, his escape would be assured. Thus, the risk was warranted. Although Su Yingying was materialistic and snobbish, she was, after all, a living being. Within his capabilities, Zhang Yuanqing could not stand idly by in the face of death. Especially considering that resolving the matter with a deranged individual like O Xiangrong sooner rather than later would bring peace. He did not need to consciously muffle his footsteps, as the night roaming state concealed the sounds he made, even masking his body's heat. As he burst into the underground parking garage, he immediately heard Su Yingying's quivering voice, tinged with tears. I don't know where the thing you're looking for is. I followed Zhao Yingjun only for his money. He gives me 20,000 every month, and I just play the role of his girlfriend. 20,000? Before I was officially hired, my monthly salary was merely 20,000. How effortlessly you seem to earn such money. Zhang Yuanqing turned towards the sound. And at the rear of a black car, against the wall, Su Yingying stood terrified, pressed against it, while O Xiangrong brandished a knife, standing to one side. Don't tell me you don't know. Don't tell me you don't know. O Xiangrong's gaze was fierce, his voice a low, neurotic growl. I shall give you one last chance. Has Zhao Yingjun ever divulged any information regarding the Holy Grail or the roster? I truly do not understand what you are speaking of. Su Yingying's eyes were rimmed with red, tears streaming down like pearls. His pupils glowed with a crimson light, his expression beneath the mask contorted into a grotesque madness, murmuring, You are useless even when given a chance. You are useless even when given a chance. O Xiangrong's calloused hand gripped Su Yingying's delicate neck, his robust arm lifting her effortlessly. Her complexion flushed scarlet, then transitioned to a deep violet, her legs flailing, eyes rolling back. O Xiangrong revealed a sadistic smile, then pressed the knife's tip against Su Yingying's chest. Just as he intended to plunge the blade into this woman's heart, an instinctive warning surged within him, a chilling signal of impending danger, causing the hairs on the back of his hand to stand on end. There was no one nearby, no sounds or signs of disturbance. Yet he sensed a profound coldness emanating from within, an unpredictable peril closing in on him, enveloping him. A practitioner of the spiritual realm, the seasoned O Xiangrong immediately realized he was under attack by a spirit realm wanderer. Grasping Su Yingying by the throat, he instinctively hurled her forcefully backward. With a resounding thud, she crashed to the ground, rolling several meters before losing consciousness. Noticing that the assailant had no intention of saving the woman, O Xiangrong retreated hastily, simultaneously brandishing his blade. The sharp edge sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound as sparks erupted from the point of impact with the enemy's weapon. Through the sensation of the clash, O Xiangrong discerned the opponent's position and, with a surge of muscular power, propelled himself forward like a spring, bending his knees to launch a fierce assault. The muffled thud echoed as his knees met with a solid impact, accompanied by the subdued grunt of the ambusher. In an instant, a figure emerged from the void, a young college student clad in sweatpants and a baseball jacket, possessing striking features and a radiant demeanor. Wielding a half-length brass club, a night prowler? In that moment, Xiangrong comprehended the swift nature of last night's ambush and the origin of the nearly fatal encirclement. With his mind in a heightened state, a flash of ferocity and animosity crossed his eyes, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance against the night prowler before him. Grasping his blade, Xiangrong soared into the air, his remarkable agility allowing him to cover a distance of several meters, descending upon the still reeling college student with the ferocity of a predatory beast. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing nearly called out, "I apologize for the interruption. Brave one, please spare my life." He made no attempt to rise. Instead, he continued to roll with the momentum, simultaneously harnessing the power of the moon to once again enter a state of nocturnal wandering. As he rolled, he abruptly vanished from Xiangrong's sight, leaving the beguiling demon at a loss for a target. After evading the lethal assault, Zhang Yuanqing, concealed by invisibility, crouched beside a white vehicle on the left, resting against the wheel while gasping for breath. The recent knee strike had nearly caused his heart to falter. The pain was excruciating. The ache in his chest rendered his complexion ashen, each breath a reminder of his discomfort. Fortunately, the nocturnal wanderer possessed formidable vitality and considerable self-healing abilities, allowing him to quickly recover from such injuries. However, through this confrontation, Zhang Yuanqing had come to realize the disparity in strength between them. The beguiling demon exhibited keen intuition and extensive combat experience, coupled with an astonishing physical prowess, suggesting a specialization in close-quarters combat. At that moment, he heard a thud. Xiangrong had leaped onto the roof of a black sedan several meters away, with a pair of fierce, penetrating eyes scanning the underground parking garage. He spoke in a chilling tone. "The Nocturnal Wanderer of Tai sect should not be in Songhai. Are you the Nocturnal Wanderer of the Five Elements Alliance?" "Humph. A mere level 1 Nocturnal Wanderer daring to ambush me. Let me think. With level 1 Nocturnal skills, your invisibility can hardly last more than 20 seconds. How long can you hide?" Xiangrong was certain that his opponent was a level 1 Nocturnal Wanderer. Had he been level 2, he would not have gained the upper hand in their earlier encounter. And if he were level 3, it would be he who needed to flee now. Severely injured and weakened, he could not possibly contend with a Nocturnal Wanderer of the same rank, for both Nocturnal Wanderers and beguiling demons occupied the pinnacle of their professions. 20 seconds? You hold me in too high regard. I can manage at most 10 seconds. Zhang Yuanqing crouched beside the tire, holding his breath. This individual was extraordinarily formidable, and he had yet to unleash the abilities of the Enchantress. Let me ponder the powers of the Enchantress. This malevolent profession possesses formidable combat prowess at the extraordinary realm, entering a frenzied state post-murder, enhancing their fighting capabilities further. Additionally, should a confrontation ensue, the Enchantress can mark their opponent through a unique method, relentlessly pursuing their prey even if they attempt to flee. Ultimately, the core ability of the extraordinary realm is enchantment. Enchantment falls under the category of mental control skills, actively released and complemented by exceptional close combat capabilities, rendering it nearly insurmountable. At this moment, the 10 seconds elapsed, and his silhouette emerged. In the next instant, a piercing sound sliced through the air, sending a chill through Zhang Yuanqing's heart as he recognized the imminent attack from Xiangrong. He did not dare to look, instead opting for a forward roll to disappear once more. Crash! Xiangrong's gaze swept coldly across the surroundings, maintaining his vigilance while taunting his opponent. By your appearance, you must be a student from Shencheng University. Are you aware that for spirit realm practitioners, revealing one's identity spells doom for their family? Knowing you are a student, I can afford to take my time to track you down and eliminate you, along with your entire family. After uttering these words, Xiangrong tightened his grip on the willow blade, silently counting down in his mind, awaiting the novice to reveal himself or make a move. Madman! Zhang Yuanqing's heart sank. Although he recognized the provocation for what it was, he could not deny that he was growing increasingly agitated and genuinely apprehensive. Zhang Yuanqing concealed himself at the rear of another vehicle, his mind racing with strategies to confront his adversary. The man's intuition was formidable. If a decisive strike was unattainable, it would be unwise to attempt a stealthy assault. However, remaining hidden indefinitely was not an option. My stamina could only support 2 more uses of night roaming. after which retreat would be my only recourse, and official personnel would not arrive in time. Should this individual manage to escape, my grandmother and others would be in grave peril. The three abilities of the bewitching demon, frenzy, mark, and bewitch, were a source of concern. The first was irrelevant if it did not result in death. The second, I was likely already marked, but night roaming could obscure his perception. The true threat lay in his melee combat prowess and the bewitch ability. Alas, if only it were night. As thoughts flickered, Zhang Yuanqing devised a plan to employ the red dance shoes as the primary offensive force, with the ineffective master providing support, awaiting the opportune moment for a surprise attack. It was the perfect opportunity to test the combat efficacy of this rule-based item. Bang! Xiangrong leaped atop the vehicle once more. Surveying the underground parking lot from his elevated vantage point, he silently counted the seconds, anticipating the enemy's departure from the night roaming state when he suddenly heard an eerie sound of footsteps behind him. Turning, he discerned the source of the unsettling noise, a brand new pair of Western-style red dance shoes, 3 meters away, rhythmically rising and falling in the vacant, tranquil space, as though an unseen entity were performing a stationary march. This chilling scene could easily render an ordinary person weak-kneed and screaming in terror. An ethereal artifact? As Xiangrong beheld the crimson ballet shoes, a message materialized before his eyes. Would you care to join me for a dance? If so, please step in place. Chapter 30, Decimation. Dancing. Xiangrong was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend. This supernatural artifact had the audacity to invite him to dance. With a cold smirk, he dismissed the notion. He certainly would not indulge the enemy's whims during combat. He promptly bit into his own tongue, letting a drop of blood spill forth towards the gleaming edge of the Lu blade. As a seasoned practitioner of the spirit realm and a wielder of dark arts, he had engaged in numerous skirmishes with night wanderers, fully aware of the unique abilities inherent to this profession. Supernatural artifacts were notorious for their cunning, and he had once been ensnared by one for several arduous days, proving to be quite a nuisance. Yet, their shortcomings were evident. Their actual lethality often fell short. Moreover, such artifacts generally harbored a fear of vigorous yang energy. A mere drop of tongue blood would suffice to suppress an item suspected of harboring vengeful spirits. The crimson ballet shoes paused momentarily, and upon sensing the human's reluctance to dance, they seemed to exhibit signs of vexation. A dark crimson glow enveloped the shoes, and with a rapid thudding sound, they lunged towards Xiangrong. Unmoved, he awaited the shoes' advance, and as they leapt towards him to strike, he calmly swung the Lu blade, aiming to inflict severe damage upon the vengeful spirit residing within. However, as the blade sliced through the shoes, it met with an intangible presence, as if the bizarre shoes existed in an alternate realm, detached from reality. Bang! In the next moment, Xiangrong felt 2 powerful kicks to his chest and face. He experienced the excruciating sensation of his heart nearly ceasing to beat, struggling to breathe, while his face throbbed with fiery pain, and warm liquid trickled from his nostrils. This was not merely a tool of the night wanderer profession. Xiangrong stood in bewildered astonishment, uncertainly murmuring, "The void?" The characteristics of this item seem reminiscent of a foreign profession. How could a level 1 night wanderer possess an artifact from abroad? Before he could contemplate further, his gaze caught the eerie dancing shoes pivoting, advancing towards him once more. He neglected to wipe away the blood from his nose, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. With 2 resounding thuds, the beguiling creature was sent tumbling off the vehicle's roof. Xiangrong leaped, dashed, rolled, and utilized the car for cover, navigating the spacious underground garage with agility, evading most of the onslaught from the red dancing shoes. Yet, he was still unfortunate enough to be trampled several times, each blow inflicting excruciating pain, exacerbating the injuries sustained in last night's fierce battle, causing his organs to ooze blood. How formidable! The helpless master, Zhang Yuanqing, watched the conflict with wide-eyed astonishment. He was once again deeply aware of the terrifying nature of rule-based artifacts. Its relentless pursuit could not be destroyed or interrupted. The target could only passively endure its assault, unless the rules were unraveled, which required dancing. However, this was unrealistic. Even if Xiangrong surrendered to the red dancing shoes and endured the humiliation of performing a tap dance, he would still intervene, ensuring his dance would falter, and a misstep would render all efforts futile. However, Zhang Yuanqing has gained a clear understanding of the formidable power of the seducing demon. Even with the force exerted by the red dancing shoes, Xiangrong was able to withstand it. His physical resilience is terrifying. Xiangrong would not foolishly await his demise. Once he realizes he can only endure passive blows without the ability to retaliate, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. Zhang Yuanqing, with a clear mind, understood that he must launch a surprise attack before his opponent escapes. He did not seek to kill, but he must certainly delay this murderer. Bang! Once again, Xiangrong failed to dodge, receiving a kick from the red dancing shoes squarely on his face, causing him to stagger backward, his vision darkening and his head spinning. An opportunity. Like a cheetah, Zhang Yuanqing sprang forth, clutching the demon-subduing staff as he ran in a parabolic arc, maneuvering behind Xiangrong. He thrust the staff fiercely toward his opponent's back. Buzz! Suddenly, a dense white light, as soft as mist, obstructed the sharp tip of the demon-subduing staff. This force emanated from a bronze waist token tightly grasped in Xiangrong's left hand, an ancient token marred with cracks and bloodstains. Reminiscent of an artifact belonging to a seasoned veteran. This was Zhao Yuan's defensive artifact. A defensive tool? Zhang Yuanqing's heart sank as he realized his surprise attack had failed. He swiftly adjusted his footing, circling around Xiangrong at a rapid pace, repeatedly striking the white light barrier with the demon-subduing staff, creating ripples of light. This time, protected by the red dancing shoes, he narrowly evaded being killed by the seducing demon, skillfully dodging several razor-sharp blades and fists. Crack! At last, under the relentless assault from the demon-subduing staff and the red dancing shoes, the bronze waist token shattered into fragments, and the white light dissipated into flecks. At this moment, Zhang Yuanqing's nocturnal escapade came to an end, his form materializing. Xiangrong appeared to be anticipating this very instant, a crimson hue welling up in his eyes, revealing distorted and sinister runes. Temptation. Lay down your weapons, do not resist. Lay down your weapons, do not resist. Xiangrong's lips curled into a malevolent grin as the blade sliced towards the young night wanderer's neck. He would rather endure the assault of those dreadful dancing shoes than employ the defensive artifact, for he awaited the night wanderer to strike first. This item, hailing from the scout profession, was already partially damaged. If used prematurely, it would merely stave off the shoe's attack for a fleeting moment before being utterly destroyed. Thus, he chose to endure, deliberately exposing a flaw to entice his opponent into action. As he had surmised, the inexperienced young night wanderer, unable to restrain his impatience, fell into the trap. However, just as the blade grazed the young night wanderer's neck, Xiangrong observed his form suddenly collapse, the blade merely brushing against his scalp, severing a few strands of hair. The ominous red dancing shoes, which had relentlessly pursued him, had somehow appeared upon the night wanderer's feet, compelling him into a splits maneuver that evaded the fatal strike. Simultaneously, the night wanderer, who was supposed to be ensnared by temptation, was illuminated by a radiant golden light in his eyes, instantly breaking free from the disorienting influence. With a vigorous leap, he propelled himself towards Xiangrong. Completely unprepared for such an eventuality, Xiangrong could hardly fathom that a mere level 1 night wanderer could escape his enchantment. At this juncture, he remained poised with his blade, unable to withdraw, and could only watch in horror as the brass cudgel lunged towards his chest. Thud! Amidst the visceral carnage, the demon-slaying staff erupted with a brilliant golden light, incinerating the remnants of vitality within his chest. Zhang Yuanqing abruptly tilted his head back, narrowly evading the razor-sharp blade aimed at his throat, only to be struck in the shoulder by Xiangrong's fist, sending him hurtling like a rag doll. With a resounding crash, Zhang Yuanqing collided with a luxury vehicle, shattering its windows into a spiderweb of cracks. Even before his descending form could reach the ground, he began to dissipate inch by inch, vanishing from Xiangrong's sight. He had once more succumbed to a state of nocturnal wandering. Meanwhile, Xiangrong paid him no heed. Staggering towards Su Yingying, his heart lay in ruins. The only remedy was the fresh blood of the living. He needed to kill in order to enter a frenzy. Bursting forth from the underground garage, intent on a bloody rampage across the campus, with the insatiable thirst of a bloodthirsty demon, he aimed to mend his wounds and defy the very cycle of life and death. Yet, such actions would undoubtedly plunge his moral standing below 60, marking him as a target for the spirit realm, hunted by every practitioner within the city. But at that moment, such considerations were of little consequence. Suddenly, 2 dark red glimmers manifested out of thin air, transforming into a pair of pristine red dancing shoes, poised to intercept Xiangrong. To him, the sound of those footsteps resonated like a death knell, a lament from the Grim Reaper, a pronouncement from the King of Hell. Thud! Xiangrong's face was trampled, flesh and blood a grotesque mash, and he found himself uncontrollably toppling backward. Yet, in that final instant, he hurled forth the blade he clutched in hand. The 40-centimeter-long weapon soared through the air, a streak of silver aimed at Su Yingying. Xiangrong's gaze remained fixed upon the edge of the blade. Clang! Suddenly, sparks flew as the blade was deflected by a brass staff that emerged from the void, revealing a figure beside Su Yingying. It was none other than Zhang Yuanqing. Witnessing this scene, Xiangrong's hope transformed into despair and reluctance. At that moment, the red dancing shoes descended from the heavens, trampling upon his face, crushing his nose, splitting his lips, and causing his eyes to burst forth. Xiangrong's limbs convulsed a few times before life was utterly extinguished. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed beside Su Yingying, exhaling a long breath as though utterly spent. At this juncture, his chest churned with pent-up resentment, his hands and feet trembling incessantly. This was not fear. It was an exhilarating surge of adrenaline. When one finds themselves in peril and desperately seeks salvation, adrenaline floods the system, enabling individuals to commit acts of violence without a flicker of hesitation, a state commonly referred to as being high. The battle plan had succeeded. Prior to this encounter, he had contemplated thoroughly. The sole aspect to avoid was the opponent's seduction skills. Thus, before deciding on a surprise attack, he had already made a sacrifice to the demon-suppressing rod. Among its functions was purification. The second form of the red dancing shoes served as his assurance in close combat, effectively helping him evade a fatal throat-slitting assault. He had meticulously calculated all of Xiangrong's abilities: marking, seduction, frenzy, and melee. He had prepared countermeasures for each. Should he fail despite such preparations, Zhang Yuanqing felt there would be no reason to continue. After a few moments of catching his breath, he calmed his tumultuous emotions and heard the notification from the spiritual realm. Ding! You have slain a level 3 seducer demon, earning 30 moral points and 15 reputation points. Reputation unlocked. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback and hastily opened his character attribute panel, discovering the addition of a reputation category. Reputation? Killing adversarial spiritual realm practitioners grants reputation. As an experienced gamer, he was no stranger to reputation, yet he remained unaware of its significance within the realm of spirit world. In contrast to the reputation rewards offered in that domain, he found the spoils of reality far more compelling. He rose and approached Xiangrong's lifeless body, kicking the eye away to the abyss beneath the vehicle, before dragging the corpse into the shadows of the corner. After meticulously searching the body, he discovered a mobile phone and a wallet. The phone was an antiquated model, limited to making calls, while the wallet was notably bulging. Upon opening it, he found a stack of 100 yuan bills and a counterfeit identity card. Zhang Yuanqing counted the money carefully. As a wanted criminal, carrying a mere 1,500 yuan seemed absurd. Confiscated. He extracted the cash and stowed it in his pocket. Subsequently, he wandered further afield and picked up a sharp willow blade. The moment he touched the weapon, a message appeared in his field of vision. Name: Bloodthirsty Blade. Type: Weapon. Function: Bleeding, bloodthirst, armor piercing. Description: This blade was nourished by the blood of a powerful seducer demon, and over time, it has become exceedingly bloodthirsty. Its edge can slice through hardened steel, and wounds inflicted by it are notoriously difficult to heal, as it siphons the vital essence from its prey, returning it to its master, thereby enhancing their strength. Note: a blade that does not recognize its master is not a worthy weapon. This blade appeared formidable had it been wielded to slay Su Yingying. Xiangrong would have received the weapon's boon. Thankfully, he had remained vigilant, guarding Su Yingying's side. Currently, the blade was unclaimed. Claiming it as one's own was a simple matter. Merely storing it in the inventory would suffice. However, Zhang Yuanqing was not yet inclined to accept it, for the notes within the item's description instilled a sense of unease. The bloodthirsty blade was likely a type of item that demanded a cost, and the remark indicated the price of its usage. Considering the description of the blade, Zhang Yuanqing could surmise the potential costs. Either the wielder would be cursed and ultimately meet a tragic demise, or the blade would require its master to nourish it with their vital essence. The latter possibility seemed most plausible. The notion of offering blood again, after already suffering from the depleting effects of the demon-subduing staff, left him pondering how he could endure further hardship. At that moment, he noticed the red dancing shoes approaching him with a rhythmic tap, and a message materialized. Would you care to dance with me? If so, please step in place. Note: each use of this item requires a dance. If you decline, The red dancing shoes will no longer favor you and will initiate a pursuit. Zhang Yuanqing's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. This was the first time he was using the red dancing shoes in reality after acquiring them. And he had not anticipated that employing such a rule-based item would come at such a cost. To be threatened with death for declining a dance? How utterly outrageous. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yuanqing rose to his feet, eager to comply. Soon, the quiet expanse of the parking garage resonated with the clear sound of tap dancing. This time, he did not trigger his old ailment, but, rather, utilized his extraordinary physique to execute a dance, albeit with frequent missteps. Fortunately, as the master, he did not suffer any wrath from the red dancing shoes. Upon completing the dance, the red dancing shoes stepped back with the right foot, balancing on the tips of both toes, and performed a graceful curtsy. Following the sound, he beheld Li Dongzi leading Guanya, accompanied by 7 or 8 unfamiliar practitioners of the spiritual realm, rushing into the underground garage. Some bore firearms, others wielded knives, while a few cradled cats. All were fully armed. Fortunately, the dance had concluded. Zhang Yuanqing felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 31. Concealment at the entrance of the underground parking garage. Shadows flitted about. With a cane in one hand and a gun in the other, Li Dongzi entered the garage, his sharp gaze swiftly surveying the scene. His eyes first fell upon the unconscious Su Yingying, followed by faint traces of blood on the ground and several privately owned vehicles showing signs of damage. As a scout, Li Dongzi quickly deduced that a brief, yet perilous battle had transpired here. The fact that Su Yingying was still alive indicated that the situation had not yet reached its direst point. The other practitioners of the spiritual realm similarly scanned the area with vigilance. Suddenly, they noticed a figure emerging from the shadows at the rear of a vehicle. Instinctively, all turned their weapons towards him. "Do not shoot. It's me." Zhang Yuanqing hastily raised his hands, simultaneously assessing the other practitioners alongside Guanya and Li Dongzi. A burly man clad in athletic attire resembled a gym instructor, towering at least 6 feet 3 inches. His muscles bulging with a palpable sense of strength, his hands adorned with red fingerless gloves. A middle-aged man, wearing a miner's helmet and deep brown work attire, had a weathered complexion, his skin darkened from exposure. A young woman donned in a white racing suit, with an oval face, fair skin, and strikingly bold eyebrows, exuded vitality. Wielding a sleek black blade, the other 2 armed individuals bore no distinctive traits in demeanor or appearance. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuanqing emerge from the shadows, the tense expressions of Li Dongzi and Guanya visibly relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Following the conclusion of their meeting, they received a call from Wang Tai, revealing that Yuanshi had discovered Xiangrong at Shanghai University, who had taken Su Yingying hostage with malicious intent. Startled, Li Dongzi and Guanya immediately summoned the remaining captains, who had yet to disperse, and hastily made their way to Shanghai University. Throughout the journey, Li Dongzi maintained a stern demeanor, burdened by the fear that Yuanshi might act impulsively in a fit of recklessness. Upon becoming a spirit realm traveler, newcomers often experience an inflated sense of power, which, combined with their inexperience, can lead them to take foolish risks. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yuanqing safe and sound, both men exhaled in relief. "Is he the night wanderer?" The impatient and robust figure of the muscle-bound man first inquired of Li Dongzi, and upon receiving a confirming answer, he scanned the underground parking lot, gruffly demanding, "Where did Xiangrong flee?" In his estimation, a level 3 seducer demon was not something a mere level 1 night wanderer could contend with. After a brief skirmish, Xiangrong, fearing the arrival of official spirit realm travelers, would have hastily made his escape. If he had not fled long ago, a pursuit now, aided by the scout's tracking abilities, might yield results. He did not escape, Zhang Yuanqing declared. Did not escape? A chill ran through the group as they instinctively raised their weapons, glancing around in astonishment and wariness. Then, they heard the novice, pointing to the shadows behind him, assert, "I took care of him." What did he just say? The imposing figure of the muscular man was on the verge of disbelief, questioning whether his hearing had failed him. In a fit of anger, he bellowed, "Do not jest with me. This is not the time for your humor." Li Dongzi and his companions were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing as they regarded Zhang Yuanqing with newfound caution. "Why are you so fierce? Can't you speak civilly? You wouldn't happen to be a member of the Red Fire Gang, would you?" Zhang Yuanqing patiently clarified, "I am not lying. His corpse lies at the rear of the vehicle. If you doubt my word, see for yourself." The muscular man cast a glance in that direction, where the protruding column of the wall cast intersecting shadows with the vehicle, obscuring his view of the corner. He was about to proceed to investigate when a middle-aged man wearing a miner's helmet stepped forward. He cast a quick glance at Zhang Yuanqing before addressing the burly man. "I shall take a look." Noticing the serious expression on his colleague's face, the muscular man recalled something, casting a wary glance at Zhang Yuanqing before nodding. Zhang Yuanqing observed that Li Dongzi and Guanyu wore peculiar expressions, while the gazes of the others were unmistakably guarded. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the miner's helmet approached the rear of the vehicle with slow but steady steps. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide in astonishment, staring blankly at a particular spot, as if he had turned to stone. "Boss Tang." The muscular man watched his companion, his face a mask of shock and confusion, a chill running down his spine as his muscles tensed in readiness for action. The leaders of Qing Tang and Bai Long instantly fell into a state of alertness. Tang Guiqiang's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of someone ensnared by temptation. Soon, they witnessed Tang Guiqiang recover, bending down to drag a corpse into the spotlight, bringing it into the gaze of the crowd. The body was clad in loose camouflage pants, a black tank top, and a black jacket. Its face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, eye sockets hollow, though the contours of its features vaguely suggested an identity. It was indeed Xiangrong. The underground parking garage fell into an eerie silence as everyone stared, transfixed, at Xiangrong's lifeless form. Li Dongzi's expression shifted from stern to bewildered, muttering, "Oh my heavens. Oh my heavens." Guanyu glanced at the corpse, then at Zhang Yuanqing, as a realization dawned upon her, her thoughts deepening. A stunning woman clad in an ink-washed qipao, her high heels clicking briskly, approached, stopping beside the body. After a careful examination, she pursed her lips and declared, "It is indeed Xiangrong." Upon saying this, she lifted her gaze to Zhang Yuanqing with a look of complexity. The burly man's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "How did you manage this?" The attention of several team leaders converged upon Zhang Yuanqing, scrutinizing him repeatedly. The fact that a mere level 1 individual had defeated Xiangrong, despite being gravely injured and not at his peak, was astonishing. The second team had achieved a significant victory. How fortunate was Li Dongzi to have such an exceptional subordinate? How was this accomplished? Was it merely a matter of having the right tools? Zhang Yuanqing remained silent, instead turning his gaze to his superior. Li Dongzi stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Yuan Shi, you have done exceptionally well. You have made a great contribution. Just moments ago, while you were unable to reach us, we were in a meeting room enduring a thorough scolding from our superiors." This remark adeptly diverted attention, eliciting relaxed smiles from the captains, as if they had shed a heavy burden. Zhang Yuanqing cast a sidelong glance at him. "Then why did you point your guns at me just now?" The beguiling demon of the supernatural realm can temporarily influence one's psyche. If given sufficient time to repeatedly ensnare their target, the effect can deepen to the point of manipulation. Rather than believing you killed Xiangrong, we find the possibility of you being enchanted far more plausible. A young woman clad in a white racing suit approached, wielding a knife, her gaze appraising Zhang Yuanqing with evident satisfaction. "We were all mistaken. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Long, a level 3 water ghost." This captain exuded an undeniable charisma, devoid of the typical female modesty and hesitation, her demeanor brimming with confidence, as though everyone else were mere underlings. "Yuan Shi Tianzun," Zhang Yuanqing replied. The captains paused for a moment. What a splendid name. Indeed, it compels one to want to challenge him. Bai Long chuckled. "I shall call you Yuan Shi then. It's fortunate, as I have always thought that young men of your age tend to choose peculiar names." "Such as?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired with a playful shrug. Bai Long was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this young man to respond so casually, even posing a question in return. Typically, one would expect a modest reply or a demeanor of restraint in the face of a superior's jest. For instance, "Deji Ba," Guanyu interjected cheerfully, picking up where Bai Long left off. "Deji Ba, the meaning behind my name is domineering muscles. That is precisely what I intend." Guanyu wore an expression of innocent sincerity. Deji Ba was rendered speechless. As the conversation unfolded, several official spirit realm walkers hurriedly arrived, bearing stretchers and body bags. They had just received a call informing them that the assailant had been neutralized and rushed over to handle the remains, while also transporting Su Yingying to the hospital for treatment. "No, he must not come." Tang Guiqiang shook his head. Zhang Yuanqing instantly recalled the harrowing experience of encountering the devouring spirit in the hospital, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. However, he quickly pondered the implications. If others among the night wanderers witnessed the circumstances under which he had slain Xiangrong, the secret of the red dancing shoes would undoubtedly be compromised. It was not to say that exposure would inevitably incite competition and covetousness, but discretion was certainly advisable. This is not an issue. I will find a way to resolve it, Li Dongzhi asserted confidently, his tone authoritative. The memories of Xiangrong are crucial. The sooner we interrogate the spirit, the better. We cannot ascertain how much memory the tainted spirit retains. Tang Guoqiang contemplated this and nodded slightly, though he remained unconvinced by Li Dongzhi's approach. The matter lay in the jurisdiction of their second team, as it was they who had executed the spirit. At that moment, a graceful woman in a qipao approached, her concern evident as she inquired, "Is anyone injured? Do you require medical attention?" Her voice was gentle and her demeanor warm, as if Zhang Yuanqing were a confidant. Li Dongzhi smiled and introduced the burly man wearing a miner's hat. "This is the formidable muscle of the Red Fire Gang, Tang Guoqiang from the Central Court." Both captains were seasoned spirit realm walkers. "Indeed, it is the Red Fire Gang," Zhang Yuanqing remarked promptly. "Greetings to both captains. I look forward to your guidance." The burly man nodded in satisfaction, asking, "Shall we become friends?" "Certainly," Zhang Yuanqing replied enthusiastically. Qingting and Bailong nodded in agreement. Tang Guoqiang was not one for many words. Yet he was the first to retrieve his mobile phone. Li Dongzhi's mouth twitched slightly. After Zhang Yuanqing and several team leaders added each other as friends, Li Dongzhi remarked. A moment later, the official Lingjing walkers arrived, driving a business vehicle and a blue sports car into the underground parking garage. "Captain, may I take a ride in your business car?" Zhang Yuanqing wished to converse privately with Li Dongzhi, particularly to request the deletion of surveillance footage. Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth, hesitating momentarily, and ultimately watched helplessly as Li Dongzhi and the captains departed in the business vehicle. Guan Ye's eyes sparkled as she cast a glance at him and remarked with a smile, "Captain has taken away those who might hinder us. Come, I will take you to delete the surveillance." Zhang Yuanqing's gaze was focused yet contemplative. The blue sports car sped along the spacious avenue, with Guan Ye donning sunglasses, gripping the steering wheel, and humming a cheerful tune, seemingly in high spirits. She exclaimed, "You are truly fortunate, having just become a Lingjing walker. You have already acquired a rule-type artifact." She felt herself equally fortunate, as her recent lack of merit had been rectified. "Did you all know about this in advance?" Zhang Yuanqing, unperturbed, proceeded to flatter her. "Indeed, the scout profession is unparalleled." As someone adept in social interactions, he could adeptly adjust his mindset, previously merely conjecturing and misremembering. He recognized that insight was the innate talent of a scout. Guan Ye chuckled. "Your ability to comprehend my hints and conceal the rule-type artifact suggests you are not entirely foolish." Zhang Yuanqing immediately responded with a subtle probe. "The organization would require me to surrender the artifact, would they?" "There shall be no coercion. However, should you voluntarily surrender, the organization would gladly accept it, rewarding you with merit and monetary compensation. Yet, human nature is intricate, as a novice wielding rule-related artifacts. The news would undoubtedly attract some individuals to take risks." Guan Ye earnestly advised, "What a superior can conceal for a moment, they cannot hide for eternity. You might consider seeking a patron, perhaps a superior of your superior." Zhang Yuanqing pondered, "What assurance do you have that this higher authority will not covet the treasure?" That individual hails from a prestigious lineage, having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, proud and aloof. While I cannot speak for other officials, I can vouch for his character." Guan Ye chuckled. "Moreover, he fancies himself as one who wins people over through virtue, yet in truth, he revels in extravagance. A wealthy magnate. A single rule-related artifact would hardly shake his pride. However, he possesses lofty aspirations and typically looks down upon the ordinary, favoring elite talent." Zhang Yuanqing merely hummed in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor dismissing, and deftly changed the subject. Guan Ye remarked with a hint of amusement, "You have garnered considerable attention today. As your deeds circulate, there will surely be those within the Five Elements Alliance who will covertly seek to undermine you. Be wary of the allure of beauty. There have been past instances of seduction, and those two female captains seem quite intrigued by you." Zhang Yuanqing proclaimed with righteous conviction, "I am unwaveringly loyal to the second team and will not fall for such charms, unless I cannot resist." He added silently to himself, "But you are a Scorpio." Guan Ye retorted with a smirk. What does that have to do with being a Scorpio?" Zhang Yuanqing replied, utterly perplexed. Have you ever heard a saying about zodiac signs? It goes, a Pisces man is not worth discussing, while a Scorpio man is worth every bit of attention. Inside a sleek black business vehicle, Li Dongzi took the wheel himself, his gaze fixed ahead, a broad smile illuminating his face. Oh dear. It seems I inadvertently completed everyone's tasks. I apologize, my fellow teammates, for depriving you of your share of the accolades. What are you so proud of? The expressions of the four captains darkened. When the prize money arrives, I shall treat everyone to a meal, Li Dongzi continued with a grin. Do not envy me. It is merely a stroke of luck. By mere coincidence, this fellow managed to navigate through the Xiling tunnel and eliminate Xiangrong. It is nothing extraordinary. The way you speak is quite infuriating, grumbled the muscular captain in a deep voice. Maintain your composure. Elegance is essential. Allow me to report to Captain Fu, he said. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the captains, he retrieved his phone and dialed Captain Fu's number. In the incident involving Xiangrong, their blunders had put Captain Fu at considerable risk. Now that Xiangrong had been neutralized, it was imperative for him to provide a timely update to his superior. That rascal Yuan sure certainly brought him some honor. Chapter 32. A major incident. The phone rang for an extended period before being answered. The voice on the other end was articulate yet devoid of warmth. I am currently reviewing the information on Xiangrong, analyzing his behavioral patterns. You have 10 seconds. In the realm of official spiritual realm practitioners, various teams serve as the primary force in handling cases, while the overseers coordinate from behind the scenes, only intervening in particularly challenging situations. The centurion felt immense pressure. Li Dongzi cleared his throat and reported in a low, solemn voice. Centurion Fu. We have successfully eliminated Xiangrong. Where was he found? Li Dongzi replied. He was shot at Shanghai University while attempting to interrogate Su Yingying regarding the whereabouts of the Holy Grail and the roster. However, Su Yingying is unaware. She is merely an ordinary student. Your judgment was correct. Xiangrong has indeed lost his sanity. Fu Qingyang commended. Well done, Li Dongzi. You have shown remarkable insight. You have successfully averted a potential bloodbath. I shall commend you to the Council of Elders. Were there any casualties? None. Li Dongzi paused. Centurion Fu. We did not kill him. You did not kill him? Fu Qingyang's tone was laced with confusion, as if a thought struck him. He suddenly realized, I almost forgot. There is an elder from the Water God Palace at Shanghai University. Was it he who intervened? It appears I must find a time to pay a visit and express my gratitude. There is an elder at Shanghai University? Li Dongzi's expression turned astonished. Quickly realizing Fu Qingyang's misunderstanding, he clarified, it was the Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Night Wanderer I recently recruited, who eliminated Xiangrong. A level 1 Night Wanderer dispatched a level 3 Enchantress? The centurion fell silent once more over the phone. After a pause of several seconds, Fu Qingyang said, understood. Have him submit a report. He then added with a hint of amusement, well done. After ending the call, Li Dongzi, exhilarated, gripped the steering wheel tighter, unconsciously pressing harder on the accelerator. The White Dragon opened his mobile phone and created a temporary group chat with several captains beside him, remarking on Li Dongzi's smugness, his mustache nearly reaching his eyebrows. Qing Tang commented that their team had achieved great success, and if he had such a subordinate, he too would feel proud. Regarding the Night Wanderer that Li Dongzi had recruited, what was once mere envy had now morphed into jealousy among the captains, making them wish to abandon all decorum. In the security office of Kanyang District, within the morgue, Li Dongzi closed the door, keeping the captains outside. He turned to Zhang Yuanqing, his gaze profound, and said, the Night Wanderer can absorb spiritual entities to enhance experience points. However, the side effect is long-term mental contamination. If you have attempted to strengthen yourself in this manner, you should comprehend my meaning. Zhang Yuanqing nodded. Li Dongzi then inquired, have you tried using that artifact to purify your thoughts? This was his suggestion. Noticing Zhang Yuanqing frowning in contemplation, Li Dongzi chuckled, realizing that the cost of that artifact was likely substantial. It appeared that the crystal was likely formed from the souls of the spirit realm practitioners who perished at the Mountain God Temple. Hence, the information indicated that this was the finest supplement for the Night Wanderer. The impurities in the spiritual crystal were presumably mental pollution, but it had been purified by the goddess. Thus, it could be inferred that the demon-subduing pestle would also purify mental pollution. With this thought, Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory and retrieved the brass pestle, adorned with exquisite engravings and incantations. He briefly explained the artifact's efficacy and cost, saying, if I go mad later, just stab me with it, preferably in the thigh. Li Dongzi took the props. Zhang Yuanqing approached Xiangrong's lifeless body, placing his palm against the chest, inhaling deeply. From the depths of his eyes surged a viscous, inky energy, awakening the lingering spirit within the corpse. A sudden throbbing pain surged in his forehead, and his consciousness expanded as something foreign forcefully flooded into his mind. In a hazy vision, Zhang Yuanqing beheld himself, the underground parking garage, and the eerie red dancing shoes, remnants of the recent altercation that had unfolded there. He silently awaited the conclusion of the battle, and the scene swiftly transformed. This time, he found himself in a dimly lit room where a masked man stood before Xiangrong, holding an exquisitely crafted crystal goblet filled with a liquid as crimson as blood. As a beguiling demon, your malevolence is remarkably pure, and you possess considerable potential. Drink from the chalice, and you shall become my servant. Every fortnight, you must partake of the goblet's contents anew, lest divine intervention prove futile. Remember my name, the eerie-eyed judge. In a squalid rental unit, a man clad in a mask and a baseball cap stood in the living room, coldly declaring, the eerie-eyed judge is dead. His loyal subordinate, Cheng, has fled with the fallen Holy Grail and the roster, hiding in Shanghai City. If you wish to avoid a fatal poisoning, assist us in locating him. Your spiritual energy will not be shortchanged. The scene shifted once more, revealing a cerulean sky, where a group of students clad in uniforms approached him, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. The abrupt shift in the atmosphere left Zhang Yuanqing in a state of bewilderment. Several seconds passed before he realized he was enduring a harrowing episode of school bullying. Was this a remnant of Xiangrong's past? It was astonishing to think that such a callous villain had endured similar experiences during his school years. Forgot your money? Xiangrong, do you take my words lightly? If your parents won't give you any, would you not resort to theft, you good-for-nothing? Strike him, beat him senseless. Without pain, he'll never learn. Come on, light a cigarette and scorch his face. Everyone, step aside. I intend to urinate on him. Don't hit me. Please, don't hit me. Zhang Yuanqing felt Xiangrong's overwhelming fear, instinctively curling up in trepidation. They were merely teenagers, yet the malice they exhibited was strikingly pure. In a dilapidated office, a bespectacled teacher sternly admonished, "Why is it always you who gets bullied, rather than others? Have you ever considered your own shortcomings? You must learn to coexist with your classmates. Not every issue requires the teacher's intervention. Our time is limited as well." From Xiangrong's emotions, Zhang Yuanqing sensed an intense anger. Suddenly, a middle-aged man erupted in a torrent of curses, saliva flying. In that moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming sense of despair emanating from Xiangrong. A chaotic array of fragmented images flashed rapidly, instances of relentless bullying, repeated beatings. Ultimately, Xiangrong's psyche twisted further into a state of increasing rage and violence. Just then, a resplendent beam of golden light pierced through his consciousness, dispelling the fury and anguish and ushering in warmth. Zhang Yuanqing abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the glaring brilliance of the overhead lights and the pristine white walls. His gaze fell upon Li Dongzi, whose face was bruised and whose suit was disheveled. "Shencheng, are you all right?" Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, taken aback. He instinctively touched his face, realizing it was streaked with tears. "I'm fine," Li Dongzi replied, carelessly discarding the blood-stained demon-slaying staff onto the floor while adjusting his attire, grumbling, "I should have called Guanyalan. Her combat skills surpass mine, and this is hardly dignified." Once he had tidied himself, he eagerly inquired, "So, have you uncovered any new clues? You appear rather unwell." "I'm just a bit saddened." Although his experience points had increased once more, this time, Zhang Yuanqing felt no joy in it. Li Dongzi's expression shifted to one of realization as he remarked, "Is it due to Xiangrong's memories?" Indeed, the memories of the spirit were fragmented and incomplete, clinging only to experiences that were difficult to release. After all these years, Xiangrong remained haunted by the tribulations of his student days, which had cast a long shadow over his life. Despite the fact that he was a despicable criminal, Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. Li Dongzi sighed, "While I am unaware of what you witnessed in those memories, I can empathize. The night wanderers of Tai despise the spirits that consume malevolent professions, and this is precisely the reason why. Yuanshi, do you understand the origin of the concept of malevolent professions?" He did not hastily inquire about the case's clues. Instead, he seized this opportunity to enlighten him. Imparting wisdom, In the midst of our confrontations, we have vanquished countless evil practitioners. After summarizing the data from the Tai Chi sect's Night Wanderers, we observed a phenomenon. Each evil practitioner is, in essence, a rogue or criminal in reality. In other words, the spiritual wanderers of the evil professions are those selected by the spiritual realm from specific groups. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Thus, they did not become evil practitioners and subsequently turn into bad individuals. They were inherently bad to begin with. Yet, their wickedness is not entirely innate, but rather a product of humanity's own making. Li Dong's aside, the spiritual realm does not actively nurture evil. The emergence of any evil practitioner is a manifestation of humanity's own karmic retribution. This reality may seem disheartening and lacking in positivity, but it is indeed the world we inhabit. Understand this well, and refrain from broadcasting it widely. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in silence. Additionally, let me share another piece of information. Having slain Xiangrong, you should have acquired some reputation, Li Dongzi continued. Among spiritual wanderers, mutual hunting does not deduct moral values. But possessing reputation can instill trepidation among fellow wanderers of the same faction. If you hold 10 points of reputation, killing a fellow wanderer from your faction will incur a deduction of 20 moral points. There is a distinction between order and goodness. Having said this, Li Dongzi patted him on the shoulder. Now, let us address serious matters. There is no time to waste. I believe I have glimpsed a significant event within Xiangrong's memories. A significant event? Li Dongzi smiled lightly, reflecting on the fact that as a level 3 seducer demon, no matter how significant the matter, it could hardly be of great consequence. After years of experience, he had encountered countless grave situations. Speak, he urged. His demeanor was not one of arrogance, but rather a belief that Yuan Shi's shallow understanding of matters could lead to an inaccurate definition of what constituted a significant event. Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing recounted the memories he had accessed in detail. Moments later, Li Dongzi dashed out of the morgue, bellowing towards the captains outside. A grave incident has occurred. Chapter 33. The fallen Holy Grail. On the second floor of the villa, in a small conference room, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue through the glass windows, painting the white wool carpet with a glistening crimson. Li Dongzi, Qing Tang, Bai Long, Tang Guiqiang, and Ahiba, several captains, sat upright at the conference table. Nearly all the captains from the Kanyang district's spiritual realm practitioners had gathered. As a scout, Li Dongzi keenly noticed that Yuan Ting's mental state was far from optimal. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you injured?" With a pale complexion, Yuan Ting reclined weakly against the chair, eyes closed in rest. Upon hearing Li Dongzi's question, he opened his eyes and replied with calm composure, "No, it is merely that during this trip to Beijing, Elder Sun placed immense importance on me, considering me a pillar for the Tai sect's future, and insisted on personally training me. The rigorous training has left me in this state." The others regarded him with solemn respect. Fu Qingyang glanced at him but refrained from comment, stating gravely, "Let us address the matter at hand. What did Yuan Shi discover in Xiangrong's memories that warranted your hasty arrival?" Several captains immediately cast grave glances at Li Dongzi. This fellow emerged from the morgue and, without hesitation, summoned everyone to the Centurion's location, claiming there was a significant event. When asked about the matter, he remained reticent, causing anxiety and impatience among them. Li Dongzi cleared his throat and surveyed those gathered around the table. From Xiangrong's memories, our nocturnal wanderer discerned the true nature of the Holy Grail. It is an artifact belonging to the sinister-eyed judge, officially named the Fallen Holy Grail. The captains on either side of the conference table exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of solemnity and bewilderment. The sinister-eyed judge serves as the vice president of the Psychic Society, a notorious malevolent organization among spiritual realm wanderers, comprised of a cadre of powerful and deranged sorcerers. The sinister-eyed judge, holding the 8th position on the Five Elements Alliance's bounty list, is of a caliber capable of moving mountains and filling seas. It was unexpected that Xiangrong's case would involve such a formidable figure. Their confusion stemmed from their unfamiliarity with the fallen Holy Grail artifact. Is Xiangrong searching for the sinister-eyed judge's artifact? Daji Ba furrowed his brow and bluntly remarked, "That kid's mind is clearly not right." The mere thought of a mere extraordinary being daring to covet the possessions of high-level spiritual wanderers was dismissed by the group, who turned their attention to Fu Qingyang. Fu Qingyang remained silent for a few moments, his tone unusually grave. "I will now disclose information to you. but you are not yet qualified to comprehend this level of intelligence. Therefore, once you exit this door, let it remain a secret." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively straightened their spines and adjusted their expressions. The fallen Holy Grail is a rule-bound artifact of the witchcraft profession of exceedingly high rank, whose purpose lies in controlling the spiritual realm practitioners. The Eye of Deception Judge has wielded this artifact to enslave numerous practitioners of various professions. A significant portion of the fallen individuals we encounter annually is a result of the machinations of the Eye of Deception Judge. Intelligence reports indicate that once tainted by the fallen Holy Grail, one remains enslaved by the Eye of Deception Judge for life, with death being the sole means of liberation. And no alternative exists. Li Dongzi interjected, affirming, Xiangrong is indeed a servant of the Eye of Deception Judge. Such a revelation rendered the situation comprehensible, enlightening the captains. Bai Long initially nodded, but then furrowed his brow. What does this have to do with his killing of Zhao Yingjun? Moreover, is this truly a significant event? Zhao Yingjun was also a servant of the Eye of Deception Judge, who had infiltrated the Five Elements Alliance, presenting himself as an advisor to the Public Security Bureau while secretly assisting the Eye of Deception Judge in recruiting new pawns, acting as an accomplice. Li Dongzi paused momentarily, then spoke with utmost gravity. Not long ago, the Eye of Deception Judge suddenly met his demise, and his trusted aide, He Wuchang, has since concealed himself with the Holy Grail and a registry containing the identities of the fallen. Now, not only are those like Xiangrong, the fallen, in pursuit of He Wuchang, but the vice president of the Spiritual Energy East District Association, Gu Wang, along with his subordinate factions, are also engaged in the search. Upon obtaining the roster, He Wuchang is certain to contact these fallen beings to claim the legacy of the judge with the mysterious eyes. The undercover identity of Zhao Yingjun holds great significance, as it is highly probable that he has already established contact with He Wuchang. Consequently, Xiangrong hopes to ascertain He Wuchang's whereabouts through Zhao Yingjun. This revelation left the assembly in stunned silence. The judge with the mysterious eyes, a high-ranking spiritual realm practitioner, has met his demise? The gravity of this information was overwhelming, even causing the typically composed Fu Qingyang to momentarily lose his poise. In the suffocating silence, Fu Qingyang rapped on the table, furrowing his brow as he stated, "The roster of the judge with the mysterious eyes contains a multitude of fallen individuals. He Wuchang, having taken the roster and the Holy Grail, has gone into hiding. It is implausible for him to take in all the servants. Individuals like Xiangrong, who are mentally unstable, are certainly not isolated cases." Li Dongzi managed a bitter smile. "Thus, we are facing a significant crisis." The captains wore expressions of grave concern. Fu Qingyang asserted, He Wuchang is concealed within Songhai. The forthcoming period in Songhai will be anything but tranquil. I will promptly report this information to the Elder Council, urging them to inform our colleagues across various regions to prepare for the potential chaos from the fallen. Effective immediately, all personnel are to have their leave revoked. Their devices must remain operational around the clock, and they are to be on standby at all times. The captains nodded solemnly. Fu Qingyang, with a serious demeanor, continued, "In light of this incident, I must express my discontent with all of you for your negligence, laxity, and lack of vigilance." He then softened his expression and added, "In the matter concerning Xiangrong, Yuan Shitianzuan has rendered significant service. From the moment he eliminated Xiangrong to the interrogation of the spirit, he has been instrumental in uncovering the demise of the judge with the mysterious eyes. A group of seasoned elders pales in comparison to a mere novice. As your superior, I find this quite embarrassing." Li Dongzi and the others displayed expressions of shame. "What? The one who vanquished the beguiling Xiangrong is that newly appointed night wanderer?" Yuanqing was taken aback, glancing left and right, unable to restrain himself from raising his hand. "Captain Fu, are you suggesting that Li Shizhang's level 1 night wanderer has slain Xiangrong?" Li Dongzi quietly straightened his posture. Raising his chin, the formidable figure expressed his admiration. That young man possesses exceptional combat talent. His future achievements are boundless. He might even ascend to the realm of the saints, becoming a figure of considerable authority. Several team leaders nodded slightly, expressing their agreement with his statement. Captain Qingting elaborated. He was the first to detect Xiangrong's presence and acted decisively. By the time we arrived, the battle had already concluded. Despite Xiangrong being injured and mostly deranged, it was still no easy feat to eliminate him. What kind of genius is this? Yuanqing stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, then felt a sharp pain in his chest. Elder son was bewildered. Fu Qingyang did not allow the conversation to linger, stating coolly, "Let us disperse." Li Dongzi and the others promptly rose to leave. However, Yuanqing remained, waiting for the leaders to exit the conference room. Suppressing the tumult of regret and frustration within, he spoke. "Captain Fu, there is a matter for which I require your assistance." Fu Qingyang regarded him with interest. Yuanqing continued, "The sect leader has summoned us to the capital to announce a confidential message. The demon lord is dead." Fu Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, his sculpted visage etched with profound astonishment. Even the demise of the enigmatic judge could not elicit such an intense emotional upheaval. The demon lord, a name that instilled dread in the hearts of all official spirit realm practitioners, was a fallen night wanderer, known for his capricious temperament and unrelenting brutality. With an insatiable thirst for blood, his mastery of assassination and stealth resulted in countless spirit realm practitioners meeting their end at his hands. During his most arrogant phase, even the elders of official organizations treaded cautiously, opting for a life of obscurity, wary of revealing their identities in the physical realm. Likewise, malevolent organizations held a deep-seated aversion towards him, for the demon lord spared no one in his merciless quest for bloodshed, indiscriminately targeting both virtuous and nefarious entities alike. It was not until early last year that he encountered the illustrious female marshal of the White Tiger Legion in a high-stakes spirit realm confrontation, who dealt him a devastating blow, leading to his subsequent disappearance. And then, Fu Qingyang regained his stoic demeanor. "The sect leader entrusted us with a mission, to seek the successor of the demon lord. Since 2 months ago, and continuing until the end of this year, all newcomers who ascend to the role of Night Wanderer are to be scrutinized by us," Yuanqing remarked. Fu Qingyang furrowed his brows, questioning. "Even if a fortunate soul acquires the demon lord's character card, it bears no connection to him. Why does your sect leader wish to locate him? Do not tell me it is out of a desire to nurture talent. Upon the death of a spirit realm practitioner, the spirit realm purges all data associated with that character, subsequently seeking a new owner for the character card. When a high-level practitioner falls, remnants of their essence may linger during the formatting of the character card, possibly manifesting as certain benefits or privileges. Such character cards are inherently superior to ordinary ones. However, in Fu Qingyang's perspective, this peculiar situation did not warrant such a dramatic response from the Master of Tai. It is important to note that even the Demon Lord himself possesses a level beneath that of the contemporary strongest Night Wanderer. Yuanqing shook his head, stating, "How would I know? I am merely here to follow orders. This year, only 4 individuals have advanced from Songhai to become novice Night Wanderers. 1 perished in the spirit realm, 2 joined Tai and were sent to the training camp. The final individual is under the command of Li Dongzi, and I wish to conduct an inquiry regarding him." Fu Qingyang scrutinized Yuanqing, his deep brown eyes sharp and profound. Yuanqing, steeling himself, met his gaze. "Very well. But regardless of the outcome, you must inform me beforehand. You are not permitted to take him to the capital without my consent." At the desk, Zhang Yuanqing opened his computer and pondered for a considerable time before calling out, "Sister Guanya, how should I compose this report? It is not a matter of format, but rather the content." Zhang Yuanqing wore a troubled expression. He must draft a report on the elimination of Xiangrong, and the challenge lies in the fact that if he omits the presence of the red dancing shoes, it would be exceedingly difficult to coherently articulate the process of Xiangrong's demise. After all, this is not something that can be glossed over in just a few sentences. The mixed-race goddess rolled her eyes and remarked, "Rather than logically emphasizing these non-existent elements, why not illogically diminish Xiangrong's intelligence? You displayed considerable wit in the garage. Why are you being foolish now? Ah, indeed, Xiangrong's mental state has become quite unstable, and he has sustained severe injuries. As for the extent of his condition, outsiders remain oblivious. I may embellish the details at my discretion, as he is unlikely to rise from his grave to defend himself." Zhang Yuanqing's eyes lit up. "I understand now. Thank you, Sister Guanya." He promptly began to strike the keyboard, articulating Xiangrong's madness and irrationality, while simultaneously formulating a plan for dealing with the bloodthirsty blade. The demon-subduing pestle is more inclined towards purification and demon suppression rather than close combat, and the bloodthirsty blade undoubtedly compensates for this shortcoming. Its inherent bleeding and armor-piercing effects synergize splendidly with the Night Wanderer's assassin attributes. The only consideration is the risk of anemia. Once I gain experience and enhance my abilities, The formidable vitality and self-healing of the Night Wanderer should be sufficient to support both items. To vanquish demons with the pestle and cleave madmen with the blade, what a delightful prospect. After Zhang Yuanqing completed the report and sent it to Li Dong's email, he inquired, "When can I expect the rewards for clearing the Shelling Tunnel and this time's achievement? Your merits require approval from the Elder Council, and the fund allocation follows suit. It will likely be dispersed alongside next month's salary," Guanya replied with a cheerful smile. "What? Are you eager to treat your sister to a meal?" "Well, I want abalone, sea cucumber, roasted duck, imported ham, and premium steak." "No, that's too extravagant. I can only treat you to jianbing guozi with a sausage and 2 eggs," Zhang Yuanqing mused. "Where have the team leader and others gone?" Zhang Yuanqing asked before their departure. Upon learning about Xiangrong's memories, Li Dongza hastily departed with the captains, leaving no explanation behind. During the meeting, Guanya, cradling her phone and leaning against the chair, accentuated her alluring figure and remarked, "The large-scale meetings for the Lingjing walkers in the Kanyang district are typically held at the residence of Chief Steward Fu. Once you have been employed for more than 6 months and have gained sufficient credentials, you may have the opportunity to attend those gatherings. What is so enjoyable about it?" "I detest meetings," Zhang Yuanqing retorted, displaying little interest. Guanya, with a playful wink and a knowing smile, replied, "There are many beautiful bunny girls there." Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned wistful. "I long to participate in the organization's meetings and contribute to its development." Chapter 34. An unexpected guest after exiting the conference room. Yuanting exhaled deeply, feeling an immediate lift of pressure. The young master of the Fu family, with both his elevated status and illustrious lineage, evoked a sense of intimidation, often creating a dynamic where one felt the weight of authority rather than perceiving him merely as a privileged heir. Yuan Ting's gaze drifted past 2 bunny girls who passed by, both in their prime, curvaceous and captivating, their beauty radiating. The villa housed 7 or 8 such enchanting beings, each a vision of loveliness. Despite the throng of beauty surrounding him, Yuan Ting was acutely aware that this young scion of a prominent family held little interest in the fairer sex. Compared to the initial gathering, the villa's bunny girls had already rotated through 2 waves, those newly recruited girls, believing they had a chance to ascend to greater heights, could not contain their restless hearts and attempted to entice the young master of the Fu family. All of them were gently but firmly dismissed. The girls remaining in the villa have become quite subdued, diligently attending to their tasks without harboring any unrealistic aspirations. The presence of the bunny girls in the villa serves as a manifestation of status or perhaps as a personal indulgence of Fu Qingyang. Having completed his affairs, he sent a message to his friend Jianji. A significant event has transpired in Songhai. The judge with the mysterious eyes has perished and his trusted aide, the Black Impermanence, is hiding with the Holy Grail and the roster. Jianji responded, "I am rendered speechless. The judge with the mysterious eyes has died in such an inexplicable manner. It feels akin to waking up to find a nation has been erased from existence." They exchanged their astonishment, musing over how to address the predicament of the fallen souls listed in the roster should they convene across time and space. Jianji inquired, "Is there more?" "Indeed," came the reply. "The Night Wanderer who traversed the Shelling Tunnel has just slain a level 3 seductive demon. This cannot be disclosed. If it gets out, Elder Sun will have my head." Yuan Ting's expression contorted momentarily as he typed, "There is another piece of information. Just listen and do not spread it. Elder Sun is confused. He does not want that Night Wanderer." In a dimly lit room in Songhai, devoid of illumination save for the glow of 3 candles arranged in a triangular formation, a red lacquered box lay at the center, adorned with an intricately carved insect relief. A figure, donning a silver mask, knelt beside the table, using a small knife to pierce the tip of his finger, crimson blood oozing forth. He brought the bloody digit to the mouth of the insect relief, which animatedly came to life, greedily siphoning the blood, causing the lacquer of the box to deepen into a vivid scarlet. A sudden gust of wind swept through the air as the candle flickered with a blood-red hue, the scarlet flames leaping high, forming a vortex of crimson above the wooden box. What could it be? From within the swirling flames, a voice, cold and authoritative, emerged. "My subordinate has followed your instructions and released the bait. The 5 Elements Alliance is relentlessly searching for the Black Wuchang. However, I cannot guarantee that he will remain concealed in Songhai." The commanding voice continued, "I have foreseen that the Black Wuchang is indeed in Songhai. His concealment there must serve a purpose, the specifics of which remain to be determined. Is there anything else you require of me? Do you have a task? No. I am in search of the resting place of the Guayan judge. By chance, I encountered someone from the Tai sect. Ah. The death of the Guayan judge indeed harbors deeper secrets. The voice gradually faded, and the vortex of blood-red flames extinguished. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed twice, and Grandma's voice came from the bedroom. Yuanzi, dinner is ready. Her tone was lighthearted, suggesting she was in good spirits. Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes to find the room enveloped in darkness, the curtains blocking the light from outside. A rich aroma wafted into his nostrils. The dining table was laden with an array of dishes: sweet and sour pork, braised meat, roasted duck, black-bone chicken soup, asparagus, and spring bamboo shoots, among others. Grandma, wearing an apron, bustled between the living room and the kitchen. His cousin was assisting in the kitchen. In the living room, Grandpa, with his graying hair, sat upright on the sofa, engrossed in the television. At the dining table sat a middle-aged couple, Zhang Yuanqing's uncle and aunt. My aunt possesses striking features and fair skin. Although she is somewhat advanced in age, she has maintained her beauty remarkably well. She is adorned in a white, fitted gown, her hair cascading in waves. And there is a delicate charm in her gaze. The man beside her bears a resemblance to Qin Yuanjun, dressed in a purple suit, tailored trousers, and a rose-hued shirt, exuding an air reminiscent of a dandy from a nightclub, or rather, an aristocrat. Zhang Yuanqing's uncle is quite unreliable. In his youth, he played in a band, professing his desire to chase dreams and yearn for poetry and distant horizons. Thus, he donned bell-bottoms and, with a few like-minded friends, absconded from home to become a wandering minstrel. Indeed, during that era, many young people in the city lived in a similar manner, merely drifting through life. Owing to his good looks and charming demeanor, he managed to win over my aunt, who hails from a well-off family. After their marriage, he did settle down for a few years, but once my aunt bore my cousin, his true nature swiftly resurfaced. He became a layabout, preferring frivolity to work. Yuanzi, do you miss your uncle? He would ask, delighted to see his legacy in his nephew. My uncle has a penchant for singing and dancing, with a particular fondness for the song Yo-Yo Che Canal, often accompanied by a dance of his own invention. In the household, apart from Zhang Yuanqing, no one is inclined to engage him in rap battles or impromptu dances. Therefore, he holds Zhang Yuanqing in high esteem, viewing him as his protege. Zhang Yuanqing, in turn, has shifted his attitude dramatically, seeking to convey his intense emotions. The uncle and nephew shared hearty laughter as they shook hands and bumped shoulders, with the uncle embracing the shoulders of his protege as they took their seats. Yuanzi, I recently traveled abroad and specifically learned rapping techniques from chimpanzees. We should incorporate tongue rolls and lip trills into our singing. It will lend a more powerful resonance, he declared. I understand the tongue roll, but what on earth is a lip trill? Zhang Yuanqing was left astounded. Impressive. Truly, you are my uncle, endowed with remarkable talent. By the way, I could use some pocket money. Before long, his cousin and grandmother brought the last few dishes to the table, inviting everyone to dine. The uncle raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Is there something going on at the hospital? Are you on a date with your boyfriend? The grandmother was quite displeased with the state of the world. The usually serious cousin was taken aback. What? The uncle shrugged. You're 30 now and still without a girlfriend. Thus, your father can only hope for a boyfriend. No sooner had he spoken than the grandmother rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the uncle. Mom, I'm just joking. He quickly interjected. You really lack a sense of humor. These days, it's trendy to form male couples, and the youth are quite fond of it. The aunt remained silent, her head bowed over her meal. Her relationship with the grandmother was far from amicable. Harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships are a rarity in this world. The grandmother had a fiery temperament, while the aunt possessed a strong-willed nature. One criticized the daughter-in-law for her lack of household skills, while the other complained about the mother-in-law's meddling. During Zhang Yuanqing's childhood, the aunt and grandmother often engaged in heated arguments, and whenever they clashed, the little aunt would munch on sunflower seeds, enjoying the spectacle. Zhang Yuanqing would attempt to mediate, pleading, please, stop arguing, while taking the sunflower seeds from the little aunt's hands. Cousin typically engages in his homework while snacking on sunflower seeds provided by his aunt. Now that aunt has matured beyond her youthful exuberance, she no longer feels inclined to quarrel with grandma, yet their relationship remains lukewarm. At this moment, cousin glanced over and remarked, I heard something happened at your school today. Grandmother quickly inquired about the incident, and Shen Yuanjun briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing about the infiltration of criminals into the school, grandmother's dissatisfaction with the state of the world deepened. Just then, a sound emanated from the security door, followed by the twist of a handle. Aunt was dressed in an off-shoulder, hollowed-out sweater that revealed her smooth, fair shoulder, paired with a black camisole underneath. Light-colored denim pants suitable for spring and summer, and a pair of pristine white shoes. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze lingered at her calves, his eyes suddenly sharpening. On Jiang Yue's calf rested a plump infant. Chapter 35. The infant spirit. It clung to Jiang Yue's leg like a koala, tilting its small head to the side, eyes shut, utterly still, as if in slumber. Was Aunt speaking the truth? Was their hospital truly haunted? And was it indeed an infant spirit? Zhang Yuanqing gazed at the diminutive entity, his mouth gradually agape. This completely shattered his preconceived notions. What are you staring at? Aunt noticed her cousin's unwholesome scrutiny and quickly shot him a glare. She pulled out a chair, slumped against the backrest, and playfully exclaimed, "Mom, I'm utterly exhausted. Please serve me some rice. Do I lack arms and legs?" Grandmother chided, yet she dutifully rose and headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Aunt busily served herself roasted duck while inquiring about her elder brother's well-being. "If you remain single for a few more years, you shall become the disgrace of the family. At that time, we siblings will unite our strengths to confront the wicked witch," my uncle said with a sly grin. Just then, my grandmother emerged with a bowl of rice, and my aunt immediately adopted a compliant demeanor, wrapping her arms around grandmother's, resting her head on her mother's shoulder, declaring, "You are the disgrace of the family. I am the pure maiden seated beside our mother, specifically here to suppress scoundrels like you." My aunt adeptly employed this tactic to win the affection of my grandparents, garnering their exclusive favor. Well, I could team up with Yuanjun. He is on the brink of becoming the family disgrace as well, right, dear wife? My uncle remarked, earning a disapproving glance from my aunt. Oh, my aunt chewed on some roast duck, her brow furrowing in suspicion. "Mother, did you forget to add salt? This duck is tasteless. It was purchased from outside." My grandmother retorted with irritation. My aunt delicately furrowed her brows, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed, "Why can I not detect any flavor? The food lacks any aroma." Concerned, my grandmother inquired, "Are you coming down with a cold?" At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the infant spirit clinging to my aunt's calf. Its tiny nose twitched, and then it opened its button-like black eyes. Upon encountering the unfamiliar environment, its little face displayed a look of bewilderment, as if it could not comprehend its presence here. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing felt an increasing weight in his heart. This was no ordinary spirit. Typical spirits lack consciousness and thought, merely acting on instinct. The infant spirit did not remain dazed for long. Following some inherent instinct, it wiggled its tiny nose and crawled up my aunt's body to her shoulder. There, it beheld a table laden with delectable dishes. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze followed the ethereal infant spirit, observing its crawling speed suddenly quicken as it clambered up the arm of his aunt, trembling, until it reached the tabletop. It lay upon the dining table, extending its short, pudgy hands in a futile attempt to grasp a piece of roasted duck, yet it could seize nothing. After repeated attempts, it seemed to finally realize that the delectable morsel was out of its reach, and it began to wail in distress. The haunting sound of its cries echoed in Zhang Yuanqing's ears, sharp and cacophonous. This wretched child, how unbearably noisy. Drawing upon the power of the yin, he concentrated it in his palm, reaching to take a piece of roasted duck, effectively capturing the infant spirit in his grasp. "You all eat first. I shall make a brief visit to the restroom." He carried the spirit by the nape of its neck, akin to holding a small puppy, as he entered the restroom. Behind him, his aunt's voice chimed. "Oh, my nose suddenly cleared, and the roasted duck smells delightful." Before the sink, Zhang Yuanqing supported the infant spirit with one hand, watching as it extended its tiny, pink tongue to gently lick at the yin energy gathered in his palm. The yin power of the night wanderer served as a potent tonic for spiritual entities. However, what perplexed Zhang Yuanqing was the fact that an infant's spiritual strength was exceedingly fragile. After death, their spirit would dissipate rapidly, within a day or two at most, or merely a few hours at the least. This was illogical. If one does not understand, one must consult references. Zhang Yuanqing retrieved his phone and logged into the official forum of the Five Elements Alliance. Shocking. The spirit tunnel has been conquered. The identity of the conqueror remains a mystery. His eyes skimmed over the two pinned posts without paying them much heed. The official organization would need to remain vigilant against potential incidents involving fallen beings. Thus, the matter of the enigmatic eye judge would undoubtedly be made public. The news of his conquest of the Shelling Tunnel has already spread on the official forum of the Five Elements Alliance, and the unfamiliar ID, Yuanshi, has been introduced to the realm of spiritual wanderers for the first time. Zhang Yuanqing utilized the search function on the forum to enter the term special spiritual entities. Soon, he stumbled upon a post that provided an enlightening overview of spiritual entities. Spiritual entities are formed from the residual mental energy of sentient beings after death. Lacking the majority of consciousness, they exist in a state of lethargy, acting solely on instinct or, one might say, obsession. Once a living being passes away, its spiritual entity begins to dissipate. An ordinary individual can sustain it for no more than 7 days, while a spiritual wanderer may retain their entity for a longer duration, contingent upon their mental fortitude. Upon reading this, Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but glance at the infant spirit, pondering that this little creature evidently lacks the ability to endure in the world, thus cannot be a high-ranking spiritual wanderer. He continued to delve into the post. What has been described pertains to normal spiritual entities. Now let us discuss the abnormal ones. However, the content abruptly ceased. Zhang Yuanqing scrolled to the bottom and discovered that the latter half of the post was locked, requiring payment for access. Is this truly the fabled concept of paying for knowledge? He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he recharged his Yuanshi account with 200 yuan to complete the transaction. It is worth mentioning that in recent days, administrative personnel have provided him with a mobile phone and bank card associated with the Yuanshi identity, effectively severing ties with his Zhang Yuanqing persona. Refined spiritual entities possess the potential to manifest extraordinary abilities, rendering them valuable artifacts or companions. In the vernacular of the night wanderer, such entities are referred to as spirit servants. However, it is essential to acknowledge that spiritual entities vary in aptitude. Not all of them possess the capability to forge spirit servants. Those endowed with the qualifications to become spirit servants are exceedingly rare, found only among 1 in 10,000. Now, let us discuss the methods of ritual refinement. It is imperative to note that while the ritualization of malevolent occupational spirits is permissible, the enslavement of ordinary human spirits is a breach of protocol. The individual who posted this, Yuanqing, felt that the 200 yuan spent was indeed worthwhile. After perusing the contents of the post, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but express his heartfelt sentiments. This post divulged a wealth of information. First, upon elevating the level of the night wanderer, one can raise the dead and refine corpses, enabling a transition between the stealthy assassin style and the cunning summoner style during encounters with spiritual realm practitioners. Secondly, this deceased child is an exceedingly precious spirit servant, akin to discovering a treasure. Having already manifested special abilities, it is indeed a genuine spirit servant, rather than merely a unique spiritual entity. Thirdly, there are issues at the hospital where his aunt works. While Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of joy, a sense of unease inevitably crept into his mind. Troubles would surely follow, possibly endangering his aunt. Whether the adversary is an official or a rogue practitioner from the spiritual realm. The utilization of ordinary human spirits to create spirit servants is unequivocally against the regulations. This matter cannot be resolved lightly. Tomorrow, he would inform the squad leader, aiming to judiciously leverage the resources at his disposal. With these thoughts clarified, a wave of relief washed over him as he regarded the infant spirit nestled in his palm and forearm. Sensing his scrutiny, the little creature opened its large, button-like eyes, exuding an air of eagerness as it vocalized, "Abba, Abba." Noticing that Zhang Yuanqing was unresponsive, it continued to bask in the power of the lunar energy. Though possessing a higher intelligence quotient than the average infant, he remains incapable of normal communication. He grasped the back of the infant's neck and flipped it over, saying, "Come. Let me see if you are a little fool or a little rascal. From now on, you shall be called Little Fool." Zhang Yuanqing exited the restroom with the infant in tow. As the family dinner neared its conclusion, it was the perfect opportunity to test the infant's abilities against a family member of dubious reputation. His uncle, oblivious to the child perched on his neck, was meticulously flossing his teeth. "Uncle, would you care for a bowl of soup?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired, sensing the time was right to serve. He was curious to see if his uncle would exhibit the same loss of taste and smell as his aunt. The uncle, stroking his round belly, shook his head, declaring, "No, I won't drink it unless you have some jianbingguozi." As he spoke, he struck a self-invented rap pose, and just as Zhang Yuanqing anticipated the familiar lyrics, the uncle abruptly sucked on his thumb, producing a garbled sound. Meanwhile, the infant on his uncle's neck emitted a sound only Zhang Yuanqing could hear. Yo-yo? Check it out. Jianbing Guozi, bring it on. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Yui simultaneously spewed their soup in astonishment. Their grandfather, grandmother, aunt, and cousin wore expressions of pity and frustration at the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 36. A discussion was Little Fool's ability to steal a particular function from his target? Last time it was his aunt's sense of smell and taste. This time, could it be his uncle's ability to speak? Feigning a cough, Zhang Yuanqing was filled with astonishment. Could he possibly steal a particular ability from ordinary individuals? If so, could he also extract a skill from the realm-walking spirits? If that were the case, the value of this tiny spirit servant would be immense. Haha, uncle, it seems you too can experience embarrassment. Zhang Yuanqing secretly reveled in this thought, observing the infant spirit perched on his uncle's shoulders, appearing quite fatigued and drowsy. I was merely jesting with you. I suddenly recalled Yuanzi's childhood visage and couldn't help but imitate it. Uncle, seasoned by decades of experience, showcased a thick skin akin to city walls. Swiftly shifting the blame onto his nephew, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. At his age, shouldn't he have some sense of shame? Grandma scolded furiously. Mom, I'm still just a child, the uncle replied with a grin. I shall forever be your child. Get lost, get lost. Grandma expressed her disdain. Tomorrow, he must rise early to meet Li Dongza at the office and report on the infant spirit, thus necessitating an early night. However, before that, he aimed to tame this little creature. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the playful spirit curled up in his arms, sucking on his thumb. The power of the Tang flowed gently like a thread, entering the infant spirit's body and nurturing it. According to the descriptions in the posts, as long as he successfully refined the spirit servant, maintaining the sustenance of Tang power would ensure its longevity in this world. Zhang Yuanqing had essentially stumbled upon a ready-made treasure. The little fellow seems rather dim-witted at the moment. One wonders if its intellect will ever blossom in the future. Zhang Yuanqing, gathering his emotions, summoned the power of the lunar essence as a dense, viscous darkness surged from his eyes, gradually replacing the whites of his eyes and filling his orbs. With a breath, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a faint plume of dark mist, enveloping the infant spirit before inhaling it into his being. Instantly, he sensed a new consciousness within himself, feeble and inert. Following the method described in the forum, he activated the lunar power, repeatedly washing over this consciousness, imprinting his essence upon it, compelling it to accept his strength and become his spiritual servant. This process lasted for several moments, until suddenly, his mental energy descended into a realm of dark nothingness. It was warm and comforting, akin to slumbering in a mother-s embrace. His mental essence merged briefly with the infant spirit-s body. The forum's claims proved true. The master could wield the consciousness and abilities of their spiritual servants, temporarily controlling their bodies. As Zhang Yuanqing adjusted to this new form, an entirely novel talent emerged in his mind. As if it were innate, this talent was called exchange, allowing one to trade certain aspects of oneself for equivalent aspects of another. For instance, exchanging one's sense of taste for that of another, or one's language for another's, the exchange of time amounted to 3 seconds. Thus, his aunt lost her sense of taste, and his uncle uttered the coos of an infant. However, this exchange does not necessarily require equivalence. One may utilize some lesser abilities to acquire another's invaluable skills. Yet, the infant spirit is far too young, with limited intelligence, unable to execute such intricate maneuvers. It can only engage in equivalent exchanges, and its skills activate randomly upon contact with others. Were Zhang Yuanqing to take charge, he could masterfully orchestrate the exchange of inferior abilities for extraordinary skills. Furthermore, as the master, Zhang Yuanqing can transfer any damage or adverse conditions he endures onto the spirit servant, allowing it to share the burden of harm. I have finally come to understand why the night wanderer is regarded as one of the pinnacle professions. Its strength is indeed astonishing, Zhang Yuanqing mused, gurgling softly. The infant spirit waddled over to him, its sparse hair brushing against Zhang Yuanqing's hand as it sought to suckle his thumb. This entity can consume sustenance. No. This is the place where you should absorb nourishment, Zhang Yuanqing indicated towards his chest. The infant spirit tilted its head, staring at him with an endearing innocence. Seemingly grasping his meaning at last, obediently crawling towards his chest. Go away, Zhang Yuanqing murmured as he drew it into his being, incorporating it within himself. The following morning, Zhang Yuanqing rose and entered the bathroom to wash up. Just as he grasped his toothbrush, he paused, exhaling a wisp of shadowy energy, causing the diminutive form of the infant spirit to materialize upon the sink. Nourished by the power of the Tang, it appeared quite lively, its glossy eyes gazing at Zhang Yuanqing with pure innocence. Allow me to impart a bit of everyday knowledge. This is a toothbrush, and I, your master, am about to brush my teeth. Come, recite with me. Toothbrush, brushing teeth, using a toothbrush to brush teeth. Since this little being is not an unconscious spirit, it will eventually grow. During this growth process, it is imperative for its master to instill in it the correct values. One must strive to be an upright ghost, abiding by the law and rejecting gambling and drugs. The infant spirit tilted its head, gazing at him in bewilderment. Toothbrush, brushing teeth, using a toothbrush to brush teeth. Repeat after me. Zhang Yuanqing persisted for a moment, but suddenly felt disheartened, momentarily abandoning his teaching aspirations, as he could not discern who among himself and the little fool was truly the simpleton. After finishing his ablutions, his phone rang. It was Li Dongzi calling. Hello, Captain? Yuan, sure. Come by in the morning. There's something that requires your cooperation. What matter? The Night Wanderer of Tai sect has inquiries for you. We shall discuss the specifics upon your arrival. What could the Night Wanderer of Tai sect want with me? Has he taken a liking to my unparalleled talent? Wishing to recruit me? In that case, he ought to contact me privately. Understood, Captain. Zhang Yuanqing ended the call. He intended to report the infant spirit incident to his unit. After breakfast, he donned a backpack, feigning a return to school, and upon leaving the neighborhood, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Public Security Bureau, entering the glass-paneled building. Just as he reached the door of Li Dongzi's office, he heard a hearty laughter emanating from within. Oh my God, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Let me share an amusing anecdote with you. Are you familiar with Captain Zhao? Yes, he is indeed the individual notorious for frequently mistaking the ladies' restroom. When he first ascended to the rank of Night Wanderer, he once devoured the spirits of 7 women in one go, subsequently developing the peculiar habit of squatting to urinate. A quirk he has been unable to shake off for many years. Ha ha ha, my goodness, that is the most delightful joke I have ever heard. The previous one pales in comparison. Knock, knock. Zhang Yuanqing rapped on the glass door. Instantly, the jovial chatter within came to an abrupt halt, and Li Dongzi's composed voice resonated. Please come in. Zhang Yuanqing pushed open the door to find Li Dongzi engaged in conversation with a man clad in a black suit and black shirt, both of whom were partaking in a drink on the sofa. The man in black possessed handsome features, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion and a lean physique that exuded an elusive air of nobility. Our distinguished newcomer has arrived, Li Dongzi remarked with a smile, gesturing towards Zhang Yuanqing. There is cola in the fridge, help yourself. After Zhang Yuanqing twisted off the cap of a cola bottle and took a swig, Li Dongzi introduced him, Yuanting, the captain of the Tai sect stationed in the Kangnong district, a level 3 Night Wanderer, and an elite among our official organization. As a top-tier professional, the level 3 Night Wanderer stands out significantly in the realm of the extraordinary. Indeed, a striking figure, Yuanting reflected, shaking hands with Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing, however, wore a warm smile, stating, upon seeing Captain Yuan, I feel as though I have encountered family. There is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could this be the sense of belonging among night wanderers? With outsiders present, Zhang Yuanqing momentarily suppressed thoughts of the infant spirit. Yuanting was taken aback. Such a sense of belonging was not typical among night wanderers. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized that the warm feeling he experienced was indeed a manifestation of Captain Yuan's personal charm. Upon hearing this, a smile uncontrollably blossomed on Yuanting's face. The lad certainly possessed a way with words. However, reflecting on the fact that this young man was a subordinate of Li Dongzi, a wave of regret washed over him. Elder son had indeed been misguided. Noticing the exchange of glances between the two, Li Dongzi cleared his throat and stated earnestly, Captain Yuan is here for serious matters today. He then turned to Yuanting, inquiring, shall we proceed to my office or the conference room across the hall? Yuanting replied, let us go to the conference room. With that, he picked up the briefcase from the glass coffee table, nodded at Zhang Yuanqing, and smiled, may I have a word with you privately? The implication of a private conversation piqued Zhang Yuanqing's curiosity. As Yuanting's demeanor suggested, he wasn't there to undermine him. What could it possibly be about? All right. Zhang Yuanqing acquiesced, adding, I would like to visit the restroom first. Yuanting nodded and exited the office ahead of him. Zhang Yuanqing turned towards the workspace, his gaze sweeping across the area, deliberately overlooking Wang Tai, who was engrossed in writing an academic paper. He approached Guanya's desk and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "The beauty trap didn't materialize. Instead, I encountered the night wanderer of Tai's sect." Guanya, cradling her cup of water, smiled warmly and replied, "That indicates it was not a beauty trap. Today's horoscope for Scorpios is quite favorable, but one must exercise caution when conversing with colleagues and superiors, lest the situation take a dramatic turn." She donned a white shirt and a short skirt, her softly curled long hair recently styled, exuding an air of sophistication and fashion. Her delicate, oval face radiated charm, enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, complemented by her mixed heritage allure. Zhang Yuanqing jestingly remarked, for instance, "When you attempted to flirt with me, I resolutely declined. Could this lead to the capsizing of our friendship's little boat?" "No, you wouldn't refuse, for you are a Scorpio." Guanya replied with utmost seriousness. "Enough with your Scorpio jests, or I shall resort to using a stick against you." Nevertheless, he had received the insinuation he desired and promptly turned, striding swiftly towards the conference room, gently tapping on the glass door. "Please enter." Upon entering, Zhang Yuanqing beheld Yuanting seated at the edge of the conference table, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers. Reclining lazily against the chair's back with a smile gracing his lips. Beside this nocturnal deity lay a pinholder, from which protruded a command flag, its iron tip adorned with silk fabric. The flag was entirely black, embroidered with silver thread in a cloud pattern, and bore the character for command at its center. Visually, it bore a striking resemblance to the command flags utilized in ancient military. Zhang Yuanqing took his seat, straightening his posture, and inquired, "Captain Yuan, what brings you to seek my presence?" "Let it be known, I am quite content in Team 2 and have no intention of transferring." He probed the other's intentions through his teasing tone. "You have successfully navigated the Xiling Tunnel. Captain Fu holds you in high regard, and I cannot sway him. You may not be aware, but when Captain Fu sought that strategy on your behalf, elder son of the Tai sect believed you were unlikely to succeed and thus did not request it. Regret, however, comes too late, and many within the sect expressed discontent, perceiving your potential and contemplating your future ascension to the status of a saint." "Oh, I digress," Yuanting explained. "I tend to be quite loquacious. I hope you do not mind." "Oh, so elder son's confusion stems from this." Zhang Yuanqing nodded. "Do you smoke?" "Not particularly adept at it. When I was your age, I did not smoke either, until I became a night wanderer. It was during a trial mission that I developed a psychological scar, which consequently led to my addiction. Though it is not a commendable habit, it indeed alleviates stress. Each night wanderer possesses their own peculiarities." "Captain Yuan, you are indeed quite conversational. Yet how can you spread tales of your friend's misfortunes so freely?" Zhang Yuanqing internally scoffed while maintaining a facade of earnest attentiveness. After a moment of rambling, Yuanting finally recalled the matter at hand, cleared his throat, and stated seriously, "We are in search of a fortunate individual, one who has obtained the legacy of the Demon Lord. All newly initiated night wanderers this year are subjects of our investigation, including you." "The Demon Lord's legacy?" Zhang Yuanqing, bewildered, remarked, "I do not comprehend your meaning." Yuanting proceeded to light another cigarette and elaborated, in the case of high-ranking spirit realm practitioners, upon their demise. The spirit realm is not entirely reformatted. The character card retains certain unique elements, which are then bestowed upon newcomers. We refer to this phenomenon as inheritance. "Is there such a concept?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired, beginning to grasp the idea. He pondered, "May I ask who the Demon Lord is, and what your intentions are in seeking his successor? This pertains to my own interests, and I hope you can appreciate that." Yuanting, surprisingly candid, replied without hesitation, "I am unaware of the overarching motives behind the search for the Demon Lord's successor. For individuals like us in middle management, it suffices to follow orders. As for the Demon Lord," a look of disdain and fear crossed Yuanting's face as he spoke in a low tone, "he is a fallen night wanderer, the arch-nemesis of our Tai sect. Many official spirit realm practitioners have perished at his hands, including members of the Five Elements Alliance and our own sect. Even the elders within the sect regard him with trepidation, creating an atmosphere of unrest among officials. The sect leader once remarked that he is the most promising yet terrifying night wanderer in nearly 3 decades. Whether he is truly fearsome, I cannot say, but he undoubtedly possesses an air of youthful arrogance." Zhang Yuanqing quickly asked, "How can one identify the successor of the Demon Lord? Or how might I assist you?" He mused. "It seems that the successor and the Demon Lord are not inherently connected. The Tai sect, as a righteous organization, would not unjustly blame the innocent. Yuanqing again responded with unwavering clarity. The uniqueness of the Demon Lord's successor is twofold. First, the character card bears a full moon instead of a crescent. As one embarks on the journey through the dungeon, an exclusive reward in the form of a character card is bestowed, surpassing that of the ordinary night wanderer. Zhang Yuanqing, appearing unperturbed, finds his mind tumultuous, overwhelmed with astonishment. Is this not his very own character card? The one that Brother Bing had sent him, belonging to the Demon Lord? What connection could Brother Bing possibly have with the Demon Lord? He had always believed that the exclusive rewards for the Red Ballet Shoes character card were standard. However, it seems that the legacy of the Demon Lord has conferred upon him something extraordinary. Fortunately, the scarcity of rule-based items has allowed him to conceal this exclusive reward. Shencheng and the old priestess are aware of his possession of rule-based items, yet remain oblivious to the exclusive reward associated with the character card. A myriad of thoughts flitted through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. He swiftly quelled the chaotic musings, stabilizing his thoughts, and with a hint of regret, remarked, "It appears I am not the heir of the Demon Lord. I had always assumed myself to be unique, especially since I managed to clear the Xiling Tunnel. Captain Yuan, how should I manifest my mark? It eludes my control." The mark symbolizes the spirit realm. Aside from the evening when the character card was rebooted, and during the moments of leveling up within the spirit realm when the black moon mark appeared prominently on his forehead, it seems to exist only in obscurity. Yuanqing glanced at the standard flag inserted in the pin holder and commented, "Low-level spirit realm travelers cannot influence the mark. Such refined attire is the privilege of high-level travelers. I do not need to observe your mark. I merely need to discern the lies." As he spoke, he glanced at the pin holder beside him and clarified, "This command flag is an artifact I borrowed from Captain Fu Baifu. Its power compels obedience and renders one incapable of deception. However, the price is that I too am unable to lie." Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to maintain a smile upon his face, yet at that moment, no words could adequately convey the tumult of emotion swirling within him. Yuanqing ceased his idle chatter, drew forth the command flag, and pointed it towards Zhang Yuanqing with a solemn tone, stating, "Now, I ask you, is your night wanderer mark a crescent or a full moon?" Upon the utterance of those words, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming force of authority envelop him, instilling a profound sense of reverence and an involuntary inclination to acquiesce. He found himself unable to conceal anything, eager to divulge all his secrets. His mental state became increasingly taut, his scalp prickling with tension. What was the true purpose of the Tai sect in seeking the Demon Lord's heir? If it were merely to recruit talent, this should be more straightforward. After all, such things are common. There must be deeper motives at play. The character card was given to me by Soldier Brother. It might even pertain to him. The tension within him slowly morphed into anxiety. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing recalled the infant spirit residing within him, a servant to whom the master could transfer harm and negative effects, allowing it to share the burden of pain. Though the power of the command flag was vast and imposing, it lacked tangible harm. The mischievous spirit should remain unharmed. It was worth a try. He immediately calmed his emotions and communicated with the infant spirit, establishing a brief connection between their souls. In an instant, the grand and formidable power surged through his spiritual essence and into the body of the infant spirit. The slumbering infant spirit abruptly kicked its legs, as if haunted by a nightmare. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the feelings of reverence and fear dissipated into oblivion. Crescent moon. Zhang Yuanqing murmured the answer in a somber tone. Yuanqing remained silent for a few seconds, maintaining his stance with the flagstaff, and inquired, "Do you possess any exclusive rewards from your character card?" "No. No amount of money would compel me to betray my own," Zhang Yuanqing replied, exhaling silently with relief. He patted his chest, assuring, "Should anything arise, I will notify you immediately." Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction. In truth, being the heir to the Demon Lord is not necessarily a boon. The spirit realm operates on a balance mechanism. Those with unique abilities often find themselves assigned to arduous tasks. Remember, the rewards and risks are always proportional. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. The heir to the Demon Lord is indeed pitiable. This was a candid thought. If you don't mind, let's become friends. There are too few night wanderers in the Five Elements Alliance. No one can impart the experiences and knowledge of your profession. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. You are truly a kind person. Zhang Yuanqing cheerfully scanned the code and added him as a friend. Yuanqing tucked away his phone, smiling as he added, "However, there will be consultation fees. Do I have to pay?" Zhang Yuanqing's expression momentarily froze. By the way, it has been nearly a week since you ascended to the rank of Night Wanderer, hasn't it? Yuanqing continued, based on our accumulated experience. Newly promoted Night Wanderers typically re-enter the spirit realm within 1 to 2 weeks, most likely for a multi-person challenge. So, are you saying that I will receive my task in no more than a week? It seems I have recalled who this individual is. He earned me $200 last night. Zhang Yuanqing felt a mix of gravity and anticipation as he inquired, how much is this information? Yuanqing replied with a smile, it's complimentary. Complimentary? Oh, you are truly a generous person. Zhang Yuanqing promptly remarked. Then I have further questions to pose to Captain Yuan. Is that also free? It depends on whether your questions are worth anything, Yuanqing responded. In the subsequent skills of the Night Wanderer, is there a power of the Sun God? Indeed, but I am uncertain of the exact level. That suffices. I now possess a clearer understanding of the future direction of my profession. The convergence of the sun and moon, yin and yang within one, how splendid, Zhang Yuanqing declared. I have no further inquiries. As he watched the Night Wanderer from Tai Gate depart from the conference room and descend the steel staircase, Zhang Yuanqing made his way toward the office of the squad leader. Inside the office, Li Dongzi heard a loud cry at the entrance. I stand at the forefront, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon, wishing for order both in heaven and on earth. Just as the song ceased, there followed a knock at the door. The update will be delayed. I have no saved drafts left. I am still typing. The update for Spirit Realm Traveler will be delayed, as I am currently writing it by hand. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 38. Investigation. Li Dongzi sat behind an opulent desk, wielding a sharp razor to groom his 2 small mustaches. I do not relish trimming my mustache, as it is quite bothersome, yet for the sake of elegance, it is a price that must be paid. Li Dongzi smiled as he scrutinized him and remarked, it appears you have successfully passed the screening of Tai Gate. It seems that Shi Zhang is aware of Tai Gate's intentions in seeking me, yet he did not provide me with any prior hints. Such behavior may cost you my. Zhang Yuanqing casually interjected, Shi Zhang is also familiar with the Demon Lord? Among official organizations, evil factions, civilian groups, and rogue cultivators, the number of high-level spiritual practitioners who have perished at the hands of the Demon Lord exceeds the count of fingers on both hands. His notoriety is well known, and I am certainly aware of it. While meticulously trimming his beard, Li Dongzi continued, however, such prominent figures are too distant from us. An elephant might inadvertently crush an ant, yet it would never intentionally step on one. The Demon Lord is no benevolent figure. How could Binggu be associated with such an individual? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuanqing said, Shi Zhang, could you kindly inquire about the progress of the Lei Yibing case in Jiangnan province for me? Additionally, please investigate Lei Yibing's activities and social interactions during his university years, with as much detail as possible. Previously, due to his inexperience and lack of capability, Zhang Yuanqing had harbored illusions of a prolonged mission regarding Bing Ji's disappearance. However, having now uncovered the truth behind the Demon Lord character card, he was compelled to re-evaluate Bing Ji's vanishing. Why did Binggu go missing? Is he alive or dead? What is the significance of the Demon Lord character card being bestowed upon him? The truth behind these questions is shrouded in layers of enigma. Concerning both Binggu and himself, even with his current limited strength, he must endeavor to explore and investigate. Binggu only sent him the character card, without disclosing any information. The reason for this is understandable. Sometimes, it is not that he does not wish to speak, but rather that others cannot pry the truth from his lips. Today's inquiry serves as an example. Bing Ji's silence is likely for his own benefit, yet he undoubtedly leaves behind corresponding clues, guiding him step by step to explore and unravel the truth. Therefore, Zhang Yuanqing needs to gather as much information as possible regarding Binggu. Li Dongzi pondered and nodded. Very well, I shall call upon my colleagues over there for assistance, though this may require some time. In his view, it is only natural for Yuan to be concerned for his childhood friend's safety. But Li Dongzi felt that as a spirit realm practitioner, being trapped in the spirit realm for a week likely meant a grim fate awaited him. After discussing Bing Ji's matters, Zhang Yuanqing finally broached the subject at hand, his expression grave. Shi Chang, I have something to report. Noticing his subordinate's serious demeanor, Li Dongzi set aside his razor, closed his makeup mirror, and straightened his posture slightly, inquiring, what is it? Zhang Yuanqing described the infant spirit as a stagnant spiritual entity that had undergone ritualistic refinement but had not ascended to become a spirit servant. While articulating this, Zhang Yuanqing tempered his emotions, ensuring his expression and tone revealed no cracks to avoid detection by the scouts. In conclusion, he stated, "I suspect that there are spirit realm practitioners conducting experiments to refine spirit servants within the hospital, quite possibly the Night Wanderer. However, I cannot ascertain whether they are rogue or sanctioned." Li Dong's expression darkened further with each word, and he could not help but grip his cane tightly, exclaiming in anger, "Oh, heavens, this is a wretch who deserves to descend into hell. I shall ensure he pays for his actions, I vow it." The concepts of devouring spirit entities and enslavement of spirit entities are distinct. Spirit entities inevitably dissipate, a phenomenon that cannot be avoided. Devouring accelerates this occurrence. Conversely, refining spirit entities to serve as spirit servants contradicts humanitarian principles, especially when it involves an infant spirit. Prohibiting the use of ordinary people's spirit entities for the creation of spirit servants is also rooted in humanitarianism. To put it plainly, how would you feel if your family or friends, as special spirit entities, were refined into spirit servants after death? I assumed you would say, "I would truly want to kick their backside with my boot." Zhang Yuanqing silently mocked the habitual expressions of Shencheng. "Shencheng, I have already performed a transcending ritual for that child and extracted the target's identity from its memories. I wish to apply for independent execution of the task to hone my skills," Zhang Yuanqing proposed. Upon finishing his statement, he knew that Li Dongzi would undoubtedly disagree. As expected, Li Dongzi shook his head. "Your idea is commendable, but during the process of gaining experience, one inevitably encounters pitfalls. Among spirit realm practitioners, a single misstep could lead to death. Therefore, let Guanya accompany you. Her physical skills and marksmanship surpass mine." "Very well, Shencheng," Zhang Yuanqing thought with hidden delight. He understood that to take control of the infant spirit case, he must obscure the existence of the mischievous entity. However, as Li Dongzi aptly noted, incidents involving spirit realm practitioners demand utmost caution. Negligence often incurs the price of death, as exemplified by Xiangrong. Thus, he required a seasoned assistant. When he expressed his desire for practical experience, it was highly probable that Li Dongzi would relinquish direct involvement and compromise by allowing Guanya to accompany him. As everyone is well aware, being a nocturnal deity equipped with rule-based artifacts, Zhang Yuanqing possesses a remarkably high tolerance for errors. Ordinary dangers pose little challenge to him. In his view, dealing with Guanya is significantly easier than with Li Dongzi. "Shall I seek out Guanya now?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired. Li Dongzi merely responded with a grunt, then suddenly mocked, "Your singing is rather commendable. You must refrain from it next time." In the Kanyang district, at Pingtai Hospital, a prestigious tertiary medical institution renowned for its obstetrics and gynecology department, where several authoritative experts in the field are stationed, ranking among the top 5 in the nation. A black business vehicle entered the hospital premises, its doors sliding open automatically. Guanya scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing's vacant expression and inquired with concern, "Have you been experiencing double vision while using your phone or computer recently?" Accustomed to her manner of speaking, Zhang Yuanqing chose to ignore her concern and replied, "What shall I do to assist you in this matter? Under such circumstances, what is our usual protocol?" Guanya retracted her smile and replied with utmost seriousness, "First, we must identify the target individual and investigate their real-world identity. Since you have seen his appearance, pinpointing the target should not be difficult. Next, we will make contact. If the individual lacks strength, we will subdue him directly. Otherwise, we shall inform the superior and proceed with a forceful capture. However, we are uncertain if there are accomplices within the hospital or the scale of the spirit cultivation operation, so it is prudent to remain cautious. We ought to conduct an initial reconnaissance of Pingtai Hospital, starting with the rumors of hauntings, when they began, and establishing a rough time frame. Besides the spirits of infants, are there any other ghostly tales? If among these individuals there exists a target discerned by your spirit, then proceed with the apprehension. If not, it indicates the presence of accomplices. The thought process is remarkably clear. Is this what one would call a scout?" Zhang Yuanqing listened, momentarily taken aback, and said, "My aunt is currently in the hospital, and it would be rather inconvenient for me to visit the obstetrics and gynecology department. Perhaps we should split our efforts. I will investigate matters related to the spiritual entity, while you can gather information in the obstetrics and gynecology department." The two exited the vehicle, donned masks and caps, and parted ways outside the outpatient building. Upon entering, they took the elevator to the 4th floor. Guan Yu's gaze swept over various women, some with slightly protruding bellies and others quite round with pregnancy, when suddenly her eyes brightened. Approaching her was a female doctor clad in a white coat, with a round, fair face that was smooth and delicate. Her large, luminous eyes and prominent nose complemented the cascading waves of her hair that fell gracefully down her back. With a piece of candy nestled in her mouth, her cheeks slightly puffed, she exuded an even sweeter charm. Despite her own beauty, Guan Yu felt compelled to admire this unadorned doctor. She quickly approached and positioned herself in front of the doctor, smiling as she inquired, "Doctor, I am considering preparing for pregnancy and would like to know what I should pay attention to." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanqing found himself in a secluded corridor, summoning the little rascal. A chubby, adorable infant lay on the floor, with sparse hair and bright, innocent eyes gazing up at Zhang Yuanqing. He communicated thoughts of freedom and playfulness to the child. He intends to use the little rascal to lure the snake out of its hole. The loss of a precious spirit servant will undoubtedly prompt those behind it to search for it. When he discovers that the infant spirit has reappeared in the hospital, it will surely draw their attention. Moreover, even if the plan to lure the snake fails, the little rascal can still guide him to the mastermind, as it would have an impression of the one who refined it, perhaps even a natural affinity. With Zhang Yuanqing's permission, the little rascal joyfully began to crawl along the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing followed it all the way to the 4th floor, pushed open the corridor door, entered the waiting hall, and continued trailing until he reached the obstetrics and gynecology department. Is that fellow really in the obstetrics and gynecology department? This was the voice of Guan Yu. Turning towards the sound, he saw the woman chatting amiably with a female doctor, engaging in light-hearted banter. The doctor in the white coat was his aunt. Good grief. Zhang Yuanqing lowered the brim of his hat, attempting to avert his gaze from his aunt to avoid eye contact. Although he wore a mask and a hat, his aunt's familiarity with him, coupled with their mutual understanding, meant she could recognize him just by his eyes. At that moment, he saw the little rascal happily crawling towards his aunt. Chapter 39. This silly child, why is he heading towards his aunt again? Zhang Yuanqing cursed inwardly, lowering the brim of his hat once more, keeping his peripheral vision on the little rascal. The infant spirit, with a clumsy yet agile crawling posture, quickly approached Jiang Wei, then opened its arms to embrace her calf, hanging onto her. Why does it like my aunt so much? Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing increasingly complex. Jiang Wei, completely oblivious, continued her lively conversation with Guan Yu. Is your husband not accompanying you? He is still in university. Oh, a university student? My nephew is also in university, yet he remains single. Really? That's quite embarrassing. Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself. You've been graduated and working for 2 years, yet you're still a singleton. Who are you looking down upon? At that moment, he noticed the little rascal sliding off his aunt's lap, crouching on the floor as if trying to discern something. Then, it swiftly crawled towards the depths of the corridor, heading towards one of the consulting rooms. Zhang Yuanqing felt a stir in his heart and discreetly began to follow. Once the little rascal entered the consulting room, after a few moments, Zhang Yuanqing casually strolled by, pretending to be passing through. The door to the consulting room was ajar, and seated at the desk was a young doctor clad in a white coat. His facial features were soft, exuding a scholarly charm that was quite comforting. At that moment, he sat upright, deeply engrossed in sensing something. The little rascal had climbed onto the desk, amusing itself. It was him. As the owner, Zhang Yuanqing sensed that the little rascal held a special affinity for this individual, coupled with the subtle movements of the young doctor. He preliminarily concluded that this doctor was indeed a practitioner of the spiritual realm, secretly concocting spiritual servants. Zhang Yuanqing chose not to disturb him, turned, and left, making his way to the waiting area, where he subsequently dialed Guan Yu's number. The phone rang twice before Guan Yu hung up. Moments later, a striking mixed-race woman emerged, striding gracefully on her long legs. I have discovered that the haunting rumors began approximately 2 weeks ago, and the occurrences are not numerous. We will directly access the outpatient medical records and then request a list of the obstetrics and gynecology staff. Zhang Yuanqing murmured, I have identified the target. Is it so soon? Guan Yu's expression suddenly grew serious. Who is it? It is a doctor from the obstetrics and gynecology department. The name on the badge hanging from his chest is Wang Qian, located in the 4th outpatient office on the right side of the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing inquired, what shall we do next? Guan Yu pondered for a few seconds before responding. I will first investigate and gauge his depth before deciding whether to call for support from Shizhang. Zhang Yuanqing asked curiously, how do you plan to assess his depth? Your words seem rather peculiar. The seasoned practitioner chuckled softly, her eyes glowing with a faint white light as she scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing. Your physical constitution is commendable. Your vitality robust, and the power of the Tang within you is quite substantial, approximately at the mid-level of the first rank. Your current emotions are curiosity, vigilance, and a hint of hostility, though not directed at me. Seeing Zhang Yuanqing's mouth agape, Guanya laughed. Insight is a skill of the first-rank scout. I can perceive the approximate level of my opponent, limited to the extraordinary realm. If I do not return within 10 seconds, you should come after me. If I return within 10 seconds, we will call for assistance. She donned her sunglasses, swayed her hips, and made her way back toward the obstetrics and gynecology department. Zhang Yuanqing watched her enter the outpatient room, silently counting to 10. When he noticed Guanya had yet to emerge, he immediately lowered the brim of his hat and began to take action. Upon seeing Zhang Yuanqing return and close the door to the outpatient room, the young doctor furrowed his brow. Guanya crossed her arms and smiled, stating, "We are the Five Elements Alliance, the second team of spiritual practitioners in Kanyang District. You are suspected of illegally concocting spirit servants. Please cooperate with our investigation." The young doctor, maintaining a composed demeanor, glanced at the two individuals and replied loudly, "I have no idea what you are talking about. Please do not impede my work, or I will consider calling the police." As he spoke, he stood up and walked toward the door, insisting, "Do not block the entrance. I have patients to attend to." As he approached, Zhang Yuanqing quietly tensed his muscles, ready to shift into a nocturnal state. He felt no fear. Since Guanya remained present, it indicated her awareness of the young doctor's limited abilities, and they could handle the situation together. Zhang Yuanqing braced himself for any resistance from the young doctor. But at that moment, he noticed a look of sorrow on the young doctor's face, who began to sing in a low, melancholy tone, listening to the mournful melody. An indescribable sadness welled up within Zhang Yuanqing, accompanied by fatigue, helplessness, and a sense of disillusionment. What purpose did this struggle serve? Perhaps it was better to let go. Thus, he silently shifted aside, no longer obstructing the doorway. Suddenly, Guanya sprang from her position by the desk, twisting her waist, spinning, and sweeping her leg, the sound of her high heels echoing. With a thud, the young doctor, attempting to flee, was struck sharply in the side by her whip-like leg. Stumbling backward and crashing against the wall, pale-faced as he clutched his ribs, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly awakened, shedding the burdens of sorrow and fatigue. What was I thinking? Why had I grown weary of a man I once loved? He appeared utterly bewildered. So he was a musician. Guanya wore a smile that concealed her disdain. Not only are you suspected of illegally concocting spirit servants, but you also resisted arrest and employed your abilities against official spirit realm practitioners. She cast a glance at Zhang Yuanqing and added, "Inflicting significant psychological trauma on our officials, we are now formally arresting you." The young doctor clutched his painfully injured ribs, his complexion pale. "You cannot arrest me. I am a member of the Killing Restraint Palace. The Killing Restraint Palace and the Five Elements Alliance do not encroach upon one another. You cannot apprehend me at will." Guanya's delicate brows furrowed, revealing a serious demeanor. Zhang Yuanqing quietly inquired, "Killing Restraint Palace?" Guanya explained, "The Killing Restraint Palace is a local organization of spirit realm practitioners, independent of official jurisdiction, led by a high-ranking spirit realm practitioner. The leader of this organization has signed a non-aggression pact with our division. The Five Elements Alliance cannot arbitrarily detain or deal with members of the Killing Restraint Palace. The individuals within this organization tend to exhibit extreme personalities, constantly chanting slogans of war to cease war and kill to halt killing. Their leader is particularly unhinged. So as long as they remain compliant, our upper management is willing to take a step back and coexist harmoniously." "You cannot insult our leader," the young doctor said, barely concealing his anger. "The premise of non-aggression is your compliance. Since you have committed unlawful acts, no one can save you." Guanya's beautiful face was as cold as frost, her gaze sharp. In this moment, she was no longer merely the skilled driver, but a stern and unyielding enforcer of the law. "No, I have not committed any offense. I have not concocted any spirit servant," Wang Qian asserted in a low voice, defending his stance. He collapsed onto the ground, refraining from attempting to rise, fearing the coarse treatment from the two official spiritual realm practitioners. "Do you need a hint?" "That child," Zhang Yuanqing remarked with a cold smile, calculating how to deal with this individual. If he were a malevolent practitioner of the spiritual realm, then it was only right to eradicate the evil. However, if it merely concerned the creation of spirit servants, it would be a matter of official procedure, handled according to the regulations of the Five Elements Alliance. And he would strive to resolve the issue himself. Yet, he harbored a doubt from his previous observations. It appeared that this person could sense infant spirits, but could not perceive them in a tangible manner. Upon hearing the mention of a child, Wang Qian's expression changed abruptly. And he realized, so it is because of this matter. You have misunderstood. I have not created any spirit servants. I am merely a musician, lacking the ability to forge spirit servants. That child was an accident. An accident? Zhang Yuanqing replied. Yes, he is the child of my deceased sister. Zhang Yuanqing and Guanya exchanged glances, the former's anger flaring. You would not even spare your own nephew? Wang Qian's agitation was evident, and he retorted, No. I told you, that was an accident. More than half a month ago, my sister fell at home, her amniotic fluid ruptured, and she began to bleed. At that time, she was already 7 months pregnant, and the hospital promptly performed a cesarean section, but the condition of the child was far from optimistic. In a desperate attempt to save my unborn nephew, I sought the aid of a certain artifact, hoping to harness its power. Alas, the child ultimately succumbed. By a twist of fate, that very artifact endowed him with spiritual energy, rendering him a unique spirit. The inexperienced Zhang Yuanqing glanced sideways at Guanya, the mixed-race beauty, who pondered for a moment before responding. The young doctor spoke softly. You came here because you heard the rumors of haunting, didn't you? Due to the artifact. Its presence has lingered, day after day, within the confines of the hospital. He is still just a child, utterly unaware of his own spiritual nature. He yearns for someone to acknowledge him and instinctively gravitates towards older women, which is why those with diminished vitality occasionally sense his presence. Zhang Yuanqing remarked, So, you choose to do nothing? What can I do? My profession as a musician grants me heightened sensitivity, allowing me to perceive him. Yet, I cannot interact with spirits like the night wanderers or communicate with him. All I can offer is my companionship until his spirit wanes and ultimately fades away. As Wang Qian spoke these words, a glimmer of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Yuanqing discreetly cast a glance at the little jester amusing himself at the desk. No one could see him, nor did anyone pay him any mind. In the solitude of the past days, had he simply been passing the time in such a manner? As Zhang Yuanqing carefully contemplated Wang Tai's words, he found everything to be quite reasonable. He turned to Guanya, seeking her opinion. She nodded slightly. The scout could see through some clumsy lies. What Wang Qian said was without flaw, devoid of any deceit. Guanya inquired, What is your sister's name? Wang Qian, he replied. Please present your identification. After verifying the identity card, Guanya returned it to Wang Qian, stating, We will investigate your sister's situation and report it to the organization, allowing them to contact the Zhisha Palace to validate your claims. Within 24 hours, we will reach out to you again. Until then, we kindly ask that you do not leave Songhai. Wang Qian exhaled in relief, nodding slightly. Guanya promptly requested his phone number and then departed with Zhang Yuanqing. In the office area on the second floor of the glass building, Zhang Yuanqing and Guanya ascended to find Li Dongzi absent. The old officer called out, Wang Tai, where is Captain Shi? He left not long after you did. There have been sightings of a shaman in the Fenghui district, and he has gone to assist in the capture efforts, came the reply. A shaman? A member of the Spiritual Energy Association? Is this a continuation of the Gai's I Judge incident? Zhang Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief, cheerfully stating, Sister Guanya, I will take responsibility for drafting the mission report. With Captain Shi away, there is no need for an in-person briefing, and a text-based report is highly manageable. You are quite considerate, Guanya remarked, equally pleased. Wang Tai, please retrieve the information on the Zhisha Palace's registered personnel for me. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing was furiously tapping away at his keyboard, having gleaned much wisdom from Guanya regarding the art of report writing. He was well versed in the technique of avoiding excessive verbosity while still conveying essential points. A mere cursory glance from Li Dongzi would suffice to deter any desire for a thorough reading. While enslaving spirits is illegal, the little trickster possessed a certain level of intelligence, unlike those stagnant spirits with merely residual mental energies. To extinguish him would be akin to extinguishing life itself. Thus, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to nurture the infant spirit diligently. The entirety of his midday and afternoon was devoted to absorbing knowledge about the spirit realm, the characteristics of various professions, and introductions to both nefarious organizations and official bodies. During this time, He engaged in ceaseless chatter with Guanya, who appeared quite delighted. For Yuanqing was far from as dull as Wang Tai. Conversely, Wang Tai was notably displeased due to their incessant noise. As the workday drew to a close, Zhang Yuanqing received a call from Li Dongzi. Director? The matter at Pingtai Hospital has been resolved, and I have sent the task report to your email. Are you still at the office? Li Dongzi bypassed the subject of the task report altogether. Yes, I'm just about to leave. Stay put. I will dispatch a driver to collect you. I need to trouble you with something. Chapter 40, The Witch Doctor. What is it? Zhang Yuanqing felt a sense of foreboding. A battle has occurred among spirit realm practitioners in the Fenghui district, resulting in 1 fatality and 1 injury. I need you to come and inquire about the spirit. The background noise on Li Dongzi's end suggested a commotion, as if someone were arguing. Indeed, he suspected this would concern spirit inquiry. It was clear that Director would not summon him for assistance, and in other matters, he could offer little help. After all, he was still just a child. What of the night wanderers in Fenghui district? The Tai sect has assigned night wanderers to every district in Songhai, with Yuanting overseeing the Kanyang district. Naturally, the Fenghui district will also have its own. The deceased was a practitioner of witchcraft, whose spirit is notoriously malevolent and frenzied, and this particular which has some peculiarities. The risks associated with soul consumption are considerable. The night wanderers of the Tai sect are reluctant to take such chances and have engaged in a dispute with our colleagues in Fenghui district. Li Dongzi's voice carried a tone of deep concern. As he spoke, the clamor on the other end of the line intensified. A witch's spirit? Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement. Having reviewed numerous professional materials in recent days, he noted that when classified by mental prowess, night wanderers and illusionists rank equally at the top, followed by witchcraft practitioners. This could yield a wealth of experience. However, a frown creased Zhang Yuanqing's forehead as he remarked, "The Tai sect is an official organization. Isn't this within their purview? Is there no oversight? Even if there are risks, those who enjoy the benefits and privileges of an official entity ought to fulfill their responsibilities rather than merely occupy their positions without contribution." Unlike the Wuxing Alliance, the night wanderers of the Tai sect are few in number, with the elders residing in the capital. Each night wanderer captain in the various districts holds an equal rank. Li Dongzi's voice exuded a sense of helplessness. Of course, one can file a complaint, but it must be reported to the capital. There is no immediate authority in Songhai. A complaint will certainly be lodged later, but for now, we must first take action. Given the ferocity of the witch's spirit, night wanderers from other districts are unlikely to risk themselves for an incident occurring in another's jurisdiction. At this juncture, the significance of the night wanderers within the Wuxing Alliance becomes apparent. "I will come over immediately," Zhang Yuanqing declared. At that moment, he faintly heard someone speaking through the loudspeaker. "Li Dongzi, your actions are inappropriate. Although I am in dire need of asking Lang, he is still at level 1. The voice abruptly ceased, and Li Dongzi hung up the phone. From the tone, it seemed to be Li Yuanfang from Team 2. Team 2 in Fenghui District had not achieved any notable accomplishments for quite some time, languishing at the bottom of the rankings, which is why the night wanderer from that district held such a lofty demeanor. Li Yuanfang? What a splendid name. Zhang Yuanqing mused internally. Guanya added, "The captain of Team 2 in Fenghui District is also one of our White Tiger Brigade members." The senior lady cast a flirtatious glance in my direction, subtly suggesting that I should cultivate good relations with the mid-level members of the White Tiger Brigade and do them a favor. Zhang Yuanqing, with a complex expression, remarked, "Sister Guanya, you are being so kind to me. Have you perhaps fallen in love with me, wishing for an old cow to graze on tender grass?" Uft. Wang Tai, seated at a nearby table, was drinking water when he suddenly spewed it out. He looked at his 2 colleagues in bewilderment, wondering when they had become involved. He had been completely oblivious. He was mistaken. Zhang Yuanqing was adaptable. A black business car pulled into the Fenghui District Public Security Bureau. Through the tinted glass, Zhang Yuanqing spotted Li Dongzi leaning on a cane, waiting at the entrance of the office building. After alighting from the vehicle, the two exchanged nods and proceeded into the building together. Moments later, they arrived at the morgue. Outside the morgue, in the spacious and brightly lit corridor, 7 or 8 spirit realm practitioners had gathered. Zhang Yuanqing casually scanned the group, speculating about their professions based on their appearances and demeanor. Muscular and seemingly irritable, the fire master has not fled. What profession stands with birds upon their shoulders? As Shencheng once mentioned, the wood spirit of the 100 Flower Society has a profound affection for animals. The expression on the earthy creature's face is distinctly wooden. The spirit realm practitioners all exhibit a hint of indignation. At last, Zhang Yuanqing turned his gaze towards the approaching middle-aged man. This individual, approximately in his 40s, possessed sunken eyes, a hawkish nose, and thin lips, projecting an air of sharpness and seriousness. Allow me to introduce. This is the captain of Team 2 in Fenghui District, a level 3 scout, with the spirit realm ID of Li Yuanfang from the Tang dynasty. As Li Dongzi mentioned the other's ID, a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Li Dongzi, you seem eager to introduce my spirit realm ID to everyone daily. The middle-aged man sighed, looking at Zhang Yuanqing, his stern visage softening into a smile. Years ago, captivated by dramas set in the Tang dynasty, I chose this name. You must be our newly recruited night wanderer from the White Tiger Brigade, youthful and exceptionally talented. I wonder if there is a Deringier among your ranks. If you two were to meet, it would surely be quite amusing. Zhang Yuanqing suppressed a chuckle, warmly grasping the other man's hand, addressing him as captain with enthusiasm. This elicited an even broader smile from Li Yuanfang, who remarked, indeed, our own night wanderer is the best. After a moment of reflection, he continued, Li Dongzi has briefed you on the situation, I presume? I apologize, but the night wanderer stationed in Fenghui District from the Tai sect has declined to inquire about the spirit, leaving us with no choice but to seek your assistance. The muscled young man let out a cold snort, asserting that despite the risks associated with devouring a witch doctor, it was not a matter of life and death. Were we not exposed to danger while battling nefarious professions on the front lines? The night wanderer of the Tai sect always maintained an air of superiority. Each time we sought their assistance, it felt as though we were the ones pleading for their favor. The young man with a bird perched on his shoulder chuckled, thus, it is better to rely on our own. Li Yuanfang waved his hand, interrupting his subordinate's grumbling, and pondered, although Li Dongzi has guaranteed your safety, I must still caution you. The mental prowess of a witch doctor is exceedingly formidable, often chaotic and frenzied. Moreover, the deceased was a level 3 witch doctor. The lingering spirit is exceedingly perilous. Are you confident in your ability to handle it? Several team members immediately turned their gazes toward Zhang Yuanqing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhang Yuanqing nodded, no problem, I am confident. The spirit practitioners of Fenghui District displayed expressions of delight, and Li Yuanfang's demeanor relaxed slightly. His gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing now infused with a measure of approval. This is troublesome, he acknowledged. Li Dongzi then led Zhang Yuanqing into the morgue, shutting the door behind them and blocking the eager colleagues from Fenghui District who wished to observe. Leaning on his cane, Li Dongzi approached a steel morgue trolley and lifted the white cloth draped over the corpse. Upon revealing the body beneath, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. The skin of the corpse was a deep brown, with dim, scattered pupils resembling those of a serpent, and the irises shone amber. Li Dongzi, resting on his cane with one hand, explained, while Zhang Yuanqing remarked, that sounds formidable, truly befitting of a nefarious profession. It is noteworthy that among the local spirit realm professions, the witch doctor, illusionist, and bewitching demon rank as elite vocations, standing shoulder to shoulder with the night wanderer. Thus, there are only 3 malevolent professions, and their numbers pale in comparison to the official spirit realm practitioners. Li Dongzi remarked that he was killed during the process of transforming into a spirit insect. His body eternally preserved in this form. How utterly lacking in elegance at the moment of death. It is precisely due to the fusion with spirit insects that the spiritual entity is rife with malice and bestiality, leading to significant mental pollution. This is also the reason why the night wanderer of the Tai sect is reluctant to engage. Zhang Yuanqing nodded, armed with the demon-banishing pestle for protection. He was unafraid of mental corruption. Li Dongzi continued, the adversary he encountered was also a witch doctor when our people arrived. One was shot dead while the other sustained injuries and fled. There is a preliminary suspicion that this individual may be a member of the Spirit Energy Association or a subordinate of the Black Wuchang. We must act swiftly and see what clues we can uncover. I believe our colleagues in the outer team are already impatient. Zhang Yuanqing nodded, opened his inventory, and handed the demon-banishing pestle to Li Dongzi. He then approached the humanoid corpse and awakened the residual spiritual energy dormant within. A spectral figure gradually emerged, its expression vacant, yet exuding ferocity and gloom. It was even more agitated than Xiangrong's spiritual entity, torn between the desire to consume and the reluctance to do so. Zhang Yuanqing sighed silently, a viscous black light welling up in his eyes, filling his gaze. He opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing the spiritual entity into his abdomen. A sudden pain throbbed at his brow as a multitude of chaotic memories flashed through his mind. These fragmented and disordered recollections allowed Zhang Yuanqing to glean glimpses of the deceased's life experiences. Before becoming a spirit realm walker, this sorcerer was an idle wanderer. Bold and fierce, specializing in collecting debts for usurious financial companies, overseeing nightclubs, engaging in illicit activities, and coercing women from distant lands into prostitution. Despite his nefarious deeds, he led a life of indulgence. By chance, he caught the favor of the spirit realm, receiving a character card that transformed him into a spirit realm walker. He named himself the Outlaw, and upon entering this new role, he developed a passion for philanthropy. After amassing a certain moral value, he began to slaughter ordinary individuals and violate women, unleashing the malevolent thoughts festering within him. These fragmented and chaotic memories tormented Zhang Yuanqing, as his worldview faced a profound upheaval, breeding a disdainful animosity within his heart. At this juncture, he accessed the crucial memories he sought. In an opulently decorated tea room, a man with the upper half of his face obscured by a silver mask sat beside a glass round table, savoring the tea in a ceramic cup. He turned to Zhang Yuanqing across the table and said, "The enigmatic I judge is dead. The position of president of the Eastern District of Spiritual Energy rightfully belongs to the master." After years of contention between the two vice presidents, the matter is finally settled. How did the enigmatic I judge meet his demise? Zhang Yuanqing heard the voice of the host. "This is not information you are entitled to know." The masked man replied sharply. "Forgive me, esteemed steward," Zhang Yuanqing responded. The masked man softened his gaze, pouring him a cup of tea, and continued. "Hai Wuchang has hidden away with the Holy Grail and the roster. The Holy Grail is an essential tool of the sorcerer profession. Its significance is self-evident, while the roster comprises the servants that the enigmatic I judge has subdued over the years. Mastering the roster enables one to command a multitude of spirit realm practitioners. Both elements are of paramount importance. Madman, our opportunity to achieve merit has arrived. By assisting our master in locating the Black Wuchang and consolidating the strength of the Eastern District branch, we shall be able to contend with the Wuxing Alliance's Songhai branch. So, esteemed steward, what course of action should I take?" The madman's breath quickened slightly, his tone laced with excitement. "I possess a list, detailing the subordinates of Black Wuchang. Follow this list to seek them out. Perhaps it will lead us to the whereabouts of Black Wuchang himself. Of course, the individuals on the list have long since concealed themselves. They are known as Unrestrained, Unjust Heaven, the Killer Who Blinks Not, and the Enchanting Young Woman, whose real identities are." Chapter 41. The waters of calamity diverted a resplendent golden light penetrated his sea of consciousness, dissipating the hostility within Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He extricated himself from the state of inquiry, only to behold the disheveled Li Dongzi and simultaneously feel the agonizing pain coursing through his body, as if he had endured a brutal beating. Truly, every time he devoured the malevolent spirit of a practitioner, the night wanderer would descend into madness. Zhang Yuanqing accepted a damp tissue, wiping away the traces of blood from his nose. He first opened his attribute panel and noted a 5 increase in experience points. His current total stood at 52. Subsequently, he began to piece together the fragments of his memory. The Eastern District branch of the Spirit Energy Association has 2 vice presidents. One is the spectral judge, and the other is the superior of the madman. 2 vice presidents have long vied for the position of president, engaging in a subtle and fierce competition over the years. Following the demise of the enigmatic judge, one vice president sought to acquire the Holy Grail and the roster, intending to inherit the rival's legacy and consolidate the Eastern District branch. Thus, the search for the Black Wuchang commenced. The influence of the Spiritual Energy Society is indeed vast. Within the Eastern District branch alone, 2 vice presidents exist, both of whom are high-level practitioners of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing steadied himself and declared, "Director, I have uncovered a significant lead." Li Dongzi nodded in acknowledgement as he listened, his eyes brightening when he heard the names on the list. "Excellent, truly excellent. With this list, we can conduct targeted investigations rather than flailing about like headless flies. Indeed, those who know the enemy best are the enemies themselves." Zhang Yuanqing pondered. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. First it was Xiangrong, then the outlaw. It seems as though someone is intentionally providing us with clues." Li Dongzi smiled and replied, "You have a keen mind. How about this? Draft an analytical report for me. It will serve as a test of your abilities. Elegant. But this will only lead to my loss. Zhang Yuanqing's expression abruptly became vacant. It seemed that Li Yuanfang had benefited from this, as their team had accomplished a significant feat. Li Dong's aside, choosing not to elaborate further, and leaned on his cane as he approached the door, swinging open the iron gate. Members of the second team in the corridor immediately surged forward, their expectant gazes fixed on the stern and serious Li Yuanfang as they inquired, "So what's the verdict? Any leads?" Li Dongza replied with a smile, "We have obtained a list of the subordinates of the Black Wuchang. Your team has done remarkably well." A smile spread across Li Yuanfang's austere face, and the captains of the second team were filled with delight, their faces aglow with joy. The significance of this list is undeniable. The more prominent the list, the greater their contributions, and the entire team reaps the benefits. Li Dongza stated solemnly, however, the authenticity of the list remains to be verified. Li Yuanfang nodded steadily and then turned to Zhang Yuanqing, who stood behind Li Dongza, saying, "Once the rewards are distributed, we shall allocate 10% to compensate you." "Thank you." His tone was surprisingly gentle. He then expressed with an envious sigh, "Li Shichong is indeed fortunate." The members of the second team gazed at Zhang Yuanqing with kindness and agreement. No one opposed the idea of compensating Shichong, believing it was rightfully due to Zhang Yuanqing. At dinner, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the table, savoring the dishes prepared by his grandmother. Jiang Yuer, while enjoying her meal, scrolled through short videos on her phone. Clad in a pink sweatshirt adorned with 2 fluffy ears on the hood, she reminisced about her aunt when she was 18 or 19, who used to collect black stockings and short skirts to showcase her mature charm. However, after celebrating her 25th birthday, her fashion choices began to skew towards a more youthful style, self-styling as a young girl or fairy. The older she grew, the more she endeavored to appear youthful. "Do not play on your phone during meals," admonished her grandmother. "Just for a little while." Her aunt pouted playfully while chewing her food. Yuanzi. "Today at the hospital, I saw a mixed-race girl with an incredible figure and stunning looks. Do you know how old her husband is?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired. "How old?" "He's still a college student," she replied. Aunt looked at her with disdain and remarked, "Just look at you, single all this time, without any accomplishments." Zhang Yuanqing shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, "Aren't you single as well? What right do you have to criticize me?" "You don't understand," Aunt replied. "My single status is a matter of integrity, while yours signifies a lack of ambition. Even the formidable Xiang Yu would struggle to withstand such a blow." Grandmother, overhearing this exchange, scolded her daughter, "How can you speak ill of Yuanzi? He is currently focused on his studies. What is wrong with that? And as for integrity, are you aiming to be a saint? Next week, you are going on another blind date. I'm not asking you to marry immediately, but at the very least, find a boyfriend to spend time with." Aunt, redirecting the blame, pointed at her nephew. "What about him? He hasn't even secured a permanent position yet. He too should prioritize his career. Your grandson is 30 and still without a partner." Upon hearing this, grandmother found some merit in her words and turned her gaze toward Chen Yuanjun, contemplating thoughtfully. The cousin's lips twitched in response, habitually forming a frown, and he spoke solemnly. "As long as grandmother is happy, that's what matters. However, I must point out that Yuanzi has been sleeping during the day and playing games at night, showing little regard for his studies. University is not the end of education, but rather the beginning of entering society. With my aunt abroad, grandmother, you should be supervising Yuanzi more closely. Perhaps it's time to destroy that PS5. Grandmother, finding his reasoning sound, scolded, "All you do is play games. You unambitious child. Are you forcing me to destroy your gaming console? Seriously, brother, you are being unreasonable." Zhang Yuanqing felt a shiver run down his spine as he witnessed grandmother's incessant tirade. Quietly, he summoned his mischievous side, instructing it to climb atop grandfather's head, while he composed himself to take decisive action, aiming to alter grandfather's hearing. "Grandmother, look at grandfather. He neglects everything and leaves you to manage the household alone. It is utterly unjust." Aunt and cousin exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the boy's unexpected boldness. Upon hearing this, grandmother turned to grandfather, frowning, and said, "Old Chun, you ought to say something." Old Chun. Grandfather, with a cherubic infant resting on his head, feigned ignorance and quietly continued his meal. "I am speaking to you," grandmother snapped. "I didn't hear you. What do you mean by pretending not to hear me? You spend all day wandering, playing chess, and watching television. Am I merely a servant in the Chen household? You neglect your own daughter grandson, and granddaughter. It is evident where the family's disgraceful traits are inherited. Grandmother's temper escalated uncontrollably. Zhang Yuanqing lowered his head to eat, concealing his merits and fame. At Mo's pet CAF, the roll-up door was half-drawn, casting a dim ambience within, where the warm orange glow mingled with the elmwood floor, creating a soothing and tranquil atmosphere. 11 distinguished individuals from Fenghui District, Kangang District, Jingjing District, and Punuing District gathered around a round table, each with steaming cups of coffee at hand. Undoubtedly, this was a high-level meeting, summoned by none other than a figure of elder status. Beneath the orange chandelier, at the center of the table, a proud and spirited curly-haired poodle sat, articulating in human speech. Everyone is present. I shall be brief. The matter of the fallen enigmatic judge is of great significance. What insights have you garnered in recent days? This individual is an elder of the 100 Flowers Society and one of the key figures responsible for the Gu Yin judge incident. He oversees all the spiritual realm practitioners in the aforementioned 4 regions and holds significant authority, being able to directly report to the alliance leader. The other stewards remained silent, while the steward from Fenghui District raised his hand and spoke in a low voice. One of my subordinates has eliminated a witch doctor today, confirmed to be an agent of the Gu King, and we have obtained a list from the memories of the spirit. He then proceeded to disclose the contents of the list. The curly-haired teddy bear's beady eyes glimmered with approval. The steward from Fenghui District nodded and added, I believe the incident involving Xiangrong was not a mere coincidence. He was a bait released by the Gu King to inform us of the fall of the Gu Yin judge. The witch doctor we eliminated today was also an underling of the Gu King, who seeks to leverage our official power to locate He Wuchang. The Gu King is another vice president of the Spiritual Energy Society in the Eastern District, and his rivalry with the Gu Yin judge for the position of president has been ongoing for quite some time. The two sides are as opposed as fire and water. When their goals align, anyone can become an ally. However, the fallen Holy Grail poses an immense threat and must be safeguarded by our official channels. It must not fall into the hands of the Gu King. The curly-haired teddy bear scanned the assembly and inquired, Does anyone have any additional comments? The stewards silently took note of the list, and a female steward furrowed her brow and remarked, The case of Zhao Yingjun serves as a cautionary tale. I suggest we conduct a thorough screening of all members in the Songhai branch, including the Night Wanderers of Tai, as there may be hidden pawns of the Spiritual Energy Society among them. The curly-haired teddy pondered for a few moments before slowly nodding. In that case, we must employ the tiger talisman. I shall submit an application to the marshal. Having addressed the matter at hand, Teddy turned his head to gaze at Fu Qingyang, who was clad in a pristine white suit, and remained silent. He inquired, I have heard that you recently recruited a promising night wanderer who successfully navigated the Shelling Tunnel? Fu Qingyang nodded slightly, and added, Xiangrong was also slain by him. Curly-haired Teddy continued, A few days ago, Elder Hongying of the Tai sect contacted me, hoping to acquire that night wanderer. I am aware that Elder Sun has expressed a desire to retain the young lad. Yet the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect have indeed signed a pact. Personnel matters fall under Elder Hongying's jurisdiction, and Elder Sun's words do not carry the final weight. What is your stance, Qingyang? Fu Qingyang replied coolly. One of the stewards from the 100 Flowers Society chuckled. It is of no great consequence. After all, it is merely a night wanderer. Granting him to the Tai sect would not be detrimental. Besides, the favor owed to Elder Hongying holds greater value, does it not? Moreover, we have night wanderers from the Tai sect stationed in every district, and when their services are required, we are more than willing to cooperate. Right, Old Zhang? Old Zhang, the steward of the Fenghui district, maintained silence, refraining from voicing his opinion on such a delicate matter. Observing the gazes of those present, Old Zhang furrowed his brow and remarked, Since he is a subordinate of Captain Fu, I shall withhold my views on personnel adjustments. However, I must provide feedback regarding the work ethic of the Tai sect's night wanderers. The witchcraft master we took down today was not questioned by the night wanderer of the Tai sect. He refused to cooperate, citing his poor condition. I found myself in a predicament with my subordinate and sought assistance from the second team in the Kanyang district. To my surprise, they responded promptly with a single phone call, devoid of any complaints, despite the fact that he was merely a level 1 night wanderer. In my humble opinion, there exists a discernible distinction between one's own night wanderer and that of another's. Fu Qingyang appeared momentarily taken aback, unaware of the situation at hand. Upon hearing Lao Zhang's remarks, the several stewards expressed their opinions. I believe we should retain him. Tai sect is not particularly in need of an additional night wanderer. Currently, it is a time for utilizing personnel, and our own are undoubtedly more trustworthy. The steward from the 100 Flowers Society wore an expression of discomfort and chose to remain silent. The curly-haired Teddy nodded in agreement, to which Fu Qingyang merely acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Chapter 42. The Three Paths Mountain Goddess. The following day, Zhang Yuanqing received a message from Guanya. Wang Qian's identity has been verified. There are no issues. Since it was an accident, it does not constitute illegal crafting of spiritual servants. Very well, Zhang responded. What a splendid idea. This way, future brides will not face complications in childbirth. Let us hope it does not escalate to an S-level situation. It should not be the case, though statistically speaking, it is not impossible. Both I and my subordinate are keenly anticipating your performance in the second spiritual realm. Why is that? The solo spiritual realm tests one's innate talent, whereas the multi-person spiritual realm hones one's abilities. While the dangers of the latter may not rival those of the former, one will encounter other spiritual realm practitioners, introducing numerous uncertainties. At such times, the comprehensive quality of an individual becomes glaringly apparent. Amidst this casual banter, Zhang Yuanqing completed his morning routine and took a seat at the dining table. Whom are you conversing with, my little sprite? Auntie approached with an air of annoyance. What does it concern you? Zhang Yuanqing pressed her forehead and pushed her away. Zhang Yuer, irked, initiated a challenge, and Zhang Yuanqing, undeterred, accepted. Soon, both were subdued by their temperamental grandmother. After breakfast, Zhang Yuanqing donned a cap and mask before heading out, taking a taxi to Pingtai Hospital. In the outpatient office, Zhang Yuanqing observed the young doctor, whose countenance was clouded with melancholy, and remarked, "You seem to be in low spirits." After a moment of silence, Wang Qian, with a downcast gaze, replied, "He has dissipated. I can no longer sense him." Poor soul. Zhang Yuanqing offered solace. He was already destined to be lost. Separation was inevitable. Wang Qian, with a heavy heart, continued, "He was my sister's first child, my first nephew. To better care for my sister, my mother resigned from her job long ago, purchasing a stroller, pacifiers, and clothes in anticipation. Our entire family was awaiting his arrival, preparing to welcome the next generation. After the miscarriage, my sister was devastated, weeping endlessly, while my mother secretly wiped away her own tears, burdened by guilt for not caring for her daughter properly. These past 2 weeks, I have dreaded sensing him in the hospital, as it reminds me of my own helplessness and the anguish of my family. Yet, I cannot help but yearn to be near him, to accompany him. He is so small, surely he must feel so alone." Zhang Yuanqing refrained from further consolation, silently listening to the outpouring of emotions. "In the future, should you exhibit commendable behavior, I shall arrange for you to meet him, provided you consent to be my informant." Once Wang Qian's emotions stabilized, he remarked, "I have 2 matters to discuss with you today. First, you are required to complete a form and a letter of guarantee, thereby becoming an officially recognized realm walker. The authorities will refrain from excessive interference, as long as you do not violate any regulations or misuse your abilities for malevolent purposes. Second, are you interested in being my informant?" The first task posed no issue, but regarding the second, Wang Qian scrutinized him. "I do not serve just anyone as an informant, and I must report to my superiors and obtain their approval." The relationship between the Zhisha Palace and the official organization was relatively amicable. He had no aversion to being an official informant. However, if it were the formidable woman from yesterday, he would have been entirely persuaded. As for the individual before him, he appeared younger than himself, and Wang Qian felt no inclination to submit to him. "That is acceptable," Zhang Yuanqing nodded. "What is your realm ID?" "I must ascertain your identity," inquired Wang Tai. "Every time I report my ID, I fear retribution." Zhang Yuanqing replied with a solemn expression, articulating each word with gravity. "Primordial Celestial Venerable." Primordial Celestial Venerable? An impressive name, though I have never heard of it. Wang Tai shook his head, casually composing a message to report this matter to his superiors. The Zhisha Palace and the official authorities maintained a respectful distance in their dealings. Their relationship was tolerable, yet the distinction between officials and civilians was evident. The organization would not favor internal members becoming overly close to the authorities, thus approval from superiors was unlikely. Moreover, even if there were a need to engage with an official member, it ought to be the captain or one of a higher echelon. The young man evidently belonged to the grassroots level. Had he been a renowned spirit realm walker, he would surely have made an impression. However, Wang Qian had no recollection of the name Yuan Shi Tianzun, deeming it insignificant to interact with such an official figure. Subsequently, he devoted himself to his work. After attending to several patients, his phone rang, displaying the name, Qing Diao de Sheng. Upon answering, a deep male voice resonated from the speaker. Sheng Shou. Are you saying that the person you are interfacing with is called Yuan Shi Tianzun? Wang Qian's ID was Shun Yi Sheng Shou. Indeed, team leader, he replied. I did not agree to him and subtly declined. At the same time, he felt a tinge of curiosity. Such matters could simply be communicated through a text message. Why did the team leader find it necessary to call? Recently, Shanghai had been tumultuous, and we ought to remain vigilant regarding official developments. Agreed to him. Qing Diao de Sheng instructed. Also, keep an eye on him. I am referring to Yuan Shi Tianzun. What? Wang Qian paused, taken aback. He was merely an ordinary official walker. I learned through a clandestine channel that a newcomer recently cleared the Xiling tunnel, breaking records, and just a few days ago, he eliminated a level 3 charming demon. Could it be his ID is indeed Yuan Shi Tianzun? The name Yuan Shi Tianzun flashed through Wang Qian's mind, recalling the young man's expression when he introduced his ID. A sense of solemn respect washed over him. As the full moon hung high in the sky, the desolate ancient temple stood quietly beneath the moonlight. A maiden clad in an ancient Roman gown stands proudly atop the main hall, gazing at the full moon in the sky. This beauty possesses an exquisite oval face, eyes resembling autumn waters, brows akin to distant mountains, and lips that are sensuously full, exuding an enchanting charm amidst her cool demeanor. This is not the great Ming dynasty. Who has drawn me into this realm of chaos after my slumber? She furrows her delicate brows, murmuring to herself. After a moment of contemplation, she fixes her gaze upon the luminous moon. Two brilliant beams of golden light shoot forth from her enchanting eyes, colliding with the celestial orb above. A hum reverberates through the space, as the golden rays strike an invisible barrier, scattering dazzling golden sparks that transform the world into a resplendent gilded hue. The two beams of light linger for a quarter of an hour before gradually extinguishing. Blood-red tears flow from the eyes of the three mountain goddesses, trickling down their fair cheeks. Swiftly, they form intricate hand seals, their fingers poised in a sword-like gesture, and suddenly point skyward. With a hiss, a terrifying sword energy surges forth from their fingertips, piercing the heavens and creating a gaping void in the sky. The three mountain goddesses dissolve into golden light, vanishing into the celestial rift. In the capital city, within a courtyard, beneath the locust tree, Elder Sun reclines comfortably in a rocking chair, the strains of Peking opera wafting from the radio on the tea table. Suddenly, a golden sun emerges upon his forehead, trembling violently and emanating a searing heat, as a formidable pressure radiates from the sun's mark. This Elder Sun abruptly rises, his expression grave. The realm of night spirits is undergoing a transformation. Notify disciples across the lands that recent tasks may experience anomalies. Upon discovery, report immediately. Yes, Master. Mu Qiu is a level 2 night wanderer of the Tai sect, a profession of unparalleled combat prowess. Without the consideration of external equipment, his combat capabilities are entirely comparable to those of a level 3 practitioner from other professions. Hence, he holds a leadership position in the Shifting Sands district of Hang City. The captain of the Five Elements Alliance's Hang City branch has sent an email, which you should review. The assistant brings over the laptop. The email requests him to inquire about Ling recently. Various branches of the Five Elements Alliance have been aggressively apprehending and interrogating Wild Realm travelers, sifting through to identify potential fallen ones. For the unyielding dissenters, an immediate execution strategy has been employed. Among those executed, 9 out of 10 Wild Realm travelers are deemed deserving of their fate. However, those who abide by the law and possess a clear conscience do not resist engagement with official organizations. Their reluctance to join the authorities stems solely from a desire to avoid constraints. Only those with criminal records fear being invited for AT. Yet, these days are not suitable for such pursuits, as he is on the verge of commencing his solo realm instance, scheduled to begin shortly. Successfully completing this solo realm will elevate him to level 3, placing him among the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. In recent days, he has applied for numerous solo realm instances for level 2 to level 3 transitions. Though the realm is subject to real-time changes, it also follows a certain cycle, and the Tai sect strategy development outpaces the alterations in the realm. Thus, the effectiveness of these strategies is substantial, significantly enhancing the success rate of completion. At that moment, Muccio heard the familiar sound of the spirit realm notification. Ding, the spirit realm map is being activated. You will enter the spirit realm in 3 minutes. The spirit realm you are entering this time is Night Tour of Divine Lake Town. ID 0128. Difficulty level S. Type Solo, Death type. Main quest: investigate the bizarre deaths of the townsfolk. Note: non-spirit realm items are not allowed. Introduction to Spirit Realm ID 0128. It is unclear when it began, but the residents of the town have been dying one after another, with no one knowing the reason. Some say it is due to fishermen pulling a coffin from the lake. Others claim it is because a cat's head was hung on the locust tree at the village entrance. Some whisper of a snake with a woman's face appearing in the back mountains, while others speak of the widow at the village head mysteriously becoming pregnant. Hush! Do not speak! Do not speak! They are coming. Muccio's face turned as pale as paper, his eyes reflecting despair and confusion. When did Divine Lake Town become an S-level mission? Chapter 43, Changes in Old Affliction. Saturday, 11 in the morning. Zhang Yuanqing awoke with a yawn, bleary-eyed. Ever since becoming a night wanderer, he had been unable to sleep at night, spending the hours engrossed in video games, leaving him lethargic and drowsy during the day. 2 days had passed since he had inquired about the spirit, and Li Dongzi and Guanya had frequently gone out to participate in the search for He Wuchang and his subordinates. This had caused Zhang Yuanqing's combat training to be delayed. Originally, according to Li Dongzi's plan, Guanya was to provide combat training to Yuan Shi. Given the physical prowess of the night wanderer, mastering the basics of combat within a short span seemed attainable. However, due to the incidents involving the Holy Grail and the roster, this had to be postponed, especially considering the shortage of personnel in the second team. Zhang Yuanqing had previously inquired with Li Dongzi about those elusive teammates, but Shi Zhang's expression suddenly turned uneasy, hinting at unspoken troubles. The perceptive Yuan Shi Tianzun chose not to press further. Additionally, Wang Qian from the Jisha Palace agreed to become his informant. Surprisingly cooperative and quite aware of the situation. Following the Uxiangrong incident, the management at Shanghai University became notably stringent, prohibiting resident students from venturing out at night, thus putting social gatherings on hold. At this moment, he was busy preparing for Xiao Dubi's first birthday celebration. After surpassing the 50 experience threshold, both the purity and intensity of the Tang energy had increased, leading him to discover that the infant spirit nurtured by this energy had shown a slight enhancement in intelligence. Zhang Yuanqing arranged the textbooks around the plump and adorable infant spirit, mathematics to the left, language arts to the right, and English and physics in front and behind. You, the talented and knowledgeable master, cannot fall behind. Choose one. Xiao Dubi, with his round, sparkling eyes, tilted his head in contemplation for a while before finally grasping Zhang Yuanqing's intent. He swiftly moved his limbs and crawled towards the physics textbook. Ah, a promising child indeed. Just as a smile blossomed on Zhang Yuanqing's face, he noticed the little one bypassing the physics book to embrace the PS5 gaming console, only to tumble down as he could not reach the physical object. Such a disappointing child, nothing like me. Zhang Yuanqing scolded in frustration. At my age, I had already composed poetry with 7 steps. Alas, he sighed in disappointment, realizing that to enhance the intelligence of the infant spirit and nurture its potential, he must master the art of the night wanderer and the cultivation of spirits. This necessitated an upgrade. Calculating the time, the second spiritual task was approaching swiftly. After lunch, Zhang Yuanqing entered the bedroom, poured warm water into a teacup, opened the bedside cabinet, and retrieved a white medicine bottle. As he muttered to himself, he tipped the bottle, allowing a few small pills to tumble into his palm. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's expression froze. Indeed, I have postponed for 2 days. Why has the old ailment not recurred? My condition has undeniably worsened, and the frequency of attacks should only increase. It cannot be delayed. Could it be that my transformation into the night wanderer has altered my physical constitution? Speaking of which, since my elevation to the night wanderer, I have not experienced an episode. Could it be that I am cured? A wave of joy surged within him, yet uncertainty lingered, prompting him to experiment. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and envisioned his father's indistinct visage in his mind. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when suddenly his heart raced, his mind ignited, and a cacophony of sounds flooded his consciousness, along with a revival of fragmented images. Yet in the next moment, the chaos transformed into order, not that the sounds and images themselves became organized, but rather his brain's capacity to process information had heightened. He heard his uncle dancing in the living room, the background music being that of Jian Bingguozi. His aunt was in the bedroom, watching a television drama, occasionally grumbling. "It's too loud, lower the volume." The sound of his grandmother washing dishes resonated from the kitchen. Downstairs, the bed creaked rhythmically, and through the sounds of collision, Zhang Yuanqing confidently deduced that the mistress was lying prone. The brain continues to process information. Guanya carries an ineffable air of confidence, while Captain Shi seems notably courteous towards her, a stark contrast to his demeanor with Wang Tai and myself. When I mentioned those team members, Captain Shi's expression was one of embarrassment and helplessness. Wang Qian, the musician, exhibited a troubling shift in attitude. He had treated me with disdain yesterday. The little rascal shares a unique closeness with his aunt, calling out, "Aunt, aunt." Just then, the bedroom door swung open, abruptly shattering Zhang Yuanqing's enigmatic state. "Come on, accompany me to the mall," Jiang Dui said in a sweet voice. Her attire today consisted of a knee-length pleated skirt, white sneakers, and a loose light blue top. With her sweet and charming appearance, she exuded a force-like innocence, appearing quite demure. Jiang Yuer's endearing demeanor is the primary reason she has become a sought-after figure in the matchmaking market. Confident men find such beautiful and gentle women easy to handle, while insecure men perceive them as less intimidating. Zhang Yuanqing stared blankly at his aunt, and suddenly, 2 streams of warm blood erupted from his nostrils. At Shanghai Airport, in the underground parking garage, Fu Qingyang sat in a business vehicle, having waited for quite some time. Furrowing his brow, he dialed his assistant's number. Once connected, he inquired in a low tone, "Why have they still not come out?" He was there to pick someone up. The flight had landed over an hour ago, yet his assistant had yet to bring the person out. Fu's time is invaluable. He cannot afford to squander it on trivial matters. The centurion, His assistant lowered his voice and said, "He has become entangled with a stunning beauty, lingering at the airport, insisting on nurturing their affections." Fu Qingyang's forehead twitched with irritation. "Tell him to decide whether he will come out on his own or if I shall drag him out." The assistant acknowledged with a reply and promptly ended the call. A few minutes later, the assistant led a young man into the underground parking garage, approaching a luxury vehicle. This young man donned loose beige trousers and a light blue shirt, his garments fluttering gracefully as he walked, exuding an ethereal charm. His features were strikingly handsome, with eyes that glimmered with a lazy, inviting smile, emanating an aura of amiability and harmlessness. This was the impression he left upon others. Fu Qingyang remarked coldly, "No wonder he is a dandy. Wherever he goes, women flock to him." This dandy, renowned as a notorious libertine, was indeed a man of considerable charm. His father was the master of Tai, boasting an illustrious lineage, and coupled with his exceptional talents, he was surrounded by a multitude of admirers. Mere carnal desires alone would not suffice to place him on par with Fu Qingyang. He earned the title of dandy not only for his allure, but also for his profound understanding of women, garnering a stellar reputation among them. In response to the mockery, Ling Jun squinted and smiled. "Let us not speak so mundanely. A beauty is a work of art, requiring careful appreciation and gradual discovery to unveil her true allure, which is a matter of elegance." Fu Qingyang furrowed his brow. "Your elegance has cost me an hour and delayed important matters." "Brother Qingyang," he replied, "life is not solely about career. There are countless beauties worthy of exploration." Ling Jun squinted and smiled, saying, "I am already aware of the matter concerning the judge of the Eyrie Eye, and shall fully assist you. My father is quite concerned about the death of the ghost eye judge." "Why is that?" Fu Qingyang gazed at him. "The timing of this person's demise is closely linked to that of the demon lord. My father suspects there may be a connection between the two." "Why does the sect master obsess over the demon lord's death and the search for his heir?" "Because before the demon lord perished, he left behind something of great significance in his character card." "What is that item?" "I can only tell you that it symbolizes the ultimate and embodies the essence of the spirit realm." In the bustling shopping mall, Zhang Yuanqing settled into a seat, clutching shopping bags of various sizes. He lifted a glass filled with iced milk tea and took a hearty sip, releasing a contented sigh. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated. Accompanying his aunt on a shopping spree was not physically exhausting, but rather a mental ordeal. Thankfully, the charming figures of the young ladies provided a respite from this fatigue. Savoring his milk tea, Zhang Yuanqing found his spirits lifted. He confirmed an important realization. His peculiar ailment had been effectively alleviated. In addition to a reduced frequency of episodes, it had become easier to provoke his old affliction. Most importantly, The symptoms like headaches and nosebleeds had diminished. Perhaps in the future, he could freely manage the state of his brain's fervor. He could have Wang Tai assist him with writing papers. How delightful. No, that would be too unambitious. He quickly banished that tempting thought from his mind. Alas, this month's salary is insufficient, his aunt lamented. Zhang Yuanqing cast a contemptuous glance at her and remarked, "When have you ever had enough salary to spend? The money you squander is all from our grandparents." Her aunt, still an intern doctor with a meager income, seemed unfazed by the lack of financial independence as she adorned herself with luxury items, the majority of which were funded by their grandparents. With considerable savings, their grandfather and grandmother were not short of resources. The eldest daughter was thriving in her career, and the eldest son had married into wealth, leaving the little daughter to squander their wealth. Zhang Yuanqing pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and said, "Indeed. Who can blame my aunt for being inept? Unable to earn a living, she can only lean entirely on our father." As they engaged in idle chatter, Zhang Yuanqing retrieved her phone and habitually logged onto the official forum to see what intriguing posts might be available. The official forum serves two primary functions. It disseminates important announcements and information from the authorities, and it facilitates communication and information sharing among the realm travelers from various regions. In Zhang Yuanqing's view, the forum was an excellent means of rapidly broadening one's horizons. Before long, a particular post captured her attention. The Night Wanderer profession witnesses a surge of brand new A-level and S-level realms, with numerous official Night Wanderers reported missing across various locations. The content of the post revealed that recently there had been a large-scale alteration in the Night Wanderer realms, with many previously documented realm dungeons undergoing significant changes in difficulty, transforming into entirely new, unexplored dungeons. The challenges they presented had escalated to A-level and even S-level. Many Night Wanderers who were slated to enter these realms in the near future had unfortunately been assigned to these dungeons, resulting in tragic casualties. The poster is one of the forum administrators. Thus, this can be considered an official announcement to some extent. Numerous S-level and A-level Night Wanderer exclusive spirit realms have emerged. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. The spirit realms are governed by a system of balance and matching. Level 1 has its corresponding dungeons, Level 2 has its own, and so forth. Occasionally, a Level 1 Wanderer may enter a Level 2 dungeon, but the tasks assigned will generally be simpler. In essence, while the tasks presented by the spirit realms may be exceedingly challenging with a high mortality rate, it is improbable for a Level 1 Wanderer to receive tasks meant for Level 3 Wanderers. Moreover, within dungeons appropriate for one's level, there are 5 difficulty ratings, S to D level, with S level representing the pinnacle of difficulty, where the mortality rate is alarmingly high, yet the rewards are extraordinarily generous. The sudden emergence of so many unexplored A and S level realms raises the question of how many lives must be lost. Zhang Yuanqing's first thought was, wow, I will soon be entering the spirit realm. Is it too late for me to change my profession now? His second thought was, oh, the next time I enter, it is highly likely to be a multi-person spirit realm, so that's a relief. He felt a slight sense of ease wash over him, and then scrolled down the post to read the perspectives of the official spirit realm wanderers on this matter. The moment the post was published, it caused a significant stir within the official organization, drawing the attention of official wanderers from various branches, generating immense interest. And the comments section exploded with thousands of replies. Long days ahead. No wonder my Night Wanderer informant suddenly became unreachable today. Past hardships, what? You have a Night Wanderer informant? Buddy, you've hidden that well. The situation is troubling. Although the dungeons of the spiritual realm are not fixed and are subject to change, such alterations are generally predictable and acceptable. However, the recent transformation of the Night Wanderer's exclusive spiritual realm has been abrupt and unreasonable. Might this be a consequence of the Demon Lord's demise? I heard from a member of the Tai sect that the Demon Lord has recently perished. Who informed you of the Demon Lord's death? Was it Yuanqing? The Five Elements Alliance's stance on this matter is primarily one of idle curiosity and gossip, as the issues surrounding the Night Wanderer's exclusive spiritual realm do not significantly concern them. Nevertheless, some individuals are understandably anxious. Indeed, such circumstances can arise. But not every Night Wanderer will be entering the dungeons in the near future. The frequency of tasks in the spiritual realm is not excessively high, so there is no need to worry about widespread fatalities among the Night Wanderers. Sacrifices are an inevitable part of the process of conquering these dungeons. The Queen's words carry weight. I must ultimately face the solo dungeon. The S and A class dungeons are daunting, particularly since I am using a Demon Lord character card. As Zhang Yuanqing contemplated this, his mood grew increasingly somber. He exited the forum and opened his messaging app, sending a message to Yuanqing. This is a professional matter, and I must consult an expert. I am uncertain. The Night Wanderer official group has erupted in chaos. Those who are set to enter the spiritual realm soon, as well as those who will do so in the near future, are understandably anxious. After all, S-class dungeons are not easily cleared, and even A-class ones require a stroke of luck. I am not entirely sure what has transpired, but the Elder Council is currently gathering data, and an announcement should be forthcoming by tonight at the latest. Yuanqing's spirits were rather low, as a close colleague had entered the spiritual realm that morning and had yet to return, leaving his fate uncertain. In half a month's time, he too would face a solo dungeon, yet the deviation would not exceed a week. Zhang Yuanqing refrained from further inquiries. During the subsequent half-day, Zhang Yuanqing intermittently browsed the official forum, seeking the latest updates, completely devoid of any desire to shop. Have you grown stronger? Jiang Yubai remarked, squeezing his nephew's bicep. Noting its firmness. If you were Guanya, I would say my strength exceeds your imagination, or that I possess even greater fortitude, Zhang Yuanqing responded dismissively. The body is the foundation of revolution. I have indeed been exercising lately. One could easily envision that, at this very moment. Official night wanderers across the nation were similarly clutching their phones or computers, eagerly awaiting organizational announcements. At long last, at 9:30, who had been incessantly refreshing the forum, stumbled upon a prominently highlighted and pinned post. Recent anomalies in the Spirit Realm Declaration and Bounty Announcement. Recently, a sudden upheaval occurred in the Night Wanderer Spirit Realm. Following an investigation by the Council of Elders, it was confirmed that the anomaly was triggered by the resurgence of a high-level boss within the Spirit Realm. To date, intelligence gathered indicates that 7 Spirit Realm dungeons have undergone level alterations, specifically, Minghu Town, ID 0128, difficulty level S, exclusive to Night Wanderer, Ming Dynasty Mass Grave, ID 1180, difficulty level S, exclusive to Night Wanderer, Shencheng Reservoir, ID 1910, difficulty level A, exclusive to Night Wanderer, Yinshan Ghost School, ID 0046. Difficulty level A, exclusive to Night Wanderer, Wang's Tomb, ID 0277. Difficulty level A, exclusive to Night Wanderer, Jinshui Amusement Park, ID 6203. Difficulty level S, multiplayer realm. Death-related, Scream Chamber, ID 2097. Difficulty level A, multiplayer realm, non-death-related, Apartment 13, ID 1404. Difficulty level B, multiplayer realm, non-death-related. As of today, Yinshan Ghost School and Shencheng Reservoir have been conquered, while the remaining 5 major Spirit Realm dungeons remain unsolved. The Council of Elders has issued a bounty. Conquering an S-level Spirit Realm grants a record of B-level merit. Conquering an A-level Spirit Realm grants a record of C-level merit. Conquering a B-level Spirit Realm rewards 50,000. This post was reprinted from the official forum of Tai Sect. The highest rank, S-level, has only been attained by 5 guild leaders, while only a select few esteemed elders have managed to achieve A-level merits. Thus, the value of B-level merits is self-evident. Upon Zhang Yuanqing's completion of the post, the comments below had already exceeded 1,000, creating an impact more exaggerated than that of the earlier post. The official practitioners of the 5 Elements Alliance discovered that this matter was no longer a mere spectacle, as the changes derived from the Tai sect indicated 2 types of multiplayer instances. The term multiplayer implies that practitioners from other professions also have a chance to enter. Long days ahead. Those 2 multiplayer realms must contain supernatural elements. Oh my, has the multiplayer realm been affected too? Thankfully, only the Golden Water Paradise is S-level. Call me Queen. Firstly, no one knows how long this chaotic mutation will persist. What we observe is merely the current transformation. If more multiplayer instances containing supernatural elements are affected, we could be in peril. Furthermore, even if the instances aren't lethal, the experience points deducted from a single failure could significantly regress our strength, which is a heavy price to pay. Days of suffering, sigh. I was just enjoying the spectacle at noon, and suddenly it escalated like this. What should I do? I'm planning to enter a multiplayer realm soon. Surely I won't be that unlucky, right? Little Pig George. If these realms aren't tackled promptly, within 6 months, the number of official night wanderers will dwindle sharply, and other professions may also be affected. What kind of boss is this ferocious, forcing Tai sect to issue a bounty. Qingting, everyone, please pay attention. This bounty is announced to the nationwide night wanderers. If you have contacts among the night wanderers or know of any wild night wanderers, please relay this information. By long, is the person above a fool? The strategies for the night wanderer dungeons are the responsibility of the night wanderers themselves. What we should truly focus on are the strategies for the multiplayer spiritual realms as they pertain to our very lives. Churiku Duo. Indeed, indeed. A handsome reward is offered for the strategies to the Golden Water Amusement Park, the Scream Escape Room, and Apartment 13's dungeon. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze momentarily dulled as he processed the implications. Just then, an insistent ringtone pierced the air. It was a call from Li Dongzi. Zhang Yuanqing answered, calling out, "What's up?" Li Dongzi's tone was grave. "Are you visiting the forum today? If you're referring to the sudden changes in the night wanderer spiritual realm, I'm already aware." Zhang Yuanqing sighed. "Don't worry too much. If the sky falls, there will be tall ones to support it. Perhaps by the time your solo spiritual realm arrives, Tai sect will have already conquered these challenging dungeons." Trust in the official organization, Li Dongzi reassured him. With a light-hearted tone, he teased, "Of course, if you have confidence in yourself, you could also be among those strategizing for the dungeons. However, it is exceedingly difficult. Is the commander calling merely to console me?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired cautiously. "Two matters. You are about to enter a dungeon soon, and based on past experiences, it is likely a multiplayer dungeon. You are aware of the level matching mechanism. Captain Fu discovered that Golden Water Amusement Park is an extraordinary realm dungeon. To be on the safe side, he has utilized his authority to retrieve the old strategy guide for your reference." Li Dongzi solemnly added, "Remember, it is merely a reference, for the realm has undergone changes. Placing too much faith in the old guide could be fatal. Captain Fu, who is occupied with countless bunny girls, still thinks of me, a mere minion?" Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of emotion. Li Dongzi reassured him again. "We are only being cautious. Do not feel overly pressured. The number of extraordinary realm multiplayer dungeons is quite varied, and the likelihood of matching with Golden Water Amusement Park is exceedingly low. Let us hope so. You are unaware." "But my character card is that of a demon lord," Zhang Yuanqing inquired. "And what about the second matter?" "The second concerns Lei Yibing." Chapter 45. Clue about Brother Bing. Regarding Brother Bing, Zhang Yuanqing's heart leapt with joy as he asked, "Has there been any news from the Hangzhou branch? Did they uncover anything?" The colleagues at the Hangzhou branch are dreadfully inefficient. It took them 3 days to produce results, clearly indicating their lack of seriousness regarding Brother Bing's disappearance. He grumbled inwardly. Brother Bing has been missing for nearly half a month. If the realm practitioners at the Hangzhou branch had diligently conducted their investigation, they should have been able to provide feedback and sufficient information by the time Li Dongzi made his inquiry. Clearly, they believed Brother Bing perished in the realm, rendering further investigation pointless. Indeed, certain revelations have come to light. Li Dongzi paused momentarily before stating, "Lei Yibing possesses relatively uncomplicated interpersonal relationships. His disposition is reclusive, preferring solitude and avoiding close ties with classmates. He maintains a low profile within the school, never instigating trouble. However, upon thorough investigation by colleagues from the Hangqing branch, it was uncovered that over the past 3 years, 2 individuals who had provoked him met their demise in what could be deemed reasonable circumstances." Zhang Yuanqing, knitting his brows in contemplation, immediately countered once Li Dongzi concluded, "That is not accurate. Brother Bing may not be the epitome of social finesse, but he is by no means a recluse. His demeanor bears no resemblance to low-key behavior. Having grown up alongside him, I know him too well. When his temper flares, he wouldn't even utter a dismissive 'What are you looking at?' before resorting to physical confrontation. As for the suspected acts of violence attributed to him, I refrain from disputing or passing judgment." After a brief silence, Zhang Yuanqing pondered aloud. Perhaps Brother Bing is indeed facing some issues. Li Dongzi nodded in agreement, elaborating. "You attended the same high school as him. If he were to exhibit any abnormalities, it would be impossible for you not to notice. This implies that Lei Yibing's transformation began upon entering university." Zhang Yuanqing acknowledged Li Dongzi's perspective, yet one matter perplexed him, despite their brotherly bond. Lei Yibing had not confided in him about becoming a practitioner of the spirit realm. The spirit realm does not possess a mechanism for erasure, if one so desires. They could traverse the globe with a loudspeaker to promote it, though, naturally, few would believe such claims. "Is there more?" Li Dongzi inquired. "Yes, but I am uncertain if it counts." After a moment of contemplation, he posed the question, does Labyrinth keep a diary? In this day and age, who among the respectable writes a diary? A colleague in Hangzhou discovered a diary in his dormitory. His entries were infrequent. However, the night before his disappearance, he penned an entry while preparing to send you a character card. Where's the diary? It remains in his university dormitory. The colleagues at the Hangzhou branch examined it and deemed it of little value. Yet at my insistence, they captured photographs, which I now share with you. Li Dongzi remarked, if memory serves me right, tomorrow marks the 14th day since you emerged from the Xiling tunnel. Indeed, tomorrow is the deadline. I must either enter the spiritual realm tonight or do so by tomorrow. Acknowledging this, the two concluded their conversation. Zhang Yuanqing opened the messaging application and received a compressed file sent by Li Dongzi. Upon extracting it, he found over 30 images. Sitting at his desk, Zhang Yuanqing began to read the diary. The entries were indeed sparse, sometimes weekly, at other times monthly, and they primarily chronicled trivial matters. Initially, he perused with great attention. But upon ascertaining that the earlier entries bore little significance, he flipped directly to the last image. The content was brief, consisting of only a few lines. Zhang Yuanqing gazed intently at his phone screen, suddenly leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. Indeed, the soldier had left me a clue. The following day, Zhang Yuanqing awoke to find it was 9:30 in the morning. It seemed the time to enter the spiritual realm was today. After having breakfast, he donned a mask and a baseball cap, then took a taxi to Lei Yibing's residence. In his childhood, the alley where he lived was known as Yinping Community. Established half a century ago, each residential building bore the marks of time, uniformly standing 6 stories tall without elevators, with tangled cables coiling around the walls. Zhang Yuanqing alighted from the taxi and, with a casual glance, noted that after more than a decade, aside from a fresh coat of paint on the exterior and the addition of a security booth at the entrance, nothing else had changed. During his junior high years, rumors of impending demolition had circulated through the neighborhood, and after nearly a decade of waiting, they had yet to see any sign of a demolition crew. Zhang Yuanqing crossed the street and purchased a bag of loquats, a pineapple, and 3 Cape mangoes from the fruit shop. Ascending the narrow staircase, he paused before the door of apartment 402 and rang the doorbell. Moments later, footsteps approached, and the security door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s. Her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, Yuanzi? She appeared somewhat unwell, with heavy dark circles under her eyes and a gaunt face. Aunt Zhou, I came to see you and Uncle Lei, Zhang Yuanqing replied with a gentle tone, suppressing a sigh within. Aunt Zhou's gaze fell upon the fruit he was carrying, and she offered a grateful smile, softly urging, come in. The apartment was a 2-bedroom layout, spanning over 80 square meters. Zhang Yuanqing settled onto the sofa in the living room, cradling the warm water Aunt Zhou had poured for him as he listened to her sorrowful narrative. Aunt Zhou, I believe the Public Security Bureau will find Bingo, he reassured her. Your grandmother visited me a few days ago. She said old Shen informed her that no news is not necessarily bad news. Aunt Zhou sighed and added, stay for lunch. No need, I have class later. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. In his youth, he and Bingo were inseparable, often sharing beds at night and frequently dining together. However, today he anticipated entering the spiritual realm at any moment, so he sought to minimize his time spent outside. Aunt Zhou, I will go to Bingo's room for a while. Zhang Yuanqing had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. He pushed open the door to Bingo's bedroom, which, though modest in size, contained a double bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a television. His gaze quickly swept across the room, finally focusing on a large cardboard box pulled from beneath the bed. The box was filled with an assortment of items, a little tyrant game console, a Tyrannosaurus machine, a ply-ply ball, a yo-yo, a telescope, water margin hero cards, a wooden top, a whistle, Dragon Ball comic books, and the scandalous history of Emperor Yang of Sui, authored by Qi Dongyaran. Each small toy harbored its own tale. Take the telescope, for instance. There was once a red light district nearby, where, as night fell, the parlor would illuminate with captivating lights, and the elegantly dressed women would languidly recline on the shop's sofas, their alluring curves visible even through the glass door. Once, while still in elementary school, Bingo had stealthily approached him, claiming to have seen Zhang Yuanqing's uncle surreptitiously entering the parlor. Zhang Yuanqing was incredulous, yet he rushed to confront his uncle, who, upon hearing this, was taken aback and handed him 20 yuan as hush money. Subsequently, as the two boys licked their ice pops, They mused about the lucrative nature of such business. Thus, the two youngsters began to stake out by the roadside after school. This time, they did not spot the uncle, but rather Bing Ji's father. The elder man, equally astonished, also bestowed upon them a sum of 10 yuan as a means of silence. Later on, the elderly father and uncle reformed their ways, evading capture until one fateful day when Zhang Yuanqing pilfered his aunt's pocket money to purchase a telescope, allowing him to clandestinely observe from a distance. Thus, he earned a hush money once more. Consequently, the box contained not only the childhood of Brother Bing, but also that of Zhang Yuanqing. He gazed vacantly at the toys of his youth, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia for the fleeting passage of time and the irrevocable changes it wrought. Subsequently, he picked up the book The Scandalous History of Emperor Yang of Sui, and as he flicked through its pages, a slip of paper fell out, inscribed with 2 densely packed strings of numbers. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled slowly, feeling a heavy burden lift from his heart. The numbers on the slip were a cipher understood only by the two brothers. Influenced by his grandfather, Zhang Yuanqing had been captivated by crime dramas and detective-themed cartoons and novels in his childhood, dreaming of becoming a formidable peacekeeper. During his middle school years, while reading a renowned foreign detective novel with Brother Bing, he was inspired by one of the cases and pondered how the great detective Zhang Yuanqing and his assistant Bing could possibly lack a secret code. Thus, he devoted significant effort to developing a cipher system. For instance, the first number corresponded to a line, the second also corresponded to a line. The third indicated a page number, with 7 characters forming a group, and the format of the second group of numbers being a reversal of the first. Their inaugural game utilized the scandalous history of Emperor Yang of Sui as its template. The first line of numbers read, 6203, a lifetime of 2 brothers. The second line of numbers, Yuanzi, find it, for I have left everything there. Chapter 46, the second awakening of the spirit realm, finding it, I have left everything behind. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at these words, remaining silent for an extended period. Brother Bing, you have truly presented me with a perplexing conundrum. With a sigh, Zhang Yuanqing directed his attention to the clues at hand. In a lifetime, 2 brothers. This was Brother Bing's catchphrase during his sophomore year of high school. If it were merely an expression of sentiment, it would not have been embedded within a cipher. Lu Erling San. A sequence of numbers. Could it be a code? What does finding it refer to? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time, his temples aching as he pinched them. He sensed he had gathered numerous clues, yet it felt as though he had obtained nothing. He silently lamented. However, this aligned with the conventions of detective novels to prevent secrets from being divulged. Assistant Bing had left behind a clue that only the great detective Zhang Yuanqing could comprehend, which would naturally reveal itself upon the fulfillment of certain conditions in the future. After all, the esteemed detective was still rather inexperienced. The term everything must pertain to the Demon Lord character card that Brother Bing had sent me, intertwined with his disappearance and the peculiarities during his university years. Concerning a figure of such magnitude as the Demon Lord, one cannot help but wonder what it truly is. Zhang Yuanqing tore the note into fragments and exited the room, making his way to the restroom. Gurgle, the flush carried away the shreds of paper. Uncle Lei was exceedingly busy with work, which served to somewhat numb his pain and alleviate the anguish of losing a child. This also underscored the arduous existence of Aunt Zhou, a housewife. Zhang Yuanqing bid farewell to Aunt Zhou and departed from the Yingping community. As he awaited his ride by the roadside outside the neighborhood, he pondered, this matter must remain undisclosed to Shizhong and Lao Siji. I must investigate it alone. The clues are scant, and there is no urgency in haste. The most pressing concern now is the forthcoming second spiritual realm mission. Advancement is of utmost importance. Zhang Yuanqing increasingly recognized the significance of strength. In the realm of multiple participants, if it is not a life-threatening scenario, it is likely a punitive one, where failure results in the forfeiture of experience points. A single misstep could hinder my progress. The rewards are contingent upon the difficulty level of the dungeon itself and the performance of the seeker during the task. Presently, my experience stands at 52, and I am uncertain if the second spiritual realm will enable me to ascend directly to level 2. Theoretically, this is implausible. Yet, seasoned seekers like Guanya and Li Dongza have been stuck at level 2 and level 3 for an extended period due to 2 primary reasons. First, the dungeons they entered were of a lower grade and the tasks not particularly challenging. Thus, the rewards did not reach the extravagant heights of S rank. Second, in a group dungeon, success is not guaranteed. To put it simply, one is bound to encounter incompetent teammates who may cause a loss of points. Zhang Yuanqing called out towards the balcony. No, I am quite fatigued from class and do not wish to accompany him in singing and dancing. I heard that your aunt recently bestowed upon him a sum of money. Grandmother, I visited my uncle's house to play. Upon delving into the post, it recounted that a colleague from a certain branch had received an S-rank secondary mission at the Jinshui amusement park. He informed his superior prior to entering, but has since vanished, with more than 24 hours elapsed since his entry into the spiritual realm. The past is bitter. I too must enter the multi-person spiritual realm soon. I am filled with trepidation. Call me queen. In the short term, it seems unlikely there will be any strategies available. You must rely on your own fortune. However, given the multitude of multi-person spiritual realms, it is improbable that one would encounter such misfortune. The future is long. Oh, queen, while the odds may be slim, should one encounter it, death is inevitable. Furthermore, S-rank spiritual realms are exceedingly difficult to navigate. Prolonging the endeavor for a year or more could ensnare countless individuals. This announcement incited considerable alarm and discussion within the forum. The past is bitter. What a splendid idea. Amidst the vast base of adventurers, many like the past is bitter were on the verge of entering the spiritual realm, and they expressed their approval of this approach. To them, a genius player of the same caliber holds more significance than stewards or elders, as the latter cannot access lower-level dungeons. The Yinshan Ghost School and the Xinfeng Reservoir have already been conquered, and while the Jinshui Amusement Park is an S-rank multi-person realm open to all professions, theoretically, its probability of being cleared surpasses that of the exclusive Night Wanderer's spiritual realm. Clearly, the future as long has not grasped the intricacies of mathematics. Zhang Yuanqing scrolled through the comments, sharing his perspective. At that moment, he noticed a notification from the chat application. It was a message from Wang Qian, an informant from the Stop Killing Palace. Wang Qian inquired, "Can you procure the old version of the Jinshui Amusement Park Guide?" Zhang Yuanqing replied, "Will you be entering the Lingjing realm soon?" Wang Qian responded, "My next Lingjing is a realm exclusive to musicians, and it won't be anytime soon. I wanted to inform you that if you can obtain the old version of the guide, it could yield a modest fortune. What do you think?" The strategy guides for Lingjing dungeons are regarded as strategic resources, forming the foundation of the official organization, the culmination of countless official practitioners' dedication and sacrifice. Zhang Yuanqing had never encountered a sum as large as 300,000. Wang Qian continued messaging. "One channel I'm in touch with is currently seeking old guides. As a member of the official organization, if you can procure an old version, I can assist you in selling it for a 73 cut. I have one." Wang Qian sent a question mark, signaling his confusion. Zhang Yuanqing replied, "I possess an old version, but I am not selling it." Wang Qian asked, "Why not?" Zhang Yuanqing responded, "I do not wish to profit from such means." Wang Qian did not press the issue further, indicating that the original heavenly sovereign came from a well-off background and upheld a commendable moral standard, which was indeed a good sign, after all. No one desired to engage with cold-hearted and unscrupulous individuals. "How much is the new Jinshui Amusement Park Guide worth?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired. The guide for S-grade Lingjing dungeons commands an exorbitant price, yet there is no standard valuation. The specific amount can be negotiated with the buyer. However, I suspect that with your authority, you may not have access to S-grade dungeon guides. Wang Qian, I have patience to attend to. Let us converse later. Should you change your mind, do remember to reach out to me, as I am currently in dire need of funds. Wang Qian finds himself in a financial bind. As a physician's salary is meager, and ethical constraints have thwarted most avenues for sudden wealth. After this casual exchange, Zhang Yuanqing recalled for the Golden Water amusement park dungeon provided by Li Dongzi, stirring a flicker of interest within him. He exited the chat application, opened his email, and downloaded the attachment. Golden Water Amusement Park, Realm ID, 6203, Difficulty Level, B, Type, Multiplayer, Punitive, Main Objective, Experience 2 or more amusement park attractions. Upon entering the dungeon, the realm will prompt you regarding which attractions to partake in. The park features a roller coaster, swinging pendulum, pirate ship, haunted house, Ferris wheel, and detective reasoning hall. Most attractions test the capability of teamwork, and the gameplay involves. The most perilous experience is the haunted house's ghostly wedding, where the ghost bride will select the most handsome male player as her groom, resulting in immediate elimination for the chosen individual. Therefore, upon entering the haunted house, one must incessantly chant, "I am an eyesore." When all male players declare, "I am an eyesore," The ghost bride will make a random selection, leaving fate to the whims of appearance. Female players enjoy a significant advantage, as they can bypass this attraction effortlessly. Zhang Yuanqing meticulously examined the mechanics of each attraction and, upon encountering the ghostly wedding, mused that elimination was the only consequence. This ghost bride was far less ferocious than the one encountered in the trial tasks. While the old version serves merely as a reference and should not be relied upon, it undoubtedly provides valuable insight into the dungeon's nature. No wonder some individuals are willing to spend a staggering sum of 300,000 to acquire it. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly scrolled through the screen, bringing the document to the top page. Jinshui Amusement Park, Realm Code, 6203. Lu Erling? He found himself in a stupor, lingering in that state for an extended period. Was it mere coincidence? Did Lu Erling refer to Jinshui Amusement Park? Did Brother Bing have connections there? No, that seems implausible. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. The realms are assigned at random, and this alone renders the situation illogical. What if I never entered Jinshui Amusement Park? Then Brother Bing's arrangements would be in vain, unless he could predict which realm I would enter. If my future entry into a realm could indeed be foreseen, then my realm tasks would not be random, and the notion of entering the Shelling Tunnel would become quite unsettling. A chill ran down Zhang Yuanqing's spine. After dinner, he promptly completed his evening rituals, drew the curtains, turned off the lights, locked the door, and lay on the large bed, staring blankly at the electronic clock on the bedside table. The realm task would undoubtedly arrive before midnight. He held 5 or 6 small blue pills in his hand, sensing time flowing slowly. After an indeterminate period, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding, realm map is initializing. You will enter the realm in 60 seconds. The realm you are entering is Jinshui Amusement Park. Code 6203. Difficulty level S. Type multiplayer, death mode. Main task, experience 2 or more amusement park attractions. Note, non-realm items are not permitted to be brought in. Introduction to Spirit Realm number 6203. One day, an indescribable figure arrived at Jinshui Amusement Park, astonished to discover such intriguing toys after an extended slumber. Delighted, she indulged in every attraction and resolved not to destroy this place. Before departing, she instructed the spirits within the amusement park to seek out a young man named XXXX. Indeed, it is Jinshui Amusement Park. It truly is Jinshui Amusement Park. Zhang Yuanqing felt as if 1,000 thoughts were racing through his mind. With no time to ponder further, he swallowed a blue pill and dialed Guanya's number. According to protocol, he must report the spirit realm instance to inform his superiors and colleagues, especially during this sensitive period. The call connected swiftly, and Guanya scolded. Every girl whose sweet dreams are interrupted deserves a lavish feast as compensation. Inform Shi Zhang that I am about to enter the spirit realm, and the instance is Jinshui Amusement Park. What? Your multi-person spirit realm is Jinshui Amusement Park? Hello, Yuanshi. Hello. Chapter 47. Jinshui Amusement Park. In a luxurious apartment near the Public Security Bureau, Guanya abruptly sat up in bed, her sleepiness dissipating like smoke in the wind, amidst a sea of zodiac figurines adorning her expansive mattress. In the primordial realm, an ordinary spiritual realm traveler might live their entire life without encountering an S-rank challenge, perhaps experiencing it only once, and if encountered, it would linger for a lifetime. Yet, this fellow Yuanshi, having just emerged from a bug-level trial, promptly plunged into a multiplayer S-rank instance. What audacity to adopt the title of Yuanshi Tianzun. Such a name is not easily borne by the common man. In a state of agitation, Guanya abruptly ended the call, redialing Li Dongza's number. You want to call me after work, leaving me to guess what has transpired. Just as Li Dongza was about to showcase his witty yet refined eloquence, Guanya interrupted him brusquely. Yuanshi has entered the dungeon at Jinshui Amusement Park. What? Li Dongza's voice shot up an octave, elegance dissipating entirely. Guanya could hear the clattering on the other end. Likely Li Dongza hastily rising and colliding with his desk, scattering items in the process. Oh my god, he muttered repeatedly, his mind in disarray. Better safe than sorry. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would truly enter an S-rank dungeon? Li Dongza inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous waves of anxiety and restlessness boiling within him, as well as an overwhelmingly unrefined urge to curse. He spoke softly. I understand I share your concerns, but there's little we can do for him. All we can do is pray that he is not a fragile soul, and wait for dawn. Otherwise, it indicates that people have perished within. This also elucidates why forum posts dare to claim that those official travelers have already made the ultimate sacrifice. Understood. Guanya sighed softly before ending the call. She flung herself onto the soft, expansive bed, limbs splayed in a starfish position, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The purple silk night dress clung gracefully to her delicate form, accentuating the gentle curves of her body, the hem barely covering her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. So vexing, she murmured softly. Li Dongza, after disconnecting the call, remained silent for a few moments before illuminating his phone screen and dialing Colonel Fu Baifeng's number. The young colonel had previously mentioned in passing that if Yuanshi Tianzuan entered the spiritual realm, he should be notified. It was evident that Fu Qingyang, preoccupied with the pressing matters surrounding the Black Wuchang incident, still deemed Yuanxi's situation worthy of attention. At the villa's open terrace, Ling Jun, dressed casually, lounged languidly on a single sofa, a laptop resting on his knees. He shifted his gaze from the screen to Fu Qingyang opposite him and sighed. I heard from Elder Sun that the resurrected boss is the mountain goddess from the Shelling Tunnel Shrine. She has been rampaging through the Night Wanderer's spiritual realm, causing a surge of power from high-ranking entities to leak into lower-level dungeons, thereby triggering alterations in those realms. Alas, the level of this goddess is evidently higher than we had anticipated, given her ability to traverse the spiritual realm. Fu Qingyang, cradling a tall wine glass, took a sip of the crimson liquid and replied nonchalantly, "What are the Tai sect's plans for dealing with this? I promptly provided Uncle Sun with the intelligence regarding the mountain shrine, so you should have been prepared." Ling Jun shook his head, expressing the futility of their situation. For the altered difficulty levels of the spirit realms, we possess no means to address this. We can only hope that the Night Wanderers will swiftly conquer the dungeons and provide strategies. Our Tai sect is rich in talent, and among the wild Night Wanderers, there are indeed many skilled individuals. As for that lady of Sandow Mountain, it remains to be seen whether my father and the elders will encounter her within the spirit realm, severing the source. Alternatively, we might encounter scenes of equal caliber to hers within the spirit realm, thus balancing the realms against each other. The phenomenon of bosses traversing various spirit realms is exceedingly rare, yet not entirely unprecedented. Many years ago, the authorities observed a similar occurrence. This has contributed to the changes in the spirit realm dungeons. Furthermore, given the rarity of such phenomena, the authorities speculate that traversing the spirit realms incurs a considerable cost. Although this theory remains unverified, all in all, I am merely a beast king, and the affairs of the Night Wanderers do not concern me. Ling Jun shrugged. At that moment, a slender, curvaceous bunny girl approached, respectfully presenting a phone while softly saying, "Young master, your call." Young Master Hua sighed. Young Master Qian is surrounded by flowers, embraced by many, eliciting envy. Fu Qingyang ignored him, recognizing a call from Li Dongza. A flicker of interest sparked within him as he answered, "Speak." Centurion, Yuanshi has entered the Jinshui amusement park. Fu Qingyang's expression momentarily reflected astonishment before swiftly regaining composure, his tone steady as he replied, "Understood. Inform me by tomorrow morning." Upon hanging up, he furrowed his brow, contemplating. The Night Wanderer under my command has entered Jinshui amusement park. Fu Qingyang cast a cold glance at him, inquiring how he could be so certain that the other would not emerge alive. Ling Jun laughed heartily, suggesting a wager. Fu Qingyang remained silent. Ling Jun did not press the issue, contemplating seriously, having traversed the Xiling Tunnel and possessing experience in conquering S-level challenges. The likelihood of such a traveler being assigned to high-difficulty dungeons is significantly greater, yet repeated failures in multiplayer instances would inevitably diminish their score. Alas, the Golden Water Amusement Park is a death-type scenario, leaving no room for retreat. Before him, the scene transitioned from a hazy blur to clarity. Zhang Yuanqing found himself standing in the plaza of the amusement park. His eyes were immediately drawn to the towering Ferris wheel, a colossal structure revolving slowly, adorned with brilliant strands of light. Beneath the wheel lay an open area for bumper cars, flanked on either side by a swinging pendulum and a pirate ship. Opposite the Ferris wheel, the undulating steel tracks resembled a dragon, as the empty roller coaster roared along the rails, giving the illusion of passengers aboard. His gaze swept across the amusement park, taking in the carousel that played soft melodies, the freefall tower that ascended and descended, and the haphazardly arranged canopy structures. Standing at the center of the plaza, he was enveloped by the profound darkness of the night sky. The amusement park sparkled with resplendent lights, weaving a dreamlike tapestry of colors, every attraction in motion, music resonating throughout the air. Though devoid of human presence, it felt as if throngs of people were everywhere. Solitary yet bustling, fantastical yet eerie. How beautiful! Zhang Yuanqing heard someone beside him whispering. Following the sound, Zhang Yuanqing beheld a young girl, her age seemingly tender. Her long, straight black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, framing a delicate, oval face. Her large, bright eyes sparkled under the resplendent lights, resembling the most exquisite gemstones in existence. In an era where permed hair has permeated every household, such natural beauty is indeed a rare treasure. Zhang Yuanqing was astonished by the girl's extraordinary appearance, but did not linger overly long on her. Instead, he turned his attention to the other several spirit realm travelers. There were 7 spirit realm travelers who had entered the Golden Water amusement park. At that moment, they surveyed their surroundings, gazing at the facilities, their expressions decidedly grim. Zhang Yuanqing empathized with their frustration. Clearing his throat to capture their attention, he spoke aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you to the Golden Water amusement park. In the tasks ahead, we shall collectively confront dangers. Thus, though we are merely strangers at this moment, we are now the closest of companions. Let us take a moment for self-introductions to foster our understanding of one another. I shall begin. My name is Wang Tai, a seasoned spirit realm traveler. I have ventured through 4 solitary realms and participated in 7 group realms, having successfully conquered an A-level dungeon. As for an S-level, I am quite curious to witness its challenges. His calm demeanor and confident tone seemed to imbue those present with a sense of reassurance, alleviating the anxiety that had gripped them. In times like these, a self-assured ally offers a profound sense of security. Zhang Yuanqing possessed a keen understanding of social dynamics, adeptly cultivating camaraderie and enhancing the atmosphere. He chose to introduce only his name, deliberately omitting his profession, mindful that such details might evoke wariness in those predisposed to caution against potential threats. Those who can enter the S-class realms are certainly not novices. United in purpose, we shall undoubtedly conquer the challenges that lie ahead. It is no great feat I am known as the Fire Demon. The speaker was a young man with fiery red hair, appearing gaunt and wiry, with small, sharp eyes and slanted brows, exuding an air of impatience and rudeness. This must be the Fire Master, everyone thought in unison. A man clad in black trousers and a black hoodie bore a grim expression and introduced himself in a subdued tone. Hebo, I am Xielingxi. A girl with long, straight black hair spoke in a gentle voice, a smile gracing her lips, pure and sweet. A middle-aged man, expressionless and taciturn, raised his hand slightly, somewhat awkwardly announcing, I am shamefully a father. What? While the IDs in this realm are inevitably eccentric, your name is rather ostentatious, uncle. Zhang Yuanqing thought, noting the bewildered expressions of the others. What kind of name is that? A young man in casual shoes and tight pants muttered, then raised his chin and proclaimed loudly, I am the great sage, simply call me Sage. The group turned their gaze to the final companion. A mature woman aged between 30 and 35, with a voluptuous figure and alluring features, her lips painted a fiery red and her eyes adorned with subtle makeup, exuding a captivating charm. The Fire Demon and the Great Sage frequently cast furtive glances at her, while Hebo, cloaked in darkness, wore a solemn expression. Attentively listening to the earnest shamefully of father, she smiled enchanting and said, I am she sure. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she directed her gaze at Zhang Yuanqing, feigning innocence and charm. Little brother, will you take care of me? You are older than my aunt, she sure. Taking such an ostentatious name, are you not afraid it might become burdensome? Zhang Yuanqing silently scoffed inwardly, yet wore a facade of unyielding confidence. Rest assured, we are companions, and we share the same fate. Simultaneously, he began to grasp the woman's style, recognizing her adeptness at leveraging her gender advantage. Following the self-introduction, the initial awkwardness separating them began to dissipate, allowing Zhang Yuanqing to seize the moment and assert his leadership. The S-level instance is fraught with peril. Before the imminent danger unfolds, shall we engage in a discussion? No one voiced dissent, as Shi Shi's alluring gaze swept across the group. Her voice lilting, are there any members of the official organization present? I have heard that anomalies have arisen at the Jingshui amusement park, altering the difficulty level. How I wish we had access to the previous version of the strategy. Chapter 48. S-level difficulty. The trust among us remains insufficient. Is it reluctance to disclose official identities? Or among the present wanderers, am I the sole bearer of an official background? As Zhang Yuanqing pondered whether to offer a hint, he heard the cold, indifferent voice of the figure clad in a black hoodie, Yibo, stating, "We have been in the spirit realm for several minutes now, and the realm has not provided any guidance, which signifies that to succeed, we must rely solely on our own abilities. If any of you possess pertinent information, it is best not to withhold it. We are all in this together." Xiaolingxi raised her hand slightly, whispering, "I know a bit about the old version of the instance. The content introduced by the spirit realm has changed. Is she a member of the official organization?" Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the young girl. Upon hearing this, Yibo furrowed his brow. "The introduction to the spirit realm has changed. I believe I understand the reason behind the alteration in difficulty at the Jinshui amusement park. Does anyone recall the content of the introduction? I seem to have forgotten," muttered the red-haired fire demon, scratching his head. She sure cast him a sidelong glance, discreetly distancing herself, and gently remarked, "An indescribable entity has arrived here. It is she who has altered the difficulty level of the Jinshui amusement park. She instructed the spirits within the park to assist her in locating an individual whose name consists of 4 characters. Who could it be?" Regrettably, as a father, one could not help but interject, "I believe the identity of this person is inconsequential. They are likely merely part of the background narrative. What truly matters is whether the spirits in the amusement park have gained extraordinary strength due to the influence of that entity, resulting in the elevation of the park's difficulty to S level." The great sage, dressed in form-fitting pants and a small suit, brightened at this notion. "I find your reasoning quite compelling, old chap. You are indeed astute." Yibo nodded slightly, acknowledging the middle-aged man's perspective, and stated, "Then, we should simply avoid attractions with terrifying elements and select some straightforward facilities to experience, which should mitigate the risks." He then turned to Xiaolingxi and inquired, "Are you familiar with the detailed strategies from the previous version?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to interject with the outdated information before the young lady could, lest he lose his voice in the discussion. However, at that moment, a sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a notification. "Due to your outstanding performance, a hidden mission has been activated. You are appointed as the team leader. Be advised, there is a nefarious individual concealed among your ranks. Ensure that the number of team members is no fewer than 3, or face punishment. Current experience level has been reset to 0. Caution, please keep your character identity concealed." A hidden mission, indeed. A surge of exasperation coursed through Zhang Yuanqing. Yet he maintained an outward composure, while inwardly, his heart sank. The perils within the dungeon were manifold, and the presence of a werewolf among the team escalated the difficulty significantly. "My hidden task is to ensure that the number of members remains at least 3. Thus, it can be inferred that the malevolent entity's objective is to diminish the team size to fewer than 3, or even annihilate them entirely. To secure a successful clearance, it would be prudent to identify and eliminate the rogue beforehand. Yet, I am unable to validate my own identity, and the level of trust among the team members is insufficient. I might end up incurring losses instead, being wrongfully accused as the wolf." In that instant, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming sense of distrust towards everyone. Even the sweet girl named Xiaolingxi seemed to morph into a wolf clad in human skin. Wait. The Jinshui amusement park is a multi-person realm, catering to all professions. Could there be a malevolent profession among the members? If there are no evil professions within the team, my actions would equate to an outright betrayal of my companions, rendering any further participation pointless. In essence, I must simultaneously lead the team to complete the project while unearthing the sinister individual among us. Indeed, it is truly an S-rank multiplayer realm, as challenging as the Mountain God Temple, albeit in a different sense. Even before the dungeon has commenced, a heavy weight settles upon Zhang Yuanqing's heart. I am familiar with the previous strategies, though not every detail is etched in my memory. Xiaolingxi remarked, "Oh dear, little sister, you are remarkable. Are you a member of the official organization? Would it trouble you to accompany your elder sister?" She sure, one excessively naive, the other harboring ulterior motives. Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the 2 women with an impassive demeanor. The Yibo, clad in a black hoodie, cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuanqing and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing replied, "My initial assessment suggests that the difficulty arises from facilities imbued with supernatural elements. Thus, other aspects may remain largely unchanged. Therefore, we might select a project with minimal difficulty based on the old strategies." A flicker of approval graced He Bo's somber expression as he nodded. That is precisely my intention. Truly, you are a seasoned player who has traversed multiple realms. He then addressed the group. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd nodded in unison, seemingly devoid of independent thought. He Bo turned to the young lady. Which facility do you believe we should experience? Xiaolingxi pursed her lips, her sparkling eyes darting around before she pointed towards the serpentine steel tracks, exclaiming, "That one seems the easiest." Upon seeing the roller coaster, the group collectively flinched, while Shisher's smile appeared strained. Why is that? The method for completing the old version was quite straightforward. Board the ride, keep your eyes shut throughout, and once the roller coaster traversed the tracks thrice, it would conclude. The youthful figure of Qi Tian Desheng gazed up at the towering steel tracks, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Pointing towards the nearby carousel, he inquired, "What about this one? I find it rather safe." Xiaolingxi shook her head, her expression grave as she replied, "The carousel is meant only for children. If adults embark upon it, they may never disembark, though it poses no tangible danger. It shall merely continue to spin." Is it a guaranteed demise once one boards? Qi Tian Desheng retreated a step, falling silent. If there are no objections, let us opt for the roller coaster. He Bo remarked nonchalantly. He suddenly chuckled. To be able to fit into Jinshui Amusement Park, I cannot assure you of their intellect. But I can confidently state that none are fools. He Bo, in a subtle contest for dominance and discourse, appeared deceptively simple at first glance. Yet those who can attain S rank are unlikely to possess genuine naivety. She sure had been discreetly probing the identities of others throughout, and her alluring demeanor was possibly a fade. As a father, he presented himself as earnest and unassuming. Yet his ability to incisively analyze supernatural elements reveals a complexity beneath his seemingly simple exterior. Qi Tian Desheng displayed a hint of cowardice and a touch of lechery. Lacking any remarkable traits, yet he was no troublemaker. Among this assembly, I perceive the greatest safety in the fire mage, provided he is indeed a pyromancer. Conversely, should he not be, he could prove to be the most perilous. Zhang Yuanqing contemplated the characteristics of his companions, raised his hand, and concurred, "I have no objections. Let us proceed with the roller coaster." Unbeknownst to him, he had subtly relinquished a portion of his initiative, no longer taking charge of every situation, yet maintaining a semblance of activity. He had perused the guide and realized that Xiaolingxi had not spoken falsely. The roller coaster, though seemingly perilous, was, in fact, the simplest of attractions. Of course, whether the mechanics of the roller coaster remained unchanged was uncertain, but could the other facilities be exempt from alterations? I held no objections. Indeed, I had no dissenting views. Very well, after all, it was all merely amusement. Having made their decision, the group proceeded towards the roller coaster, following the guidance of the signposts as they traversed the passageway into the building beneath the tracks. It was a modest hall. To the left of the entrance were lockers, and to the right, a ticket booth. As the crowd stepped into the hall, the familiar chime of the spirit realm echoed in their ears. Ding! You have received a roller coaster experience ticket. Please reach the upper level within 5 minutes. Superfluous matters. Zhang Yuanqing instinctively reached for the blue pill nestled in his pocket and found it still there. About to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the fire demon exclaim in alarm. The inventory cannot be opened. A wave of panic swept through the group as they immediately attempted to summon their inventories, only to discover that this feature appeared to be non-existent. The Monkey King spoke with trembling trepidation. I can no longer use my skills. What about you all? Zhang Yuanqing felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, instinctively. He attempted to invoke his night-wandering ability, only to find the power of attain firmly sealed within him. Each member of the party made their own attempts, and indeed, they all found themselves devoid of skills. This phenomenon weighed heavily on the minds of the spirit realm travelers. Without their abilities, what distinguished them from ordinary individuals? At this moment, the fatherly figure remarked, "While our active skills are rendered unusable, our passive abilities remain intact, and our physical prowess has not diminished. Since we have come this far, let us proceed." Zhang Yuanqing was the first to ascend the steps. The group, with heavy hearts, followed him up to the rooftop of the structure. The rooftop featured a platform laid with 2 iron tracks, upon which a 2-seater roller coaster was quietly displayed. The team members gazed at the roller coaster in silence, none daring to voice their thoughts. Oh, it is at times like this that my role as the captain of the Chinese team must shine through, aligning with the persona I initially presented. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. The last time I rode a roller coaster was during my school days, and I relished sitting in the front row. under the watchful gaze of the others. He took his place in the front row and fastened his safety belt. A sense of relief washed over the others, and they too climbed aboard. I have acrophobia. Shisher feigned a pitiful demeanor, hesitating between Zhang Yuanqing and Hebo. In that moment of indecision, the long-haired Xielingxi swiftly claimed the seat beside Zhang Yuanqing, leaving Shisher no choice but to opt for Hebo. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her, to which she responded with a sweet smile. Once everyone had secured their safety belts, Hebo in the second row calmly stated, "Remember to close your eyes. Do not open them regardless of what happens. Of course, if anyone wishes to validate the rules with their life, I welcome that as well. Your words leave much to be desired," Hua Mo retorted with a smirk. Meanwhile, the somewhat timid Sun Yukong appeared to be sidelined, sitting alone in the fourth row. At that moment, the track was electrified, and a thud resonated from the base of the carriage as the roller coaster began its slow ascent. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the car crawling along the iron rails. Initially, it moved at a languid pace, seemingly climbing a steep incline, until the coaster reached its zenith and came to a halt. In the next instant, a jarring sense of weightlessness enveloped him, accompanied by the fierce rush of wind and a startled gasp from the petite figure beside him. Zhang Yuanqing's body tensed as he attuned himself to the sounds around him, silently counting the seconds. After approximately 2 minutes, the speeding roller coaster decelerated and eventually came to a standstill. He exhaled silently, only to be startled by a scream from behind him. A shiver ran down his spine as he turned to look, his pupils dilating in horror. In the second row sat Hebo, his neck eerily vacant, having lost his own head. In the third row, the fire demon, drenched in blood, trembled as he cradled his own severed head, his voice quivering with despair. It's useless. Closing my eyes does not help." Hebo remained with his eyes tightly shut, his expression serene, seemingly oblivious to any pain. A chill surged through the hearts of the onlookers. Chapter 49. A desperate situation? Are the rules of closing one's eyes ineffective? Have the regulations of the amusement park transformed following its elevation to S-class? The crowd gazed upon Hebo's lifeless body and the fire demon's severed head, their faces etched with dread. As the roller coaster came to a halt, the 6 realm wanderers simultaneously received a notification. Next round will commence in 4:58:20. The next round would begin in 5 minutes. Sitting in the last row, the great sage Qi Tian gazed at the headless corpse of the river god ahead. His expression taught, if the rule of closing our eyes is rendered ineffective, then during the next round, there may still be casualties among us. We must urgently uncover the rules. Have any of you made any discoveries? The fire demon, still harboring traces of terror, hurled his head out of the car and, feeling agitated, snapped, "How can anyone discover the rules with their eyes shut the entire time?" The father of humanity furrowed his brow deeply. If the rule regarding closing our eyes has indeed changed, we must identify the new rules, or else we risk further fatalities in the subsequent 2 rounds. Shi-Chi bit her fiery red lips, reflecting, since we decided to board the roller coaster, I have been observant throughout, yet I have not uncovered any valuable clues or information. The absence of clues and information signifies the inability to devise a targeted strategy, compelling us to resort to the most rudimentary method of trial and error. Yet, the cost of such trial and error, the great sage Qi Tian's countenance darkened. An S-rank realm should hardly provide clear and explicit guidance for overcoming challenges. If it were that straightforward, would it still be classified as S-rank? Xielingxi pondered for a moment, then shared her perspective. I apologize, it was my fault. We were misled by the outdated strategies and missed an opportunity to seek out the rules. Tears glistened in her eyes, rendering her a picture of innocence and deep remorse. The great sage, equal to heaven, hastily remarked, "It matters not. Discussing this now is futile. The absence of information does not equate to a lack of solutions. While time remains, let us deliberate." After a brief pause, he continued, "If the rules of closing one's eyes have indeed shifted, there are but 2 possibilities. First, the roller coaster's rules have transformed into a one life per ride scenario, as evidenced by the river god. Or second, by closing our eyes, we have forfeited our opportunity to observe." Shisher's eyes sparkled with newfound appreciation, as if seeing him in a different light. Thus, we must not shut our eyes any longer. Zhang Yuanqing listened intently to his companion's discourse, his thoughts drifting far away. First, he dismissed the notion of supernatural elements, although his active abilities were suppressed as a deity of the night. His sensitivity to spirits remained intact. If malevolent spirits were indeed at play within the amusement park, he would certainly sense their presence. As it stands, the roller coaster still operates on 3 wheels. Since this aspect has not altered, why would the rule of closing one's eyes change? Perhaps it is not the rules that are lethal. A sudden realization struck Zhang Yuanqing, leading him to ponder a sinister possibility. Could it be the work of a malevolent individual concealed within the group, a rogue who has commenced their murderous intent? Yet, how could they have accomplished this? At that moment, ashamed to be a father turned to the fire demon and inquired, "When the river god perished, why did you not alert us? You waited until the ride had ceased to speak." The fire demon raised an eyebrow. "What do you imply?" The middle-aged man maintained his unassuming demeanor and replied calmly, "I am merely curious." The fire demon glared at him and exclaimed, "Of course I felt it." The head crashed right into my arms. But could I dare to speak? Could I even open my eyes? What if the moment I utter a warning, I become the next victim? The man known as Regretful Father refrained from further comment. Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "When did he die? Or more specifically, when did the head fall into your embrace?" The fire demon replied without hesitation, "It was during the descent of the second slope." Zhang Yuanqing immediately turned to Shisher. "You were right beside him. Did you sense anything amiss?" Shisher shook her head. I have acrophobia and was terrified, so I didn't pay attention to the surroundings." Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow deeply. Given the arrangement of the seats, the most likely culprits were Shisher, the fire demon, and Regretful Father. Setting aside the fact that the two could easily detect him, the force of the roller coaster could have thrown him out. Thus, her chances of being the perpetrator were slim. Meanwhile, with the ability to capture sound, he could directly pinpoint the murderer. He pondered these images while patiently awaiting the next development. Finally, they boarded the ride. As the 2-person roller coaster slowly commenced its journey, Zhang Yuanqing closed his eyes and could no longer perceive any visuals. However, the sounds remained. He detected the heartbeats and breaths of 7 individuals. Suddenly, a sharp scream escaped Shisher's lips as the roller coaster plummeted straight down, racing towards the second high slope amidst the thunderous noise. At that moment, one heartbeat from the back row ceased. "Ah, what happened to you?" Xiaolingxi exclaimed in shock, staring in disbelief at her companion, blood streaming from his nostrils. The other members ceased their discussions, their gazes drawn to the unfolding scene. It's nothing. Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand, wiping away the blood from his nose, enduring the sharp pain in his head as he chuckled. "I have had a habit of nosebleeds since childhood, particularly upon encountering beautiful maidens." Upon hearing this, Xiaolingxi felt a tinge of shyness. Shisher and the fire demon cast skeptical glances, while the middle-aged man, feeling a sense of paternal shame, merely shot him a fleeting look. Meanwhile, the great sage, seated at the back, seized the opportunity to steal a few glances at Xiaolingxi's visage and Shisher's bosom. Zhang Yuanqing maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly he was cursing under his breath. The silent and stealthy act of taking a life was undeniably terrifying. He needed to devise a strategy to thwart this individual. With 1 person slain per round, after 3 rounds, only 4 remained in the group, and we still had at least 1 more entertainment activity to partake in. How could we possibly proceed? If it came to such a dire point, it would be a near-certain death trap. Whether the perpetrator was a villain or merely the rules of the roller coaster ride, the outcome remained unchanged. The more Zhang Yuanqing pondered, the more anxious he became, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Every individual was a suspect, including Xiaolingxi beside him and the great sage at the back. His gaze swept over the assembly, Xiaolingxi, deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Shisher, her expression fraught with unease, the silent middle-aged man, the great sage, concealing a flicker of panic in his eyes, and the foul-mouthed fire demon. In that moment, he felt as though they were all merely playing roles, each harboring ulterior motives. The crisis within this scenario extended beyond mere entertainment. It lay within the very fabric of the Lingjing practitioners themselves. Yuan Shi Tianzun cursed silently in his heart. Simultaneously, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why was it the river god who had perished? The malevolent fiends engage in random killings, or perhaps there lies another motive. Suppose I were a werewolf, granted a single opportunity to slay at random. Whom would I choose? Pondering this, Zhang Yuanqing found his answer. He would eliminate the most astute individual in the group. Contemplating such a notion sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 50. The captain's authority with the river deity now deceased, he was undeniably the next target. Meanwhile, Shisher, displaying a sense of urgency, urged, "We have but 1 minute left. Make your decision swiftly." Shall we continue with our eyes shut, or shall we open them? Xianlingxi timidly raised her hand, proposing, "Perhaps we should vote?" The fire demon proclaimed loudly, "I choose to open my eyes. I refuse to have another head roll into my lap, or witness one of our own inexplicably lose theirs. By opening our eyes, we may grasp a sliver of hope and potentially deduce the underlying rules." Shisha glanced at Zhang Yuanqing with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Noticing his silence, she continued, "I too believe that opening our eyes is preferable. The sensation of keeping them shut is utterly dreadful." The father, burdened with regret, paused for a few seconds before voicing his agreement. Xianlingxi chimed in, "I concur as well." Observing the unfolding situation, the Monkey King realized his vote held no weight. "It appears I have no choice. To open our eyes? If the rules of this deadly game were to shift, that would be one matter. Yet, if my suspicions are correct, and it is indeed the malevolent beings who are slaying, have you considered the ramifications of opening your eyes?" A chill coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He was on the verge of confessing the truth about the traitor within the team, yet the realm had provided a warning, insisting on the concealment of identities. This served not only as a safeguard for the nefarious individuals, but also for the captain. After all, this was not merely a game where everyone was aware of the wolves from the outset and tasked with identifying them. The group was hastily assembled. Could one truly place trust in every word spoken? The concealment of identities was evidently a balancing mechanism within the scenario. To carelessly divulge such information could trigger punitive measures. However, allowing the situation to persist was not an option, for failure was not an option. An idea sparked in my mind, albeit fraught with peril. Zhang Yuanqing ceased his hesitation and spoke gravely. "Is there a possibility, and I emphasize if the rule of closing one's eyes remains unchanged? Have you considered the consequences? In the previous round, only one river god perished, and 2 more rounds remain. At most, 2 additional lives could be lost. The choice between complete annihilation and the loss of 2 individuals. Do I truly need to elaborate?" The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Noticing the absence of dissent, Zhang Yuanqing subtly exhaled, declaring, "I have another plan." Shisha's face brightened with anticipation. "What is the plan?" "We could designate one person to remain on the platform as an observer, while the others close their eyes and ride the roller coaster. This way, we would have someone watching, and those on the ride would not face unnecessary risks, thus averting total annihilation." The group paused in surprise. The fire demon furrowed his brow. Expressing irritation, the scenario's information does not explicitly state that we must experience the facility together, yet it does not imply that we may either. You must understand the inherent risks this entails. The realm will not clearly outline all the rules, allowing you to proceed methodically. Such simplicity is a luxury seldom afforded. For instance, the information provided indicates team formation, yet it fails to disclose the consequences of not forming a team. Perhaps there are none. Or perhaps severing ties with the group could lead to demise. Zhang Yuanqing spoke slowly. "Thus, I shall bear this risk. I will remain." After stating this, he fixed his gaze intently on his companions. At this moment, any dissent would brand one as the true villain. "I have no objections. Neither do I, little brother. We are counting on you. Wang Tai, you must exercise caution." No one opposed. The villain proved to be more astute than I had anticipated. Observing the situation, Zhang Yuanqing sighed inwardly, then unfastened his seatbelt and stepped off the roller coaster. If remaining poses a risk, then the antagonist in this round effectively has the capacity to eliminate 2 individuals. In light of the majority's agreement, acquiescing to the flow of events seems a prudent choice, which attests to the villain's cunning. However, for Zhang Yuanqing, staying behind, despite the inherent peril, was preferable to certain death aboard the ride. At that moment, the countdown concluded, and with a resounding thud, the roller coaster began to move slowly. Zhang Yuanqing's body tensed, his senses alert to the lurking dangers around him, while his keen eyes fixated on the steadily ascending coaster. Sound could not provide feedback, but the visuals would certainly convey the truth, should the murderer dare to strike. He would swiftly unearth their identity, for he did not believe that the villain could kill merely by will, as this would contravene the balance mechanism. Upon reaching the apex, the coaster suddenly plummeted, executing a free fall. The delicate beauty aboard once more emitted a brief, startled cry. With a thunderous roar, the roller coaster came to a halt, and the team members aboard immediately opened their eyes, their expressions taut as they surveyed their surroundings with trepidation. "No one has died. This time, no one has perished," she sure exclaimed in delight. The others wore expressions of joy, their previously tense features now relaxed. Xielingxi blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired with a smile. Have you observed any phenomena? The team members immediately turned their gaze to Zhang Yuanqing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, as I suspected. It is not the rules that claim lives, but rather the murderer. Zhang Yuanqing remarked. I saw nothing. He subtly hinted to his teammates. Since the rule of keeping one's eyes closed remains unchanged, how did the river god meet his demise? Think for yourselves. Upon hearing this, the team members fell silent, deep in contemplation. For the next 5 minutes, they exhibited an unusual quietness, refraining from communication and discussion, until they completed the third round under Zhang Yuanqing's watchful gaze. Phew. It's over. She sure eagerly unfastened her seatbelt and, with long strides, leapt off the roller coaster as if escaping. Zhang Yuanqing observed her. And once the remaining teammates disembarked, he cheerfully remarked, Now it's my turn. Please wait here for a moment. The roller coaster slowed and came to a halt on the rooftop platform. Zhang Yuanqing released his seatbelt and joined the teammates who had been waiting nearby. As he stepped onto the concrete surface, he suddenly felt a sense of having survived a great ordeal, accompanied by weariness. Finally, they had completed an entertainment project with only one teammate lost, which was still within a manageable limit. Alas, they had narrowly avoided total annihilation. It was exceedingly difficult, S-level tasks are too arduous. Zhang Yuanqing thought, feeling emotionally drained. However, upon seeing the equally fatigued expressions on his companions' faces, a sense of equilibrium washed over him. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing received a notification in his mind. You have completed the initial task, roller coaster, successfully activating the heart-pounding series of quests, which includes the haunted house in the roller coaster underground parking and the detective mystery hall. Please proceed to the second location within half an hour. Ghosts, haunted houses. As he listened to the notification echoing in his mind, Zhang Yuanqing's expression instantly froze. The smiles on the faces of Xielingxi, the beauty Shi Shi, the middle-aged man, the fire demon, and the great sage equal to heaven gradually faded away. The roller coaster was part of the heart-pounding series, and it included a haunted house. Zhang Yuanqing sharply turned to look at the girl with long black hair. Simultaneously, another notification sounded in his mind. Ding. You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You now have the opportunity to exercise the authority of a captain. Please identify the evildoer hidden among your team members. The designated individual will face annihilation. Failure to make a choice within 30 seconds will be considered a forfeiture of this opportunity. Chapter 51, Underground Parking. Designate the murderer, annihilation. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to the notification by his ear, he maintained a calm demeanor, while a realization dawned upon him. He had previously found it peculiar that the quest assigned him the role of captain, yet required secrecy, preventing him from exposing the traitor. What significance did such a captaincy hold? Now, he understood, the captain's authority lay in this very moment. Who would he choose to eliminate? Zhang Yuanqing's mind raced with thoughts, quickly honing in on 3 individuals, Xielingxi, the fire demon, and Shi Shi. Among these 3, he felt the strongest inclination to eliminate the girl with long black hair. Despite being a delicate and endearing beauty, upon hearing that the subsequent experience included a haunted house, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but feel an impulse to eliminate her. However, this was merely a fleeting whim. The previous guide did not mention any series of events, at least not explicitly. This alteration appears to have arisen following the difficulty adjustment of the Jinshui amusement park. Xielingxi was likely unaware of this as well. Given the S-level difficulty of the spiritual realm, it seems that regardless of which entertainment facility we choose to experience, we are destined to end up in the haunted house. It is inescapable, with only the sequence of our haunted house encounters differing. Currently, the information at hand is woefully insufficient, making it nearly impossible to unmask the malevolent perpetrator. Our efforts rely equally on deduction and conjecture, but the accuracy of our guesses remains tenuous. Should we mistakenly accuse the wrong individual, we risk losing a valuable team member, thereby placing ourselves at a disadvantage. Conversely, if we choose an action, it is almost certain that I will be the next victim, perhaps by a stroke of luck. I might inadvertently expose the true culprit. Caught in this dilemma, I am torn between the urge to embark on a risky venture guided by instinct and the prudent option of observing further. Both paths entail their own set of risks. Since I, as the captain, find myself unable to make a decisive choice, I wonder what thoughts occupy the mind of the traitorous accomplice at this moment. Zhang Yuanqing resolves to approach the problem from a different angle. His hidden task is likely to commit murder, yet it remains uncertain whether he is aware of the captain's existence. I shall set that consideration aside for now. Earlier, I noted the absence of any anomalies, and the unchanged guide implies a clear indication. The murderer is not foolish. He must be aware of my suspicions regarding a traitor within the ranks. Consequently, he will likely act with caution, seeking the opportune moment to eliminate me. The timing of such an opportunity is crucial. The character's identity is a concealed mission, not a primary objective. The murderer must also consider that killing too swiftly may escalate his own risks and subsequent tasks. The Golden Water Amusement Park presents an S-level difficulty. Zhang Yuanqing doubts that the wicked individual's mission merely involves reducing the team members. If it were that simple, it would not warrant an S-level classification. Continuing along this line of thought, upon realizing that evading the terrifying supernatural tasks is impossible, the murderer is unlikely to resort to frequent killings, as he requires allies and expendable pawns. I, exhibiting a certain level of capability, am a prime candidate. Therefore, the moment to take my life should occur after navigating the haunted house, or perhaps during the process. These are merely my conjectures, awaiting validation. I shall use the underground parking lot to test him. With half an hour remaining until the next task, I will seize this opportunity to gauge the situation once more. Having come to this conclusion, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to relinquish his captaincy for this round. Damn it, in the end, I still cannot escape the haunted house. In the square, the fire demon, having received the spiritual realm prompt, was somewhat on edge, glaring angrily at the delicate young girl. Damn it. You're going to get me killed. Xiaolingxi pouted, feeling wronged, and replied, I don't want that either. I am also perplexed by the transformation of the S-level spiritual realm, as I have never experienced it before. The fire demon, agitated, tugged at his fiery red hair, cursing, had I known, I would not have heeded your advice. What now? The haunted house is undoubtedly perilous. What was the strategy from the previous version? I believe we should discuss this among ourselves. Xiaolingxi shook her head. I do not know. There are too many attractions in the amusement park. I only remember a portion. Don't know? Do you think I would believe that? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? The fire demon erupted in fury. Why are you so fierce? Xiaolingxi's eyes brimmed with tears. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, likely still a high school student, and after being yelled at by the fire demon, she looked both wronged and innocent. On the verge of tears. Enough. A rare display of assertiveness emerged from the simple and honest middle-aged man as he intervened to halt the quarrel. He gazed calmly at the fire demon. No one can fully comprehend the amusement park after the difficulty has changed. This is not her fault. Moreover, the decision to choose the roller coaster was the result of a collective vote. The middle-aged man's reasoning was sound, yet the fire demon, infuriated, refused to listen, glaring back. I am speaking. What concern is it of yours? Are you trying to play the Good Samaritan here? I am not playing the Good Samaritan. I merely wish for you to cease your tirade. If you are unwilling to quiet down, I can assist you in that regard. A flicker of menace flashed in the eyes of the seemingly honest middle-aged man. Zhang Yuanqing, recognizing it was time for him to intervene, quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, and said with a smile, let us remain calm. If we continue this bickering, half an hour will have passed. Dear sir, grant me a favor. Once we conquer the Golden Water Amusement Park, I shall treat you to a drink. Brother Hua, should you venture beyond the realm of spirits, feel free to seek me out. I hail from Yangqing, renowned for its exquisite white-cut chicken, succulent and tender, with an irresistible juiciness. His light-hearted banter and playful demeanor diffused the previously tense atmosphere. The fire demon and the middle-aged man discreetly sidestepped the matter, allowing it to fade into the background. The 6 of them followed the signs, departing from the square and meandering through the brilliantly illuminated amusement park. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, while the pitch-black sky loomed overhead like an endless curtain of darkness, devoid of stars or moonlight. The enchanting and resplendent lights of the amusement park served as the sole source of illumination in this realm. The unmanned roller coaster thundered along its tracks. The swinging pendulum and pirate ship swayed relentlessly. The carousel twirled slowly to the tune of cheerful music. The driverless bumper cars collided recklessly across the arena, creating a chaotic scene. The atmosphere shifted abruptly from a fairy tale dream to something more sinister. Throughout this journey, silence enveloped the group. An air of tension permeated as they maintained a deliberate distance from one another, neither too far nor too close. Clearly, They had begun to grasp my subtle hints and were starting to question the circumstances surrounding the river lord's demise. I now needed to probe each of them one by one, and alas, concealing my identity had become quite a burden. Zhang Yuanqing had, in fact, ceased to care whether his identity as captain would be unveiled, for it no longer held significance. Once the malevolent forces found a suitable opportunity, he would be the first to perish, without a moment's hesitation. He strode swiftly towards Xianlingxi and inquired, "Lingxi, are you a high school student? Where are you from?" "I hail from Jiangnan province. I am Wang Tai, and I am currently in my 3rd year of high school." "How fortunate. I am a student at Jiangnan University. Shall we exchange phone numbers? Once we conquer the Jinshui amusement park, I could assist you with your homework, providing personalized, one-on-one tutoring." "That sounds wonderful. But do you have a boyfriend?" "Why do you ask? If you have a boyfriend, it would be inconvenient for me to tutor you privately." Why is that?" "Sister Shishir, what is your profession?" "I am a nurse." "A nurse? The kind that wears a uniform and administers injections?" Zhang Yuanqing expressed admiration. "I hold great respect for the angels in white." Shishir's eyes sparkled with allure as she responded, "In truth, there is no need for such reverence. I prefer men who are wild and a bit rough, those who can take charge of me." Zhang Yuanqing paused briefly before breaking into a smile. "Perhaps we could share a bed sometime." He then approached a middle-aged man, casually stating, "Sir, do you have a daughter?" The man narrowed his eyes and grunted in acknowledgement. Zhang Yuanqing, intrigued, asked, "Your relationship with your daughter must be quite strained, I presume?" The man's once amiable expression darkened instantly, his voice icy as he retorted, "That is none of your concern." "Apologies, apologies." Distancing himself from the middle-aged man, he swiftly caught up with the red-haired youth ahead. This individual was gaunt, with small, sharp eyes and slanting eyebrows, exuding an air of impatience and rudeness. After a few flattering remarks from Zhang Yuanqing, the fire demon revealed a smile, finding the young man's words quite pleasant and expressing a willingness to engage in conversation. When Zhang Yuanqing inquired about his opinions on their teammates, the fire demon candidly remarked, "These teammates are rather peculiar. The young girl feigns vulnerability throughout, while the voluptuous woman seems approachable to anyone. Yet, when I asked her on the roller coaster platform if she wanted to join me for a ride, she completely ignored me. That middle-aged man appears to be the least trustworthy. He is utterly useless. Brother Wang Tai, you are the only one in this team I find agreeable." "Flattery, flattery, Brother Hua. I too believe you are the most reliable one here." In the end, Zhang Yuanqing approached the spirited young man clad in tight pants and quirky shoes, saying, "Great sage, may I have a word?" The great sage cast a lingering glance at Xianlingxi before following Zhang Yuanqing aside. "What is it?" he inquired, directing a curious gaze at this sociable young man. "What do you think of those two girls?" Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. The great sage glanced at Xianlingxi. "She is beautiful, with a pert posterior, though her bust is modest. As for Shishir, she has ample bosom and a round backside, yet she seems disinterested in engaging with others." Regarding the fire demon and the middle-aged man, the great sage deemed the former irritable and difficult to deal with, while he maintained a respectful distance from him. The latter was taciturn but occasionally offered sound advice. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly whispered, "If I perish, you must do everything in your power to eliminate that man. He is an embodiment of malevolence." Qi Tian Dashing was taken aback, his eyes widening momentarily, instinctively parting his lips before swiftly closing them again, his expression shifting to one of vigilance and caution. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the underground parking garage located on the western side of the amusement park, halting at the incline's entrance. As they peered down the slope, they beheld the garage illuminated by bright lights, where a number of dust-covered vehicles were arranged in an orderly fashion. The atmosphere within the garage was eerily silent. Zhang Yuanqing turned to Xianlingxi, speaking on behalf of the group. "What is the strategy for this challenge?" Chapter 52. Everyone must perish. Noticing the eager gazes directed at her, Xianlingxi pressed her lips together and, with a sweet and clear voice, explained. In the previous version of the strategy, the spirit realm travelers were required to navigate through the underground parking garage. During this endeavor, a mechanical being would appear every 3 minutes to pursue any traveler who entered the garage. Those who were caught would be eliminated. The objective for the spirit realm travelers is to locate the controller and shut down the mechanical being's power before all are eliminated. The controller is hidden within one of the vehicles in the garage. The temperamental fire demon suddenly understood, stating, "So it's about locating the controller to deactivate the mechanical being, correct?" "Wang Tai, what are your thoughts?" As the others pondered this information, They immediately turned their gazes toward Zhang Yuanqing, curious to see what insights this capable young man, who had adeptly navigated the crisis in the first task, might offer. The crude fire master, your method of extracting the essence is utterly barbaric, Zhang Yuanqing articulated. In the previous version of the amusement park, elimination meant a deduction of experience points rather than death. However, with the difficulty now escalated to S level, the correct interpretation of elimination is that every 3 minutes, one person will perish. Shishi's charming visage shifted slightly. We have a maximum of only 18 minutes. The paternal figure slowly shook his head. No, it is imperative that we avoid casualties in this round. The more individuals who enter the haunted house, the greater the probability of survival. Father, your words almost imply that the haunted house requires cannon fodder. Zhang Yuanqing sighed. Lingxi, will our skills be sealed in the parking lot? The fire demon pondered for a moment before suggesting, once we enter the parking lot, let us act separately. This will expedite the search for the key. The Monkey King swiftly shook his head. In such a perilous place, acting separately is tantamount to courting death. The fire demon glared, dismissively retorting, are you simply afraid of dying, you useless wretch? A flicker of anger crossed the Monkey King's eyes. Yet he hesitated before the fire demon, snorting coldly. Regardless, I do not recommend splitting up. Dividing our actions would be the most prudent approach, provided there are no traitors among us. Zhang Yuanqing interjected, cutting off the burgeoning dispute. Let us proceed inside. Formulating a strategy necessitates ample information. He led the way down the steep slope, entering the underground parking lot illuminated by glaring white lights. As he descended the incline, Zhang Yuanqing surveyed his surroundings, his lips twitching involuntarily. The underground parking lot is vast, akin to that of a large shopping mall, where vehicles are meticulously parked in their designated spaces. A plethora of car models fills the expanse, their roofs coated with a thick layer of dust. As Xiaolingxi and her companions enter the parking area, the sight before them causes the fire demon to frown. With so many cars, how will we ever find what we seek? Sure, her enchanting visage clouded with concern. Suggests, shall we split up? With this multitude of vehicles, it may take an eternity to locate our target. The others remained silent, as they simultaneously received the notification from the quest. Ding! The team has entered the underground parking lot. The experience begins, and unnecessary items have been cleared from your inventory. Tip 1, Controller. Tip 2, Car Key. Wishing you good fortune. Countdown, 002. 55. Their active skills have been sealed once more. The inventory is also inaccessible. Cursed be these skill seals. The expressions of the team members shift subtly. Yet Zhang Yuanqing's focus is drawn to the two notifications. Surprising hints? The old strategy guide made no mention of any clues for this level. S-rank dungeons typically do not offer overt hints. Instead, they require the realm walkers to observe, contemplate, and deduce patterns to find a way forward. The fact that the underground parking lot provides such explicit clues as the controller and key signifies a high level of danger. Otherwise, the realm would not present such hints. Zhang Yuanqing murmurs, everyone, the situation appears rather dire. The crowd momentarily froze, breaking free from the panic of their skills being sealed, and after carefully contemplating the dungeon prompt, their expressions turned grave. The car key. The impatient fire demon strode swiftly to the nearest van, attempting to open the door, only to find it locked. He turned sideways, swinging his elbow in an effort to shatter the glass. The resounding crash echoed, yet the glass remained intact, without so much as a crack. Unable to break it, it appeared that to locate the controller, they must first find the car key. Spitting out in frustration, the fire demon cursed. I suggest we split up. Zhang Yuan surveyed the group, noticing they shared this sentiment, and promptly replied, that's fine, but let us not scatter too far apart. We must remain within each other's line of sight. Time is of the essence. Let us move. The countdown loomed like a specter of doom, and the 6 spiritual realm practitioners ceased their hesitations, each beginning their search in the parking lot. The expansive parking area was eerily silent, save for the sound of their footsteps. Zhang Yuan deliberately lagged behind to ensure that everyone remained within view, while simultaneously continuing his quest for the car key. Something felt amiss with this task. The underground parking lot was vast, and it seemed implausible to find the controller within 3 minutes. It was unlikely they would perish here without discovering. Lost in his thoughts, Zhang Yuan suddenly heard Xiaolingxi crouch down to peer beneath a vehicle in the left foreground. Moments later, she erupted with joy, exclaiming, I found the car key. It's underneath this SUV. She raised her delicate arm, showcasing the key, and simultaneously pressed the unlock button. The parking lot lay in silent stillness, devoid of any vehicular response. Xiaolingxi's small face transformed with disappointment as she pitifully remarked, "The car is not nearby." Observing her dismay, the group resumed their search. Soon, the great sage declared loudly, "I've found the car keys." He pressed the unlock button, and the sound of 2 beeps echoed, accompanied by the flashing of the tail lights. The crowd surged forward, flinging open all 4 doors, their gazes scouring the interior. A father, filled with regret, lamented, "There's nothing here." Just then, Xiaolingxi, with keen eyes, leaned into the vehicle, her small rear lifted, retrieving a card from beneath the seat. This was a card made of metal, coated with a layer of gold paint, depicting a crystal-clear pool of water at its center. As they gazed at this card, a message materialized in their minds. Life concentrate. Type, potion, function, healing. Description, a potion infused with immense vitality, capable of healing all external injuries. Note, as a consumable, it incurs no cost. Life concentrate? Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. I recall that the life essence is an item associated with the bard profession. Who would have thought we could find consumables in the car? Do you think other vehicles might contain them as well? Such speculations significantly elevated their chances of success in the quest. If the team were to learn that their leader was merely a novice embarking on his second venture into the spirit realm, they might have mixed feelings. Let us secure it for now. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the countdown, urging, "We must continue searching for the car keys. Time is not on our side." The crowd dispersed once more, swiftly searching for the car keys. As Zhang Yuanqing scoured the vicinity, he pondered the ominous implications of receiving both hints and consumables. The peril of this level likely exceeded expectations. The assailant would undoubtedly discern this as well, and he could only hope that the perpetrator would refrain from further violence, preserving the lives of his teammates, for otherwise they would be unable to conquer this haunted house. As time ticked away, the absence of a third car key heightened the anxiety among the realm walkers, their search becoming increasingly frantic. Just then, the vigilant Qi Tian Desheng, who had been monitoring the countdown, exclaimed, "Time's up." In the next instant, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from afar, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. They turned towards the source of the sound, where a towering figure emerged at the entrance of the underground parking lot. Standing at a formidable height of nearly 2 meters, it was entirely enveloped in metal, its eyes glowing ominously red, and wielding a 3-foot-long chainsaw. "Everyone's doomed. We're all going to die," shouted Xiaolingxi. The engine roared violently as the Autobot slid forward, racing dozens of meters towards them. "Scatter!" Zhang Yuanqing bellowed. The group erupted in all directions like bowling pins struck by a ball. Xiaolingxi, seemingly less agile than her companions, was a beat too slow to evade. She was knocked down by the robot, letting out a muffled groan as her lower back collided with the vehicle, plunging her into darkness, the pain rendering her unable to rise. Gas expelled from the vents at the Autobot's ankles, allowing it to decelerate with an abruptness impossible for humans, raising the chainsaw high, ready to strike. The sound of the chainsaw's motor echoed ominously, akin to the whispers of the Grim Reaper. The young girl turned pale, her face etched with despair. Chapter 53. The method to break the deadlock clatter. The short, urgent footsteps resounded as a father, burdened with guilt, hunched over and sprinted forward, crashing his shoulder violently against the steel frame of the automaton. Despite his formidable strength capable of collapsing a wall, the automaton merely staggered from the impact. The chainsaw grazed past Xiaolingxi, striking the concrete floor, its rapid rotation carving a deep line into the ground. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing regained his composure. His leg muscles surged, unleashing an unprecedented speed as he dashed to Xiaolingxi's side, gripping the young girl's shoulder and pulling her back, tossing her towards the waiting Shishi. Simultaneously, he seized the automaton's hand that wielded the chainsaw, shouting, "Together, let us wrest his weapon from him." His voice resonated like a tolling bell, rousing the panic-stricken fire demon and the Monkey King, both of whom lunged at the automaton. The furious fire master collided with the automaton's back, while the Monkey King, alongside Zhang Yuanqing, grasped the chainsaw in an attempt to wrest it away. "You shall all perish. You shall all perish." A resounding declaration emanated from the automaton's chest speaker, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. Its mechanical arms whirred, abruptly swinging out and hurling Zhang Yuanqing and the Monkey King aside. The latter fell heavily to the ground like a sack of potatoes, stunned and disoriented, while the former deftly adjusted his balance mid-air, executing 2 backflips to dissipate the force, landing gracefully. A wooden demon? Is this creature a wooden demon? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing immediately identified the profession of the Monkey King. The recent display of deflecting force was not merely a result of physical prowess. It required a special technique, which he deduced aligned most closely with the wood spirit. Clang, clang, clang. As a father, he pounded relentlessly on the metallic frame of the Autobot, his fists falling like rain. Yet, with a mere sweep of its arm, the Autobot sent him sprawling, subsequently brandishing a chainsaw to initiate the pursuit. In this perilous moment, the seemingly unassuming middle-aged man exhibited a battle prowess and agility that belied his demeanor, his brows knitted in fierce determination. Utilizing the parked cars around him, he evaded the relentless onslaught of the chainsaw through a series of sprinting, leaping, and rolling maneuvers. Danger lurked at every turn. Damn it! The fire demon cursed as he charged forward, leaping to deliver a kick to the Autobot's back. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, only for his right palm to be severed and fall to the ground with a thud. The fire demon then crashed to the earth, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Bam! Zhang Yuanqing's fist struck the Autobot's iron chest, a jarring pain coursing through him as though his bones might shatter. His once mighty fists, capable of bringing down an octogenarian, now felt like mere child's play. The target of the pursuit transformed from 1 to 2. Relying on the resilience of the Night Wanderer, Zhang Yuanqing narrowly evaded the lethal strikes while rapidly conjuring strategies. Overwhelmed and unable to escape, he realized that this was a complete annihilation scenario. Under the constraint of sealed abilities, how could he possibly survive beneath the Autobot's grasp? Even in an S-level spiritual realm, it is inconceivable to arrange a task that guarantees a certain death. There must be a method to unravel it, though I have yet to discover it. If only there were a sanctuary akin to the Mountain God Temple. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Yuanqing's mind as he exclaimed, "Get into the vehicle, quickly!" The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, the Monkey King hastily retrieved his car keys and pressed the unlock button. A few meters behind, the recently unlocked vehicle emitted 2 beeps. Pale-faced, Xiaolingxi fished her car keys from her pocket and pressed the unlock button. Moments later, a black SUV responded with a beep and flashing tail lights. So it was here. Sister Shisher, let us hurry. Xiaolingxi called out with delight. This way, this way. You go first. The middle-aged man ducked to evade the chainsaw strike, his voice low and grave. Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's hesitation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your skills are too rudimentary. You hardly resemble an experienced practitioner of the spiritual realm. If I leave, you will surely perish." Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of defiance at the implication that he could not excel in battle, yet he refrained from being obstinate and turned to flee. He dashed toward the SUV, flung open the rear door, and poked his head out, urging, "Hurry." The fatherly figure immediately abandoned the automaton and sprinted towards him. The automobile being surged forth with a thunderous roar, its wheels gliding across the ground as it propelled forward. As a father, his facial muscles were taut, veins on his forehead bulging, and his expression was contorted with fear, yet he still could not outpace the automaton. Zhang Yuanqing shouted, "Switch sides." He forcefully slammed the car door shut and opened the other side. The father, filled with trepidation, lunged to the left, narrowly escaping the sweeping chainsaw, rolling and scrambling to the opposite side of the vehicle before swiftly diving through the door. Bang! The door slammed shut, gas expelled from the automaton's ankle vents, dissipating its momentum as it halted beside the car, chainsaw in hand. In that moment, the 4 individuals inside the vehicle collectively held their breath. They endured the silence for half a minute, until Zhang Yuanqing, feeling a wave of relief, observed the automaton standing outside, glancing around anxiously, and remarked with a smile, "It seems my judgment was accurate." Shisher immediately cast an admiring glance his way, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable. No wonder you are an experienced spirit realm traveler." The father shot him a sidelong glance, sensing that he had discerned his novice status. Zhang Yuanqing responded with a subtle smile, "I merely possess a keen eye for observation." Xiaolingxi blinked her sparkling eyes, inquiring, "Are you a scout?" "Certainly not. How could I possibly be an eye worth 75 gold coins?" Zhang Yuanqing chuckled silently. Xiaolingxi refrained from further questioning, sweetly expressing, "Thank you, uncle, and thank you, brother Wang Tai, for saving me just now." The father nodded slightly. Xielingxi did not appear to be a practitioner of close combat, while Shishir seemed rather cautious, making it difficult to deduce her profession at the moment. The fire demon was likely a fire mage, and although his temper was easily masked, it was impossible for him to conceal it entirely without revealing a flaw. The feeling of shame as a father evokes a certain resonance, reminiscent of Oxiangrong. Previously, I could not discern the middle-aged man's profession, but through the recent skirmish, Zhang Yuanqing sensed the palpable hostility emanating from the father figure, who displayed a remarkable proficiency in close combat. This striking similarity to Oxiangrong lingered in his thoughts. If he were indeed a bewitching entity, might he not be overly gentle? However, Oxiangrong had been mentally compromised at that time, rendering him an unreliable standard for comparison. Should the uncle align with the bewitching forces, the likelihood of his being a nefarious character is considerably high. After the mission concludes, should I consider eliminating him? To navigate the underground parking lot, assistance is required for the quest to locate the keys and to collectively combat the adversaries. Under such circumstances, the probability of resorting to violence against the murderer significantly diminishes. While contemplating this, he heard Xielingxi exclaim with delight, "Oh, I've found another card. Beep. Your conditions have been met. Do you wish to eliminate a team member? Failure to make a choice within 30 seconds will be regarded as forfeiting this opportunity. Beep. You have forfeited this opportunity." Inside the vehicle, the group's attention turned to Xielingxi as she retrieved a metallic card from the sun visor of the passenger seat. The gilded surface bore an inscription, "You have gained an opportunity to use an item." An opportunity to utilize an item? Zhang Yuanqing observed Shishir, Xielingxi, and the middle-aged man, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. In comparison to the life essence elixir, the card granting the chance to employ an item appeared far more significant. The adept use of props can resolve a predicament, while the life elixir may save one's life, yet cannot avert a crisis. At this moment, the Autobots outside were vociferously declaring that everyone was doomed, reluctantly sliding away. Concurrently, the group witnessed the countdown reappear, but this time, the limit had diminished to 2 minutes and 40 seconds, a reduction of 20 seconds. There existed another possibility. As Xielingxi expressed her view, opening a vehicle incurs a loss of 10 seconds. The four of them fell into silence. Regardless of the scenario, neither was favorable. Shishir's complexion turned ashen. "The S-level instance is exceedingly challenging. I never wish to endure it a second time. Is there truly an instance beyond S-level in this world?" Zhang Yuanqing lamented with a wry smile. The four opened the car doors and chanced upon the Monkey King assisting the fire demon. The latter having fashioned a rudimentary bandage from his short sleeves around his wrist, though it proved ineffective in stemming the flow of blood. Within the brief moments they had concealed themselves in the vehicle, blood had already saturated the fire demon's trousers, his pallor a stark indication of severe blood loss. His condition was dire. The Monkey King approached the group, gesturing towards the wound. The fire demon, reluctant to speak, weakly implored, "Little girl, where is that card of yours? Hand it over to me." Xielingxi scrunched her nose in defiance. "I need to keep it for my own survival." "Why should I give it to you?" The fire demon, infuriated, retorted, "I knew you were just pretending. Beneath that facade lies a heart of darkness." Xielingxi pouted, feeling wronged. "Why do you speak of me in such a manner? I am still underage. The task within the underground parking lot remains unfinished. The search for the key necessitates manpower. Without rescuing the fire demon, his demise is inevitable, which would not only delay the progress of the mission but also result in a reduction of our team." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing proposed, "Let us hold a vote." The outcome revealed that, apart from Xielingxi, everyone else cast their votes in favor. Reluctantly, Xielingxi tossed the life essence card to the fire demon. Ding. Injury detected. Would you like to use the life essence? Yes. The metallic card emitted an ethereal spring of water, enveloping the severed wrist of the fire demon. Moments later, flesh and blood regenerated, and a new hand gradually took shape. The pallid fire demon appeared revitalized. Upon seeing the injured party restored, the Monkey King immediately remarked, "Shishir will convey the speculations from the vehicle to the others." The Monkey King furrowed his brow as the fire demon exclaimed, "Damn it, if this continues, will those Autobots not cease until they annihilate us completely?" Given the S-level difficulty, that seems plausible, Zhang Yuanqing sighed. Shishir gulped nervously and urged, "Do not squander time. We must locate the controller and shut down the Autobots' power before the worst unfolds." Xielingxi surveyed the myriad of vehicles, both near and far, as well as those out of sight, her brows knitted in concern. How can we possibly find it all? Anxiety and despair began to swell within each heart. First, we must find the key, then the controller. After several attempts, the 3-minute interval would be exhausted. Alas, Zhang Yuanqing sighed once more and spoke. I have a method. If feasible, it should enable us to successfully navigate the parking lot. What? This phrase resonated in the hearts of the team members like a celestial melody. They swiftly turned to gaze at Wang Tai, astonished yet elated. Chapter 54 finally perished. Under the fervent scrutiny of his teammates, Zhang Yuanqing articulated his thoughts. I possess an item that can ensnare the automaton, granting us ample time to locate the controller. As a father, Shi Shi and Xielingxi furrowed their brows in concern. Meanwhile, Hua Mo and Qi Tian de Sheng appeared bewildered. An item? Haven't our skills and items been sealed? Shi Shi, donning a charming smile, elaborated. Earlier, while in the vehicle, we discovered a card that stated we could utilize an item once. The prospect of using an item sparked joy in Hua Mo and Qi Tian de Sheng, but it was quickly followed by skepticism. The latter tentatively inquired, are you suggesting that you would use the item to confront the automaton alone, buying us time? This notion seemed precarious. Unless our active skills were unsealed in conjunction with the item, perhaps we could contend with that robot. Even Xielingxi, usually gentle, concurred with Hua Mo, softly asserting, as a father, I must say this idea is fraught with peril. If a single item could effortlessly resolve danger, then this card would not have surfaced in the vehicle. He cautioned Zhang Yuanqing against misjudging the situation and wasting a card in vain. An S-level task could not be so easily surmounted. Clearly, the team members found Wang Tai's proposal dubious, yet due to the prestige Zhang Yuanqing had earned, they merely voiced their dissent without outright opposition. While ordinary items would undoubtedly be ineffectual, items governed by rules must possess potential. In the face of his teammates' skepticism, Zhang Yuanqing, fully aware of the prowess of the red dance shoes, smiled faintly. As a seasoned spirit realm wanderer, how can you doubt my judgment? He remarked, his confidence radiating. Let us not forget, we are all in this together. I would never jest with my own life. His demeanor exuded assurance, and his tone remained unwaveringly calm. At this moment, Wang Tai's consistent behavior came into play. The team members furrowed their brows in silence. Although they remained skeptical, they refrained from voicing their dissent, primarily due to their lack of equipment or powerful tools to confront the situation. The burden of fatherhood weighed upon one of them, who chose to remain silent, acknowledging Zhang Yuanqing's latter statement despite the initial reservations. Time is of the essence. Let us swiftly locate the car keys, Zhang Yuanqing urged. The 6 spirit realm wanderers sprang into action. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Yuanqing discovered 2 car keys. Shi Shi found one, the Monkey King uncovered another, and Xielingxi retrieved one as well. Each had located their respective vehicles and proceeded to unlock them, except for the young girl's vehicle, which contained a metallic card. The others yielded no findings. The card retrieved by Xielingxi bore the inscription, you possess one opportunity to transfer enmity. Regrettably, the vehicles in the parking lot were inoperable. Zhang Yuanqing mused, when a sudden, resounding engine roar echoed from afar. The group, startled like deer in the wild, instinctively stretched their necks, straining to discern the source of the sound. At the entrance of the underground parking lot, a towering 2-meter-tall automaton reappeared, brandishing a chainsaw, its eyes glowing a sinister red. A microphone embedded in its chest bellowed, everyone must die. Shi Shi screamed, Wang Tai. Meanwhile, the others frantically rushed towards the same vehicle, flinging open the doors. Yet instead of immediately seeking refuge within, they cast expectant glances at Zhang Yuanqing. From his pocket, Zhang Yuanqing withdrew a metallic card. Ding. Do you wish to use the card to activate the item inventory? Yes. In the next moment, he felt the presence of the item inventory once more, swiftly accessing it to summon a pair of red dance shoes. A flicker of dark crimson light darted forth, gracefully swirling before coalescing into a pair of red shoes before their seemingly ineffectual master. Tap, tap. The brand new, petite, and exquisitely crafted red shoes whirled around Zhang Yuanqing in a jubilant dance, their movements carefree and lively, as if reveling in their newfound freedom to perform. However, for Xielingxi and the others, this spectacle was somewhat harrowing. Dancing shoes, a pair that moves on its own. They instinctively felt a chill of trepidation as they beheld the red shoes, an unexplainable sense of fear washing over them, purely instinctual. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Yuanqing lamented, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't wish to employ it. In truth, upon seeing that card, his first thought was, the haunted house is secure. No matter how terrifying the spirits within the haunted house may be, they are ultimately just spirits. While the demon subduing pestle embodies the divine power of the sun god and contains half of the goddess's yang soul, making it the nemesis of all things malevolent. Upon entering the haunted house, he summoned the demon-slaying staff. Beneath the radiance of the sun, even the ghostly bride, no matter how ravenous, was compelled to collapse to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "My lord, please don't." Alas, resolving the immediate predicament took precedence. Navigating the underground parking lot was not overly complicated, yet it posed significant challenges. Furthermore, the utilization of the red dancing shoes held an additional advantage. It instilled fear in the assailant. Death awaited all. As the robotic vehicle sped towards him, Zhang Yuanqing softly uttered, "Go." The red dancing shoes darted forth. Two ethereal beams of crimson light surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, colliding with the chest of the metallic automaton, producing a resounding clang. The once thundering metal behemoth was abruptly halted, sliding backward slightly. This was merely the beginning. With a swift kick, the red dancing shoes immobilized the automaton further, each strike causing its mechanical form to tremble and stagger. The shoes impeccably restrained the automaton's movements. In a fit of rage, the automaton swung its chainsaw, yet the weapon capable of slicing through gold and jade could not even graze the red dancing shoes, which seemed to transcend the realm of reality. The sole regret lay in the automaton's indomitable physique, which the red dancing shoes could not penetrate. Nonetheless, to the fire demon and his companions, this scene was nothing short of sublime. What manner of prop is this? What wondrous device? The fire demon was both astonished and elated, his eyes glimmering with desire. The hearts of Shishir and Xieling, once filled with trepidation, now found solace as they gazed upon the red dancing shoes with a hint of envy and yearning. Given the rarity of such items, the realm walkers possessed an innate craving and greed inscribed in their very genes. The expressions of the fire demon and his companions shifted, their momentary greed dissipating as they dared not delay any longer and swiftly commenced their search. He has perished, and these shoes represent another peril, a colossal danger. In the ensuing time, the red dance shoes assumed the crucial role of thwarting the Autobots, repeatedly shielding them from impending crises. Finally, after an unrelenting search lasting half an hour, Xielingxi discovered the controller within a sports car. "Is this it? Is this it?" the young girl shouted with unwavering determination. Her fortune seemed extraordinary. The crowd paused their tasks, converging towards the little girl with unprecedented speed. In her grasp was an elongated black metallic object, reminiscent of the early mobile phones, topped with an antenna and featuring a red button at its center. "Give it a try," urged the fire demon. Xielingxi glanced at Zhang Yuanqing, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to press the red button. In an instant, everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on the robot engaged in combat with the red dance shoes. Suddenly, the towering metallic figure froze, as if its power had been severed. All movement ceased, and the crimson glow in its eyes extinguished. "Dada, here it comes, it's coming to dance with me." Zhang Yuanqing sighed in relief, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. "We did it," Xielingxi exclaimed joyfully. Shishir and the others exhaled wearily, their faces blossoming with smiles of delight. No one had perished. They had successfully navigated the ordeal. Just as they prepared to express their gratitude and accolades to Zhang Yuanqing, they suddenly noticed that the very Autobot, which had seemingly halted, reignited its crimson glow and emitted a deafening roar, charging towards them like a swift arrow. He once again issued commands to the red dancing shoes. However, it was too late. The Autobot had already swept past the red dancing shoes, replicating the initial scene, crashing into the crowd with a singular focus, to eliminate Xielingxi, who clutched the controller. This occurrence unfolded so abruptly that no one had time to react. They instinctively threw themselves to the ground, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Was the controller malfunctioning? Had the mission changed, rendering the controller ineffective? The reflection in Xielingxi's eyes captured the image of the speeding steel monstrosity and the deafening roar of the chainsaw. Her mind was a void. Yet, in the next moment, she beheld the earnest and simple face of a father, as well as the malice and resolve within his gaze. The father, overwhelmed by his paternal instincts, forcefully pushed Xielingxi away, only to hurl himself onto the chainsaw. His body was severed in half, intestines, organs, and upper body tumbling to the ground, blood splattering in a tragic bloom. "I am no longer the person I once was." The booming laughter erupted from the speaker embedded in the Autobot's chest. "Demon Lord, You are finally dead. You are finally dead, demon lord. Kill me, and you shall not escape your fate. Chapter 55. Why? This was the collective sentiment of all present. Why was the controller ineffective? And why did the father risk his life to save this young girl? Zhang Yuanqing was equally perplexed, but his attention was wholly captivated by the voice emanating from the Autobot speaker. Demon Lord? It had just uttered that term. Why would a robot's voice system refer to a demon lord? Suddenly, he recalled the message left by Soldier Brother. Could it be that the item Soldier Brother had instructed him to find was this very Autobot before him? He was taken aback. With a resounding thud, the red dancing shoes kicked up, sending the automobile sliding sideways for half a meter. Without his prompting, Shishir Huoma and Qitian Dashing had already flung open the car doors, ready to dive into the cabin for refuge. Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at the dazed Shencheng, lifted her, and tucked the upper half of the man, burdened with paternal guilt, under his arm, hastily entering another vehicle. Bang! The door slammed shut, sealing the danger outside. Zhang Yuanqing let out a silent sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward his two companions. The man, weighed down by his paternal remorse, exhibited a tenacious vitality. Having not succumbed immediately, yet it was merely a matter of time. Shencheng emerged from her stupor, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she gazed at the middle-aged man and softly inquired, "Why? Why risk your life to save me?" In response to the girl's question, the man, pale and ashen, yet surprisingly calm, countered, "Does saving a life require justification?" Shencheng was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle, that is not something I would expect you to say," Zhang Yuanqing mused, feeling a tangle of emotions. The man continued, his tone subdued, "You need not express gratitude, nor should you feel guilt. My act of saving you bears little significance to me. For someone like me, death is not without its allure of liberation. If you were aware of my past deeds, you would harbor no pity for me. Indeed, I seek no such compassion." His voice was frail and intermittent as he uttered, "Wang Tai, you asked, why me?" Zhang Yuanqing, puzzled, lifted his gaze to the side, meeting Shencheng's eyes. As a father, his face grew increasingly haggard, his voice frail as he murmured, "She is an official." Shencheng understood the strategy, leading him to suspect that the young girl was affiliated with the authorities. Was it imperative that his affairs remained concealed from them? A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Yuanqing's mind as he nodded. "Very well, I agree, provided that I can leave the amusement park alive. The individual I requested you to find is known as Master Wen. Please convey a message to him on my behalf." The father paused, his gaze flickering with confusion, loathing, and sorrow. "I am deeply sorry. I still do not know whether the fault lies with me or this world." Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback for a moment and replied, "I will remember." The father, seemingly satisfied, nodded, "I shall provide you with an address and the information as compensation." Leaning closer, Zhang Yuanqing bent down, straining to listen, and after a brief interval, he raised his head, whispering, "All right, in exchange, I will ensure this matter is taken care of." A look of relief washed over the father's face. He could no longer maintain his facade, and the embers of resolve in his eyes quickly extinguished. Shencheng's eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhang Yuanqing found himself unable to discern whether her tears were genuine or feigned. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "He is a seducer of souls. He just told me so. I cannot fathom why he chose to save you, but it may very well be unrelated to you. You need not feel guilty. Every malevolent profession has its own tale to tell." Shencheng sniffed lightly, nodding obediently. "I understand. There is a potent aura of malevolence surrounding him. I have long recognized him as a figure of nefarious vocation. What shall we do next?" According to their observations, the Autobots would relentlessly pursue the Spirit Walker for 5 minutes each time they appeared. Yet, the time had long passed, and this steel monstrosity showed no signs of retreating. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze swept past the combatants, the red dance shoes, and the Autobots, towards a vehicle at an angle behind them. He noticed Shishir tapping on the window, casting an urgent look in their direction, seemingly calling for something. Behind her, a fierce quarrel erupted between the Fire Demon and the Monkey King. The escalating situation had led to discord between the two, and Shishir likely sought assistance. Yet the distance rendered communication impossible. If this continued, they would be trapped within the vehicle. He surmised that their fear extended beyond the Autobots to the red dance shoes. As the hour was swiftly approaching, Zhang Yuanqing regarded the lovely young girl beside him and inquired, "You have seen the situation outside. What are your thoughts?" Regardless of whether the girl feigned fragility or genuinely possessed it, Her ability to fit into this perilous scenario indicated her intelligence. A competent leader must possess the wisdom to seek counsel from the capable. Xiaolingxi maintained her delicate demeanor, sobbing softly, to resolve the crisis. We must first discern the source of the problem. We need to understand why the Autobots eschew honorable conduct. Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The Autobots operate without principles, resorting to deceit and ambush. Please continue. Just now, when I pressed the controller, it indeed ceased to function, indicating that the controller is indeed effective. The automaton cannot possibly deceive our intellect. This implies that we have, in fact, shut down the automaton once before. Xiaolingxi remarked. I just noticed that after the power was restored, its speech was different. Is it possible that the control system of the automaton has changed? We may need to shut it down once more. Once more. Zhang Yuanqing silently mulled over these words, refraining from further inquiry, as Xiaolingxi could not possibly possess the knowledge. Nevertheless, the analysis provided him with ample inspiration. The automaton should be connected to the information left by Brother Bing. To unravel the mystery of Brother Bing's disappearance and the matters concerning the Demon Lord, I must seize control of the automaton. Upon entering the Jinshui amusement park, he did not forget the clues left by Brother Bing, yet he did not deliberately seek them out, for given the S-level difficulty, merely completing the task was a stroke of fortune. Aimless exploration would only hasten his demise. The clues left by Brother Bing could only be revealed by fate. In the current circumstances, this is actually a fortuitous development, as both the task and the clues could be resolved simultaneously, provided he could navigate the impending crisis. Among the information left by Brother Bing, aside from the spiritual realm number, there was only one phrase. In a lifetime, 2 brothers. Once more. I seem to comprehend the application of this phrase. Zhang Yuanqing decided to give it a try and pushed open the car door. You! Xiaolingxi exclaimed in surprise, uttering a brief call. Not far away, in another vehicle, Shishir was momentarily taken aback, and both the Monkey King and the Fire Demon fell silent. Zhang Yuanqing closed the car door and approached the automobile figure, stopping 6 meters away. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, in a lifetime, 2 brothers. Subsequently, a voice emanated from the speaker embedded in its chest. Command correct. The steel armor covering its chest emitted a series of clinking sounds as it parted to the sides, revealing a network of internal wires and a square black box. Observing this, Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward, contemplating the situation. To prevent any potential ambush from the automobile figure, he summoned the red dancing shoes to envelop his feet, ensuring his agility was maximized before proceeding closer. Upon reaching the automobile figure, Zhang Yuanqing removed the square box. Its exterior was crafted from a black metallic composite material, and the front bore a speaker and 2 buttons. Judging by its appearance, it resembled a miniature speaker, roughly the size of half a palm. At that moment, an informational prompt materialized in Zhang Yuanqing's vision. Name, Cat King Speaker. Type, audiovisual device. Function, audio playback. Description, long ago. A cat king with an insatiable love for music dared to challenge the god of light, who severely punished this arrogant feline by sealing its soul within an instrument. For many years, the cat king existed in solitude within the confines of the instrument, until a musician from the east acquired it and transformed it into a speaker. Note 1. When the drumbeat resonates, you will gain unparalleled fighting spirit, and your enemies shall be struck with fear. Note 2. When the swana plays, you will become invincible, but be sure to conclude the battle within 3 minutes, lest the sound of the swana be repurposed for another occasion. In my palm lies an intriguing artifact, a cost-based tool that belongs to the soldier who left it for me. According to the annotations, the speaker holds 2 distinct audio tracks, one of drums, which serves to amplify combat prowess and instill fear in the adversary, and the other of a swana. The latter's note cautioning that it must be silenced within 3 minutes, lest it herald my demise. Yet, how does this correlate with the soldier's assertion of leaving everything behind? Furthermore, I find myself perplexed by the meanings of annotations 3 and 4. Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the speaker with keen curiosity. Overall, this item appears quite promising. Categorized as a cost-based auxiliary tool, without having tested the drum and swana sounds, their efficacy remains uncertain, yet the soldier's meticulous concealment of this object suggests its inherent significance. The mysteries surrounding what the soldier has hidden within await further exploration. At that moment, witnessing the defeat of the automaton, which had not revived, Shishir and the others finally emerged from the vehicle. We have successfully navigated the underground parking lot, Thanks to you, Wang Tai. The visage of the Monkey King radiated joy. Shisha approached with a spring in her eyes, sweetly exclaiming, Brother Wang Tai, I knew you would not disappoint us. I was calling for help from inside the car, and you must have heard me to come out, right, brother? Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her, noting that this woman in her 30s, if she were to age a few more years, could very well be his mother. How did you know how to deactivate the automaton? What is this? The fire demon fixed a piercing gaze upon the speaker. Just as the fire demon was about to speak, the red dancing shoes approached with a rhythmic clatter, promptly stating, You resolved the matter, thus the item rightfully belongs to you. Quite reasonable, indeed. Shisha and the Monkey King exchanged glances with the red dancing shoes. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Yuanqing was on the verge of placing the Elvis speaker into his inventory when an unexpected notification appeared. Unable to store this item. Unable to store? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, but soon comprehended the meaning of Note 3. What a predicament. This item could not be stored in the inventory, which meant it had to be carried at all times. At that moment, the group received a notification from the spirit realm. You have completed the underground parking lot task. You are currently engaged in the thrilling task series, which includes roller coaster, underground parking lot haunted house, ghost marriage, and detective mystery house. Please proceed to the third location within half an hour. In addition to this information, Zhang Yuanqing received another prompt. Ding. You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You have one opportunity to exercise the authority of the team leader. Please identify the hidden villain among the team members. The identified individual will face obliteration. Failure to make a choice within 30 seconds will be considered a forfeiture of this opportunity. This time, Zhang Yuanqing did not hesitate, silently thinking, I forfeit. Exiting the parking lot, the evening breeze gently caressed him. The amusement park's lights remained as enchanting and ethereal as ever, with soft, melodious music drifting in the distance. Following closely behind him was the red dancing shoes. He glanced around and addressed his companions. Please wait for me. I shall step away for a moment. The crowd nodded in tentative agreement. Zhang Yuanqing made his way to a secluded spot where he found himself alone and thus decided to drop the pretense. He set aside the speaker and accepted the invitation to dance from the red dance shoes. Suddenly, the night air was filled with the crisp sound of tap dancing. At that moment, the speaker beside him unexpectedly began to play music. Why not dance? Chatting pales in comparison to dancing, allowing oneself to feel at ease. Continue dancing. Romance is secondary to dancing. This is how we connect. What is happening? Why did he suddenly start playing music? Zhang Yuanqing, already feeling a tinge of embarrassment while showcasing his dynamic dance moves, was startled by the sudden melody, nearly losing his footing. So this is what the note meant. This is quite a trap. Awkward dancing is one thing, but to have such embarrassing music playing? If others see me, how can I face them? Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts were a tumult of emotions. The resounding song drowned out the tap sounds. The red dance shoes appeared discontent, and the tap dancing grew increasingly vigorous and louder. The five of them followed the signs deeper into the amusement park. The further they ventured, the dimmer the lights became, and their moods turned increasingly somber. The third challenge was the haunted house, the only attraction with supernatural elements. According to the introduction to the spiritual realm, the amusement park's transformation into an S-level instance was largely attributed to changes in the spirits. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, they arrived at a tranquil alley, where the architectural style harked back to the Republican era, characterized by white walls and black tiles. Tall courtyard walls surrounded each residence, and beneath eaves of every household hung white lanterns. The ground beneath their feet had, unbeknownst to them, transitioned from concrete to a pathway of cobblestones. The faint sound of music, almost imperceptible, vanished completely as the crowd entered the dark alley. The night was thick with shadows, and white lanterns hung from the eaves, casting an eerie stillness over the surroundings. Silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound. Shisha tightly clutched Zhang Yuanqing's arm, glancing nervously around as she said, I fear not the act of murder, but I cannot endure this atmosphere. Though Xiaolingxi did not grasp Zhang Yuanqing's arm, her face displayed a slight pallor, her expression tense. Perhaps it was this calm demeanor that compelled both Shisha and Xiaolingxi to gravitate towards him, seeking a sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, they approached a grand courtyard. Unlike the other residences, this one bore red lanterns, their candlelight resembling blood, casting a crimson hue upon the entrance. A character for happiness adorned the door, and the couplets were also red, suggesting that the household was in the midst of a joyous occasion. Having reached their destination, the group exchanged glances. ultimately turning their eyes towards Zhang Yuanqing. He stepped forward, knocked on the door, and proclaimed loudly, "Is anyone there? I have come to wed your young lady." As his voice echoed, the door creaked open, a chilling wind escaping from within. As the night wanderer, Zhang Yuanqing felt the hairs on his back stand on end and murmured, "A ghost approaches. The update will be delayed. I shall endeavor to post it before midnight." Chapter 56. The wedding invitation within the darkened estate. A solitary red lantern drifted forth, emanating a crimson hue. Curiously, its glow seemed to be ensnared within the confines of the lantern, failing to illuminate the surroundings. As the lantern hovered at the threshold, it came to a halt before Zhang Yuanqing, separated from it by merely a door sill. He could distinctly sense that beyond the threshold resided a ghost. A chilling and sorrowful specter, yet no matter how intently he gazed, the figure remained obscured by darkness. Silently, he summoned the power of the lunar essence. Ever prepared to devour the spirit, the night-wandering deity inherently suppressed spiritual entities, provided that their rank did not exceed his own. From the shadows, a hand emerged. Aided by the faint crimson light, Zhang Yuanqing discerned that it was a hand of a ghastly hue, with nails as dark as the void. This ghostly hand clutched a stack of red-covered invitations, seemingly offering them to him. Zhang Yuanqing refrained from accepting. Thus, the ghostly hand persisted in its outstretched gesture, creating a stalemate between them as if they were locked in a silent contest. After a protracted silence, the trembling voice of Shisher broke through, softly cautioning, "Wang Tai?" Observing Wang Tai's immobility, she feared that this man might unwittingly trigger a perilous situation, having already departed from life. "There are 5 in total. It seems they are meant for us." He distributed the invitations to his companions, who then unfurled them. The cards bore a red background with black lettering, inscribed with the bride's name and birth details, while the groom's section remained blank. The bride's name was Bai Lan. "Ding. You have received the ghost bride's wedding invitation. Please inscribe your name. The ghost bride shall select her groom in 1 hour." To inscribe a name, and a selection to be made in 1 hour? What consequences awaited should one be chosen by the ghost bride? The group clutched the invitations, their thoughts spiraling into chaos. Zhang Yuanqing found himself in a quandary due to his insincerity during his self-introduction, having appropriated Wang Tai's name. He was torn between writing Yuan Shitian Zun or Wang Tai, uncertain whether adopting a false identity would incur any consequences. As he pondered how to fill in the name, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance at his companions. "Do you recall the introduction to the amusement park? An indescribable entity has arrived here, seeking assistance from the spirits within the park to locate a certain young man whose name consists of 4 characters. Shisher and the others certainly remembered, but were perplexed as to why he brought up this matter. Xia Lingxi, quick-witted, glanced at the wedding invitation in her hand and mused. "Are you suggesting a potential connection between the two?" Following this line of reasoning, her expression shifted slightly. The indescribable figure has tasked the ghostly bride with finding a young man, and yet she asks us to provide a name? Does this imply that the young man sought by the bride in the haunted house is a spirit realm walker? How could that be possible? Shisher was taken aback. Having experienced multiple instances of the narrative, they understood that the introduction to the spirit realm typically served as a backdrop, outlining the nature of the place and the events that transpired. It merely facilitated a quick understanding of the scenario for the spirit realm walkers, nothing more. Previously, they had assumed that the young man the indescribable entity was searching for was a character or even a monster within the spirit realm, unrelated to the players. How could a mere spirit realm walker possess the capability to alter the essence of a spirit realm? Surely, it must be mere coincidence, after all. In the case of a ghost marriage, a name must surely be written down. The great sage, Qi Tian, furrowed his brow. Uncertain if it is merely a figment of his imagination, he feels an overwhelming sense of déjà vu regarding the information presented in the realm's introduction. Buzz. On that fateful day, she arrived at the Jinshui amusement park. Suddenly, the Elvis speaker nestled in Zhang Yuanqing's pocket emitted a sound. The crowd's attention immediately shifted towards his pocket, yet the speaker fell silent once more. Why has it ceased to speak? This speaker is rather peculiar. After a few moments of waiting in vain for it to resume, Zhang Yuanqing decided to divert his focus, stating, "Let us first inscribe our names." He unfurled the wedding invitation and attempted to write Wang Tai in the designated name section with a stylus. His reasoning was thus: since the spirit in the haunted house had requested the inscription of names, it implied that she could not perceive the true ID of the realm walkers. Otherwise, the wedding invitation would be superfluous. Therefore, one could reasonably infer that the scenario permits the realm walkers to disguise their IDs, albeit without explicit mention, necessitating personal deduction and understanding. In truth, writing Yuan Shitianzun would pose no issue, though it might induce a crisis of trust among teammates. As Zhang Yuanqing pondered this, he observed the strokes he had pinned coalesce into dark letters, Wang Tai. Subsequently, he fabricated a birth date and gender, though he did not alter the latter. His 4 teammates followed suit, utilizing their styluses. Xialingxi rose onto her toes, shyly glancing at Zhang Yuanqing's wedding invitation before inscribing her name. When it came to the gender section, she hesitated briefly before marking it as male. Once the wedding invitation was completed, Zhang Yuanqing tucked it into his pocket and stepped across the threshold, urging, "Let us proceed. It would be best if you all followed closely behind me." In the midst of the gathering, someone remarked, at such a moment, to jest. Do you possess an audacious spirit or an utter disregard for life? There truly exists a ghostly maiden awaiting a suitor within. Is this jest not sufficiently humorous? Zhang Yuanqing cast a fleeting glance at their expressions, chose silence, and quietly entered the estate. Beyond the threshold lay an expansive courtyard, with a stone-paved path running through its center, flanked by corridors that hugged the outer walls. As the crowd crossed the threshold, lanterns of crimson hue flickered to life beneath the eaves of the corridor, casting an eerie glow that painted the inky night with shades of deep red. These lanterns resembled a multitude of scarlet eyes, silently observing the living as they ventured into the courtyard. At the end of the stone path stood a grand hall, its eaves elegantly curling upward, with lattice doors firmly shut and a dim yellow light seeping from within. Suddenly, as they crossed the threshold, Zhang Yuanqing's eyes brightened. "Pray, check if your abilities and inventory have been sealed." The fire demon and others paused, some sensing their skills, others inspecting their inventory, and were pleasantly surprised to discover that this task had not restrained their powers and items. A mix of joy and concern enveloped them. Joy for the reassurance it provided in the face of peril, and concern for the implication that the dangers of the haunted house were indeed formidable. Under Zhang Yuanqing's guidance, they advanced cautiously, their footsteps the only sound piercing the stillness of the night. Suddenly, the focused group was startled by a piercing scream, sending a shiver down their spines. Shishi's complexion turned pale as she pointed tremblingly towards the corridor several meters away, whispering, "There, beneath the lantern, stands a woman." The group abruptly turned their heads, only to find the lantern hanging high, silent, and still. Where could a ghostly figure emerge from? This unexpected interlude heightened the already tense atmosphere among the 4. Zhang Yuanqing, however, remained relatively composed. Having experienced a supernatural instance before and being a night wanderer himself, he no longer felt the visceral fear of phantoms. To him, spirits were no different from mechanical beings. The oppressive aura of the place and the pervasive chill only dulled his senses. He could not perceive weak or distant entities. Nevertheless, armed with his demon-slaying staff, he felt undaunted by the arrival of the ghostly bride. While reassuring his companions, he led the way forward. "Have you noticed? The instance has provided us with a mere hour before the ghostly bride chooses her groom." He dismissed the blind terror as futile, diverting his teammates' attention with information to alleviate their anxiety. "My belief is that our actions in this forthcoming hour will set the criteria for the ghostly bride selection. I wonder, does being chosen as the groom signify survival or demise?" He continued, "Moreover, the heavy atmosphere here harbors numerous dangers. It is possible that we might meet our end before the hour is complete. I am uncertain whether the ghostly bride is swayed by looks. If so, as the most handsome member of our team, I bear a considerable burden." Soon enough, they arrived at the grand hall, where Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward to push open the tightly shut lattice door. In the grand hall, candlelight flickered, casting a warm glow over the crimson carpet that adorned the floor. Rich red fabric draped from the pillars, and at the end of the carpet stood 2 imposing armchairs, flanked by an altar laden with candles and fruits. A vibrant red character for joy adorned the wall. On either side of the carpet, 7 or 8 paper figures stood, clad in the attire of ancient servants, their features vividly lifelike, with lips painted a striking crimson. The most unsettling aspect was the twisted angles of their heads, their hollow eyes fixated on the entrance, staring at the newcomers who pushed open the door. Thud, thud, thud. Xialingxi retreated in terror, covering her mouth with her small hand to stifle a scream. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt a shiver run down his spine. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the realization that these paper figures were all apparitions. After a careful assessment, he exhaled deeply. They were merely mischievous spirits. While I may have no means to contend with a ghostly bride, it is quite audacious for these little spirits to act so brazenly before me. Zhang Yuanqing summoned the power of the Tang, allowing darkness to coalesce within his gaze. He focused his energy. Begone. In an instant, the paper figures collapsed to the ground, swept away by gusts of chilling wind, as ghostly wails echoed, and they scattered in a frenzy. Behind him, Shishu, Xiaolingxi, the fire demon, and the Monkey King stood in astonishment. As the chilling winds subsided, the hall returned to tranquility. The candles continued to burn serenely, their flickering shadows dancing as the oppressive aura dissipated. Though Xiaolingxi and the others lacked the instincts of a night wanderer, they could sense through intuition that the hall had become safe. The fire demon scrutinized the scene, a mixture of surprise and delight in his tone as he inquired, "Are you a night wanderer?" "You are indeed the god of night wanderers. Merely a reprimand has driven away the vengeful spirits. It is evident what profession Wang Tai holds. Is it so strange? The Jinshui amusement park possesses supernatural elements, making it quite normal to encounter the god of night wanderers." Zhang Yuanqing responded with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, while I cannot guarantee the safety of other attractions, I assure you that prior to encountering the ghost bride, I can safeguard you in the haunted house." The four teammates exchanged glances, each reflecting delight in one another's eyes. They had not anticipated the presence of such a rare profession within their ranks. In a realm rife with malevolent spirits, having a god of night wanderers to provide protection is undoubtedly more reliable than most tools, given the specialization of the god of night wanderers. In an instant, the four teammates regarded Zhang Yuanqing with newfound trust. "We have but 1 hour. Let us not tarry. Let us search for any clues here." Zhang Yuanqing's gaze swept across the hall, and with his night vision capabilities, he quickly pinpointed the offering table behind the armchair. Approaching the table, he discovered a blue and white porcelain plate filled with peanuts and longan, beneath which lay a piece of red paper. Zhang Yuanqing picked up the red paper and examined it under the candlelight. Betrothal gifts, a scale beam, a golden hairpin, medicinal wine, and a wedding blanket. The others gathered closer. Xiaolingxi pondered, her bright eyes glimmering as she said, "These items do not constitute betrothal gifts, yet since the paper states so, it appears we must locate these 4 items, regarded as the betrothal gifts. Acquiring these 4 items is tantamount to possessing the betrothed groom. What happens if we fail to find them?" asked the Monkey King. "Of course, we die," replied the fire demon. "Once we retrieve the betrothal gifts, will the ghost bride choose one of us?" Zhang Yuanqing pondered. Why must it be just one, rather than everyone entering the bridal chamber together? Observing the expressionless faces of his teammates, he shrugged, just a jest to lighten the mood. "You all seem devoid of any sense of humor." His teammates remained equally stoic. Shishu rolled her eyes, while Xiaolingxi continued, "The task's outline is becoming clearer. In 1 hour, the ghost bride will choose her groom, based on the criterion of possessing a betrothal gift. Thus, we must locate 4 betrothal gifts within this grand estate. However, whether the fortunate chosen one has a glimmer of hope or is doomed to perish remains uncertain." Hua Mo scrutinized the young girl. "Do you truly not recall the content of the strategy?" The analysis was astute. Xiaolingxi pouted, feigning a sense of grievance. "I genuinely do not know." Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the number of team members and felt a chill in his heart. Progressing with the current clues could yield 2 outcomes. The first, if we find all 4 betrothal gifts, it would signify that all have met the requirements, and then we await the ghost bride's favor. The second outcome, however, would mean that only 4 individuals could meet the criteria, leaving the others to face certain death. The first scenario is manageable, but if the second unfolds, Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself, should it be the latter, then at this juncture of the instance, internal strife within the team is inevitable. At that point, the number of survivors may dwindle to no more than 4. No wonder they do not seal the items and skills. This compels us towards mutual annihilation. An S-class instance truly is fraught with peril at every turn. If it comes to that, how many team members would remain? The captain harbors a concealed mission, and the team must not comprise fewer than 3 members. Additionally, the aspect of selecting a suitor possesses a disorienting allure, suggesting that only those chosen by the bride might grasp a fleeting chance at survival. This inclination towards thinking leads one to believe that the fortunate are always afforded preferential treatment. However, Zhang Yuanqing is unequivocally certain that those selected by the bride face an inevitable demise. The reasoning is straightforward. Firstly, the previous version operated under this premise, and secondly, if only those chosen could survive, the hidden mission would render itself meaningless. Regardless of effort, only one individual would emerge in the end. What difference does it make whether there is a reduction in numbers? Of course, this could be a different scenario altogether if the ghostly bride were a fickle heartthrob. No one is foolish. Zhang Yuanqing cleared his throat. Time is of the essence. Let us seek the betrothal gifts. Stay close to me and do not disperse. For ordinary vengeful spirits dare not approach. In such circumstances, his words wield the most influence, and the others rely on his expertise. In the distance, the archway faintly connects to other courtyards, with a row of houses standing orderly in the night. Indeed, the ghostly bride seems to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Zhang Yuanqing mused. The scale of this residence suggests it is certainly a compound of 3 courtyards. His thoughts were abruptly halted. Behind him, there was an unsettling emptiness, with not a single shadow of his companions in sight. This was rather alarming. Zhang Yuanqing inhaled deeply but did not pause, continuing onward. He traversed the garden and beheld a house ahead, illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting a dim glow through the lattice windows. In contrast, the other dwellings lay shrouded in darkness. Zhang Yuanqing cautiously stepped into the corridor, drawing near to the house. He focused intently, sensing a chilling aura within, yet no vengeful spirits lingered. Stealthily, he pushed open the lattice door, revealing the scene inside. It appeared to be a young woman's boudoir. To the east stood a bed, its drapes hanging low. A round table positioned in the center, and beside the window was a vanity, its copper mirror facing the entrance. A golden balance beam lay quietly in front of the vanity. Zhang Yuanqing crossed the threshold, turned to close the door, and approached the vanity, where he picked up the golden balance beam. It measured merely half an arm's length, the thickness of a thumb. This object was used to lift the bride's red veil, symbolizing a heart in harmony with destiny. It was not challenging, and he quickly located it. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to leave the room, he suddenly heard a crackling sound, emanating from the portable Cat King speaker in his pocket. On that day, she arrived at the Jinshui amusement park. This unreliable device always chose the most inopportune moments to speak. What could it possibly want to convey? After all, it was part of the amusement park. Perhaps privy to some information. Zhang Yuanqing's attention shifted to the Cat King speaker, eager to hear what it might reveal. This time, the speaker did not disappoint, continuing its playback. In the haunted house, the spirit trembled, crawling on the ground. The great entity did not trouble the feeble, vengeful spirit. She instructed the bride to seek out a young man, whose name is Yuanshi Tianzuan. A thunderous buzz resonated in Zhang Yuanqing's mind, as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily stupefied. Seeking me? Seeking me? Who desires to find me? And for what purpose? A surge of astonishment and confusion washed over him. And then he realized who it was. The lady of Sandow Mountain. She was the one I had awakened. And she was searching for me because half of her young soul resided within the demon-slaying scepter. Curse it, this old spirit refuses to dissipate. Can she not leave me be? I am but a child. Zhang Yuanqing was acutely aware of his predicament. If he continued to ascend, he would inevitably confront the lady of Sandow Mountain. However, that encounter should have occurred only after he had attained a higher level of spiritual realm, allowing him to negotiate with her using the young soul from the scepter. To his astonishment, this old spirit possessed the ability to influence those of lower realms. Damn it. I suspected the task was far too simple, and now it seems that retrieving the scepter might expose my identity instead. The lady seeks me, precisely for the scepter. Given the influence she exerts over this spiritual realm, it is likely that the moment I extract the scepter, that old spirit will come for me. What would be my fate then? The moral compass of a boss in this realm is questionable. What if she were to casually crush this insignificant ant known as me? After much contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to conceal his identity and continue his quest, refraining from utilizing the scepter. The consequences of revealing his identity could lead to an encounter with the formidable lady of Sandow Mountain, and the uncertainties were too great. Yet, if he could successfully navigate the haunted house, there would be no repercussions. Should he find himself in dire straits, he could always retrieve the demon-slaying scepter later. Having weighed the pros and cons, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed in the copper mirror that the door to the room had been pushed open. In the copper mirror, a woman clad in a white dress appeared, her hair cascading down her shoulders. She stepped over the threshold and entered the room with an unusual gait. The reflection in the copper mirror revealed a room that seemed distinct from the one in which he stood. The woman in the white dress approached the vanity mirror in a peculiar manner and took a seat. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing finally discerned the reason for her odd walk. It was because she was moving backward. What followed was an image that could terrify an ordinary person to death. The woman in the mirror raised her hand and detached her head, cradling it in her arms. Her hands were a deep, ashen hue, with long, sharp black nails. Her head, with disheveled black hair, unveiled her countenance, a pair of chilling white eyes, a pallid complexion, and lips as dark as coal, fixated on the copper mirror as if she were gazing at Zhang Yuanqing from another realm. The ghostly figure lacked beauty. Zhang Yuanqing quickly retreated, intending to exit the room. However, the disheveled hair in the mirror seemed to come alive, rising like tendrils and violently piercing the mirror's surface. The copper mirror rippled, and clusters of hair penetrated through, ensnaring Zhang Yuanqing's wrists and body, tightening as if to pull him into the mirror's depths. With a defiant huff, a viscous black light surged within Zhang Yuanqing's eyes. He opened his mouth and inhaled with all his might. Soul Devour. This ability, designed to suppress vengeful spirits, merely slowed the hair's constriction and could not consume the ghostly figure within the mirror. This specter was formidable, far from an ordinary vengeful spirit. Zhang Yuanqing inched closer, his feet gradually advancing toward the copper mirror. He quickly contemplated his strategies. If the demon-suppressing staff could be avoided, he would do so. The bloodthirsty blade was a physical damage tool, ineffective against spiritual entities, and the red dancing shoes also delivered physical attacks, rendering them equally futile against spirits. After much deliberation, he concluded that it was undoubtedly you, little rascal. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a breath of dark energy, summoning the little rascal. Abba. The chubby and adorable infant spirit landed on the dressing table, lazily stretching its limbs, only to catch sight of the ghostly woman in the mirror. In an instant, it resembled a startled cat, the infant spirit exhibiting a speed uncharacteristic of its age, tumbling down the dressing table and cowering behind Zhang Yuanqing, crying out in terror. Zhang Yuanqing scolded, "Useless creature, get to it." He transmitted an offensive command to the infant spirit. Abba Abba. Obedience was the innate nature of a spirit servant. The infant spirit raised its delicate eyebrows, growling fiercely as it clutched Zhang Yuanqing's pant leg and climbed to his shoulder, launching itself with determination. Its round, plump form penetrated the bronze mirror, affixing itself to the ghostly woman's face. Zhang Yuanqing swiftly composed himself, shifting his consciousness to the infant spirit, thereby usurping the ghost's perception. The ghost's eerie countenance became vacant, as if it had suddenly lost its wits. Its hair, once as lethal as steel wires, lost the strength to remain aloft, cascading helplessly. Well done. The infant spirit's ability lasted only 3 seconds, yet it was sufficient for him to escape the room. The inner courtyard was rife with chilling winds, and many vengeful spirits lurked at a distance, drawn by the allure of the night wanderer's essence. Yet wary of its formidable presence, they dared not approach. He hastily sought them out, hoping they had not perished. Zhang Yuanqing swiftly departed from the garden, passing through the arched gate to the neighboring courtyard, where he soon spotted Xiaolingxi. The young girl stood at the corner of the yard, her upper body submerged in a water vat, her hands gripping the rim as she struggled desperately, seemingly being pulled down by something within the vat. No matter how hard she exerted herself, she could not extricate herself from its depths. Gradually, her struggles weakened, fading into feeble attempts. Zhang Yuanqing approached with measured steps, catching a whiff of an intoxicating scent. Leaning down, he beheld the dark liquid within the vat, where a spirit baby, tethered by its umbilical cord, swayed. The cord ensnaring Xiaolingxi's neck and dragging her beneath the surface. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanqing seized the mischievous spirit, disregarding its resistance, and cast it into the vat. Upon the arrival of its kin, the umbilical cord spirit released its hold and bared its teeth at the newcomer. Grasping Xiaolingxi by the shoulders, Zhang Yuanqing pulled with all his might, liberating her from the water's grasp. She coughed violently, her face flushed, strands of hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks. After several moments, she managed to quell the discomfort in her lungs and, upon recognizing Zhang Yuanqing's visage, burst into tears of joy. "Brother Wang Tai, you've come to rescue me. I never wish to enter a realm related to the Night Wanderer again. It is far too terrifying." It was her first encounter with such a supernatural scenario. "How did you come to be here?" Zhang Yuanqing's gaze remained fixed upon the vat. Two infant spirits engaged in a tumultuous scuffle within the depths of a dark liquid, their forms entwined as they gnawed at one another, sending ripples across the surface. Xielingxi, balancing on her toes, peered into the vat, a wave of nausea washing over her as she recalled the considerable amount she had consumed moments prior. How utterly revolting, how utterly revolting. Brother Wang Tai, I followed you out of the hall, and as a fog enveloped me, I soon realized you had all vanished. In my search, I wandered here, drawn by the scent of wine, which led me to this vat. I thought it might be one of the betrothal gifts. Yet, no sooner had I lifted the wooden cover than a rope shot forth, dragging me into the liquid. She stared at the umbilical cord infant spirits within the vat, her face paling as she recalled the liquid that had nearly choked her. How utterly revolting, how utterly revolting. Zhang Yuanqing calculated the time and scrutinized the girl before him. You can hold your breath for quite a while. With that, she raised her snow-white wrist, adorned with a jade bracelet of deep green hue, a bracelet that restores vitality. Is this girl also a wood spirit? Her demeanor hardly suggests it. Zhang Yuanqing muttered an acknowledgement, diverting his attention from the bracelet. Let us seek them out. I hope we are not too late. By the way, hand me that card. Huh? What card? Do not feign ignorance. The card from the parking lot. I saw you tuck it into your back pocket. Chapter 58. The bride subsequently. They discovered the fire demon beside the dilapidated stage in the west courtyard. The stage, long abandoned, bore tattered drapes and was coated in layers of dust, both upon the platform and in the audience area. He sat motionlessly on the bench, his gaze vacant as he stared at the empty stage, as if a grand performance were taking place before him. Zhang Yuanqing's expression darkened. Within his line of sight, the fire demon was shrouded in a suffocating aura, its spirit teetering on the brink of departure, already on the verge of death. He hurried over, placing a hand on the fire demon's shoulder, his eyes swirling with darkness as he continuously drew in the negative energy into his palm, consuming and assimilating it. The fire demon shivered, its hollow eyes regaining a glimmer of life, instinctively exclaiming, "So cold, so cold." This fire master trembled while scanning the surroundings, spotting Zhang Yuanqing nearby and Xielingxi not far away, exclaiming, "Where have you two been?" As soon as we left the hall, everyone disappeared. The crowd had scattered. Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand, interrupting the inquiry, and asked, "How did you end up here?" The fire demon replied, "I followed the sound and saw a stage with a woman singing. I watched for a moment, and then I can't remember anything after that." At this point, he shuddered, realizing the dilapidated stage in the distance had not hosted any singing woman for years. The fire demon looked gratefully at the night wanderer beside him. "Did you save me?" It was evident. Zhang Yuanqing smiled. The fire demon let out a sigh of relief, recalling the earlier experience with a sense of dread. "My skills and tools were utterly useless against the vengeful spirits." Thank you, Brother Wang Tai. Although every profession possesses unique characteristics, the ability of vengeful spirits to silently control the fire demon likely stemmed from a suppression of levels. The efficiency is akin to stabbing with a knife. In the cobweb-covered dressing room beside the stage, the three stumbled upon a golden hairpin. "Where is she sure and the Monkey King?" Xielingxi inquired, shaking her head. "They have yet to be found. I hope they are as fortunate as you," she added. The fire demon shot her a glance. "Do you wish for their demise?" Xielingxi, with a look of innocence and grievance, retorted, "How could you say such a thing? Brother? We are comrades." The fire demon, uninterested in her plight, chose to disregard her. Their previous quarrel had left him with a disdainful view of the girl. The trio departed this place and ventured to another courtyard, which turned out to be larger than anticipated. The backyard was divided into several smaller yards, some serving as gardens while others hosted performance stages. After some time, Zhang Yuanqing, possessing night vision, spotted a figure staggering towards them from a distance. Clad in snug trousers and wearing casual shoes, the figure was none other than the Monkey King. "What are you doing here?" he exclaimed, rushing towards them with delight. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes gleamed with darkness as he scrutinized the figure for a moment, confirming his identity. The four gathered together and recounted their respective experiences. After being separated, the Monkey King had inadvertently wandered into a courtyard where a room was illuminated by candlelight. Upon pushing the door open to investigate, he found the room vacant, with a neatly folded wedding quilt on the bed. He speculated it might be part of a dowry, but, adhering to his hard-ass judgment, he quietly retreated. It was shortly thereafter that he encountered Zhang Yuanqing and the others. The fire demon, taken aback, remarked, "The most cowardly among us is, paradoxically, the safest?" "What do you mean by that?" I am cautious, not cowardly, the Monkey King retorted, defending his honor. It is true that sometimes those who survive are not necessarily the most intelligent or capable, but rather the most timid. Zhang Yuanqing interrupted the futile argument between the two and turned to the Monkey King, inquiring, "Where is the bridal chamber?" The Monkey King glanced behind him. Under his guidance, the four of them arrived at a courtyard, where they indeed found a room illuminated by candlelight. Noticing the fearful expressions on his companions' faces, Zhang Yuanqing sighed helplessly. "I will fetch it for you. This is the domain of the night wanderer." He immediately entered the room, and as he crossed the threshold, the lattice door closed automatically behind him. Outside, Xialingxi and the others watched as Wang Tai's figure vanished the moment the lattice door shut. Inside, the candlelight was dim, casting no shadow of his presence. After a tense wait of several minutes, the lattice door was suddenly flung open with a loud crash, and Wang Tai emerged, clutching a bridal chamber quilt. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing torn in several places and stained with blood. "Great sage, catch." Zhang Yuanqing tossed the quilt to the Monkey King, who received it with delight, holding it tightly against his chest. Just as he was about to inquire about the events inside the room, Zhang Yuanqing interjected, "Let us go find Shishu." The Monkey King refrained from further questioning and continued exploring the inner courtyard alongside his companions. The night was heavy, devoid of stars and moon, with the only source of light being the red lanterns hanging from the eaves, casting a crimson hue upon this desolate world. Occasionally, a chilling breeze would sweep through, causing the lanterns to sway, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. "Come here, I am here." Suddenly, a melodious voice floated from the front. Zhang Yuanqing and the others turned to see Shishu standing beneath the lantern at the corner, beckoning them closer. She stood there, her body rigid and motionless like a clay sculpture, her waves stilted, and the smile on her face was equally stiff, bearing an air of eerie strangeness. Shishu, the Monkey King, relieved to see she was unharmed, was about to approach when the fire demon restrained him with a firm hand on his shoulder. Simultaneously, he heard Zhang Yuanqing's voice beside him, "Look at her shoes." "Shoes?" The Monkey King squinted, his pupils slightly constricting. She wore a pair of red embroidered shoes. "She is not Shishu. Come here, you all come here." Shishu continued to beckon, her smile remaining stiff and uncanny. "Bypass her, do not engage," Zhang Yuanqing whispered. The group advanced a few paces, and Zhang Yuanqing fixed his gaze ahead, saying, "Do you remember when Shishu entered the residence and mentioned seeing a woman standing beneath the red lantern? How unsettling." The fire master spat. "Why would she take on the appearance of Sister Shishu?" Xialingxi queried, perplexed. Zhang Yuanqing stared into the distance, sighing, "You will understand if you go see for yourselves." "Sister Shishu?" Xialingxi gasped. That figure was indeed Shishu, hanging lifelessly from the eaves. Her delicate face contorted in a suffocating grimace, her eyes wide with horror, bloodshot, her complexion pale and waxen, her lips slightly parted. The sight of her death was heart-wrenching. The Monkey King and the fire demon were struck with shock and dread, unable to fathom that she had met her silent demise here. Shishu hung quietly, and Zhang Yuanqing touched her hand, which felt icy cold. She had been dead for over half an hour. It's Sister Shishu's wedding invitation. Xialingxi pointed to a crimson card that lay at the foot of the corpse. Zhang Yuanqing cast a fleeting glance at the wedding invitation, disregarding it entirely. As a dark turmoil surged within his gaze, communicating with the remnants of the spirit within Shishu. He needed to ascertain whether Shishu had succumbed to a vengeful spirit or some other factor. Suddenly, a surge of foreign memories flooded his mind. In reality, her profession was that of a nurse, and she maintained relationships with several men, including the department head, a wealthy businessman, and the overseer of a spiritual organization. A staunch advocate of anti-marriage, she harbored no belief in love, viewing men solely as resources. She was a socialite, thriving in her sphere. As the memory culminated, Zhang Yuanqing glimpsed a shadow adorned in bridal attire, and the scene abruptly ceased. Had she been slain by the ghostly bride? Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes, his expression one of astonishment, a chill creeping down his spine. He mused to himself, how could it be possible? Why would the ghostly bride act prematurely? Was she not waiting for a suitable groom? If she could strike at any moment, how could the game be played? Furthermore, if the ghostly bride had personally committed murder, why did she target only Shishu and spare himself and others? Or perhaps she had merely yet to make her move. At that moment, he overheard the voices of Xialingxi and the Monkey King discussing. Why has her gender been crossed out? I don't know. Perhaps once they die, it gets crossed out? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback and immediately said, "Show me." Xialingxi handed over the wedding invitation. Zhang Yuanqing focused intently, noticing that Shisher's gender had been obscured by a bold stroke of ink. Xialingxi, with wide eyes, inquired, "Brother Wang Tai, what did you see in Sister Shisher's spiritual form?" The Monkey King and the Fire Demon cast their gazes upon him. "She was killed by the ghostly bride." "What?" The three of them exchanged alarmed glances, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. If the ghostly bride were to make her move, it would be feared that none present would survive. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Even an S-level mission, though exceedingly challenging, should allow for some glimmer of hope. "I have an idea, though the reasoning appears flawed." Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment, then turned to the keen-eyed Xialingxi. "May I see your marriage certificate?" "Oh." She readily complied, pulling out the certificate tucked into her waistband. Zhang Yuanqing took it, unfolded it, and his expression turned peculiar. "Gender, male?" The Fire Demon and the Monkey King leaned in to catch a glimpse, noticing the gender designation marked as male. The Monkey King lamented, "You, my dear girl, appear so delicate and refined, yet you turn out to be a boy." "What do you mean?" Xialingxi blushed, explaining, "I thought the ghostly bride was searching for a husband, who must be a man. If I were to fill in female, it would contradict the rules, wouldn't it? That would lead to immediate disqualification." The Fire Demon and the Monkey King fell into deep contemplation, with Xialingxi's gender marked as male. "My earlier conjecture holds true. In the previous version, women could pass through directly, while in the new version, they face immediate demise. This is an S-level spiritual realm. There cannot be such ease in passage." Zhang Yuanqing's deduction was confirmed. She sure had been eliminated by the ghostly bride for failing to meet the groom's criteria. He shared his reasoning, and upon hearing it, Xialingxi looked sorrowful, saying, "I merely speculated and dared not voice it, or I would have warned Sister Shisher. What you say is indeed the truth." The three men collectively contemplated this thought. Now, only 4 members remain in the team. It is fortunate that only one more can perish here with the ghost bride. Zhang Yuanqing gently laid Shisher's body down on the ground, casting a glance at the 3 remaining companions, and said, "Time is of the essence. We must locate the bridal chamber." Although they had not been counting the time explicitly, they could roughly estimate that nearly an hour had elapsed since their entry into the residence. Xialingxi, the Fire Demon, and the Monkey King quickly pushed aside thoughts of Shisher, steeling themselves for what lay ahead. The 4, each bearing wedding gifts, pressed onward, delving deeper into the estate, silently traversing various gardens, accompanied only by the flickering red lanterns. After wandering for quite some time without finding the bridal chamber, they suddenly spotted a courtyard ahead. Its eaves arched gracefully, and the windows and doors adorned with auspicious characters glimmered with a warm candlelight. A crimson carpet led the way from the courtyard to the main house. With the arrival of the appointed time, the bridal chamber made its appearance. Observing the taut expressions of his teammates, Zhang Yuanqing murmured, "Let us proceed." He had initially intended to lighten the mood with a jest, remarking that the ghost bride might very well be a voluptuous and alluring woman. As of now, they remained unaware of the ghost bride's criteria for selecting a spouse, whether it was a choice of one from 4 or a desire for all. Similarly, they were uncertain of their own fates. Upon entering the courtyard and walking along the crimson carpet, Zhang Yuanqing halted before the door, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the lattice door with determination. With a resounding clang, the 2 lattice doors swung open, and Zhang Yuanqing stepped over the threshold, tensing every muscle as he surveyed the interior layout. The entire room is adorned predominantly in festive red, with auspicious characters affixed to the walls. In the center lies a round table, graced by 2 candle holders with crimson candles flickering gently above several dishes of celadon, containing longan, peanuts, and other delicacies. To the east, a grand bed is positioned, its drapes and sheets enveloped in celebratory scarlet, yet devoid of blankets. The space beside the bed is starkly empty, lacking the anticipated figure of a bride clad in wedding attire, veiled in red. My 3 companions are nowhere to be found. Am I the sole occupant of this bridal chamber? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly felt a chill, then realized, murmuring, the ghostly bride certainly knows how to entertain, even arranging bridal chambers for everyone. Observing the current predicament aligns perfectly with his earlier second hypothesis, for bridal gifts corresponding to 4 grooms, with the rest having perished. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting the arrival of the bride. Yet, whom will she choose? Zhang Yuanqing turned back to close the door, silently summoning his little companion to perch upon his head, bracing for what was to come. Furthermore, the child was not of dark complexion. The candlelight shimmered brilliantly, illuminating the room. Zhang Yuanqing initially intended to gauge the passage of time through the candle's burn, only to find them peculiarly unyielding, showing no signs of consumption. Time drifted by, until suddenly the door swung open with a loud bang. A chilling wind extinguishing the candles in an instant, howling through every corner of the bridal chamber. The room plunged into darkness, and Zhang Yuanqing's heart jolted as the spirit above him trembled violently, engulfed in sheer terror as if facing the apocalypse. He rigidly turned his neck to gaze at the ajar door, where darkness reigned supreme. With his night vision, he faintly discerned a figure draped in bridal garments, covered by a red veil, gracefully stepping onto the crimson carpet, approaching the bridal chamber. The update will be delayed. Spirit Walker is currently being manually updated. Please wait a moment. Once the content is refreshed, you will be able to access the latest updates. Chapter 59, Detective Reasoning Hall, and a profound darkness surged from outside, deeper than the shadows themselves. Zhang Yuanqing possessed eyes that could pierce through the night, yet he found himself unable to penetrate this terrifying aura. He could only faintly discern the silhouette clad in a bridal gown, moving at a deliberate pace as it crossed the threshold. In this moment, Zhang Yuanqing experienced the most profound terror of his life. This fear was not akin to the horror of being drained of yang energy by a vengeful spirit, nor the panic of being pursued by a zombie. Rather, it was the dread of emotional turmoil exploding within while the body remained utterly unresponsive. There was no resistance, no defense, only an endless despair. The Night Stalker's abilities were rendered useless at this moment. He was completely subdued. The small jesting companion was too frightened to even cry, while the plump figure trembled incessantly, and moments later, his helpless master shivered alongside him. Darkness enveloped the room as the figure in the bridal gown advanced step by step, a thick pall of deathly energy cloaking every corner of the chamber. At that moment, the Elvis speaker nestled in Zhang Yuanqing's pocket emitted an untimely sound. She has arrived, bringing with her unparalleled terror. The groom sat at the edge of the bed, contemplating his plans. He appeared composed, yet within, he was engulfed by fear. As the speaker continued, it seemed to be interrupted, crackling with static before resuming. But the content that followed astonished Zhang Yuanqing. The groom, seemingly calm, was in fact overwhelmed with joy. For the bride was exceptionally beautiful, gentle, and dignified, a rare match indeed. Yes, just like that. Crackle, and then it fell silent. Beads of sweat the size of pearls rolled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Bowing his head, he caught sight of a pair of red embroidered shoes halting before him. Time ticked away, and Xiaolingxi sat frozen at the edge of the bed. Her features were exquisitely refined, complementing the decor of the bridal chamber, making her appear as if she were the bride herself. According to the outdated strategy, anyone chosen by the ghostly bride was doomed to die, a fact that would likely remain unchanged in the new version. Whoever she selected would meet their end. Xiaolingxi swallowed hard, refraining from further mention. She was profoundly terrified, despite having undergone 2 solo spirit realms and 2 group spirit realms, encountering peril along the way, especially in solo realms, where all professions faced certain death. Her current profession's solo realm could be described as thrilling, yet devoid of true horror. The Jinshui amusement park was the first realm infused with supernatural elements that Xiaolingxi experienced. It was terrifying, a fear that transcended the mere threat of death. The presence of ghosts inherently evokes profound dread within humanity. She silently vowed never to watch horror films again. In the confines of the marital abode, time seemed to lose its meaning, as if trapped in an endless torment. Suddenly, Xiaolingxi heard the prompt from the realm. You have completed the haunted house, Minghun, task. You are now engaged in the heart-pounding task series, which includes roller coaster, underground parking haunted house, Minghun, and detective reasoning pavilion. Please proceed to the 4th location within half an hour. Is it over? Xiaolingxi was momentarily stunned. Then an overwhelming joy surged within her, akin to traversing through an interminable night, nearly bursting forth in jubilant exclamation. It was finally over. This harrowing supernatural ordeal had come to an end. Then, a second thought struck her. Who had perished? Eagerly, she pushed open the lattice door and stepped outside, glancing around. The night was hauntingly beautiful, lanterns swaying in the eaves. Yet silence enveloped everything. Huomo's face was alight with joy, his eyes seemingly anticipating something. It appeared that either Wang Tai or the Monkey King had met their end. Seeing that he had survived, Xiaolingxi's brow furrowed slightly, though imperceptibly. Huimo, in high spirits, remarked, "We are not fully aware of the strategy for this level of the haunted house. Wang Tai is the most knowledgeable. The value of the strategy you pinned may be significantly diminished." Huimo shrugged. "Even so, it remains exceedingly precious. And you?" The fire demon momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained composure, exclaiming, "It seems that the great sage of heaven is destined to remain here as the groom. This fellow is both timid and cowardly. Should he manage to escape the spirit realm, that would be truly unjust." "Brother Wang Tai?" Xiaolingxi beamed with a sweet smile. Zhang Yuanqing slightly nodded. Turning his gaze towards the fire demon, his tone somber, "Regardless of the circumstances, we have been companions. There is no need for sarcastic remarks." "Indeed, indeed. Whatever you say goes. Let us depart from this place. I have no desire to linger here any longer. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can conclude this task and go our separate ways." The phrase "go our separate ways" was emphasized heavily. Thus, under Zhang Yuanqing's guidance, the trio traversed through the inner courtyard, the grand hall, and the outer courtyard, encountering no further perils along the way, and successfully exited the haunted abode. They hurriedly made their way out of the dark alley, not pausing for a moment, moving in perfect synchrony, as if each bore a significant psychological burden from this place. After 10 minutes, they located the detective agency following the roadside signposts. The building was a striking white structure, robust columns supporting a triangular roof, a quintessential Western architectural style. The wrought iron gate stood wide open, revealing a courtyard adorned with a fountain. "Do you need to rest for a moment?" Zhang Yuanqing paused at the iron gate, seeking the opinions of his two companions. Xiaolingxi and the fire demon shook their heads. The terror of the haunted house was more mentally draining than physically exhausting. This 10-minute journey had sufficed to soothe their emotions, and they felt no need for further respite. Moreover, having come this far, they were eager to conclude the nightmarish task that lay ahead. 3 individuals entered through the grand entrance, meandering past the fountain and stepping into a structure reminiscent of a museum. The main hall of the reasoning pavilion was adorned with square tiles, and from the dome hung 8 splendid crystal chandeliers, casting a brilliant and radiant light. Display cases lined the hall, showcasing a diverse array of artifacts, pipes and canes, bow ties and footballs, symbols of dancing figures, and bound volumes of the record of exoneration. While the pipes and canes were expected, the presence of bow ties seemed to suggest a playful nod to the genre. Zhang Yuanqing, an aspiring detective inspired by his grandfather to become an exceptional chief, was no stranger to these intriguing items. The trio's gaze swept over the display cases before quickly shifting to the center of the hall, where 6 statues draped in crimson cloth awaited their attention. The fire demon cast a fleeting glance at the statues concealed beneath the red fabric and remarked, "What is the task for this round? Deduction? I detest such mentally taxing assignments." Xiaolingxi remained contemplative and silent. Zhang Yuanqing, pointing at the 6 statues, chuckled. "Hasn't the question already been presented to us?" As his words echoed, all 3, Zhang Yuanqing, Xiaolingxi, and the fire demon, simultaneously received a task notification in their minds. Ding! Welcome to the Detective Reasoning Pavilion. Superfluous items have been eliminated. The Detective Reasoning Pavilion is a place that tests intellect. Physical conflict is strictly prohibited. Violators will be eradicated. Please have the team leader step forward to unveil the red cloth. Xiaolingxi and the fire demon remained still, while Zhang Yuanqing strode confidently forward, lifting the crimson drapery from the statues. All 6 sculptures were identical, each adorned with a nameplate affixed to its chest, reading, "Citizen, Neutral, Neutral, Guard, Traitor, and Villain. Is there a villain among our ranks?" This elucidates why the roller coaster strategy has remained unchanged while the river god has perished. Wang Tai, I presume you intended to alert us at that moment. The fire demon suddenly grasped the situation and, with an expression of astonishment, scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing, inquiring, "You are the captain?" The fire demon fell silent immediately. Ding! The captain's mission is now announced. Beware, a malevolent figure lurks within the team. Ensure that the number of team members is no less than 3, or face penalties, including the loss of current experience points. Take care to conceal your character's identity. Ding! Each member of the team possesses their own role. It is the captain's duty to deduce their identities and affix name cards. Any mislabeling will result in the failure of the detective reasoning mission, leading to the eradication of the entire captain's faction. Each team member has the right to plead their case. Please complete the deduction within half an hour. Failure to do so will result in the annihilation of the captain's faction. There are two things in this world that should never be gazed upon directly: the sun and the human heart. Time begins, 0:30:00. I wondered why the hidden mission necessitated the concealment of our identities. The answer is now clear. Zhang Yuanqing mused silently, simultaneously sensing an additional item in his inventory. Upon inspection, he found that the items were displayed in gray, unusable, except for one slot that retained its color, revealing a stack of name cards. He retrieved the cards, a total of 6, each inscribed with the names of his teammates. Time is of the essence. I shall commence my reasoning with the deceased comrade. You two have no objections, I trust? He raised the business card in his hand and glanced at Xielingxi and the fire demon beside him. Xielingxi nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yuanqing fanned out the card, casting a fleeting glance before extracting the card bearing the title Father of Regret. He remarked, to be on the safe side, let us begin with the most reliable option. The Father of Regret is a neutral party. He explicitly informed me of this before his demise. To be honest, I did not believe him at the time, as he belonged to a malevolent profession. It was from that moment onward that Zhang Yuanqing truly confirmed that everyone had received their hidden tasks. He is a malevolent profession? The fire demon exclaimed in surprise. Could he then be a villain? He added, since his passing, no one in our team has died without reason. There is a rationale behind a villain refraining from murder. I shall elaborate later. However, the Father of Regret is not a villain, for after the underground parking lot mission, I discreetly inquired with Ling. Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward and affixed the Father of Regret's card to one of the two neutral statues. Ding, deduction correct. Subsequently, the three beheld a message materialize above the statue adorned with the Father of Regret's card. Neutral. There exists one captain and one villain within the team. You must choose your faction before the conclusion of the first mission. Do not reveal your identity. This constituted the hidden task of the neutral party. Xielingxi smiled brightly. Indeed, Brother Wang Tai. Choosing a faction requires utmost caution. At that moment, I was unaware of who the captain and the villain were, and a wrong choice could lead to death. Thus, I proposed the inaugural task to be a roller coaster ride, as it is the simplest endeavor, devoid of external influences. Should the strategy remain unchanged, it serves as the optimal battleground for both the captain and the malevolent entities. Subsequently, I shall select my allegiance based on the outcome of their contest. Brother Wang Tai, your ingenuity in devising a resolution is commendable. Hence, I have chosen to align myself with the captain's faction. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled softly, affixing Xielingxi's business card. The young lady has been remarkably docile since the roller coaster experience, displaying sufficient goodwill towards him. Ding. Deduction correct. Thereafter, the hidden task for the neutral party re-emerged. Zhang Yuanqing produced Shi Shi's card, stating, this woman has been merely coasting through. During the task, she remained passive on the roller coaster and did not intervene against the Autobots, displaying a notable self-preservation instinct. Yet her actions throughout the night lacked motivation. Hence, I ascertain her to be a civilian. What say you, Fire Demon? The Fire Demon furrowed his brow, replying, that is rather presumptuous. Such reasoning could equally apply to the malevolent ones. Zhang Yuanqing smiled. No, it is not presumptuous, but I cannot disclose my rationale. He affixed Shi Shi's card upon the civilian sculpture. Ding. Deduction correct. Civilian, your identity is that of a civilian. Please identify the captain and gain his protection before the conclusion of the first task. Do not reveal your identity. In addition to the aforementioned reasoning, Zhang Yuanqing had two more reasons to conclude that Shi Shi was a civilian. She was subtly hinting at her own civilian status. Commoners do not require respect. They are persistently treated with rudeness and savagery. However, at that moment, Zhang Yuanqing perceived this as the other party's expression of dependence, only to truly comprehend it upon discovering the identity of the commoner. The river god was the first to perish. Let us set him aside for now. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at the fire demon with a smile, inquiring, Fire demon, are you a traitor or a villain? The fire demon's expression darkened, and he replied somberly, I am a guardian. Nonsense. Xielingxi rolled her eyes. You, with your bushy brows and wide eyes, are the least likely to be a good person. You have been nothing but a troublemaker, or rather, just a pile of dung. The fire demon remained unfazed, justifying himself with reasoned arguments. Brother Wang Tai. I truly am a guardian. In fact, I have known you were the captain since the roller coaster ride. Just think, if I were a villain, I could have easily killed you like I did with the river god. Haraha. What are you laughing at? The fire demon furrowed his brow. I am a master who has traversed countless spiritual realms. My extensive experience renders any deceit ineffective in my presence. Once Zhang Yuanqing finished laughing, he coldly remarked, You seemed quite disappointed when you saw me emerge from the haunted house. Disappointed? On the contrary, I could not be happier, the fire demon retorted angrily. If I wished to kill you, I would have acted long ago. You see the logic in that, don't you? Xiaolingxi hesitated. Though she discerned that the fire demon was no virtuous being, she lacked substantial evidence and feared that her words might mislead the captain. Should a single individual falter, the captain's faction would face total annihilation, including herself. At this moment, Xiaolingxi felt her heart race. Then please elucidate why, during the roller coaster incident, we were misled into believing that the strategy of closing our eyes had become obsolete? Do not tell me it was merely a case of being startled. None of us are novices to be so easily frightened by a mere individual. Zhang Yuanqing questioned. Hua Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing his fiery temper, and patiently clarified. I concede that my judgment at that moment was flawed. I acted out of impatience. However, this reflects a matter of capability and does not imply any intent to harm anyone. What advantage would I gain from jeopardizing the entire group? The roller coaster was merely our initial task. How could I possibly navigate the subsequent challenges alone? No. Zhang Yuanqing interjected, shaking his finger with a smile. I never asserted that your suggestion to open our eyes was intended to lead to our demise. What malicious intent could you possibly harbor? You merely sought to identify the captain. Hua Mo was left speechless. Xiaolingxi, however, smiled brightly. At that time, my counsel to you was clear. If the strategy for the roller coaster remained unchanged, opening our eyes would lead to collective destruction. In comparison, losing one team member each round seemed the more rational choice. Yet, curiously, everyone opted to agree to open their eyes. Zhang Yuanqing scoffed, Of course. You are not that foolish. Each of you harbors ulterior motives. One faction seeks self-preservation, while the other aims to uncover the captain, knowing full well that the captain would undoubtedly oppose such a course of action. Hua Mo found himself at a loss for words. Xiaolingxi's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Brother Wang Tai, you are truly remarkable. This was a sincere compliment. The voting initiative was proposed by her, and at that moment, she had not aligned herself with any faction. Her agreement was merely a means to gauge the captain's abilities, and she feared that strong opposition might incite suspicion from nefarious individuals, leading to her potential eradication. Regardless of the outcome of the vote, she would ultimately close her eyes. Shisher and the remorseful father likely shared similar sentiments. What Xiaolingxi did not anticipate was that Brother Wang Tai had already discerned their intentions, which instilled in the young girl a newfound confidence in the forthcoming deductions. The fire demon remained silent for a moment, then reiterated with the same old refrain. I am truly a good person, not a malevolent fiend. If I were, I would have killed you by now. You wouldn't, Zhang Yuanqing replied, shaking his head. After the roller coaster, I realized I had been exposed. From that point on, it was a matter of playing my cards openly. I had to ensure my own safety. Thus, when I entered the underground parking lot, I repeatedly emphasized that we are all in this together, bound by the same fate. Fortunately, the task in the parking lot required manpower, which pleased me, as I knew I was at least safe in the beginning. Later, when Xiaolingxi received permission to use the props card, I immediately volunteered to take on the task of dealing with the Autobots, while also informing you of the lethal cost of those dance shoes. All of this was intended to instill a sense of caution in the murderer, to make them feel that they could afford to delay, as I still held value and they could benefit from my existence. The fire demon's expression fluctuated, revealing a tempest of emotions as he could no longer suppress his fury, exclaiming, I should have killed you sooner. I should have done it back in the underground parking lot. Xiaolingxi encouraged, You could strike now if you wish. The fire demon cast a malevolent glare at her before closing his eyes, inhaling deeply. Wang Tai, you are formidable. I concede defeat. I confess, I am the evildoer. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled, retrieved the fire demon's card, and affixed it to the traitor. Xiaolingxi paled, emitting a brief gasp of surprise. But immediately, she noticed a drastic change in the fire demon's countenance, his eyes now reflecting despair and panic. The ferocity and rage from moments ago seemed entirely feigned. Xiaolingxi was dumbfounded. Ding. Deduction successful. Traitor. Your role is the traitor. Before the conclusion of the initial mission, you must identify the evildoer, assist them in concealing their identity, and eliminate the captain. Upon the captain's demise, the mission is accomplished and a reward item is granted. I never declared you were the evildoer. You are merely a traitor, Zhang Yuanqing spat. The fire demon appeared devoid of vitality, his gaze vacant, muttering, How did you discern? Because your actions were excessively conspicuous. Were I the evildoer, I would endeavor to disguise myself, avoiding any attention, remaining as inconspicuous as possible. Zhang Yuanqing stated, scrutinizing the traitor's mission, stroking his chin. Therefore, the identity of the evildoer becomes quite evident. My conjecture is accurate. It is the great sage equal to heaven. He scrutinized the disheveled fire demon and scoffed. I harbor doubts about each member of our team. I have probed and examined each one, and ultimately, I found myself wavering between you and the great sage, equal to heaven. Even before arriving at the detective reasoning house, I remained uncertain about which of you was the true villain. It was only upon discovering the existence of a traitor that the truth dawned upon me. Xiaolingxi was correct. You resemble a stirring stick in a cesspool, exhibiting far too many wolf-like traits. You were the first to suggest opening your eyes, seated behind the river god, relentlessly targeting Xiaolingxi. After I hinted at the danger within our team and sought your counsel, you instantly displayed goodwill towards me, which aligns with the behavior of a guilty murderer. I must admit, your disguise is remarkably convincing. This is precisely why I found it difficult to ascertain whether you or the great sage was the culprit. Now, I understand that the logic behind your actions has all been to serve as a shield for the great sage, diverting my attention as the captain and leading me to suspect you. A flicker of fear appeared in the fire demon's eyes. This young man's thoughts were astutely intricate. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at Xiaolingxi, noticing her sparkling eyes filled with admiration directed at him, and he nodded in satisfaction before continuing. When entering the underground parking lot, you and the great sage had a disagreement. He wished to act together, while you insisted on separating. This was where your opinions diverged, was it not? The fire demon gritted his teeth and replied, After the roller coaster, you hinted at danger within our team. I realized I had been too overt in my behavior, which may have aroused your suspicions. The villain possesses the power to kill, and surely the captain does as well. I am filled with trepidation at the thought of your demise, which prompted me to insinuate that the great sage, Qi Tian de Sheng, might eliminate you in the underground parking lot. However, he flatly refused. He deemed the parking lot too perilous, asserting that such an act would be unwise, as his emotions were not the ones at stake. That scoundrel regards me as nothing more than a mere pawn, easily cast aside at his whim. Subsequently, I discovered that upon navigating through the underground parking lot, you did not meet your end, which brought me a sense of relief. Then came the haunted house, where I similarly suggested he should dispose of you. Yet again he declined. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled, stating, Of course he wouldn't kill me. Do you think I would expose my identity as the night wanderer for such a trivial reason? During the parking lot ordeal, I was on edge. But once I entered the haunted house, I realized my survival was assured. You require the night wanderer as protection, and you are well aware that the ghost bride would undoubtedly choose me. As long as I am present, you can essentially glide through the haunted house. To kill me would be akin to digging one's own grave. The night wanderer exerts a fatal allure over vengeful spirits. It is evident who the ghost bride would select as her consort. Suddenly, the fire demon recalled something, his voice rising in intensity. Why did the ghost bride not choose you? Why? This was indeed the source of his confusion. The reason for his astonishment and disappointment upon witnessing Wang Tai emerge alive. Zhang Yuanqing and Xiaolingxi burst into laughter simultaneously. The young girl, hands on her hips, brimmed with pride, because we discovered a card in the underground parking lot, a card to deflect animosity. She no longer feigned innocence or weakness. I chose to redirect the ghost bride's attention towards Qi Tian de Sheng, as I believed his culpability to be greater than yours, Zhang Yuanqing added with a smile. A chill coursed through the heart of the fire demon as he realized the intricacies of the plot that ensnared both him and the Monkey King from beginning to end. Despair settled upon him. That selfish fool was likely oblivious to the manner of his own demise. Zhang Yuanqing averted his gaze, affixing the Monkey King's card onto the statue of the villain. Ding, deduction successful. Villain, your identity is that of a villain. Be advised. There is a captain within your team, and he is your adversary. Identify him and eliminate him. Do not reveal your identity. Victory! Xiaolingxi leapt with a small cheer. The fire demon glared venomously at the pair, sneering, Do not rejoice too soon. I can see that you are formidable, and I acknowledge my defeat, but what of it? Our team comprises merely the three of us. The captain's duty is to ensure that the number remains 3 or more. Do you dare to eliminate me? Being as astute as you are, you should comprehend the essence of the hidden task. Once a villain is identified, the outcome is annihilation. A traitor also risks being mistakenly killed, thus no other penalties will ensue. What punishment could surpass death? Even if you expose my identity as a traitor, I shall face no consequences. For you have relinquished the authority of captaincy. Of course, there remains one final opportunity for you. But you cannot kill me unless you wish to forfeit all current experience points. It is not uncommon to harbor grudges in the spirit realm. The conclusion of a dungeon does not signify the end of affairs. The fire demon had dispatched numerous adversaries within the spirit realm, possessing ample experience in dealing with foes from the same faction. Xiaolingxi paused momentarily, her previously radiant expression now frozen in shock. Zhang Yuanqing remained silent. After completing the haunted house task, he chose not to exercise the authority of the captain, and this was the reason. Do not be anxious. There is still one last person, Zhang Yuanqing remarked softly. He affixed the final name card onto the guard. Ding, deduction successful. Guard, your identity is that of a guard. Please protect the captain within the team, ensuring he is not slain by malevolent forces. Should you fall victim to these evil beings, deaths occurring during the mission do not count. All your abilities will be suspended. Upon the captain's victory, you will be revived. If the captain fails, revival will not be possible. Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing observed the information with a blend of surprise and a strange sense of inevitability. At this juncture, he could ascertain that the River Lord had actively sought to seize the power of discourse. The motivations behind the roles of the guard and the traitor were akin. Both were barriers shielding their respective masters from harm. Initially, during the self-introductions, the River Lord exhibited a demeanor that was aloof and somber. Such individuals typically operate in solitude, making it improbable for them to vie for the position of leader. However, subsequently, he altered his approach and contended with Zhang Yuanqing for dominance in conversation. This shift undoubtedly stemmed from an underlying motivation. This very reason led the malevolent forces to suspect the River Lord was the captain, prompting them to target him first. In contrast, Zhang Yuanqing, prior to the team's receipt of the hidden task, displayed a sociable disposition, with no significant transformation during that time. To return to the main point, the hidden task remained merely a concealed challenge. They were not long-lost brothers. Engaging in such perilous acts of shielding required assurance. Who would undertake them without such guarantees? Thus, Zhang Yuanqing was not astonished. Nevertheless, for the guard, this still constituted a gamble of grand proportions. The advantage lies in the fact that one can secure victory by perishing once, thereby evading the subsequent crises of the S-level spiritual realm. However, the downside is the peril of demise upon mere experimentation. As he observed the manifest guard information, the fire demon's complexion gradually paled. His lips began to tremble, and his pupils quaked violently, enveloped by a profound dread. The notification from the instance resounded. You have completed the detective's reasoning pavilion task, and you are now engaged in the thrilling task series, which includes the following entertainment facilities: roller coaster, underground parking, ghost house, ghost marriage, detective's reasoning pavilion. You have completed this series of tasks. Zhang Yuanqing received a notification, which included an additional message compared to Xiaolingxi and the fire demon. Ding. You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You have one opportunity to exercise the authority of a team leader. Please designate the nefarious individual hidden among your teammates. The chosen one will face obliteration. If a choice is not made within 30 seconds, this opportunity will be forfeited. Zhang Yuanqing remained composed, stating calmly, Fire demon. In that instant, the terror in the fire demon's eyes exploded. No. Amidst his cries, his head severed from his neck, rolling onto the ground, a gruesome fountain of blood gushing 3 meters high, a scene of tragic savagery. The fire demon's head, eyes wide open, continued to move as his lips twitched in a futile struggle. Ding. Congratulations on completing the multiplayer spiritual realm task, Golden Water Amusement Park, number 6203. Difficulty level S. Rewards are being calculated. As he listened to the notification echoing in his ears, Zhang Yuanqing felt a glimmer of anticipation for the experience points reward from the S-level instance. He consulted Guanya and Li Dongzi regarding the initial acquisition of a character card for the Realm Walker. Upon successfully completing the trial task, the experience points typically range from 0 to 5. Subsequently, after finishing a multiplayer realm, one might earn an experience reward of approximately 5 to 10. In contrast, a solitary realm yields an experience gain of 10 to 15. This implies that even with a 100 completion rate, a realm walker must undertake over 10 multiplayer realms, or nearly 10 solitary realms, to achieve a level up. The difficulty of ascending levels is indeed formidable. Zhang Yuanqing's trial realm is classified as S-level, granting a commendable 20 experience upon completion, followed by the activation of a hidden quest, which allowed him to extract a spirit crystal from the lips of the mountain goddess, further augmenting his experience by an additional 22. Thus, a single mountain shrine equates to the experience gained from 4 or 5 multiplayer realms for others. Under normal circumstances, to reach level 2, I would need to participate in at least 5 multiplayer realms or 3 solitary realms. I wonder if the Jinshui amusement park will enable me to leap to level 2 in one go. Zhang Yuanqing brimmed with anticipation. Within the hierarchy of the official organization, level 1 is considered the grassroots personnel, while level 2 signifies entry into the elite echelon, accompanied by a substantial increase in salary and a plethora of benefits. Reward settlement in progress. Obtained items. Elvis Speaker, Red Veil. Experience points rewarded. 40. Main quest settlement completed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Rewards are being calculated for you. Obtained item. Steadfast Gem. Experience points rewarded. 25. Hidden task settlement completed. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to level 2 Night Wanderer. Ding. Character card reward activated. Reward item. Disguise ring. Settlement complete. Exiting the spiritual realm in 5 minutes. The rewards exceed those of the Xiling Tunnel, truly befitting an S-grade instance of the extraordinary realm, with 65 experience points and 4 items. What a windfall. Zhang Yuanqing was rendered speechless, his heart racing violently within his chest. Soon, he felt a searing heat at his brow, realizing the black moon mark was about to manifest. This is bad. The black crescent must not be seen by outsiders. A shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively glanced at Xiaolingxi. The young girl, her pupils unfocused, gazed into the void, presumably examining her character panel and task rewards, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled in relief, turning his back. Immediately, the searing black moon mark unleashed a formidable force of yin energy, surging through his body in a nearly violent manner, infiltrating each cell, permeating through the bones. He involuntarily convulsed, sensing a profound transformation in the essence of life, as his genetic sequence underwent a remarkable reconfiguration. 3 entirely new innate abilities seamlessly integrated into his instincts. Name, Primordial Celestial Master. Race, Human. Class, Night Wanderer. Level, 2 skills, Night Stroll, Soul Devourer, Spirit of the Moon, Howl at the Moon, Charm. Spirit Talisman, Experience, 23, Moral Value, 90, Reputation Value, 15, Howl at the Moon, Active Harness the Power of the Moon, significantly enhancing one's attributes for a duration of 15 minutes, after which the user will experience a 3-hour state of lethargy. Note, this skill can only be activated during the night, with the prerequisite action of gazing upwards and howling at the moon. Charm, active enables the target to experience illusions, leading them astray. Note, this technique is favored by spirits to bewitch mortals. Spirit Talisman, active a unique script belonging to the Night Wanderer, allowing the crafting of talismans and formations. Note, currently, it can only inscribe scripts targeting spiritual entities. Zhang Yuanqing focused his senses, understanding the nature of his skills without needing to activate them. Howl at the Moon and Night Stroll are 2 incompatible active skills. While in the state of Howl at the Moon, Night Stroll cannot be utilized, and vice versa. If Night Stroll is regarded as a premier assassination technique, then Howl at the Moon compensates for the Night Wanderer's shortcomings in close combat. As for the Spirit Talisman, it can be employed to create talismans and inscribed formations, which serve not merely to counter malevolent spirits, but also to nurture and refine them. Finally, he could further cultivate his little companion. Zhang Yuanqing thought with delight, and then he opened his inventory to examine the items. In addition to the Elvis Speaker, the copy rewards 2 items, one of which is a consumable. Name, Red Veil. Type, decorative item, consumable. Function, summoning. Description, the veil of the ghost bride in the ghostly wedding scene of the Golden Water amusement park. This item has been blessed by an indescribable entity and is an inseparable part of the ghost bride. Only a special individual who successfully deceives the ghost bride may obtain it. Note 1. By draping the red veil, one can summon the ghost bride. This item can be used 3 times. Note 2. Haha, I find amusement in the foolishness of the goddess, laughing at her failed schemes. Note 3. Using the red veil within the spirit realm carries a certain chance of attracting the gaze of that entity. After reading Note 2, I trust you will use it cautiously. Does this thing come with built-in mockery? If the goddess of Sandow Mountain senses it, she might very well be enraged. Zhang Yuanqing inhaled sharply, feeling both delighted and pained. The pain arises from the fact that, for the goddess of Sandow Mountain, this item is of little harm, but carries immense insult. That unparalleled goddess will likely hunt him throughout the spirit realm. He silently resolved never to use it in the spirit realm. Name, steadfast jewel. Type, gem. Function, buff, defense. Description, an item for the earth monster profession. It harnesses the power of the earth, enhancing strength and defense. Note, heaviness comes at a cost. Name, disguise ring. Type, accessory. Function, transformation. Description, a wondrous ring capable of altering one's appearance, allowing the wearer to adjust their features at will. Note, do you not have a clear understanding of your own appearance? The Demon Lord's character card rewards grant a single item for each dungeon run. This is rather astonishing. The functionality of the disguise ring is straightforward, yet the cost of the steadfast orb feels somewhat dubious. Let us experiment. Zhang Yuanqing retrieved the orb from his inventory. It was the size of an egg, with an earthy yellow hue, and it emanated a weighty sensation upon touch. Upon grasping the steadfast orb, he felt a surge of heaviness and newfound strength, accompanied by an inexplicable wave of security. However, he also found himself slowed, as if a colossal mountain were pressing upon him, rendering his movements lethargic. How could one engage in battle while holding this orb? The advantages and disadvantages were starkly apparent. This was indeed a conventional item, unlike the extraordinary demon subduing staff or the red dance shoes. As he pondered, a jubilant cheer pierced the air. Brother Wang Tai, can you imagine? I received 35 experience points, an item, and a consumable. Such bountiful rewards, indeed befitting an S-rank spirit realm. Xiaolingxi, having tallied her rewards, radiated joy akin to a little girl receiving a lollipop, bouncing in place. Brother Wang Tai, what rewards did you obtain? How much experience did you earn? Do you have any items? The young girl inquired, her sparkling eyes gleaming with curiosity. She possessed 2 artifacts. One was bestowed by an elder, and the other was acquired in a solitary spiritual realm. Now, she had obtained a third. At such a tender age, she already possessed 3 artifacts. Can you fathom that? The expression of triumph on your face is almost inscribed upon it. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly. Indeed, my rewards are modest. 65 experience points, 3 artifacts, and 1 consumable. Xiaolingxi was taken aback, her small face rigid, her mouth slowly agape, gazing at him in a daze. I could distinctly sense a resentment towards the affluent emanating from you. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of delight. Xiaolingxi muttered, how can this be? Why are your rewards so vastly superior to mine? The spiritual realm is unfair. Zhang Yuanqing consoled her. Perhaps the spiritual realm wishes to expose you to the disparities of the world. Xiaolingxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pondered the future gains post-clearance. Successfully achieving the first kill in an S-level spiritual realm, she knew that subsequent adventurers would receive diminished experience rewards, and artifact rewards could not possibly match the bounty of a first kill. Yet, the rewards would still surpass those of ordinary realms. Hence, the significance of strategy was paramount. By the way, I must attend to the matters entrusted to me by my father on his deathbed. Brother Wang Tai, why haven't I seen the river god? Can we exchange phone numbers? Xiaolingxi remarked, glancing at the dwindling countdown. The river god should still be by the roller coaster. Didn't we exchange numbers already? The number I gave you is false. Oh, but the one I provided you is genuine. No, the number you gave me must also be fake. Xiaolingxi wrinkled her nose. Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at her and mused that they were merely online acquaintances in the spirit realm, destined to part ways after completing the dungeon. Why maintain contact? She was still young. Perhaps when she turned 18, they could engage in a more profound yet accessible exchange. It was preferable for wanderers of the spirit realm to avoid excessive intersections in reality, even among allies. I will find you. Xiaolingxi huffed defiantly. As her words lingered in the air, the scenery of the detective reasoning hall began to shimmer and blur, reminiscent of rippling water. The room was enveloped in darkness. silent and still, with the curtains drawn tightly and soundproof glass isolating the outside commotion. The electronic alarm clock on the bedside table indicated it was 5 in the morning. Although he had spent 5 hours in the spirit realm, Zhang Yuanqing felt as though eons had passed. He drew back the curtains to reveal a twilight sky, with scarce traffic on the streets. Sanitation workers leisurely rode their garbage trucks past. The breakfast chain on the corner had opened its doors, releasing billows of steaming warmth into the cool air. Turning on the light, Zhang Yuanqing stood before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His skin had paled. His features remained unchanged, yet he sensed an undeniable refinement. A peculiar aura emanated from between his brows. After a moment of contemplation, for words flashed in his mind, sinister and noble. He recalled that Yuanqing possessed a similar aura, the higher the rank of a night wanderer, the more pronounced the aura became. It was evident that this transformation was a result of the intense power of the Tang following his advancement. In the future, I too might wear a charming smile, yet I must refrain from such actions. Should I become entangled with a young lady, it would surely be a source of annoyance. Zhang Yuanqing let out a soft chuckle as he approached the bedside, retrieving his phone from the cold sheets. Illuminating the screen, he noticed an unread message. Come out. Call me immediately. Everyone is waiting for you, Guanya. And what if I do not emerge? By dawn. She should reach out to me, confirming whether I have perished in the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing exited the message inbox and dialed Guanya's number. Chapter 61. The report in a luxurious apartment suite. Guanya sat on the bed, hugging her knees, with a tablet before her streaming a heart-wrenching urban drama. After being unsettled by that rascal Yuanshi, sleep eluded her, and the television held no allure. She had been sitting for 5 or 6 hours, and her backside ached from the prolonged position. Sigh. Guanya pinched the bridge of her nose, her delicate face revealing slight fatigue. Given her constitution, 2 days and nights without slumber posed no issue. The real trouble lay in her distress. Previously, while idly browsing a forum, she came across news of someone perishing in a dungeon, and she merely lamented the whims of fate. Yet, unexpectedly, a friend of hers became embroiled in the turmoil, with their life hanging in the balance. To be honest, Guanya held a certain fondness for that young man. He was quite handsome, youthful, brimming with potential, and possessed a delightful sense of humor that endeared him to her more with each encounter. Most crucially, he knew how to accelerate his pace. However, this amusing little fellow now faced a significant risk of failure. Each S-level spiritual realm presents distinct challenges. Successfully navigating one does not guarantee triumph in another. For every individual possesses vulnerabilities, and true omnipotence is a myth. Yuanshi possesses the remarkable ability to conquer the red shoes, a feat he attributes to his formidable memory. However, this talent may not necessarily prove advantageous within the confines of the Jinshui amusement park. Guanya has already prepared herself for the worst possible outcome. A phone call at this moment? Her enchanting eyes widened slightly as she tilted her head towards the illuminated screen. Yuanshi Tianzun. In that instant, Guanya felt as if she could hear the rapid beating of her own heart. In a flurry, she grasped her phone, inhaled deeply, and chose to answer. Yuanshi? Upon uttering those 2 words, Guanya held her breath. Sister Guanya, I have successfully cleared the Jinshui amusement park. A familiar voice resonated from the speaker. Sister Guanya, are you listening? You have cleared the S-level spiritual realm again. You little rascal. Do you realize what this signifies? Shi Zhang must be overjoyed, perhaps even beside himself with excitement. Indeed, I had already anticipated what he would say. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. He would exclaim, "Oh heavens, dear God, have you heard my fervent prayers?" Yes, you must have heard. Moreover, he mentally corrected himself, and I am not a little rascal. Guanya laughed heartily, playfully kicking her long legs. For heaven's sake, do not jest about this in front of Shi Zhang. Otherwise, he might unleash a fierce reprimand upon you. Zhang Yuanqing joined in the laughter, but Guanya, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "You haven't checked the forum, have you?" Last night, yet another official entered the Jinshui amusement park, apparently named Hebo. Those colleagues preparing to enter the spiritual realm are in a state of panic. Could you share the situation regarding Jinshui amusement park with me? The strategies and items within the realm possess an irresistible allure for the practitioners, akin to the enchantment of a stunning beauty upon a wandering soul. No, I cannot divulge that. Zhang Yuanqing firmly declined. Guanya was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a refusal from Yuanshi, believing their camaraderie to be quite solid. Unless you share a photo of your alluring legs in black stockings as a reward, Zhang Yuanqing jested. The seasoned companion let out a playful scoff, her smile returning. Zhang Yuanqing, with utmost seriousness, remarked, I believe utilizing stockings for milk tea is an extravagant waste. They would serve far better for cleaning firearms. Guanya, reclining on the bed, chuckled so heartily that her chest quivered. How can you utter such words in the presence of a lady? Is there more? At 7:30 in the morning, the first thing Li Dongzi did upon waking was to reach for his phone on the bedside table, searching for any missed calls or unread messages. Disappointment weighed heavily in his heart. What a troublesome child, Li Dongzi sighed, gazing at the ceiling for several seconds before finally rising to dress. His manner of dressing was remarkably graceful, deliberate, and unhurried, regardless of how bleak his emotions may be. He would not forsake elegance. At the dining table, Li Dongzi partook of the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, yet his thoughts were far removed from the food. Please clear the dishes, he instructed. The housekeeper, bustling about in the kitchen, acknowledged his request and was about to exit to tidy the table when she heard the sound of her employer's phone ringing from the bedroom. I shall fetch it. She turned towards the bedroom, only to see her employer springing up from the chair, his expression one of excitement. No, it's unnecessary. Then, this employer, who valued elegance, burst into the bedroom with little grace. Li Dongzi rushed to the bedside and noticed the caller ID displayed Yuan Shitianzun. His breath quickened as he picked up the phone, took a deep breath to steady his voice, and said, Yuan, you are out? Li Dongzi's expression tightened. Yes, I have emerged, Zhang Yuanqing replied in a weary tone. I just got out and immediately called you. He had been conversing with Guanya until now, losing track of time. Li Dongzi's tense demeanor relaxed as he promptly inquired, Are you injured? Did you experience any severe psychological trauma that might leave lasting shadows? Indeed. At the amusement park, the ghost bride professed her deep affection, insisting she would wed no one but me. It was indeed difficult to dispel the beauty's favor, and I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, leaving me with profound psychological scars. It seemed that there were no serious issues, which relieved Li Dongzi. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. Since you've just returned, take some time to rest at home. You can come to the office in a few days. But do ensure that the strategy is drafted and sent to my email as soon as possible. I will apply for the relevant rewards and merits on your behalf. By the way, is there a shortage of cola at home? I can have a few cases delivered to you. Strangely, Zhang Yuanqing mused silently. Oh my, why didn't he say? Oh my goodness. No need. I still prefer your stubbornness when you insist on going to buy it yourself. Li Dongzi hung up the phone, inhaling deeply as he could no longer suppress his emotions. Oh, heavens, dear God, have you heard my fervent prayers? He was mistaken. This young man was not merely talented, but a prodigy. While clearing a single S-level challenge might involve a stroke of luck, conquering 2 S-levels transcended mere fortune. He could undoubtedly be nurtured as a prospective deacon, with the potential to ascend to the ranks of elders among the younger generation of spiritual practitioners in the Five Elements Alliance. Fu Qingyang was the most promising candidate for elder status, yet even he had only successfully navigated an S-level challenge once. On the second floor of the villa, at the dining table, Fu Qingyang, donned in a pristine white suit and sporting a stylish short ponytail, sat expressionlessly as he deftly sliced through his fried egg and steak with knife and fork. Opposite him was Ling Jun, dressed casually in a loose t-shirt and shorts, who devoured his meal with reckless abandon. At that moment, a bunny girl approached, cradling a phone in her hands, and gently announced, Young master, a call from Li Dongzi. Fu Qingyang glanced at the phone, set down his utensils, and observed his friend, oblivious to the world around him as he indulged in his meal. What is it? He inquired, answering the call with a cool voice. Captain, the Primordial Supreme has emerged. He has cleared the Jinshui amusement park, Li Dongzi declared, his voice resonating with clarity. Clinking. Fu Qingyang caught sight of the utensils that had slipped from the hands of the dandy at the table, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I see, he said knowingly. He handed the phone to the bunny girl, his expression still amused. I underestimated the situation. I should have wagered with you. The words were spoken with an exceedingly cheerful tone, devoid of any regret. I have always believed that those S-grade spiritual realms should ultimately be conquered by our Tai sect. However, Ling Jun was filled with deep frustration, lamenting. Elder son is indeed foolish. Fu Qingyang, taken aback, inquired, Are you aware of this matter? Ah, this is a new meme from our Tai sect's forum. I often peruse the forum myself, he replied. You dare to speak ill of the elder? Aren't you afraid of his retribution? Not at all. Elder's son is not tech-savvy and barely knows how to use a mobile phone. Ling Jun picked up his knife and fork once more, stating, however, I fear we cannot keep this under wraps any longer. During the clearance of the shelling tunnel, he was a potential candidate worth observing. Now, having cleared another S-grade challenge, it is evident that this lad possesses both intellect and potential, and his future achievements will likely be significant. Sigh, I find myself somewhat resentful towards elder son now. Fu Qingyang continued his stride towards the exit, saying, I shall report to the Elder Council and request that the merits and bonuses be expedited. Before you Tai sect digs under my feet, I must first win others over with virtue. Oh, by the way, the Tai sect desires the strategy for the Golden Water Amusement Park, but that will require additional funding. In the scattered provincial area by the lakeside villa, luxurious cars were making their way along the lakeside road toward the villa. A few knocks echoed at the bedroom door, and Xiaolingxi lifted her teacup, taking a sip before coldly saying, Come in. A female assistant, clad in a tailored suit, entered and paused respectfully behind her, stating, Miss, here are the materials you requested. Xiaolingxi did not answer the call. Instead, she settled onto the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, still wrapped in a towel, her slender legs elegantly crossed, exuding an air of cold nobility akin to that of a CEO. She spoke softly, Tell me. Her female assistant opened the dossier and stated, Wang Tai, member of the second team in the Kangnong district of the Songhai branch of the Five Elements Alliance. His superior is Li Dongzi, a level 3 scout of the White Tiger Brigade. His profession is bachelor. This is the basic information we could gather. We only have access to fundamental details such as photographs and real identities, which remain elusive. Within official organizations, these basic records are publicly accessible internally and can be disclosed, as they belong to personnel files. However, regarding real identities, only direct superiors and the Elder Council possess the authority to review them. A bachelor. Xiaolingxi mused, her demeanor commanding as she said, Please further investigate the profiles of the other members of the second team and explore Wang Tai's social circle. Keep a close watch on the official forums of Tai sect and the Five Elements Alliance. Notify me immediately if there are any developments concerning the Jinshui amusement park. The assistant nodded, and Xiaolingxi continued, Arrange for a vehicle. I intend to visit Songhai. Additionally, under the name of the Xie family, send a formal invitation to the Songhai branch of the Five Elements Alliance, requesting that Wang Tai from the second team be assigned to host me. The assistant gazed out the window, hesitating before saying, The elders of the family are soon to arrive. Would you not wish to meet with them first? There is a banquet at noon to celebrate your successful passage through the S-level spiritual realm. Everyone is awaiting your arrival. Ah, they are indeed waiting to conquer. Xiaolingxi replied. Xiaolingxi let out a snort, momentarily shedding her aloof demeanor to assume the guise of a delicate young girl. I am merely 17. What harm is there in being a little playful? My ancestors dote on me and would never cast blame. The female assistant sighed in resignation. After reporting to Captain Xiang, Zhang Yuanqing changed into her pajamas, tousled her hair, and feigned fatigue while yawning. She turned the doorknob and stepped into the living room. Her grandmother was in the kitchen, her grandfather had gone out, and her cousin, Chen Yuanjun, had already finished breakfast. At the dining table, only Jiang Wei was perched on a chair, her fingers delicately pinching a fried dough stick. She had a habit of chewing with her lips pursed, her round face resembling that of a little hamster enjoying a meal. Upon hearing the sound of a door opening from the guest room, Jiang Yue lifted her gaze and sweetly exclaimed, I shall devour all the fried dough sticks, leaving you with only porridge. Suddenly, words escaped her, and she stared blankly at Zhang Yuanqing. What are you daydreaming about? Zhang Yuanqing settled beside her. Jiang Yue turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Aunt, why are your ears so flushed? Mind your own business. Chapter 62. Conversations from the past when viewed solely from a financial perspective. Privately selling strategies undoubtedly yields the highest profit. The official rewards are modest, ranging from several hundred thousand to a few million. However, many things cannot be quantified in monetary terms, such as merit. Merit can mobilize official resources, grant access to privileged information, enhance promotion prospects, and facilitate requests for official assistance, all of which money cannot procure. Furthermore, after achieving 2 S-rank spiritual realms, the official channels have provided strategies, thus it is only fitting to reciprocate. Zhang Yuanqing's fingers danced gracefully across the keyboard. Jinshui Amusement Park Guide, number 6203, difficulty level S. Type, multiplayer spirit realm, death class. Jinshui Amusement Park main quest. Complete 2 or more amusement park projects. The first entertainment project I engaged in was the roller coaster. The strategy remains unchanged. Simply closing your eyes during the ride allows for a safe passage. However, the reality is far from the imagination, and I shall refrain from elaborating on this matter for now, as it will be discussed in detail later. Unlike the previous version, the new amusement park features a series of settings. The series to which the roller coaster belongs is called Heart-Pounding Terror, and its attractions include the roller coaster, the underground parking haunted house, ghost marriage, and the detective reasoning hall. The main quest in the underground parking area is, remember, when evading the automaton. It is advisable for all team members to ride in the same vehicle to minimize time loss. When drawing cards, it is best to find a lucky individual. Those with unfortunate luck should not overexert themselves, as there is a risk of total annihilation. The strategy for the detective reasoning hall is Jinshui Amusement Park Hidden Task. After observing the process in the detective reasoning hall, I trust you have gained some insight into the hidden tasks. Currently, the mechanism for role allocation within the dungeons remains uncertain. However, within our team, there exists a nefarious individual whose identity is that of a neutral party. I suspect that the distribution of traitors and villains is not based on profession but rather on the nature of individuals. Upon completing the guide and meticulously reviewing it, Zhang Yuanqing sent it to Li Dong's email. Gazing at the interface indicating a successful transmission, he was suddenly struck by a thought. The remarkable Xiangxi, a young girl of considerable prowess, must have procured the outdated strategy guide either through official channels or by possessing deep connections with the authorities. A simple inquiry would suffice to ascertain my identity, or rather, my ID. The purpose of the ID for a spirit realm walker is inherently to provide a publicly accessible alias, facilitating one's establishment within the spirit realm. Consequently, this aspect of identity is typically not shrouded in secrecy, much like the esteemed Yuanshi Tianzuan, who successfully navigated the Xiling Tunnel. His exploits are well documented within the Five Elements Alliance and are widely known in the Tai sect. Everyone acknowledges Yuanshi Tianzuan's potential. Yet what relevance does this hold for Zhang Yuanqing? In this instance of completing an S-level mission, the Five Elements Alliance is unlikely to downplay his achievements. Rather, they will likely amplify his renown to showcase the organization's wealth of talent. Of course, this pertains solely to the promotion of his ID.